Hi guys, this is the long cut of me and Lush playing Cage of Roses as part of our Yuri lunchtime thing we used to do, which hopefully we'll do again in the future. But I figured it might be appropriate considering there are a lot of New Year's resolutions and perhaps some of you might need a little background noise, as many of the viewers who watched us live use this as. So hopefully this helps you with any of your goals, whatever they are, even if it's just a little relaxation. We had a lot of fun playing this, although we were quite critical.
Of the game.
Which you will see. You will definitely see how critical we are of the game. As well as that, keep in mind that I tried my best to edit out the breaks. I couldn't edit out every single one though, because there's 13 hours of footage. And so I also could not edit out every single time we might have gone loud or yapped. So keep that in mind with your volume. Be mindful of your volume. Don't have us up too high. And we were doing live voice acting, so sometimes we didn't pick the perfect voice for a character or how you would imagine the voice sounding. Keep in mind these characters were also very femme. They were very femme, and me and Lush are more on the masculine side, but we just wanted to play a Yuri game. We both really like Yuri. We did our best to come up with these voices on the fly without any sort of vocal prep prior. If you hear a voice that sounds a little bit off, please give us some grace. We would appreciate that. And if you want to support us, help Lush get to 10K, help me get to 25K, enjoy the video. We would love if you spent some time with us and watched us play this game and let us know what you think of it in the comments.
Like and subscribe.
Thank you so much.
Faster,
Yeah,
Micah, faster! You have to keep moving or else... Oh god, they're gaining on us!
Micah ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her, which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. These sounds are kind of loud, aren't they? Yeah, it's kind of like covering up my voice. Okay, return.
And we don't want that, right? We want...
She tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures who pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb and insensible, as unfeeling as marble, but far, far weaker. It was through nothing but sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already abandoned her. Though Micah continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was already a lost cause. She was but a young woman, slender, and while not very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. Have y'all ever seen that Princess Nokia clip where she's like, hold on, what is it? She says something about having like tiny titties. I don't remember the quote. If anybody remembers the quote, please send it in chat so I can read it out loud.
What?
She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees.
Whoa. Why are they doing
She
Henny
was
like-
not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blacking the fireplaces. Micah's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demeaning, demanding, and often physical labor. Micah's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Micah, please! You need to hurry! Quickly, Micah! Damn, Shorty is sweating that blow out. Henny reached back to take a hold of Micah's hands, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Micah's palm. Henny was gripping it so tightly it hurt, but Micah knew. Sorry. I'm with my Sigma, I can't take anything serious right now. But Micah knew, should she lag behind, she would find herself in far greater pain than this. Micah recalled how her father had looked back in her carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. Micah had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Micah had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. To Micah, her father had seemed like a force in nature, one which was impossible to argue with or get the better of. This supposition had turned on its head earlier that night, however in a mere handful of minutes, For all of his bluster, Micah's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood, just like Micah, and when cut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and metallic. Micah could hear her father's blood on her even now. Smell. Why did I say hear? I was like, how do you hear some blood? Micah could smell her father's blood on her even now. As she and Henny raced through the forest, she couldn't forget it, however much she wished to. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Micah wished that the fog would clear and she would awake, her eyes fluttering to discover herself sitting once more on her bed in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight.
Micah!
But Micah's surroundings did not shift. The tree continued to press in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close on them. Micah knew she had no hope of outrunning them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. What would happen when Micah was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her? What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Micah could bear. It had been enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why? She had done nothing wrong. Unlike Micah, Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Micah and her family.
Why is it sad already?
I know, right? Shit. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. And it wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering.
Henny!
Oh wait, that was you. My fault.
Henny.
Henny.
Why do you sound breedable, bro? Just read it.
Oh my god.
Micah, narrator yapping? Okay, guys, not too much. Micah appealed to her maid between sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles.
Please, let go. Let me be. I'm just slowing you down.
I don't care. I'm not leaving you behind.
But
There aren't any buts. I told you I won't leave you. Now let's keep running.
why do you sound like a white girl?
Because this is a white woman.
Oh shit, bro.
Look at her race, or maybe Asian, I don't know. Not my race, that's all I know. Oh yeah, it's the narrator, my fault. Micah wanted to run, really she did, but her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat, but her legs were weak despite the excess blood which filled her, and her hand in Henny's felt cold and clammy. She had exhausted all of her energies simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Now she would die only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place.
Oh no.
Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be involved and sail away within their mausoleum? Micah did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place, full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated amongst tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. Micah did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had, in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living, for her sake and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's.
Who is Walter?
I don't know yet.
God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Micah.
But like the guttering flame of the candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Micah's foot caught in the tangled tree root which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. She reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail.
Micah!
I don't know why I'm doing like this anime girl voice for her. It's just like the default different voice from mine. Why is she mewing right now?
Who?
I don't know. Maybe her. Henny's voice echoed in Micah's ears, shrill and frantic. Micah's heart juddered in her chest, hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud.
No.
Micah's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swam? Her vision swam.
Micah, oh god, Micah, please, get up!
Get up, Jay, get up! Sorry.
Micah, get up!
And then everything went black.
Dun dun.
Act 1, The Night That Never Ended. You want to read it too? Let's read it together. Okay, can we time this?
No.
3, 2, 1.
Why? What do you mean?
The Night That Never Ended.
What?
You didn't read it with me. Oh, I need to drink some water too, actually, chat. Everybody hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
Okay, if you're tired, maybe we can take turns narrating.
Well,
What
it's
kind of
just,
bad,
honestly, it's
though?
just the fact that I had wings before, so I have mucus in my throat, and I didn't think that through. Damn, she toe up. Damn, her eye fucked up too? She got beat up.
What?
Sorry. Micah was greeted upon waking by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. A brackish taste akin to pond water filled her mouth, and one hand clasped her head, she coughed. Micah's body shuddered and her lungs burned. Oh damn, they even have her breathing. You wanna breathe into the mic, Lush? It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided, but once it did, Micah began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Micah had no idea where she was. Oh, I just realized... Well, I guess the screen's working. We were supposed to use a different screen. The floor upon which she was sitting, but why she was sitting on the floor of all things, was made of stone, which felt cold and hard and uncompromising. The walls, too, were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows Micah could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cot, which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rim and sides were stained with caked-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Micah's eyes sting.
Is chamber pot like a shit pot?
Yeah, it's
what it
dookie
means?
in there. It's
Oh
dookie
my
in there.
god.
It was unfortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. Oh, it was fortunate. Well, yeah. A quick examination of the room, though really it was more like a cell, showed Micah that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Micah could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Micah doubted she would be at her best, given she was in so much pain, and she was so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Micah wound her arms around her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk, it was the very air itself that was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room... No, she was sure this was a cell. It reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? Damn, her eye keeps squinting. She fucked that eye up. What had happened to her? Micah could not remember sitting alongside her mother and her father in their carriage as it bore them through the forest, and then... There, at this most pivotal moment, her memory failed her. Micah could recall nothing else. Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Micah ought to be doing at any given time, but they were not there, and neither was Henny.
Oh, Henny.
Micah was all alone. Henny had been with her, Micah was certain before. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Damn, she hit that head hard as fuck. Come a little closer to the mic. Okay. Oh, Micah thought sorrowfully. Well, also I'm talking a little bit more quiet than my normal voice, so let me turn myself up just a little bit. Let me know if audio is fucked up.
That ASMR experience.
Yeah, they do. Oh, Micah thought sorrowfully. If only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode, not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Micah had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down Micah's cheeks in crystalline droplets. They scored tracks in the dirt which caked her cheeks and dropped, one by one, to the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stones. Micah sobbed and sobbed until...
What? What's going on?
What the fuck?
A soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. Micah could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness, and now her own tears, but she recognized its familiar cadence. The voice belonged to Henny. Micah's dear friend was here too, and this stone stele was smelled of death, and though Micah feared for Henny, she could feel relief bubbling up inside her. She was not alone after all. You finally have a line.
Oh. Henny?
Micah crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, as she stared into the shadows.
Henny? Is that you?
Micah?
Oh, wait. Sorry. Wait, that was me.
Bro,
I got confused for a second. I got confused.
Bro, look, they're in a life or death situation. I'm sure she wouldn't be talking like, Micah?
Sorry. I just don't
Bro,
know what
they're
voice
trapped in a
because like, I'm looking at her face and I don't know. I mean, she probably would have a British voice. Yo, actually, when I saw the screenshot of her, I was like, I wish Grim was here because this person looks British. This woman looks British.
Oh
A shaft
God,
of moonlight
dude.
spilled through their singular barred window, hewn high into the wall of their cell, and finally, Micah was afforded a view of her maid. Through Crescent Henrique, Micah had always called her Crescent Henrique? Henrique?
The hell is that?
Micah had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed more appropriate for such a cheery woman, for Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting upon the wooden cot. She was sitting on that cot, sorry. She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Micah had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary, and it had lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, was now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible. Now they were mired with filth. Mired? Now they were mired in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. Henny's hands, which she held at her front, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. She looked an awful sight, but Micah knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but she kept it short. At least she kept it short. There was not so much Whoa. Bro, I could not read. Why the camera checking her out? I was thinking that because it was titties, but I didn't want to be inappropriate. But since y'all said it, I was like, damn, she got a rock on my fault. There was not so very much There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Micah's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a chignon, she could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders.
Sean? I think so.
The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from the dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Micah so, when she regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she seen a ghost. Is that what I just said? As though she had seen a ghost.
My God,
It's okay, I
Micah!
understand. I can't, bro.
Henny looked so alarmed, Micah almost felt ashamed. Micah was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact. when she was with her mother, but it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Since Micah's girlhood, Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. What's going on with my mouth right now, guys? I just can't read. Who playing with my voodoo doll mouth? Stop that! Stop that! Put that voodoo doll down! Put that goddamn voodoo doll down! I need to read! Stop playing with its mouth! She was the only person Micah knew who took Micah for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amenable, more effusive, more like a lady and less like herself. Henny did not want Micah to be more. She only wanted Micah to be Micah.
Oh.
Did that mean then that Micah did not look like Micah in that moment? But who else did she resemble if not herself? What had happened to her?
Are you alright, Micah? Oh, look at your poor face.
Henny rose up from the wooden cock with...
Stop that. It's caught.
That's not what I meant to say! Bro, reading's hard. What the fuck? I haven't read... Don't clip that.
Let's clip that.
Oh my god, don't clip that. Freudian slip as fuck. Henny rose from the wooden cot, which creaked, and crouched before her friend. Sorry, that was a crazy fumble. I can't stop laughing. Lunch break is over? No, guys, it's not over yet. Just give me a second. Just give me a chat. Did I say cock? What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm actually crying real life tears. Chat, we need to lock in now. We laughed. We need to lock in now. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Micah's cheeks in her fingers and said... oh wait, that's me?
Yes.
You're bleeding.
Thanks.
I am?
Yes. You have a nasty cut right beneath your right eye. And your cheek.
Henny sucked in a breath, her expression grim.
It's all banged up. You're...
See, this needs to be a British person. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue.
Oh my god.
It's all banked up. You're positively black and blue. Guys, is that a bad accent or can we work with that?
Bad.
Can we work with that? It's bad? Oh. It's all banked up. You know what? I can't do a British accent.
It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue.
There you go.
Oh, I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny. Is it giving bottom, guys?
What?
Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, it fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Micah's face to look at her with bemusement.
Why are you paused?
We gotta workshop this voice for Henny. Do you got a voice for Henny? Why don't you try a voice for Henny? Let's see if they like your voice more.
Why are you apologizing? Nah. Why are you apologizing to me? Why are you apologizing to me? You daft goose. Have you done nothing to... You haven't done nothing... I can't even fucking read, bro. I can't even fucking read.
Reading's hard, bro.
Nah. I can't even read. Why are you apologizing to me for, you daft goose? Who even says that? You daft goose?
No, they're like,
You've done nothing to be
British
sorry
and old.
for. I can't, bro.
Well, guys, that's the line. That's bad? Are you guys talking about my accent or Lush's Micah voice? Oh, I think they're talking to each other. I think they're talking to each other. Oh yeah, Henny. Right. I'm like totally... Honestly, guys, I haven't read out loud since fucking high school. And that was approximately 70 years ago, okay? I think I'm doing pretty good.
I think that was at least 90 for sure.
Oh, okay. All right, buddy. Watch yourself. Sleep with one eye open.
I don't know. I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose.
Venon's blacked out me side? What are we talking about? You read scripts, you fool. And listen, it takes a while. Also, the scripts are just all there. This is like line by line. It's a little bit overwhelming. You know what? You guys want this? So you guys do it. I'll hop in a Discord call right now and y'all can read this yourselves. Who wants to do that? Who wants to read this for me?
Why are you beefing with your viewers?
Why not? Because they beef with me. They on smoke. They on smoke all the time.
Oh my god, you boners are so silly.
It's the Yuri lunch. Right. Y'all lesbians, go ahead. I'll hop in a Discord call right now and y'all can read out loud.
What the hell are you even saying right now? Venom and Lush seems like the type to cover themselves in oil when it rains so they can fly. What?
Wait, what did they say?
Venom and Lush seems like the type to cover themselves in oil when it rains so they can fly.
Interesting. Stop talking about us oiled up. Stop talking about us oiled up. Read. I'm saying we heard you play games with dialogue plenty of times. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? That's true. But what's going on with me right now? Like, this is just, I don't know what's hard for me to read about this.
Nah, you're just nervous because
I think it's because I also have to play. I think it's because I also have to play a character in the middle of reading my lines. Why are they covered in oil? I don't know, man.
Well,
wait, back. I forgot the last line. I'll do Henny. It's okay. Or actually, unless you can do like a voice for Henny.
I can't, bro.
You can do other voices. You have the Ubu girl voice too.
No.
Just do a higher pitch voice.
Now it's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid. Remember?
That's actually perfect. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's not.
That was good. That looks like the way she would speak.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it does. So now you're Henny. Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Well, now it's your line.
Well,
you're just gonna have to keep track of whose lines this is.
Of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I would never forget you. You are much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend. Too. My dearest friend. Oh,
they're
so
saying in
cute,
chat,
guys.
honestly, Lush did do it well. They like that voice for Henny.
Guys, ew.
Okay, it's Henny now.
And I could very well say the same about you.
Oh, come on, bro. You guys can't be fucking serious.
They are. Stop. Lock in. You're an actor.
Frightful state. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state.
Micah.
Do I look so very bad?
Well, now.
Oh, girl.
Henny scanned Micah's face. Her brown eyes now bright with mischief. Lush.
Oh, sorry.
That depends on how honest you want me to be.
Oh, dear. Do I look so bad as all that?
You've certainly looked better. Your face is as banged up as a white windfall apple.
What is that even?
It means
All
like
these
an apple that
fancy
fell in the
English words,
wind.
Windfall apple. Oh.
An apple?
See, even the way they say things just feels British. Like, fuck. We need to work on our British accents. Not now, though. Not now, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Micah shook her head in wonderment.
I only hope that apple isn't riddled with worms.
I don't think you've anything to worry about on that score, at least.
Well, that's a relief. I suppose things could always be worse. Things could always be worse.
Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I. And we're together. That ought to count for something, right? Although...
Henny finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from Micah's cheek, and then drew back, her soiled kerchief Is that a typo? Is that actually a word? Chat, check that. Is there any British people in chat to tell me what made up fucking word that is? Her soiled kerchief gripped tight in her hand. Her expression newly dour, she said after a moment's pause. She said after a moment's pause. She said after a moment's pause. Lush? Wi-Fi dropped? Fuck! Lush's Wi-Fi dropped out. Let's give that a second. I'm British. Kerchief is handkerchief. So that's not a typo? Alright, chat. Let me read you guys and give you guys attention for a second. This is so chaotic. Yeah, well, it's a Venom stream, so what do you expect? What do you expect? What do you expect? Let me put up a little thing in case anybody new joins. All right. And then let's resize that. All right, chat. What do you think so far of this reading? Wow. Welcome back. You're back already.
Okay, did we just go?
Somebody asked, would you rather be covered in baby oil or face your fears?
I would rather die.
No option of death.
Covered in baby oil or what?
Or face your fears. I don't understand what that comparison is. Well, there's nothing wrong about being covered in baby oil. It's very moisturizing. It's very moisturizing.
Yeah, I would be oiled up, yeah.
Yeah. I'm black, so I'd be covered in oil all the time anyway, just to moisturize. Just to moisturize. That's a thing. Black people love coconut oil.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, we love coconut oil. We love moisturizing with coconut oil.
Damn. So you're always oiled up?
Yep. I'm oiled up right now.
Yep. I'm oiled up all the time. I'm ready to go.
Can we expect a British accent next stream? Probably not. Sorry, Han Pino. I wish we could do it, but I think both of our British accents are bad. Actually, Lush, you want to try a British accent?
No, bro. I'm barely keeping up with this one alone.
No, I just mean like to show us what it is. I don't mean like doing it right, like for the reading. I just mean like show us your British accent.
No, it's really bad. Trust me.
No.
I'm barely keeping up with this one.
Doobie, yes! The accent master. We could use it, Doobie. Thank you.
Is Doobie in...
Huh?
Is Doobie in chat?
Yeah, Doobie's in chat. Doobie's in Twitch chat.
Oh, okay. I can't see Twitch chat, so... Hello, Doobie.
Luscious hi.
Alright, let's,
I'm so nervous.
Why are you guys talking about oil?
read and focus on the game now. We're back in the game.
Okay. Do I still do the voice? Oh my god.
I am afraid that your parents might have been so fortunate.
Is this how you're gonna break the news? The news? What?
Micah's heart leapt in her chest at the somber announcement.
What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on?
Ooh, let's turn that up just a little bit.
Oh yeah, the heartbeat.
You don't?
I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé, but as for how we came here...
Micah closed her eyes in hope of remembering something, but again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snowy field, all with Flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness.
I'm afraid I cannot remember.
Not a single thing?
Nothing.
I see.
Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking.
That's not such a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there.
Are you using a voice mod, or is that actually your voice right now?
This is actually my voice, Ro. What do you mean?
That's crazy. Okay, go ahead.
It might be for the best that you can remember all of the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened to myself, but...
Henny's voice trailed away as, awkwardly, she gripped her kerchief. That kerchief had been the only clean thing in Micah and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Micah had sustained, and how much had she bled? This too remained a mystery. Micah did not know. There seemed much, all of a sudden, she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly, she might as well have been a little girl again, enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Micah had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered.
Henny?
Micah took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin.
What happened? Tell me, please. I want to know.
Yes, I thought you might. That does make up a thing.
Wait.
That does make things somewhat complicated, though.
Oh my fucking god.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just promise you won't take things against me, bro. What?
Fuck, bro. Oh my god, I'm fucking crashing out, bro. Just promise you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the last straw to break the camel's back. Oh god. Henny, please. You should know that this is trivial concern. Trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you, not in all the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all this. I know it'll upset you, Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around.
Why did you all of a sudden...
I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, bro.
I thought you were giving up on it, and all of a sudden it came back in the middle of the sentence.
Bro, I can't. I fucking can't. Oh my god.
More like,
do I still keep going with that voice?
Do you want me to do Henny now? Do you want me to do Henny?
Yes,
again?
please, God.
Okay, well, since you said please.
What the fuck?
It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Henny paused. She sucked in a breath. Then, in a calmer tone, she said, just how much do you want to know?
Oh god. How much is there to know?
Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do.
Oh dear. Are things truly that dire?
They're... pretty bad, yes.
How do you pronounce that? Abridged?
Yep, you got it.
Give me an abridged account. Then I've no need to hear everything.
Right you are. Henny bowed her head in acquiescence. Acquiescence? What? I think that is acquiescence.
Big words, bro.
What is up with all these big ass words, bro? Bro, my brain cell is really not that big, bro.
This is why I hate British people. I'm joking.
Her face half swallowed by the shadows.
The beam of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Micah could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Micah of her trepidation. She knew, once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact, so quickly that Micah had hardly a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid.
I'm so sorry to tell you this, Micah, but during our travels, the carriage... well...
Oh no.
It was attacked by bandits.
No. What? No.
Yes, they came creeping out of the fog like, I don't know, monsters from a children's story maybe, but much scarier. They waylaid the carriage, then stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father when he refused to comply. Well...
Henny's expression twisted.
They stabbed him.
Oh shit.
You already know that happened,
What?
Blush.
What?
You already know that happened. You were there from when we said that she remembered there being blood in the carriage.
Oh.
Fine.
No.
It's
But
your
to hear
line.
it like in words. What?
What? Oh no.
Micah stared. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Evidently, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she imagined.
Oh god, Papa, really? Not my Papa. Not my Papa. My poor Papa. You lie, Papa. Don't tell me he didn't.
Lock in on these lines, bro. You're making me laugh.
Bro, I am locking in. What do you mean? I'm like so locked in. Come on.
I'm sorry, but
Henny sniffed.
it's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one and he died.
Oh, Dad? My Papa. Dad?
Jesus, wow, that's a...
Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. I didn't hang around to
What?
see what happened, but, well, it was all over so
That's
quickly,
one
I don't
way
think
to
he
tell
suffered,
her.
at least.
Girl, you're not making it any better. And my mama? What hurt her? Don't tell me she also...
Henny didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Micah with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both of Micah's parents had been slaughtered.
Oh.
Now she was an orphan. Can you be an orphan when you're a grown adult?
Oh, right. And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe that the bandits would just let us go.
Monty said, she said, your daddy dead as fuck, as actually. Your daddy dead as fuck, actually.
Dead as hell.
Dead as hell.
Now
Which
she was
shoes
an
you got
orphan.
on?
Didn't we just say now she was an orphan? Okay, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
now she was an orphan. Wait, did you already read this line?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we had sat still like good little girls, but I didn't want to do
Little
that.
girls.
I took your hand while they were busy with your mother and we ran away.
Busy with your mother is crazy.
We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase pretty darn quick. It was very dark and the fog was thick and I could hardly see what was happening. At one point you tripped and you fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead. And I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits tramped about looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. I'd started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then...
We survived.
Yes, we survived.
This, Micah supposed, was not such a surprise, and went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting in this ghastly cell, speaking to one another. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have been wandering the woods so very late at night, however? Micah could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been the stuff that fantasies were made of.
Do you know how we escaped, Henny?
I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well, that's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle, but looking back on it, that ain't the right word. Miracle suggests God and all his angels, but there was not holy about this. It was a right proper mess, really. A total bloodbath.
Blood?
Yes, there was blood, and lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but all I know is one moment we're sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright as the bandits approached. And the next, they were gone.
Damn. Gone? But where? And how? Did they run away?
Not necessarily, not of their own free will. The fog parted, you see, and then this figure, this woman, she appeared so quick, it was like she'd sprung from the earth. She wasn't very tall, I don't think she was at least, and she was very skinny.
I really just like to emphasize how skinny these characters are.
She was very skinny. The way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but the woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. It stunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there when she had finished, beneath the moon, like nothing happened, and then...
Henny pressed her fingers to her brow and, overwhelmed, shook her head.
I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest easy while you're in tears, Micah.
She's such a nice person. Yes, I know. You've always been so good and so kind. Thank you, Henny.
Micah chanced to smile, though the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied, worn away following the news of her parents' demise.
Elaine.
I've no idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you saved me.
From the bandits, I suppose I did. But it wasn't much use when you took that nasty spell. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety, not when we were all turned about in the woods and I had no idea where we were. I think I scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. We'd have been goners if that woman hadn't appeared. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength, not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard.
Micah's smile widened at this. Despite the severity of their situation, she was even able to manage a laugh. Hi, Cece.
Oh, look at her smiling.
It was a weak laugh, which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. Henny never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Micah was too old to believe in magic, but when she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered. Go ahead.
Are you sure it was a woman who fended off these bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead, and you failed to perceive it in the fog. The fog.
That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost 10 good years off of my life, although.
Here, Henny smiled grimly, in the manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid.
That's better than having it cut short altogether.
We must be thankful for the small mercies, yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense.
Micah squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' deaths was a heavy burden to bear, but Micah, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. It still did not seem quite real. The shock of it all, perhaps, had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Micah did not doubt that tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby.
Now then.
Micah inhaled, then glanced about.
Where do you suppose we are? And how do you suppose we got here?
That's a good question. I've been wondering that myself. It's not the nicest of digs, is it?
Not particularly, no. It's an awful job. It's damp too. I'm freezing.
You poor thing, you. Come here.
Henny shifted closer to Micah. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, Cece? Was that crazy? Yes, Cece thinks
yeah,
crazy.
Cece, was that crazy? Was that so
Are
crazy?
you doing a Venom impression now?
Crazy. Yeah.
Do your best Venom impression.
I don't. What do you usually say? Stop bouncing, bro. Stop bouncing. That's what you always say.
I know why that's the first thing you thought. What do I
No,
say
that's what you always tell me. I would say thank you. And you're like, stop bouncing.
Bro, you be making my nuts hurt.
What? See? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like,
sorry, my bad. Henny shifted closer to Micah, then drew her arms about her, holding her close. She glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted into the shadows as though they might unearth some secret way of escaping. A trap door, perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But to Micah's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. And it was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still, it stank.
Goodness me, it's not much to look at, is it? We might as well be in a prison cell.
I think that might be what this is.
Henny drew back from Micah, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned.
I reckon you're right.
Oh, shit. I wonder who brought us here.
You and me both. It was nice of a mysterious benefactor or benefactress to rescue us, though they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. You'd think they could have at least put us in a nicer room. I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Micah. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people.
It's all right.
Are you being serious?
Henny raised an eyebrow while Micah smiled.
It's better than being dead, at least. Even if these, how do you pronounce that, lodgings?
Lodgings.
Lodgings are a mite uncomfortable.
Only a mite.
Well, quite a bit, if I'm being honest.
Micah drew her arms about her legs, her knees beneath her chin, and said,
When I woke up, I was lying on the floor.
On the floor?
Henny's eyebrows shot up her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated it managed to bring about another smile to Micah's lips, despite how very dire the situation was.
I suppose that makes sense, there being only one bed, but... Oh, that is too much. I can't believe they'd fling you down like a sack of spuds.
Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking this trend.
Some benefactor. When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for.
When is the vampire mommy coming in?
I have been wondering that too.
So, Henny, I wouldn't do to pick a fight with whoever brought us here. Whomever, oh my god. Whomever brought us here. I wouldn't want to anger them. Not when we're at their mercy.
Why, but that makes us sound like captives.
Is that not what we are? This is a cell after all, and we have no means of escaping. We're being treated like prisoners.
I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me, but I don't want to see you treated like a convict. Not when you've been through so much.
You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened. Unlike you.
And you're the one who will be saddled up with consequences, poor Micah. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Well... I don't expect there's much point in us trying to suss out who's suffering more than who.
True.
As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Micah, so try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this.
Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it. Coming from you.
What is going on with my VTuber? I just realized my VTuber been falling asleep for y'all.
You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know.
She's
now,
so
let's
cute.
see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet.
Did she just float? Henny arose to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, and then her ear, as though stonework might whisper their weaknesses to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Annie took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield.
Oh, come on!
Oh,
Frustrated, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, losing clods of dirt from her soles, but
Damn it all!
the bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henny changed tact. She moved from the door to glance up the window, but this was similarly barred, too high up to reach and much too small to squeeze through. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell when the clouds and the fog shifted.
and?
Micah asked, when a disenchanted Henny flopped back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts.
Did you uncover anything?
Not all except the sex. Not all except the facts. Jesus Christ, fucking British people.
What are these sayings, bro?
Not all except the fact that we're more trapped than we thought.
I thought you might have come up to that conclusion, yes.
God.
Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb.
This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do.
don't think there's much we can do other than wait.
I suppose you're right. I can't say I like the thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action.
Henny looked about the cell once more, then sighed.
But
Come on,
I'm
vampire
drawing a
mommy,
blank
show
here.
up.
But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we could do. I'm sorry for being so hopeless, Micah. I meant to look after you, but I'm a total loss.
Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you.
That's something, at least. I wish I could be of some real use, though.
You are of real use. Without you, I'd be unconscionable, is that it? An unconscionable mess, weeping on the floor.
I'm gonna see if we can just reveal all at once. Skip? Retext? All text? Huh,
Meow,
there's no way
meow,
to change...
meow.
There's no way to change the way the text presents itself.
Well, we
Oh.
can't be having that. It breaks my heart to see you cry.
Much as it breaks mine to see you, yourself, flagellate so? Over something that is not your
Self-flagellate.
fault. Flagellate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, damn.
You're good.
Oh. Do I go over again?
Touche. Now that we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it, although I've a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here or what cause, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if...
Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish this sentence. Oh, y'all didn't hear it, but there was a scream, I think. You want to turn up text speed in the options? Great. Auto delay? Let's turn that down. It's making it a little bit hard to read. A sound issued forth from the darkness, emitting from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, but Henny still heard it, hovering in the sour and musty air. It sounded like a scream. I'll do the scream for you guys, since you probably didn't hear it.
Go.
Good God! What in the world was that?
I suppose that was just the wind. Girl, that cannot be just the wind.
Do you really think... Do you...
Are you gonna do the scream?
I did it already. Oh, did you not hear it?
Really? No,
Oh,
I think
wow.
it peaked or something.
Do you really think so?
Yes, I imagine.
Micah answered in the affirmative, though deep down, both she and Henny knew the truth. That had not been the wind. It was too raw, too pained, and though faint, unmistakably human. With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Micah and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the floor together with their legs folded primly, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. Henny had, at first, balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the stone like a plebeian, but Micah's dress was already so dirty it didn't matter. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. Henny knew they had to do something to take their minds off the ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pocket, alongside the kerchief she had used to wipe Micah's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to Micah a game of Joker, a game which Micah agreed to. The two women played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing the cards. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Micah's worries. It could not, alas, alleviate the cold, but Micah had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dank, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it even felt to be warm. Had her journey through Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of the many guest rooms he had,
So
with a warming
Walter's
pan at
her
her feet.
fiance. I see.
Did you get that from this?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, is it not?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this game. I just picked it because it was a Yuri and it didn't have just two really feminine women in maid uniforms. A bunch of the Yuri online is just really femmes.
Yeah, because they said they were going to her fiance. So, yeah,
I didn't
Walter
see
is
that part
definitely
for some
her
reason.
fiance.
Huh. I just read it out loud. I think I didn't even process what I said.
Damn.
Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhardt seemed very far away to Meike now, though being confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor, shivering? Meike did not know. She could not tell. Oh, my back. All Meike really knew, in her infinite ignorance, was that the night seemed hopelessly long. She, hopelessly small and insignificant. There was no clock in Meike's cell, and neither she nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means Meike had of tracking their advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking. Are you whispering?
Yeah.
What are you whispering?
No, I'm just whispering to myself. Go on, ignore that, bro. Stop. I didn't think you could. Why is my mic?
Sorry, they just distracted me for a second. I'm sorry.
Hear that too? Oh my god, guys. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
I'm just like, are you doing like an effect?
No. That's good though. I'm joking.
She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which emerged from the fog at irregular intervals, shone its pallid light upon Meike's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker in its wide, rictus grin. Meike had never cared for the Joker in Henny's trust pack cards. His expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Meike spared a few glances at the barred window above their head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It could have been the advanced hour of night, or it could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Meike was none the wiser. The sky was so dark, Meike found it hard to believe the sun would ever rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete it seemed to have blotted out the very concept of morning altogether. She feared she would never again see the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering of the starlings in the trees which announced a brand new day. When did birds begin to chirp at beyond her bedroom window, anyway? Meike could not recall, but thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Meike had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter ought, but that she had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. She would arise at odd hours at 1 or 2 or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. When this occurred, Meike would rise from bed to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass. That always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. I wish I did vocal warm-ups before this.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, Henny groused, all while examining her cards. We ought to be at Herr Gerhardt's right now, safe as houses. We weren't so very far from Augsburg, at least I don't think we were, when we were attacked.
Oh.
See, okay, you know what? This is part of why I think it's hard to read these lines. Some of these lines aren't written how I feel like people speak. Maybe people used to speak like this, but I don't think people speak with this sort of interruption in the middle of it. We weren't so very far from Augsburg when we were attacked. At least I don't think we were. That feels more natural. This is written like a writer writes, but it isn't written like I feel like people speak.
I also feel like they're dragging this a little bit.
It is dragging a little bit. It is dragging a little bit.
I get it. You're in the cell.
They dragging my balls a little bit.
Can we get action?
Why did those bandits have to go after us?
We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine the bandits being meant to specifically target us. We just happened to be there.
You're probably right, but goodness. Of all the awful luck.
At least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out. Oh my god. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Jeez, I'm so fucking bad, dude.
Well, that's true, I suppose. I should thank heaven for all small mercies, eh?
That actually literally unintentionally came out a little bit British. I think it's just the way it's written. You just can't say it not British. Itching, actually?
Yeah.
Itching for action, right? I'm assuming that's what you're saying because I'm also itching for action. Or just itching for the fucking vampire to come in. Like we're here for like an hour. We've been here for like an hour already. Henny smiled at Micah's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Micah's cheer were half-hearted, and they were soon swallowed by sinister darkness of their cell.
It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Herr Gerhardt would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you were being kept in, Micah. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're a von Essen, for crying out loud.
Okay, keep glazing. Damn, she bounce.
Yeah,
You don't deserve this,
Micah. You're too good for this, Micah. I'm the lowly
No,
man.
this is literally us. This is literally us.
The person who's holding... Oh, wait, sorry. Wrong voice. Who am I again?
The person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady.
Maybe.
Micah's reply was vague in both tone and meaning. Not even Micah herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic assertions that her being a lady would grant her any favor with her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion she was a lady at all. Micah had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries, but the von Essens were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the von Essens' wealth. While still in possession of their family home and a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in a dire state ever since Micah could remember. Though not openly wanting for cash, Micah's parents had made good many purchases based on their family's prestige rather than figures in their bank account. Micah's wedding to Herr Gerhardt had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether, but now that seemed an impossibility. How could Micah wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Micah hadn't loved Walter, she surely should have wed tears over her... Wait, what?
So Walter is not her fiance, her is her fiance.
Herr Gerhardt is the same
Walter
person.
Is her lover, I think. Damn. No, it's not her lover. What the fuck? Who is Walter?
Walter is Herr his last name is Gerhardt, and I think Herr is his title. Like in German. Yeah,
I know
Herr is Mr. in German.
Who's Walter?
Walter is Herr.
Huh?
Herr is Mr. in German. So it's like saying Mr. Gerhardt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Dude, I was so confuzzled.
If Micah had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over such a cruel fate. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. What did she care? What did she care how Walter Gerhardt felt? She barely knew him.
Well, not to worry. Herr Gerhardt must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the blazes we are. Herr Gerhardt is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Micah.
You know what also I'm noticing? They're written British, but I think they're all supposed to be German. Herr Gerhardt. So wait, how do I do a German accent?
I don't know what a German accent is.
Is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Micah.
Oh my god.
Do you really think so?
I think so.
Absolutely. I mean, he is...
Oh, sorry. I forgot you're also doing
that was
lines.
really good. You should do that voice.
You want me to just read all the fucking lines?
No. I mean, for Henny, the voice you did.
What did I
instead
do?
of that really-
I actually have no idea what voice I just did. Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiance. He's got to be worried. You're such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't.
Oh, thank you, Henny. I appreciate it.
Don't thank me, Micah. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiance like you can bet I wouldn't let you out of my sight. If only I was a man.
Girl,
But I'm not a man, so.
girl. Do you have something to tell us? Perhaps it's a good thing that I'm here with you, then. You, at least, know I'm alright.
Yes, you are, and I thank heaven on high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Micah.
I know. She's like
Micah-
glazing so hard, dude.
I swear to God, she is just like bouncing on it. To be fair, I wouldn't mind her bouncing out. Sorry, I didn't mean. Sorry, chat. Ignore what I just did.
What?
Micah could well believe that coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Micah was less certain.
Hey.
What
who
did
is
she know
this?
about Walter, really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? Micah had met Walter only on 3 past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her, and Micah's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Micah had been dreading her visit to Augsburg for well over a month. Now it had been terminated. She felt a perverse sort of relief.
Damn.
Part of Micah had begun to wonder whether the bandit's attack had brought with it some good alongside all the bad. But that, Micah chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth so little to her? It was true enough that she might never see Walter Gerhardt again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. It was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever have thought such a thing? She really must have been wicked. Was that why she found herself in such a dire situation? Perhaps this was God's way of punishing her for being such a poor daughter, and a sinner who had spent much of her time lost in daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. Micah and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes, or hours, or even days, whiling away the time. My God, there was so much time, with continued, unending, incessant games of Joker. Micah's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly, 12-0. Henny was better than Micah at card games in general, so this came at little surprise. Micah was accustomed to losing and accepted her failures with good grace. There were more important things in life than card games. And in any event, Micah was glad to be rid of her eerily grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. So why the fuck are we still here? Sorry, I just banged my phone down. Like, why are we still here, bro? Oh
Why did you pull out the calculator?
That was an accident. I was calculating how long until sorry, I was about to make a joke that I actually can't make. Till I was about to do something in Minecraft. Micah had begun to wonder, in a detached way, as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the forest had done so, not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell, alone, until time itself slowed to a trickle, then ceased, the squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all the interminable waiting, Micah found her hypothesis proved wrong. So is this bitch finally gonna show up?
Yeah, come on.
She could hear. Oh, guys, we finally got something. Okay, everybody who was asleep, wake up. We finally got something. She could hear, above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. The footsteps were quiet enough.
Is that
at
supposed to be
first.
footsteps?
Yeah, it was. Was it not giving footstep?
I thought you were barking for a second, not gonna lie.
Oh, don't. Okay, all right, let's move on. The footsteps were quiet enough at first. Then Micah wondered whether she had imagined them, but as the seconds elapsed, they became louder still, until even Henny heard them.
Goodness me!
Henny fumbled with the cards and threw them down, red hearts and black spades filling across the stone.
Can you hear that, Micah?
Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming. Me.
Our rescuer from the woods, do you think?
They could be our rescuer, yeah. But maybe...
Micah chose not to finish this thought. Her saliva felt too thick up in her throat like tar, and she shivered. She did not want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the grated iron door, excited as a puppy and wide-eyed. She peered through the shadows.
This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll be sure to tell them exactly what I think of their so-called hospitality.
You've said that once before, Henny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them.
No stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. If they want to harm us, they had plenty chances to do it already, surely.
That is true, but...
The footsteps drew closer still,
Come on,
echoing about the stone
on.
walls, echoing inside Micah's skull.
Come on.
The footsteps could only represent two things. They would mean salvation, if they were lucky, but Micah found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning hands in Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about more suffering, and sure enough... Well, well, would you look what the cat dragged in?
Ooh.
The voice cut through Micah's musing was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged, quite obviously, to a woman, and, given her pronunciation, she must have been well-bred.
What does that even mean?
Crazy way to describe her. Perhaps the rescuer was a lady, then. A Vaughn such and such like Micah, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough to have its very own dungeon. Whereas most nobility used their subterranean storage for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Micah with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did...
Oh.
Micah could not help but gasp in surprise. The owner of the voice... The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cell's door, was not at all what Micah had imagined.
Oh my god, she looked
She
so
was...
evil.
Mommy, please!
What the fuck?
Now we
Stop
hear the
it.
sound effects. She was shorter than Micah had expected. Shorter than Micah herself. Wow, interesting. Was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly old fiancé, and slender with it. Her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes, Micah could see dark rings similar to those she often sported during the longest nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl? She had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Her hair was not worn in a shingen, in a chat, how do I say
Sean,
that?
I think.
Siobhan?
I think it's Sean.
Sean?
Yeah.
Her hair
Look
was
it
not
up.
worn in a Sean, but instead was
I might be
loose.
wrong.
She noun? Oh, okay. Her hair was not worn in a shenown, but instead was loose and tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed, in a manner which would have made Micah's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl, was striking, not only because of her indeterminable age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes.
The glazing is crazy.
Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Micah's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor gray, nor any other shades Micah had seen in her family's servants. And the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her, and the congregation at her local parish, her irises were instead bright red. So much they bordered on the visceral. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had steeped from Micah's face and seemed to be full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to Micah, but her eyes told more than the pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. Micah knew instinctively, as she gazed upon her, that she should keep her distance if she could, but this only made her, conversely, even more enchanted. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell.
That woman.
Henny shifted back, her skirt shifting against the ground.
She's the one I told you about, Micah. She's the one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought what I saw was unbelievable, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She's real. She really is real. She killed all those men. She's a monster.
You're getting into it, dude.
Oh, a monster am I?
Hey! Let's fucking go, Chad. Chad, let's fucking go. Chad, do you guys hear that? Chad, let's fucking go, dude. We've been waiting, Chad. That was so good. Okay, sorry, go on.
The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed and with a smile said, "You cut me to the quick. You humans do. At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the usual manner in which I treat my guests, but you could at least try to be polite. Why, if it were not me, the both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond recognition."
So, you really were the one who saved us. I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anyone could forget in a hurry.
Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know.
Why did you save us, though? And how? I can't believe you brought us back here, wherever this is, on your own. You must have had help.
Oh, if only, but alas, I've not any help for, well, let's see. It must have been at least a
Holy
century.
Jesus God. I think I should play Henny, yeah? To give you a break because you've been like doing 90%.
It's okay. I'm locked in, actually. Okay.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah. The best we can do is just let me lock in.
A century?
Damn.
Henny gawked at the woman, her eyes agog.
But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18.
Love a good age gap.
Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind.
Ooh.
Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket, then inserted into the awaiting keyhole. Pause.
Do the laugh, Venom. Do the laugh.
I don't know if there's a laugh yet. Deftly, she turned it.
No, she said she laughed softly.
Deftly, she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door, then locked it anew.
Oh no.
There, that ought to do it. It would be horribly tedious if you tried to run from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all of the fuss. With the door secured, the one placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Micah's, which were narrowed with mistrust and pouting. She said, "Now why are you looking at me like that? You're making me feel quite unwelcome." I thought you'd be relieved to see my face, after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end, but maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't have frowned like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face.
Oh.
This chastisement was familiar to Micah. She had heard it many times from her mother. While Micah had been trained to obey her mother without question, however, it was not so with this strange woman.
Some of her reticence fell away, needled, and Micah said,
What I do with my face is my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business.
My goodness. You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You ought to make for quite the amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. I can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either. That has been many, many years since anybody last tried to give me orders.
Oh my god.
It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... Oh, well, never mind that. Where are my manners? My name is Magdalena, but you might call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile,
Magdalena.
is of no particular importance. They might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They might have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. I am all that is left of their legacy. A fact I would very much love to rub in their faces, but alas, I never got the chance. It's very nice to meet you for the second time this night. So saying, Magdalena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt. But I'm afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter.
And... Oh, sorry, my voice is cracked. Oh my god.
You're getting nervous for the vampire lady.
I sure am, bruh. And what do you mean by that exactly?
Only that now that I've brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You've already seen too much.
What?
I just can't decide which voice to do for Henny. I keep mixing it up.
Oh my god.
Henny stared at Magdalena, wide eyes, so full of fear the air swelled with it.
Magdalena.
What do you mean?
What I said. Do try to keep up, dear. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details.
Yeah.
But I said...
What the fuck was that?
No! Keep going. I'm just hyping you up, dude.
Bro, you're making me lose focus a little bit.
Sorry. I was just hyping you up, seriously.
You said meow.
Meow.
But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense, and at this point it doesn't matter how much you know. You won't be able to tell anybody what you might have learned here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Or else, Micah thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic, it honestly makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they'd any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with daggers and saved me the trouble. You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. He was in a bad way, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you similar honors. I must really apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. How many men and women had Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many has she summarily tortured? Micah knew at least one, besides herself and Henny.
The bandit's leader. So my voice is like cracking like crazy, dude. I'm nervous. Did you kill him?
Eventually, yes.
Oh shit.
It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen how he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. A grown man like that who was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence he was the predator, stalking his prey through the woods. And the next... Magdalena drew a hand across her neck in the unequivocal universal gesture of slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were quite exquisite. Did you perchance happen to hear them? He was being rather loud.
Holy shit.
What? Oh goodness! Surprised by you? You shouldn't be. That man was a bandit. A vulture in a man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as those poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage, and the driver and the horses, too. Nobody was spared in their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach.
Maybe that's so, but to gloat over another death like that... It doesn't seem right. You're twisted. You're sick.
If I am
So sick and twisted.
If I am twisted, that is only because this world... Magdalena began, but then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow, but soon it straightened out, as nothing of note had occurred. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is, that man got what he deserved, and so did his compatriots. I took great pains to ensure that.
Oh god.
I paid that brigand back twofold for what he did to you. Did you know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. They've so much pride. It's funny, really, that a cur like that would care so much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but he still had the pretensions of greatness or of grandeur. I soon stripped him of these lofty delusions, however. Humans are very alike in one regard, at least. You'll scream the same after your bones have been broken and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand, I'll grant you that, who deserved the hangman's noose. But
That's Henny.
for a court... Oh! Thank you.
It's okay.
That man was a brigand, I'll grant you that, who deserved the hangman's noose, but that's for a court of law to decide, not you. What you did is injustice, it's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. What gave you the right to kill him anyway?
I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wrong us, but I have no patience for such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have left me suffer so if he truly existed. Sometimes I do wonder.
So you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes?
Oh, I've done far, far worse than that in my time. The morals of you good, sententious churchgoers do not apply to me. I'm not of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I have been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I doubt that you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. We are much too different.
A drinker of blood, but that would make you...
A vampire?
It was Meike who offered forth this label, after Henny's voice faltered. Micah was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read before of such shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady von Essen had thought that Micah, as a well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all. It will only excite your mind, dear. But should she instead busy herself with embroidery? Micah, however, had preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles, and she found herself returning to stories time and time again, whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. I need a little bit of water. 1 second.
Dude, stop fucking burping. God, bro.
Whoa, this is quite an intensive stream for my voice.
True.
1 second, my headphones are tangled.
Are you good?
Mm-hmm. Micah had read all manner of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories full of mystery and intrigue and yes, even murder.
Aria keeps it chill subscribed.
Thank you for the subscription, Aria keeps it chill. Micah knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and supped upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Micah thought in an oddly detached manner, that did make sense. She had sensed that there was something strange about Magdalena when their eyes had first met. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense, at least it would have, had Micah been a heroine in one of her novels. But life, Micah reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Micah might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were skeins of fiction. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fantasy. But Magdalena, undoubtedly real and unsettling though she was, Micah did not take her for a liar. Yes, that is correct. I'm a vampire, and this castle is my territory. It and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I've no quibbles with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See, things happen, I don't really have context. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half, too nice for my own good, cause. You've been awfully surly with me, the both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anyone who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. Let's just snap both of your necks and be done with it, but... Magdalena's red eyes found Micah's, then she held them. Her smile, with which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. I can tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, that you're from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearing, yes, even the way you look at me. It all suggests you are in fact a lady. Would I be so correct in that assessment?
Why do you ask?
It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of the renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it's not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I've lived out of sight of the public eye for nigh on a century, and I've no desire to invite half of Augsburg's constabulary into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena pulled a face, as a small child might when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this dowdy common girl your maid, I take it. Magdalena looked at Henny now, her lips curled into a mean smile.
What do you say to that? It's not a bad trade, is it? Her life for yours?
Oh no.
Precious few people who found themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be the one, and goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 or 300.
No way.
Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended in the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Stuck for words, Micah could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping the cell, but Micah could take no real pleasure in it. Not when it come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend who had been by her side since early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Micah would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already. It seemed unconscionable that she could leave her now. Micah turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip, when... This is made kind of bad. I can't lie, this is made kind of bad.
Dude.
Well, if my life's all you're after... Henny reached out, taking Micah's hands between her own, then said,
Oh my god.
What else is there to think about? It sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, Micah?
What?
Micah stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending.
Surely you don't mean that. You're not all right with this, are you, Henny?
Well, it'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I've got to do to save your life, Micah, I'll do it. I do love you, after all.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm not going to let you get hurt. Henny tried to sound brave, but Micah could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leaders as they echoed through the halls. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Micah could not allow Henny to suffer for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Micah knew Henny only wished the best for her, but...
No.
Micah spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast.
I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me.
What? No, you can't mean that, Micah. Surely you jest.
No, I'm not. You know I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being serious. You've always looked out for me ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside?
But of course I remember. You dragged me in after you despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as expected, too.
Didn't it just...
Faintly, Micah smiled, dire though her situation was, happy to share this memory with Henny. For all she knew, it might as well have been her very last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Micah knew not what the future held, but... Lady von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I'd never seen anything like it.
Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils.
I recall that she struck you, and then, when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too.
Oh, no way.
She struck me so hard my ears still ring from it sometimes.
God, yes. Poor Hen. I felt awful about it all the time. Really, I did. I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you've done nothing wrong. You've been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I'd listened to you, we could have avoided the furor. How do you pronounce that? Furor? Furor? I think it's furor, yeah?
I don't fucking know.
Altogether. But I was too reckless. I ignored your wishes. But when you tried to protect me... But no, wait, I ignored your wishes. But you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense just like a knight. And you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. I've dragged you into all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness.
But Micah, I like it when you rely on me. Please, feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here. Jesus Christ, yo, that's crazy as fuck.
Why is there more romance? Why is there more fucking chemistry?
Feel free to take advantage of me. That's crazy, Henny. Bro, have some self-esteem. My God.
Henny, stand up, bro.
That's what I'm here for.
No, I can't. This isn't right. It's long past time that I repaid you.
Santa says she's just like me. By offering yourself as a sacrifice in my stead? That isn't what I want. Micah, please. Oh, sorry. That's my alarm to remind me to eat. Chat, remind me to eat after the stream, please. But offering yourself as a sacrifice in my stead? That isn't what I want, Micah, please. Henny stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entreating.
Look at her face, bro.
I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman.
And you are at the pinnacle of rationality. Are you considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Don't tell me you've accepted all this.
Of course I've accepted it. I'm terrified. Oh, wait. Read that wrong. Of course I've not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That's my job.
No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough.
What farce?
You know what I mean. How do you... Magdalena. Magdalena.
Yes? Have you quite finished your little quarrel? I must confess, I was beginning to feel rather left out.
She's fucking cruel. My apologies. I will endeavor... Endeavor? Is it endeavor?
Endeavor.
Endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess.
Micah dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Micah knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Micah was to save Henny, she would be obliged to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Micah's means, even though she was a lady. She was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did...
I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would, indeed, be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I'm not a lady, you see, but my companion is.
Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Then you mean to say you are the maid and this lumpen Henny here is the mistress?
No way!
Body shaming. Okay, listen, can we rewind just a little bit? Because I feel a little bit weird about the fact that we keep emphasizing how skinny and beautiful these ones are, and this one's just referred to as like fat and dowdy. Like, she's fine as fuck. What are we talking about?
Fuck is lumpin'? Lumpin'.
It's just basically
crazy.
her calling her fat.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Calm down with all that.
That is correct, yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one, but that was a part of the Lord and Lady von Essen's ruse.
1 second.
Oh, fuck. While traveling, they often have me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique, dresses as a maid. It is a means of, how do you fucking say that? Subterfuge?
I think it's subterfuge.
Subterfuge?
Yeah.
It is a means of subterfuge, so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I'm the one who would be in harm's way, rather than my mistress. She's kind of smart, yo.
Hey.
Only a true desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady.
What? Micah, that's... Henny began, but Micah cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, and she found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address.
Lady Henrique is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he is a very important man. If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he'll be certain to send out a search party for her. You wouldn't want that, would you?
Pause. I just thought about something too. Historically, weren't like the noblewomen more plump anyway? Because that was like a sign of wealth that you could afford to eat well.
Yeah.
Like Rubenesque. Yeah. I don't know what exact time period it was where that stopped being a thing, but I might have my history off a little bit. But anyway. Magdalena pondered Micah's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Micah stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. Micah knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she needed to convince a whole jury. She only needed to convince Magdalena. As an age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until... Oh, very well. If that is how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrique. Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy. If that is indeed your real name. I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself?
You just call her fucking lumpin', bro.
Can't decide, bro. You fake as fuck. Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be forbidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal?
Yes. I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrique's safety.
Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It's quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now come along, Lady Henrique. It was lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status.
Girl.
What? Micah, no! Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight around her wrist. Micah, please stop this! Tell her the truth!
I'm sorry, but...
Abashed, Micah dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from her cell. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much.
This is how it has to be.
Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you scuppered it up. I don't understand you at all, Micah. Why would you tell such tissues of lies for little old me? Magdalena, please! Henny stared at Magdalena, all while trying and failing to dig her heels into the stone floor of her cell. Surely you can believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, not with her fancy proper way of talking. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrique. Your fiancé won't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife.
What?
Now come along, let us not argue. You will give me a headache. But, Micah, I can't leave her. Let me go! Henny cried anew, skirming now, but Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger, to such a degree that Henny screamed. Ow! Henny's cries echoed through the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit leaders during his final moments.
Oh my
Magdalena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly Micah feared she might snap it. Henny, who was short and dumpy, excuse me? I don't like this writer, bro.
What is with these words describing Henny, bro?
I just don't like the way we doing that. I just don't like the way we doing that. Could put up little in way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Micah would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell, all alone. This was what Micah had wanted. When she had spun her frankly untenable story, so why, then, did she feel so guilty? Let go of me! Let go, I say, Micah, please! Henny continued to protest, but Magdalena remained insensible to her cries.
Oh god.
The door of the cell was closed once more with a metallic clang, and Micah was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone.
Yeah.
Poor Samaria, man she doesn't love, Micah despairs in her future. When she and her family fell of foul bandits deep in the woods. Fall of foul bandits. Something like that. With the help of her maid, Henny, Micah is able to escape. Micah. Henny.
Okay. Micah.
We're all of a sudden getting these graphics. I'm a little bit confused. Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire, Magdalena.
Is that her nipple poking out?
Don't say it, we're on YouTube!
Oh, sorry.
Magdalena.
What did I say?
Just don't talk about nipples. Johan, Heide Marie. Micah fears her captor, and yet...
She's really pretty.
This is
Look at
very
that.
pretty. Wow.
Okay, I guess this is like part 1.
She
Oh,
feels
look at that!
safer with Magdalena than she ever did her fiance.
The Yuri.
Is this like spoiling it for
Yuri.
us? Why is it showing us everything?
Yuri.
Is it just like, I mean, are you seeing the kids?
We're
Shouldn't that have been a
already
surprise?
Why?
Why's everything being
Oh my God.
spoiled? Why's everything being spoiled?
Why?
What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god, that's crazy, bro.
The time passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Micah sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly she hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now these cards were strewn upon the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal-black clubs. Micah caught the eye of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into an unsettling smile, and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt almost as if the card was mocking her. Micah reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think, either, about what Henny was doing or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet... Though Micah tried to keep her thoughts placid, like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp tooth-like eels, writhed... Have I ever said that word out loud? Writhe. I think it's writhe. Writhed just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Micah quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandits' leader, but she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Micah could only hope if Magdalena did not mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night. No, enough for one lifetime. Micah, despite her heroism, did not want to die, though the thought terrified her. Cece, what are you doing? Oh, I see. That actually reminds me, Cece, thanks for that. That reminds me that I should do this. Thank you, Cece.
Dude.
Micah, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat, perhaps, poison, drowning, strangulation. Her skin, which was now icy cold, rippled with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. She wanted to live. Micah had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not, as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore. And she had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, Micah had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, pliant. She was not supposed to think for herself, let alone stand up for herself. It was inappropriate conduct for a lady. Micah had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents and her parents' esteemed visitors, and later her parents' chosen fiancé. But it had felt not like living. The only times Micah felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Micah was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How, then, was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which kept Micah going through her dreary days kept indoors. She had preserved, not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now, Micah feared she would never be able to reach that future. Man, isn't she like 20? It just said she's 25.
Yeah, she said it was 25.
Y'all not even fucking listening, bro. Hold up, let me close my door right quick.
Hello.
It was somebody in YouTube chat. Somebody in YouTube chat said, isn't she like 20?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, it just said she's 26. Now, Micah feared
like
she would never
young.
be able to reach that future.
Yeah.
Her life was to be curtailed before it could truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her. Exotic settings for stories and nothing more. She had been born trapped, and now she would die. The only difference was it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. Had her 20 years thus far been a story, Micah thought bitterly, it would have been a hopelessly dull one full of waiting, but precious little doing. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states, really, when all was said and done? That's you.
There's no point in crying about it.
Micah muttered this under her breath in the dark for her own peace of mind.
There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live even if Magdalena did set me free. I would have to return to her Garhard.
Oops, sorry.
Wait. And we would be wed. And we would wed. Then I would spend the rest of my days trapped in this house. I would go from being a, what is that word?
Cloistered?
Cloistered? I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a closeted wife. Closeted wife, sorry.
Well, I think that might be true too.
Is that any better? Really?
In Micah's eyes, it would have been nothing more but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little Johns for his housebound, bored wife... Wait, what the fuck? Was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Micah had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Micah was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal. The once more Magdalena entered Micah's cell. Though Magdalena had left an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fare you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait.
Oh, never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free?
Goodness me, your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you would be inquiring as to your own fate, but no, you only seem to care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor to allay your worries. I did, indeed, set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me?
You've done little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I. But oh, I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be alright on her own.
That remains to be seen. I might have set her free, but there's no guarantee she will be able to find her way through Augsburg. Not in the dark, with all this fog. These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost or at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is teeming with wolves. Did you know that?
Wolves?
Oh yes, this forest is just as much their territory as it is mine. They often come out at night to hunt. 1 second. Bandits aren't the only thing fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful and luck is on her side, she should emerge from this trial unscathed. Let us hope for that. Let's hope that she'll be all right, shall we? Micah said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knee. Her mind turned not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in ephemeral fog. Micah saw Henny backed against the copse of trees, their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in spades, if her performance in Joker was anything to believe. She'd always been better in cards than Micah. Now, enough about Lady Henrique. She is no longer my captive, and as such is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you.
To me?
Yes, indeed. I have designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay.
Designs? Then, you mean...
Micah pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare.
Do you wish to drain me of my blood?
Do you want me to drain you of your blood? Magdalena tittered. How very eager you are.
It's not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you mean to kill me, that you would do it so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting.
Oh, yes, that look in your eyes is delectable. It may be even more so than your blood. You're so very defiant, but what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking. My poor little Micah.
That's because of the cold.
And not because of your fright.
I was able to protect my dear friend. I've nothing to be afraid now.
Then you care nothing for your own life.
I've never been afforded a life. You may take it as you wish. You wouldn't be the only one.
Ah, yes, that is fate, or so I've heard, of being a servant. You poor, poor dear. Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment Micah wondered whether or not she could see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair face. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded. Well, whoa, what was that voice?
That was good, what do you mean?
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is.
Oh,
I will
shit.
drain your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do it now. The bandits I've encountered earlier were more of a satisfactory meal. I'm so glutted I do not think I could drink another drop of blood.
Then, you mean to draw this farce out longer? Still?
I'll draw it out for as long as I wish until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. I'm sure that your blood would taste sweeter than a bandit's, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. Though it was Micah's death that Magdalena spoke of, there seemed something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. Micah, who was unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed she would feel a prickling sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell, and then you'll be of no use to anybody. If I am to enjoy you properly, I would prefer to do so while your body is still warm.
What?
Micah looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending.
Are you really letting me go?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are made wholly appropriate for a long-term stay, especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. You will be in my abode for several days, yet, I fear, until I have further need of you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort.
How unexpected. I didn't know you were so gracious.
I can be. I have hidden depths, much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so I hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale, my poor dear. You and I could almost be sisters.
No way, dude.
White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens, not even the fairest in all the land. Now please, follow me.
I doubt you have any real wish to stay here, languishing, unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself.
No.
Micah bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell, and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins might really freeze. Micah had already given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog, racked with shivers.
If that's what you want of me, then I have no reason to refuse.
How very biddable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders.
Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said.
Yes, you did. That would explain your servility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse, so that I would be bidden to carry you.
Oh,
But
shit.
this is fine too. It spares me the effort. Shall we?
Please, lead the way.
Alright, YouTube chat, calm down a little bit.
What's going on? What's going on?
They're just freaking about various things.
Micah dropped Magdalena a curtsy this time, taking her dirtied skirts between her fingers, the pads of which had turned pink from the cold. Magdalena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. Then turned upon her heel, after bidding Micah to follow. Naturally, Micah obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Magdalena led Micah down a twisting hallway full of packed cells, identical to the one Micah and Henny had been imprisoned with. Micah tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her, and she found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared through the darkness, that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or even dead bodies. But it was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Micah could scarcely see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Micah supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Micah to the foot of a staircase, which led up from her subterranean cells. Careful. Magdalena cautioned Micah before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery, too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Micah been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her so. A broken neck didn't seem so cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's designs upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than leaving her blood drained. Oh, you're getting ads? Okay, we'll pause.
What do you think so far, Venom?
Well, at least we're starting to pick up.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, why couldn't they wait until morning to release Henny so that at least she wouldn't have to deal with the wolves?
Right, like, why is this all happening all in one night? Like, what is even the hour at this point?
Right. Wouldn't it be, like, morning already? Since I would imagine the carriage being attacked would be, like, late at night, maybe, like, 8 o'clock?
Yeah, it seems like it should be morning, but I guess not.
Yeah.
Are ads done for you guys on Twitch? Let me know when ads are done on Twitch. Let me know. Are ads done? I should add like some sort of redeem so you guys can tell me when there's ads. Okay, you're back, but I don't know if Monty is. I ain't had any. Well, you're subscribed, Zenta. Oh, I thought you got ads money. Okay.
At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Micah felt little in the way of humor, however, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. She could recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth felt hewn into a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed.
It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill of the basement faded as Mike cleared the steps of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had clearly fallen to rot and ruin, its heyday long past. The air in the ground floor smelt almost as rank as that in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Micah could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The dust irritated her eyes and her nose and laid heavily, unpleasantly upon her tongue. Micah swallowed, hoping to void her mouth of the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say, "Bless you."
Thank you.
Micah replied, abashed, and then,
I thought you did not care for God or his teachings.
"I don't, but I presume you do. I thought you might appreciate it."
I see. How very thoughtful of you.
"I know. For a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive." Mute with fatigue, Micah continued to follow Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Magdalena seized a brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments, as though unwilling to move, but soon it shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room, with a ceiling so cavernous Micah had to crane her neck to see it. A large, ornate staircase was set in the center of a room, which rose to the floor above it, the banisters made of wrought iron. This, Micah supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Damn, why does my VTuber keep falling asleep, bro? It's like not seeing my face for some reason.
Sleepy.
Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle, was larger even than Micah's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within this scene of spoilt luxury, Micah felt smaller than ever before, a tiny doll rather than a grown woman, rattling about in a playhouse. The entrance hall must have been a fine one, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Micah's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut, and Micah doubted it had ever been played, if it still could be played, in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high ceiling, but when Micah craned her neck upwards, she could see, even in the dark, that it was festooned with spider webs. The house might have been grand once, but it was not so now. It seemed to wonder, really, that it still stood, when clearly it was uncared for.
Your servants don't seem to be working very hard.
Micah spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air.
Perhaps you ought to see hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit.
Micah brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase, then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust.
Thus.
Oh. Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Micah and smiled. Are you judging... Are you judging my home, Micah?
I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homey. That's all. If it were less
of a pile?
Less of a pile?
That's my line. Less of a pile. Well, I guess Magdalena laughed, so that was good cue. You're quite right, of course, to judge. Please, judge away to your heart's content. I've never been a fan of this place myself. Its scale is too grandiose even for my liking. My great-grandfather, it was he who had this place built, had more money than sense and absolutely no taste to back it up.
A house has no need to be this large. But there was enough land for it, and money too. And when a man has land and money and means, he often will think, well, why not? Practicality matters little in decisions of great men, and neither, to my unending woe, does aesthetic sense.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. My own father, my master, rather.
Mike's face flushed at this gaffe, the tips of her ears turning pink.
I have filled my own residence with pointless baubles. Is that how you pronounce it, baubles?
Probably, I don't know.
They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum. Once he was through with it, it hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something.
And then it seems we have something in common. I found this place dismal even when my family was alive. And we had a legion of maids back then too, to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts, but they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now, my family is dead. And all our maids among with them.
Oh, she looked so sad.
I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, so my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean, and only one of me. It's quite the overwhelming challenge. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during the last half-century. I hope you can forgive my slovenliness.
Oh, no, it's fine. I understand.
You're too kind. Magdalena's red eyes softened. As they head back in the dungeon was something akin to sympathy. But before Micah could ponder this, her jailer turned. Oh, listen to me prattle on. It's the most inconsiderate of me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Micah followed behind Magdalena as a puppy might, almost grateful for her the promise of a room and of a bed. So this author really likes the puppy comparisons, I see. It was as Magdalena said, she really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would have been better than the stone floor upon which she had been lying. Micah yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips specked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh, that was a scream. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Oh, wait, is my mic picking up? Oh, why is it so quiet? Oh.
But half asleep though she was, Micah's senses weren't alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not so dissimilar to that of Micah had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream, or was it? Micah was unsure. This scream was fainter than one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Somebody other than herself? Was it another captive, kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny?
Magdalena. Why is my mic not... Magdalena.
Lena, please.
Lena, please. Lena.
That's me.
Oh, shit, sorry.
Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I would rather you use a nickname, as you did with your mistress. Micah wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow the use of nicknames, but she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did matter, really, how she addressed Magdalena, when she soon will be dead.
Lena, then, what was that noise I just heard?
What noise?
You didn't hear that?
Micah stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief.
It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear, it sounded just like a scream.
A scream? Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode, when I'm attending to a prisoner, that is. Micah shivered. But there is nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least.
Then, it's not the imprisoned bandit?
Certainly not. He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see.
Oh.
Micah pressed a hand to her own throat, as if to check its integrity, and as she did so, she choked. The air was so thick with dust, it was hard to breathe. Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, if that is what you are wondering. I am a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. She's quite, well, she's not necessarily all right, but she is away from me, and there is the possibility that she might live to see another dawn.
Then, who screamed? What was that sound?
It must have been your imagination. You've overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation.
Gaslighting, Queen. It didn't feel like a dream, though.
No. Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not quite seem in keeping with her aristocratic bearing. I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is very draughty in here.
Is that all?
That's all it could have been, unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak. Magdalena's red eyes bore into Micah's so intense, Micah feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Micah glanced away.
No, I wasn't suggesting that.
Good. I know it's expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't even swooned once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable. You might swoon, though, from a lack of sleep, if we continue to tarry. Let us be off, or shall we never make it to our destination? Micah nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew. She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. That cry she heard, though briefly, had not sounded like a breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Micah was certain that sound had belonged to a person, but why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Here we are.
Ooh.
Home, sweet home. So? Magdalena looked at Micah, an amused smile playing about her lips. What do you think? Micah examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of the bed. Micah could see, despite the darkness, that it was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home. However, and even if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were holy with age and with insects, as the carpet upon the floor. It was a sad room, which had been ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those in which Micah had awoken. At least this room had a bed, a four-poster one, no less, like the one at Micah's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Micah could rest her weary limbs. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Micah possessed nothing to store in it, save for the tattered clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing,
washing and a chamber pot for more delicate business underneath. This pot was thankfully far cleaner than the one Meike had found in the dungeon, so white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window, which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains. Meike could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late, after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't quite warm either. The wind crept through fine cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the lit 2 candles, to toy, too, with Meike's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered. "Do you not have a tongue in your head?" Magdalena needled Meike, who had yet to speak. "Don't tell me you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. I only want your blood, not your body."
Are you sure? I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon?
Mai said, "Are we also going to expect the small dust in the air and the grain of the wood too? My fucking god." Guys, they're trying to build ambiance. Meike blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending.
What designs are you speaking of?
You cannot tell?
I'm sure I have no idea.
None whatsoever.
None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs.
Goodness me. Magdalena rolled her red eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as this?
Oh. My mother did not, no. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess job. Although, I don't think that I would have cared to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like a grave. It probably does.
How do people actually say that? You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am, trying to be a good hostess and throw you my kindness back, and you throw my kindness back in my face.
I know you don't like your home much either. You told me. She's clocking her.
Touché. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them, and it's difficult to keep abreast of them all. I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all the dust and general disuse.
Oh, I've more to take issue with than that.
Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me.
Maybe I do. But not right now. I'm too tired.
Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered, provided you are able to rest, that is.
That would be nice. But
Meike let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, her expression pensive.
what did you mean earlier when you said you have no designs in my innocence?
Dear me, I thought you were joking, but I can see you're in no fit state for it.
I don't tell jokes. I've little to laugh about.
And you have seen even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Magdalena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions. Of that you can be assured. Micah thought of her governess's explanation of sex and of Walter's expectations come their wedding night and flushed. If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch in their tight, constricting gloves.
I don't understand. I know men and women do. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how do two women set about something similar? It's not possible.
You think so?
I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two
Thanks for
women
the sub,
cannot
you little
do that.
subby bitch.
Is that a
Zenta has
soundboard?
subbed for 3 months.
That's an alert that somebody subscribed. Thanks, Zenta,
Oh
for
my God.
continuing your subscription. I appreciate it.
There would be no sense to it. Are they getting straight to the point? Oh my god.
And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense. That is quite narrow-minded of you. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others, well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent, it hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought to know nothing of such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant.
What?
Micah had not understood the full implication of what Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough what she meant by this.
Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I
Am Lady Henrique's faithful servant? Yes, you did say this.
And that's true. She is the lady, not I.
You did labor that point quite intensely, yes, back in this house. You were so fervent about it, you almost had me fooled. At least you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress.
What?
Oh, don't wet me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I would fail to notice all your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madame, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily, dirty though it is, and your bearing is definitely regal. You could never hope to pass as a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not that stupid.
Then
Micah sank down on the bed, which creaked beneath her, as if in warning. Her palms were pressed to the mattress to support their weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum.
you knew. You knew I was lying from the very beginning.
Indeed, I did, and it was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Micah. You're much too sweet for it.
But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go?
Oh. That's you.
Oh, that's my line. Her Garhard wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared, but he will surely come looking for me. Oh, that's my... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to say it like that.
Herr Gerhardt. Is that the name of your fiancé?
Yes, it is.
And you don't refer to him by his Christian name?
That is...
Dear me, you mustn't be very close to the man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him?
I hadn't any choice. My parents...
Ah, yes. It was silly of me to ask. That is always how it goes, isn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you?
I think he might.
Micah swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue.
He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me, too.
Dang, she just an investment.
Investment. I'm in von Essen, after all. There would be a lot of prestige in wedding me.
So,
Girl.
that is how he regards you. As a profitable purchase.
I cannot say. After all, I
Hardly know him and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up?
It is. Not entirely inaccurate, no.
What a woeful state of affairs this is. It sounds like you would be wretched whether you are in my home or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Herr Gerhardt's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here. Micah did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he would be able to best me.
But you said you wished to avoid all that.
Did I really?
Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go.
Oh, yes, good memory. It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away at all your faculties. Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that didn't concern you. But this isn't about... Oh!
But this is about me. Surely it must concern me.
Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. If you truly want to know why I went along with your chicanery, then... Well, let's just say that I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain. That's all.
And you are prepared to put yourself in danger for that?
I won't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabouts, at least. Now you really must get some sleep. It will be better for you than asking all these silly questions.
But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in?
I considered as much and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit, more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books on the shelves, too, which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. You could find no better amenities in any inn. I do hope you'll have a pleasant night, and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sardonically, then dropped Micah another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I wouldn't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as you needs her sleep. Laughing to herself. I'm like half fake laughing and half real laughing at my own laugh. Magdalena straightened and then turned. She departed, her long cloak trilling against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Micah waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, then rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked.
Of course it is. What did I expect?
Defeated, Micah returned to the bed. Weary from all that happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Micah stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered,
What am I going to do now?
Micah's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. What the hell? Man, why they make them hard, bro? Micah tossed and turned uneasily in the night in a bed which smelled of disuse and decay. The bed was more comfortable than the cell where she had been held. I gotta move past this screen. I gotta move past the screen. Okay, yes, the room sucks. Act 2. All right, we're gonna end it there, chat.
All right, where did we leave off? Where did we left off?
She in the house. She has a bedroom, and Henny was released.
Oh yeah.
Faster, Micah, faster.
No, we're already done with this.
Faster, Micah, faster. You have to keep moving or else. Oh god, they're gaining on us.
I know, we're already done with this.
Wait, is this the beginning? Is this the beginning?
Yes.
Oh, I have to load from a save, huh?
Yeah,
Act 2 through the...
Did you not save?
I did save, I did save.
Thank God.
Well, Micah began to drift off into an uneasy slumber. Henny... Oh wait, you're the narrator.
Yes. While Micah began to drift off into an uneasy slumber, Henny was busy cutting her own way through the dense, sprawling forest. Wait. A second. Okay, here we go. Magdalena. Is that how you pronounce it? Magdalena? Magdalena?
Magdalena, maybe? I don't know, honestly.
Magdalena, right? Yeah, Magdalena. Magdalena had been as good as her word. She had indeed Henny free, a concussion that Henny hadn't expected from her. Like, monsters weren't known for their amenability, nor for their sincerity. Henny had believed, when Magdalena had dragged her bodily from that cold, hateful prison, that she would be put to death, torn apart, like the bandits in the forest had been. Henny's heart had hammered in her chest with each step through these subterranean cells, and inwardly she had cursed Magdalena's name.
Hold on, let me turn this down just a little bit. It started getting kind of loud. Maybe like here?
Yeah, this is Henny's POV.
Yeah, this is Henny's POV.
She had thought of demanding that vampire let her go, but common sense had told her any act of resistance would be in vain. Magdalena would not listen to her. Why would she? When Henny was but a human woman, and a short, dowdy one of unproposing features besides. Possessing, sorry.
That was I'm not gonna lie, that word was crazy. I don't even know what that means.
Unproposing? God. Henny had been prepared to die for Micah's sake, but she hadn't wanted to die needlessly while Micah suffered still.
Oh wait, quick check-in. So today I'm Micah, right? And today you're Magdalena?
Sure,
do you want to do that, or do you want to do that, or do you want to stay Micah today?
What do you want to do, dude?
I honestly don't have a preference either way. I'm good with either.
I'll do Magdalena.
You want to do Magdalena? Okay.
Yes. Fearhead doctor, sewn beneath her skin like 1,000 needles. 1,000 needles. Okay. Damn. But in the end, Magdalena had surprised Henny. She had, after all, led Henny through her large, dust-covered entrance hall and out to the front door.
By the way, let us know if the sound effects are too loud. Because it almost sounds a little bit loud to me, but I can't tell if it's also loud to you guys.
Oh, damn. Well? Magdalena had addressed Henny, thus, one eyebrow raised as she pushed the door ajar. Are you going to leave like your silly sentimental mistress while you two? Want it you too? Or would you prefer to stand here looking stupid?
What?
Do you want to do Henny?
You knew Micah is my mistress all this time?
Of course I did. Do you take me for a fool? I wasn't born yesterday. Deception isn't very hard to sniff out once you have been once one have been lived. One have been alive for as long as I, and your mistress' attempts at subterfuge were laughably poor.
Oh, I thought the same myself. Micah always loses when we play card games. She's awful at them, really, but goodness. If you already knew that Micah is my mistress and I'm the maid, why are you letting me go and not her?
Well, why not? I can do as I please. This is my home, and I am free to decide who I allow to stay here.
It is, yes, but...
Enough. It is not your place to question my decisions, human. You must remember to respect your elders and your betters. I have decided to let you go out of the goodness of my heart. I released you from your cell, and now I have even brought you to my front door. But still, you will not go. Do you like it here so very much? Please don't tell me you have a death wish. That would undermine all your poor mistress's ploys. If you truly loved her, you would not let her noble sacrifice go to waste now, would you?
You...
Henny had grit her teeth together as she regarded Magdalena, stung by her words. Magdalena was not so very tall, nor very imposing, but her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, as was the latent malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. Had Henny not seen what Magdalena was capable of in the woods, she would not have been known to fear her. Henny had seen what Magdalena could do, however, and it unsettled her. The bandits' screams and their severed limbs would not leave her, daubed against her eyelids just as their blood had been splashed, red and streaky, across the forest floor. Henny had known that she could not fight against Magdalena, and neither could she argue with her. It had been abundantly plain, much as the nose upon Henny's own face, that she would not let Micah go. She had already made up her mind.
All right then. I'll leave if that's what you're after. I won't forget you though, Magdalena. I won't forget what you've done to me or to Micah, and I won't forget that you're still holding her captive. I'll come back. I swear it on my mom's life, and I won't leave without Micah.
Really now? That is quite the declaration. I suppose I shall look forward to seeing you again then, Lady Henrique. It gets so lonely here, living in this desolate old pile, and I do love entertaining guests. I'll be sure to save you a place at my tea table. Tea table? Ensuring that you are able to make it out of the forest in one piece, of course. It is awfully dark out there, and look at all the fog. I don't much fancy your chances, but what do I know? You might be more durable than you look. Henny had not dignified this teasing retort with an answer. Instead, she had turned, trying to assume as much dignity as she could, which, given her life spent serving the von Essen family, was more than one might have assumed, and marched off with her head held high. If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, it had not been too apparent. Damn, she really let her go in the dark. Now free from Magdalena's clutches, Henny continued to pick her way through the woods. Henny thought of Magdalena and of Micah, and how her poor mistress must have been faring as she trudged onwards. Her thoughts strayed to, on occasion, to her own safety, and whether she really would be able to emerge from the woods unscathed. But whenever she began to doubt herself, she bit the inside of her cheek in self-rebuke. It was not, Henny told herself, a case of if she would be able to escape from the woods, but when. Henny knew if she succumbed either to wild animals or the icy air, Micah's fate would be sealed. Ooh. Micah was relying upon her, which meant she had to keep going. There was nothing else for it but to keep putting one foot the other, no matter how many times it took. Oh my god.
This is a
Henny
cool
continued
scene.
to walk. Her dark eyes focused on the uneven path ahead. It was dark in the forest, and the moon did little to light her way. The trees were dense, the foliage vast, and only a few silvers of milky light could penetrate their bower. The wind blew cold and sharp, further teasing Henny's dark hair to disarray. Her dress, which was stained and dirtied from the night's exertions, flustered about her legs. Back then, Henny had thought of only escaping from the bandits. She had squeezed Micah's hand tightly in her own and had pulled her along as a child might a beloved toy, careless of which direction they had been fleeing. Henny hadn't known where they were going. She hadn't much care either. She had only wanted to save herself, and her mistress too. Now, Henny walked at a more regular pace. Her limbs were too weary to run. By God, her legs felt like lead, and she felt the need to preserve her strength. The hours passed by in a blur, unbeknownst to Henny, who had no timepiece as she walked. She did not know where Augsburg was, or if she was even moving in the right direction. She could have been doubling back upon herself for all she knew. It did not seem to matter very much. Henny was no stranger to physical labor, but she had been walking for such a long time. Her soles were beginning to blister. Each step induced a new, exquisite agonies within her, which made her gasp. Her bones seemed to scrape together, and a cranker on her ankle burst, filling her soul with pus. Ew!
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
All the while, the cool wind tugged at her hair, nipped at her cheeks, whipped her skirts about her thighs. Damn, she's going through it.
Yeah.
Henny heard, or thought she could hear, a faint howling in the distance, like that of stalking wolves. Oh. She gonna die? Agitation seized her, an agitation so great she could not quell it even by biting the inside of her cheek. Her mouth filled with blood, her tongue tingling with its coppery tang as she hurried on. Oh my god, stop biting so hard, girl.
Or Henny.
Yeah. She moved between the trees, fitfully aware of the howling, which no longer sounded as distant as once it had. Oh. It was growing louder and louder, rattling about inside her skull like a stone, until... Oh? Henny exclaimed, surprised as she burst through a corpse of thickly packed trees and out onto a mud path.
I'm so, I read the words like this and I'm just so curious, like,
A corpse. Oh,
People
it wasn't
used
corpse.
to.
I was like, oh,
Well, it was copes, but it's just like I don't ever see words like this used, and I'm so
Coast.
curious what
Oh my God.
what this person's other
Coast.
writing is like. Like they use such like complex
too literate.
too extremely literate, like very complex, very
Codes. I
rare
read it at
words that you
corpse,
don't really
dude.
hear used. So interesting.
Okay. She had emerged at long last onto a road. Oh, one of many which twined
finally.
through the tall trees of the forest. There, not so far away, she could see the source of the noise which she had heard. It was not a pack of hungry wolves after all, but a carriage drawn by two thin, hungry-looking horses. Oh my gosh, she's not gonna die. Hardly able to believe her luck, Henny dashed to the carriage and then cried out breathlessly to the coachman seated upon it.
Yes, Fonduzi, Yuri time. Wait. Oh,
Your turn.
please wait. Will you not stop for me? I'm in dire need of help. I need to go to Augsburg immediately before it's too late. It's very, very important. I swear, good sirs. My poor mistress's life is in danger, and I'm the only one who can save her. If you don't help me, I fear she might die.
Oh.
The fucking effect.
Micah felt disoriented when she awoke the following day. Oh my god, in an unfamiliar bed which smelt of something spoiled.
Musty
Did you
ass
pee yourself?
bed. Oh, of course you went for that joke. Somebody in chat said 2 himbos ragging on a visual novel for having too many big words. But like,
God.
it's not even ragging. It's just like I don't see writing like this anymore. Like it feels like I'm reading, because it's interesting because this is obviously a modern, like somebody wrote this in modern day, but it's written like I'm reading an Edward Allan Poe. Is that what his name? Edgar Allan Poe? Edgar Allan Poe book. But this is like somebody who likely was born in the 90s or 2000s writing this. It's so like I it just makes me wonder, like, why and how do they write like that?
It took Micah a few months to become fully cognizant of her surroundings. Oh, a few moments. Oh my god, cognizant of her surroundings. Okay. She's up. The princess is awake. She had slept little the night prior and her head ached, her eyes pulsing in the sockets like molten steel. What does that even mean?
That's a good question. I didn't analyze that sentence at all. Oh, and it went back for some reason. She had slept little the night prior, her eyes pulsing in their sockets like molten steel. How does molten steel... What?
All right.
Pulsing in their sockets like molten steel. I don't understand that metaphor. Do you guys understand that metaphor?
Me too. Oh,
okay.
nice.
Hey, nightgown.
Crockily.
The room kind of looks nice in the daylight.
Yeah. It matches her, actually. Her hair.
Yeah.
I like the color theme. Groggily, Micah pressed the heel of her palm to her eyes and rubbed against them. Then she looked around in earnest, but soon found herself confused. The bedroom Micah found herself in was unlike any she had seen before, that she initially wondered whether she was still dreaming. Isn't that bad? She pinched the inside of her arm in the hopes that the room would shift like water, but it remained immutable. She must have been awake then. The pain made this irrefutable. Yeah? Irrefutable. Even if the chill which assailed her did not. What? Micah had faint recollections of running through the forest last night. Her parents had both been stabbed in their carriage, or so Henny had told her. What does that mean? Are they still alive then? But these memories remains a blur.
I think it just means that because she hit her head, she just straight up does not remember that.
Yeah, she's just going with what Henny said. Micah could not recall her parents' final moments, but she could remember awaking in the dungeons of an unfamiliar abode, governed by an unfamiliar woman.
Henny's so cute. Henny's such a cutie.
Yeah. Yeah.
This woman, who had introduced herself as Magdalena, had claimed to be a vampire, and now Micah was her prisoner.
You randomly got an accent.
Sorry. Oh my god. Dude, I've been listening to audiobooks, and most of them the narrators are British, and oh my god.
Hey, if you want to practice your British accent, go for it.
No, I don't want to practice it. It just comes out, dude. I just absorb what I hear.
Oh my god, someone in chat said,
Micah-
Henny, my mistress is in mortal danger. Micah, who is now getting her back blown out by a hot vampire. Oh no, help, save me. She's not getting her back blown out yet. She just woke up. You skipping a few steps. She's not got her back blown out yet.
She's ready though. She looks like she's ready though. Look at her. What is she wearing, bro?
Also, the artist keeps making her nipples hard.
Damn.
Did you read this one already?
The bedroom. Micah.
Oh, okay.
No. The bedroom Micah found herself in seemed even more miserable in the daylight than it had last night.
Wow.
Obscured by a veil of darkness. Damn.
Cece. Hi, Cece. Cece Snuggle. Cece, do you want to read some of the story?
Cece wants to join the Yuri too. Yeah. Cece wants the sauce.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Meow. Meow.
All right, let me put you
Meow.
back down.
Oh my god, she's so fucking cute.
Ooh, the Micah or the
What the
cat?
fuck? No, you're a cat.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Oh my
She's a
god.
sweetheart. She's biting me now. She's feeling feisty. She play bites me a lot. But yeah, that was her input on the story. She read this line for us actually, so we can move on from it.
So real. So true, yes. The furniture, though luxurious, was scuffed, the carpet threadbare, the basin upon the bedside table covered in hairline cracks. Dust covered every conceivable, surface, and spiders had made their homes in the corners of the room. The gossamer webs outstretched like grasping fingers. Is that how you say it? What is that even? Gossamer? Gossamer?
I have no idea. I wish you know, it's so funny because I know for some of these words I help you out, but like a lot of these words are beyond my English too. Like I don't fucking gossamer.
Oh my god, dude.
Gossamer? Gossamer.
Gossamer. The air was still so stagnant. Micah felt compelled to open one of the windows, but her attempts were in vain. Damn. You breathing that nasty air. The windows were locked, and she could find no keys to aid her.
Probably all black mold and asbestos she breathing in.
Perturbed?
Yeah, I think it's perturbed.
Micah slumped down at the desk by the window, then stared through the stained, smeary glass.
Ooh.
Glass. What is it smeared with? Cum?
What?
Magdalena's
Why would you
garden-
say that?
Oh, sorry. I can't. Okay. Oopsies. I won't say it again.
Why would that be the first thing to pop into your head of what it could be smeared?
Because, it was freaking white. It was this milky color. What else could it be?
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Like dust? Like just general filth?
Whatever, man.
Ew.
Magdalena's gardens sprawled out before her in a dense, twisted tangle. Perhaps there had been flower beds in this garden once, neatly planted, and an apple orchid, and any number of other arboreal delights, but age had spoiled it all. Micah was no gardener, but she could deduce at a glance that Magdalena's garden had been unloved for years.
Man, she just let her whole house go to shit.
Beyond the walls of Magdalena's garden was the forest, at all tall, imposing, not so dissimilar, yeah, from the proud oak which guarded the von Essen family mausoleum. The trees emerged from the fog, their bows. Yeah, is that bows? Bows. Bows?
Bows. I mean, hey, I really don't know. I really don't know.
Trees
Your
toward
guess
the
is as good as
sky.
mine.
Oh my god, I should pay more attention in English class, dude. Festooned in darkly verdant leaves.
Whole time your English gets better
What are
than
these?
mine. Because I don't. If your English class teaches you this, you'd have more advanced English than me at that point.
There were so many trees that Micah couldn't see very far beyond them. Perhaps there wasn't much to see at all out here other than nature. Nature. The rest of the world seemed very distant indeed. Micah herself might have been a figure from a fairy tale. A languishing maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch, unable to escape. Oh my god. The sun hung over the treetops, suspended, half hidden by clouds. Its rays were weak and did little to dispel the cold which pervaded inside Micah's bedroom. Looking out the window made Micah feel more trapped than lying in her bed had. At least, in her bed, she could imagine that somebody might come and rescue her.
Somebody might come, all right.
I'm already coming, okay?
Oh,
Seeing the dense trees which surrounded Magdalena's gardens made these hopes feel hopelessly naive. However, hope feels hopelessly naive. Okay?
made these hosts feel
However,
hopelessly naive. Okay, like, come on, y'all. Like we see that too, right? Like, you guys, like, come on, guys. This is not that easy to read
hopes are
sometimes.
hopeless. Hopes feel hopeless.
My hopes feel hopeless.
All right. Who would dare venture all the way into the woods in the hopes of finding her?
Me.
Hope is a running theme for those sentences. We said hope how many times?
At least 2, I think. I'm
3.
joking. Walter. Well, that was a joke. Walter might well send out a search party, but he would have no idea where to begin searching, and Micah wasn't certain if she much wanted Walter to find her either. What does that even mean?
You don't want that man to find her.
You don't want to go home?
Well, not with Walter.
Damn, who else if not Walter? All your family dead, girl.
Oh,
Damn.
Well, we didn't put it like that. I think maybe she just want to go home with Henny. I know that. Okay, so like, I don't think I'm fully over the way they really just like completely did Henny dirty and made her seem like she was like the ugly friend, because she's so cute, and I know that it's supposed to be like skinny beautiful woman with skinny other vampire woman, but I really like Mike and Henny as a ship. Like, they would be so cute together.
Yeah.
So she's gonna go. She wants to go home with Henny. She wants Henny to save the day and pick her up and pull her on a horse and save the day and blow her back out.
True.
That's my belief.
Which one do you think would be blowing who's back out? Do you think Micah or Henny?
Oh, Henny's the top. Henny's the top, 100%. Micah, like, really hearing her, like, she's incredibly bottom. Like, she's incredibly bottom. Because even they're like, just sitting here imagining someone could save me. That's super bottom, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like if she had more top energy, she'd be throwing that bowl around the room and like smashing shit and like, "Rah!" But she's just kind of like,
True.
I guess this is my fate. I hope somebody saves me. She's very
Girl, just smash the window.
she's very damsel in distress.
True. She looks very cute, very pretty. Why is she as pale as Magdalena though? Look at her skin, bro. She's as white as her dress.
I think there's some interesting beauty standards going on with the art concepts for this, because I think that's supposed to be part of what makes her so beautiful and stunning. She's skinny and pale like a vampire.
Wow.
She has blue eyes. I think that's the whole little shtick. Anyway.
Alright. Yeah. She would languish. Is that languish? Yeah, languish inside
Yes,
Magdalena's
I think.
home, wasting away like the flaking paint upon the walls. Until... Ooh, what's gonna happen?
Oh. Sorry. I don't do a great bottom voice.
You got this, bro.
Oh.
Wow. Do you hear that, guys? They don't do a bottom voice.
Yeah, even when I do a bottom voice, it's very
Jury.
masked. So it's like it's hard to do like a feminine
Really?
bottom voice. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, did you read
We
this?
should try the mask voice. No.
Oh.
Me, I'll read it now.
I thought you said
Like
all right, like all right, I read this, skip
dream.
now.
No, I'm saying like if you don't feel like it, you can just do your usual mask bottom voice.
I'll think about
this
it.
is a lot of dialogue.
It's a lot of
I meant
narration, yeah.
narrating, not dialogue.
It's
Yeah,
incredible
narration.
amounts of narration. I mean, I guess this
Dude.
really takes the concept of being a visual novel to heart. Like it very much is a novel. Micah's dreary thoughts were soon interrupted by the discontented rumblings of her stomach. Oh, so that's why she did that. She's like,
Discontent.
I'm
She's
hungry.
hungry. She hungry. All of a sudden, she recalled that she had not eaten very much the night prior, or drunk very much for that matter. Okay. Her throat was parched. It seemed almost heartless to experience such base desires after her parents' deaths, but Micah's body knew little of propriety, yeah?
I think it's propriety. Propriety? Propriety.
Propriety.
Yeah.
Propriety, yes. All it cared of was its own immediate discomfort. Of course, you're a rich girl. Fortunately, Micah did not have to search for long to find a means of alleviating her hunger pangs. Somebody, Magdalena presumably, had left her a tray on her bedside table, which bore a plate of scones, a teapot, and a saucer.
Scones and tea.
Hopefully she knows how to cook. Micah soon discovered that the teapot was still warm, a few indistinct ribbons of steam unspooling still from its spout.
Nice.
Magdalena must have entered her bedroom less than half an hour prior, which Micah had been asleep, to set her breakfast down. Oh, how thoughtful. The scones, meanwhile, seemed plain, but they would be nutritious enough.
She's like, these scones are plain, but they'll do. Hello? Hello? Zai, did you disconnect? I think, let's disconnect it. I'll do a little bit of narrating in the meantime. Hold on, actually, let me message Zai. Hey, your shit disconnect, I think. Micah was surprised that Magdalena kept any food at all in her home, given the curious nature of her diet. As a vampire, did she not sup upon only blood? Where had Magdalena procured these scones? Had she made them herself for Micah's sake? The thought of her vampiric host laboring in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up like that of a common drudge, was an amusing one. It was almost enough to make Micah smile. Wedged underneath the teapot was a note, which Micah extricated. She smoothed the note out, then examined it. The note was a perfunctory one, written in an elegant, swooping cursive. It said, quite simply, "Eat up and get your strength back. You'll need it." Nobody had signed the note, but Micah was sure it was from her mysterious hostess. Micah wondered whether the note had been intended as a friendly gesture or a threat. Perhaps a mixture of both. Micah was unsure how to feel about it, but she supposed it was nice that Magdalena had gone through the effort to take care of her. Tea and scones were better than bread and water.
Magdalena might not be so bad after all. For a bloodthirsty vampire, that was, who meant one day to murder her. Micah brought the rim of the teacup to her lips and sipped at the amber liquid within. She had half expected it to taste astringent, of sharp, tangy iron, and of blood. But she soon found it was quite inoffensive. Oh, she didn't find it offensive, it was inoffensive. Maybe it's a psalm? Oh wait, hold up, what's my Micah voice?
Who the hell is Assam?
Oh, Assam tea. It's like a kind of black tea. It's actually pretty good. Maybe it's a psalm?
Oh.
Micah took another sip of tea and then another. Though she meant to be cautious, what if the tea was laced with something? Her thirst soon got the better of her, and she drank the whole cup in half a minute. Setting the cup back down on the saucer, Micah then turned her attention upon the scones. She ate delicately, taking care not to drop any crumbs upon her lap or the floor, though why did it matter really when the carpet beneath her was so worn? A few crumbs would hardly spoil this bedroom more than time already had. In fact, they might serve to make the room more homey. But then again, perhaps not. Or maybe she'd find a new friend, a rat in the corner in the hole. Just thinking. Maybe she could have. Maybe she could drop all the crumbs, collect some rats, train them to be your battle army, send them off. You gotta think bigger, Micah. What's up, PJ? It would have been a tall order to breathe even a modicum of life into this room. Micah doubted even Dr. Frankenstein himself could have managed such a feat, despite the cadavers he had stitched together and raised from the dead. Micah was so cold, even with the tea on her tongue. She was starting to feel distinctly cadaverous herself. She finished her breakfast, then looked around her room once more, unsettled. Surely she could not stay there, motionless, waiting for Magdalena to stop by and slaughter her. There had to be something she could do to escape her predicament. Micah rose to her feet. Boyd, by sudden.
I think it's Boyd.
I don't think it's Boyd.
Yeah. I think it's Boyd.
I think it's Boyd.
Boyd.
Buoyed, is that what you're suggesting? Buoyed by sudden nervous energy and padded barefoot over to the door. She grasped the door handle and tried to turn it, but in vain. The door was locked, and it stubbornly refused to shift. Micah had expected as much and wasn't particularly surprised. Slipping out through the door would have been too easy. Next, Micah turned to the window, but her hopes of escaping via the window had already been dashed. Micah knew already the window was locked, and even if she had been able to open it, it was too high up for her to escape from. Micah stood by the desk and peered, eyes narrowed, through the dirty glass. Magdalena's garden seemed a very long way down, blanketed though it was by the fog. Micah didn't much fancy the thought of smashing the glass, and she fancied even less the thought of jumping to her almost inevitable doom. Even if she didn't break her spine, it seemed likely she would break an arm or a leg, or both. It did not seem like escape was an option, though she had, of course, known that already. Magdalena would not have been that careless. Micah sighed, defeated, and took a seat once more upon the bed, and groaned beneath her, as though in pain, sounding rather like it wanted to be put out of its misery. It said, "You got too much ass for me. Get off me, woman." Micah could hardly blame it, given how very old it must have been. She felt distinctly miserable herself, though there was one silver lining, she supposed, to her captivity.
Oh my god, dude, I hate my stupid fuck life.
What happened?
I fucking disconnected.
You disconnected again?
Yes!
If it keeps happening, we can just end it early. I mean, we already were planning on probably ending it earlier than yesterday. Because the first time we did this, I think we were in that shit for like 4 hours. I think the other stream was like 4 hours. Yeah, dude. It was definitely gaining on 4 hours. Like, we were reading for a while. At least Henny was alright.
What happened?
What do you mean?
What happened?
Oh, basically, she found out that she can't escape. But she said there's there's one upside to all of this. Henny's alright.
Did Magdalena tell her that?
No. She's just assuming, I guess. I guess she's just like, well, she got out, so she's probably fine. Micah hoped. Oh, see? Micah hoped she was alright, at least. If she was not, then... But Micah would not allow herself to finish this thought. Henny had to be alright. She simply had to. Otherwise, Micah's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Feeling the need now to distract herself, Micah rose, then shed the nightgown Magdalena had given her. She changed, not into her old dirty dress from the day prior, but into one of the new, clean gowns Magdalena had left for her in the chest of drawers. All neatly pressed frills, which smelt only faintly of mold. Now newly outfitted, Micah paced the room, wondering what she could do. Oh, okay, so now she's literally turning her into a goth baddie. She's like, all right, you're a little too normie for me, bitch. Put on some black.
Yeah.
Bitch, we need you in black.
Really nice. The design is...
Yeah, this is a gorgeous outfit. This is a gorgeous outfit design. While living with her parents, Micah's mother had often instructed her to work on her embroidery hoop. Lady von Essen had thought sewing a suitable pastime for a young woman. That, or playing the piano. Micah's mother had always thought music too passionate to be appropriate, however, and in any case, Micah had not been very good at piano. She'd never been very good at embroidery either. What did you say?
What are you good at then? Nothing?
She's good at... What are her skills? She's bad at lying. She's bad at cards. She's bad at piano. She's bad at embroidery. Have we found any talents of hers yet? Like, is she good at... Like, have we found out anything she's good at yet?
Just the girl.
She's literally just the girl. Oh my god. We've only found out everything she's bad at. We haven't, like, they haven't told us anything she's good at. I mean, I guess she reads books. Like, they said that she's, like, very well read, it seems. Somebody says serving looks, serving face. That's all she knows how to do is just serve face.
Also, what is with that hand pose? Damn, she's ready at all times.
Ready for what? I don't know what this hand pose indicates.
Dude, look. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me?
Ready to... I mean, are we looking at the fingers? Is that the joke?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't think she knows anything about that either. She's bad at that too, apparently, because she talked to Magdalena about sex and she was like, what? How would women have sex?
No, it was not. It was
made from
that?
Designs. What designs are you talking about?
What designs are you talking about? Women can't make children with each other. Why would they have sex? It's pointless.
They're both girls. Girls can kiss girls.
Girls can make babies with girls. You're not trying hard enough. Keep breeding that butch. Keep breeding that femme. Sorry, just want to put that message out there. Micah had sown cornflowers and magpies until her fingers had threatened to fall off. Until she had become so thoroughly sick of these twee, repetitive patterns, she had felt like hurling her hateful embroidery hoop clean through the window. Micah considered herself fortunate indeed that Magdalena hadn't left an embroidery hoop upon her breakfast tray for her. Magdalena might have been a vampire, but at least she wasn't that cruel. Micah had stitched enough hateful surlicues to last a lifetime.
I read it as cuticle, not gonna lie.
Though there was no hoop. Hoop? Though there was no hoop, and thank goodness for that. There were books. Shelves in Micah's new bedroom were full of them, old and dusty, with worn spines and crinkled pages, but quite readable. So Magdalena paid attention. She was like, oh, you said you read books and shit, right? I'm gonna get you some books. I'm gonna get you some books. She's paying attention. Micah pursued the spines with wide, curious eyes of a child, her unfamiliar gown brushing against the unfamiliar floor.
Magdalena had told her last night that she might want to help herself to any of the books upon her shelves, but there were so many of them it was hard to know where to start. As there was nothing else for her to do save sit and worry, Micah decided her time would be better occupied reading. She reached out for a promising book among Magdalena's collection, The Monk by Lewis. She settled herself down upon her bed. Well, I guess she's gonna have to learn how to have the patience of a monk, so yeah, it seems appropriate. She settled herself down upon her bed among the thin covers, then opened the yellowing pages of the old tome. The pages within the leather-bound book cracked like autumn leaves, and Micah had to handle it carefully, lest she tore them. All the wonderful words were still there, however, unblemished by the passing years. Micah shifted, attempting to get comfortable as she could in so an unfamiliar environment. Then she began to read. Great. Are they gonna have us go through an entire... Okay, great. We're not gonna go through a reading montage, because I was gonna get mad if we were spending an hour talking about books. What is that laugh that you're doing, bro? You are not a TikTok. You are a real person. Laugh like a real person.
What is it? What do you mean you are not a TikTok? What does that mean?
You're laughing like you're a fucking TikTok character. Like, what the hell? What the hell is that about?
I'm just being a silly vodka. Can I not?
Okay. You want to start doing the narration now that you're connected?
Yes.
Yes.
Go for it.
Okay, click.
I didn't read this one.
Micah spent the rest of her day abed, poring through the pages of Lewis, the monk. The monk. It was a very gripping story full of lust, murder, and intrigue, featuring a monk so debauched,
something like that. He got debauched. That monk's a femme now. That monk is a femme now.
He took Micah's mind off her immediate concerns.
He's like, oh. Sorry.
Micah tore through the text, both delighted and disturbed by the twists and turns, though the scenes near the end, which occurred in a dingy dungeon, reminded Micah a touch too much of her plight to be fully immersive. Micah skimmed these pages, which detailed the virginal Agnes' suffering, and soon reached the conclusion wherein the wicked monk Ambrosio was tortured for his crimes. Damn.
Wow, what is this book
I have no
about?
idea what that even means.
I want to look up this book now. Lewis's. Well, I just looked up Lewis. I just looked up Lewis and nothing else. Lewis. Monk.
It's the monk. The debauched monk.
Oh, I found a antique auction near me, though. I mean, I do want to find out more about that. What is this? So what is this book about? It's a story. It tells a story of a virtuous Catholic monk who gives into his lustful urges, setting off a chain of events that leaves him damned. It is a prime example of the type of gothic that specializes in horror. Oh my Jesus! Readers were shocked by its sexually explicit content. The themes of, I don't want to censor this word because I think that's corny, but it's a lot of sexual violence and incest, leading it to become one of the arguably most controversial Gothic novels of the 18th century. Oh my God. So this is... What the hell is this?
No.
Wait, the story revolves around a devoted monk, Ambrosio, who is tempted to break his sacred vows when a young man, Rosario, reveals that he is a woman, also known as Matilda, and comes to the monastery and disguises herself as a nun to become closer to him. Caught between two strong plot lines, one begins a struggle between sexual desire and religious integrity. Ambrosio soon succumbs to the temptations he has sought his entire life to shun. So what were the crimes? Well, the way they summarize it make it seem like he just fell in love with a woman, but apparently this is terrible.
I didn't know it could be a monk in like Christianity and like Catholic stuff. I thought being monk was only in like Asia.
Oh yeah, there's Catholic monks and nuns.
No way.
Yeah. Oh my god, this book is crazy. All right, I'm done looking it up. Sorry, I just really need to find out what this book was about.
Ambrosia. Ambrosia. What a name. That's a cool name.
Ambrosio.
As Micah read, the sun began to sink. What? She just read that book all day?
I mean, she ain't had shit else
Bro.
to do.
Oh my
She's
god,
locked
bro.
in a bedroom. She's literally locked in a bedroom. She ain't got shit else to do. She just
Oh my
gonna
god,
read her
you
book.
literally made us like read about the garden for like how many freaking minutes, and the day just gone. The day is gone.
Hey,
Okay.
apparently this is how visual novels are. I haven't played like visual novels like this before. I did not. I think we're both gonna have to get used to the pacing of it. It's like a slower pace, because also people are usually not reading this for stream. They're reading this to like read a book, I think, but like with images. But yeah.
All right.
As Micah read, the sun
All right,
began to sink
ma'am.
outside. Shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle which rested upon her bedside table.
This light was feeble, but it was enough to read by. She's still reading. Oh my god.
I mean,
Micah continued to scan. All right, yeah. What else can you do? Micah continued to scan the pages of the text, holding the book close to her nose so as to devour it. Are you sure, bro? That book probably moldy as fuck.
maybe
So
she's trying to
enraptured-
quicken up the process, breathe in some black mold, and just be done with it.
So enraptured by Ambrosio's suffering, she did not hear the sound of a key turning in the bedroom door.
So is it basically that he does some crazy shit, and then the rest of the book is just him being tortured? Because it seems like she's very interested in this Ambrosio torture arc.
She did not hear the sound of the door creaking open. However, a low, guttural sound which split the silence like a moan. What?
Jesus, who's moaning?
Micah raised her head, disoriented once more to find herself in Magdalena's home, in the dingy bedroom which Magdalena had prepared for her.
Okay, I just have to know. There's no way to like turn off sexiness. I hope there's no sexiness
do you
going
mean?
on. I'm just worried because there are some parts of this novel that get a little spicy, I think, and I don't know how spicy. And I was just gonna see if there was an option to make sure I don't see it too spicy, but I don't know. I
Ooh,
wasn't
they're
sure if they were just
matching.
like, okay, look, color
goth baddies.
coordination. She doesn't have the heart of a goth. She doesn't have it yet. She'll get it though, but she doesn't quite have it yet.
Yes, sir.
She's trying to convert
She'll get
her.
into it. Yeah. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the gloaming, returned perhaps to make good on her initial promises. What promise did she make again? Did she mean to kill Micah at last?
I think that's a promise.
Micah had but a scant 10 pages left to read of Ambrosio's ill-fate. What?
I'm
Why'd you go
laughing
back?
because sorry, I did that on accident because I read it, and I'm just like, it's so funny to me that she's like, oh man, I really wanted to finish this book. Can you give me like a few more minutes before you kill me? Like, can I just finish this book before you kill me? And she'd probably be like, sure.
She's too soft on her.
What, you think she should just kill her immediately, not let her read her book?
Yeah, what are you waiting for, girl?
Read the fucking line.
Ambrosio's ill-fated adventures, yet she feared she would not see how his life would end. What? Her own existence would come to a close before that of a vile monk. Oh my god, girl.
And she's not even gonna ask. She's just like, that's not bottom shit. She's just accepting it. She's not even gonna be like, hey, can I just go ahead.
Bro. Micah supposed she could slip past Magdalena, then make a hasty retreat, but no, she had dawdled for too long. Dawdled. Magdalena had already locked the door behind her, and now surveyed Micah with a detached sort of amusement. Good evening to you. It feels like it's been a while since I last saw you. Did you enjoy the breakfast I bought you? brought you.
So you bought it. You didn't make it. Well, yes, I did enjoy it. Thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect you to be so considerate.
You believe that I would let you starve?
She's mad about that. She's like, bitch, who do you think I am?
You believe that I would let you starve? Magdalena tilted, her eyes sharp red and knowing. Girl, chill out. Please, I'm not that cruel. And she's smiling now, what? I've even brought more food for you. Look, it has been a while since breakfast, and I thought you might be hungry.
So we just skipped lunch entirely. She's just like, I don't really know how much my pet human eats. I mean, she's probably hungry now, right?
Now that Magdalena mentioned it, Meike could see in her hands she held another tray, much like the one she had brought earlier. Damn, you're only seeing it now? She literally has no brain.
She just like completely ignores the tray in her hand.
She just want to go back to her monk book.
She's like, just let me read this monk get tortured.
Click. The tray was laden or laden?
I don't fucking know. I think laden.
With another, laden with another teapot and a teacup and a plate upon which sat a meat pie, still steaming,
Ooh.
and some vegetables.
I don't know why that just made me hungry.
She putting in the effort.
Somebody said we both have purple hair. Are you brothers?
Yes.
Yes.
The food smelled surprisingly delicious in the derelict air of Maike's bedroom. Maike's bedroom. Why do I keep saying that? Maike's bedroom. And Meike was almost embarrassed at how hungry she was.
I can't believe I have an appetite. That's so unladylike. Shut up, bro.
Oh my god. Why?
She's
She
blushing.
Was almost salivary.
She's actually fucking embarrassed about being hungry.
Girl, are you fucking... Oh my god, she's getting red over a fucking meat pie. Girl. Oh my god.
She's like, I'm so hungry. This is so embarrassing.
Magdalena loped over to Meike, the tray in hand, then inclined her head to the bedside table. Would you mind moving that? I can't set the tray down otherwise.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I guess that, I think that's a proper reading of that line.
Fuck. Meike moved her breakfast tray onto her lap, to which Magdalena curtsied, playing once more at being a maid. Curtsied, okay. Curtsied, playing once more at being a maid. Much obliged. Obliged, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Young madam, I'll take that away soon. But first, what's she gonna do? Magdalena unburdened herself of the dinner tray and observed Meike, one hand resting upon her hip. Okay. Are you alright?
This woman, I'm not gonna lie, she's almost kind of pissing me off, because bitch, you got her captured and locked in this room where all she can do is read about a monk being tortured.
I don't know,
and you're all of a sudden like, are you alright? Bitch, what do you think? No.
She's kind of getting bipolar right now. She just got angry and she was smiling, and now she's like,
Micah also is like, that seems sort of an odd question.
Like, what is going on?
Do you believe anybody would be alright were they in my shoes?
Okay, girl's finally standing up for herself. I hope you aren't wearing any shoes. Not in my bed. They were filthy when
Why
you
did you read it like that and make it sound
me.
like she wanted her bare feet out? I hope you're not wearing any shoes. She said, I hope you aren't wearing any shoes, not in bed. And you're like, I hope you won't wear shoes, not in my bed.
I was reading it as like, I was narrating it. I didn't know it was her dialogue. I only saw the name halfway through. I'm like, oh, okay.
Slip. You just sound like you were just like, don't wear shoes, not in my bed. Let them feet out.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
I didn't mean it literally.
Show me your feet, girl. I know. I was just teasing. I'm not.
I wish you wouldn't.
What? Why? Are you afraid you might grow to appreciate our little spots?
Hardly. I fail to see the need to converse with my captor, that's all.
Oh, Fury you are. I'd almost forgotten. You look so very wan. You know,
Something like that.
And weary too. Something like that. The bags beneath your eyes are terrifying. They're almost black.
I wish they would have shown us some bags under her eyes. I would like to have seen that.
Yeah.
Or is this the bags under her eyes, the red?
I think that's supposed to be it, yeah. Did you not get much sleep last night? Are you trying to kill her? Are you trying to crack?
She's trying to crack, obviously.
What?
I tried. I failed.
I take it you had a lot on your mind.
Yes, indeed. Not that this should come as a surprise.
Wait. Were you thinking about your own fate? Sorry, I had to adjust something.
That and the fate of
What's
my
so funny,
parents.
bro?
And he too.
You're
She's getting
still
jealous.
fussing about that silly mate of yours.
Jealous as fuck.
I have no idea why you care so much. It smells unusual. None of the ladies I knew growing up were half so besotted with their servants. They treated them more like livestock than people. Okay, livestock is just pretty like.
Henny is more than a maid to me. She's.
You know.
She's.
Your friend? Yes, you said. How touching.
I'm gonna touch you.
Now, why don't you eat something? You must be hungry.
I am, yes. But where did this food come from? You would have no need of it, surely.
Oh, I have my ways. Magdalena smiled knowingly. Yeah. There are merchants who sometimes travel through, through these woods, and quite fortuitously, I happened to pass one by when I went for a walk in the early hours of this morning. Aren't you a vampire? I thought you were allergic to the sun.
Heck,
This
I don't know.
food I procured from them. I guess you just built different.
You did not buy it.
I did not need to. I can be very persuasive when I wish to be. It's one of the many perks of being a member of the noble undead.
Okay,
Wow.
I'm about to call it. She's about to reject the food and say, well, you didn't buy it. You intimidated him for it, so I don't want any part of that. I won't eat. What? Do not tell me that you...
Slaughtered him? Oh no. I don't kill indiscriminately. I'm not a brute, no matter what you might think of me, and my hunger has already been satiated. Satiated for the present by last night's feast. I used nothing nefariously as powers of flattery, so nefarious as my powers of flattery. What? Okay, let's move on. It's not so hard, you know, to bend men to your will. Oh, not when you smile at them and you remember to bat your eyelashes. Oh, she knows what she's doing. I hadn't prepared enough food to keep you going for a few days in a knapsack, plus some eggs and flour, the basic amenities, then bade him a fond farewell. He shall recall our meeting as little more than a dream. Does that satiate your curiosity?
For the moment, I suppose.
Good. You have such a lot of questions, Micah. Not that I mind them. It's nice to meet a woman so inquisitive. Now, to eat up. I'm sure that your dear Henny would not want you starving yourself. Mikey did not much like the thought of eating in front of Magdalena. Oh my god, girl, it's not embarrassing to eat, okay? But she supposed her captor had a point. It was foolish to go without subsistence, especially when it smelled so tantalizing. Micah set her dinner tray upon her lap, then began to eat. She dug into the meat pie with her knife and fork, which were darkly tarnished. Micah feared that the cutlery would somehow contaminate her food, but she was too hungry to fret overly long about this possibility. Micah popped a piece of meat pie into her mouth and chewed. As she did, Magdalena watched.
Magdalena has a
She's
feeder
blushing.
fetish. Magdalena's just like, yeah, you eat that and let your tummy get big and bloated. Yeah,
Whatever
let me
you say,
watch you
Magdalena.
eat. Let me watch you eat more.
Oh my god! Magdalena's eyes were wide, as though she was observing something very interesting, an exotic animal in cage, perhaps, or a reaction between two volatile chemicals.
Stop
Volatile.
watching me, bro.
Micah did not think the act of her eating was so very special, but it must have been different to Magdalena.
Sorry, it's CC time.
Click.
She came
Yeah.
up to me again.
As a vampire... Oh my god, stop! Hello?
Hello?
You could keep reading and she'll meow at you.
Oh my gosh, she's so freaking cute, you don't understand. As a vampire, Magdalena had no need to partake in meat pies or vegetables. Why was that why the simple act of Micah eating enticed her so? Damn. As Micah ate, horribly self-conscious of Magdalena's stare, what if she were to drop any food on her front? The vampire began to talk. It's been a long time since I was able to observe one of your kind going about your day-to-day life. On the rare occasions I am able to witness you, you are always in pain, screaming and crying and begging for your lives.
Okay.
That is rather entertaining in its own right, but sometimes I forget you are more than just prey. Oh my gosh, she's so alpha. You have thoughts of your own, when they aren't being disturbed by physical discomfort. You eat food, you read books, and you have friends. Dreams, too. Aren't you guys literally the same? Like, you guys are like both human? I guess she has powers, but like, don't you guys do the same thing? It's hard to believe it now, but once I wasn't always so different to you. See? That was a very, very, very long time ago, though. How long we speaking? Micah detected, while sipping her tea, a note of longing in Magdalena's voice. Ooh. Her hostess' expression was inscrutable, but her ruby eyes were soft, the pale lashes that framed them trembling, as though from the force of her own emotions. Had Micah not been afraid of Magdalena, she might have sympathized with her. She purring?
Yeah.
For a few brief moments, Magdalena appeared for all the years she had lived and all the hurt she had caused, to be a young girl, younger, even than Micah herself. Not for the first time, Micah wondered how old Magdalena had been when she had been turned. Her face was smooth, so devoid of blemishes, she could not yet have been in her 20s. She would have been 18 or 19, if that. She seemed woefully young. She seemed a woefully young age to be consumed to an undying, eternal life of blood sucking, which reminded Micah.
Are you going to bite me yet?
Micah?
You said that you would. Wait, is my mic picking up? Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Oh. Oh. Magdalena blinked, and when she did, the sentimentality which had once pooled in her irises dispersed. I need to burp. Give me a second.
I say let's do to the end of this hour.
Alright.
So like about 30 minutes more.
Alright.
I'll set a little alarm too.
Okay. Newly amused, the young woman smiled and said, "You said that yesterday too, after I brought you to this chamber." Are you that desperate for me to drain your blood?
No, I'm not. Of course I don't want you to drain my blood. I'd really rather you didn't, but if you're to do it anyway, I fail to see why you should drag things out for so long. Unless you want to make me squirm.
No. Making you squirm does not sound Making you squirm does not sound like too awful a proposition, really. You are quite charming when you are sitting, and even when you are eating. Girl. Few women can pull that off, you know. But you manage it. You eat with such small considerate bites. Like a fairy. What? Bro, what is... She's blushing at that. She's blushing at that.
Yeah, she was a fairy.
Like a fairy.
I imagine you would be lovelier still when squirming. Particularly if your face is as red as it is now.
Oh, so she's laying on the Riz.
Okay. Or now, even.
Oh, we get a little...
Hi! Here we go. Oh, fuck. I just knocked out my fucking mic.
Bro, I'm so excited you fucking hit your mic.
Grinning wickedly, her sharp incisors on prominent display, and her curled fingers beneath Micah's chin.
Didn't they say that they're the same height, or even that she's taller than her earlier? So how did this angle happen? Literally in the prison, they said that she's taller than her. She's on her tippy toes. She gets on the tippy toes to lay on the Riz. Go ahead.
Maybe she's flying. Can you fly?
Magdalena leaped in, grinning wickedly. Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yes. Their faces were now scanned centimeters apart, their noses almost brushing. Micah was suddenly abashedly aware of her breath, which might have smelled of meat and pastry. Self-conscious, her face burned redder still, like a furnace, as though to entice Magdalena.
Yeah, what?
Her heart hammered so very hard, she could feel it at the base of her throat, inside her skull. Could Magdalena hear it too? Why did she feel so unnerved? If she had only been afraid, that would have been understandable, but the sensation which curdled in the pit of Micah's stomach seemed comprised, yeah? comprised of more than that. Oh, what are you feeling, girl? Her brow began to sweat, as did her palms. Tremulous as a
Tremulous, I
leaf,
think?
she found
Tremulous?
herself. Yeah, tremulous as a leaf. She found she could not meet Magdalena's gaze. That's why she's looking away. Okay, I see. Yes, you are lovely. Magdalena spoke, her voice appraising as she tipped Micah's head back, her eyes roving not over Micah's face, but the slender column of her neck, then the delicate blue veins which crisscrossed it. Crisscross applesauce. I would have not. What is that word?
Compunctions?
Compunctions?
Punk.
I would have no compunctions about sinking my teeth into that throat of yours. Your skin is so very warm. It is as though you were trying to entice me. You look utterly delectable. But I will abstain for now. You are so very lovely, and it would seem like a waste, almost to drain you right now. I would prefer to savor your demise like a fine wine. There is little sense in being overly hasty. And in any event, I am not that desperate. Oh, she's alpha, yo. I can abstain. I must. A muscle tightened in Magdalena's jaw and her eyes grew hard. What? Eyes grew hard, just like 2 stones. I have managed for long enough as it is. I would not wish to have all my efforts undone.
What?
Hey, do the bottom line. Say,
I said what?
What?
Oh. What?
I didn't pick
Sorry.
up.
Oh, the mic doesn't even acknowledge me as a bottom. It's just like, I don't even hear that shit. The mic
Oh my,
said,
shut the
I
fuck
didn't even
up,
hear
dude.
that
Shut
shit.
the fuck up.
What?
Literally,
What?
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Micah blinked at Magdalena, her eyes uncomprehending.
Will you not drink my blood then?
No, I won't. Not tonight. That was our good chat. Was that good chat?
You ruined it. You instantly ruined it. You instantly
off,
ruined
dude.
it. Who the fuck? Not tonight. Was that good chat? Chat in my alpha? Like, you ruined it. You ruined it, bro. You ruined it, bro.
No. You may rest easy one night more, dear Micah. Your death is still ways off.
How far exactly?
That depends.
Upon?
Oh, I don't know. My own mood, and the movements of the moon, and how long you continue to entertain me, I suppose. I quite like the idea, you see, of having another woman in the castle I can speak to. Perhaps you can tell me about the books you've been reading. When we next meet, I would love to hear your opinions. Though, of course, there isn't a single book in this castle I've not read at least thrice over myself.
She's just still holding her by her chin like, yeah, I mean, we could talk about books.
Oh my god, she's just looking away, dude. Come on, dude. Don't be pussy. There isn't much to do, really, when one has been dead for as long as I have. So she's dead? So saying, Magdalena retrieved the tray from the floor laden with Micah's breakfast things, then straightened. She cast one last, almost longing look at Micah, who shuddered beneath it, her cheeks blushing anew, like the skin of an apple.
Why is she mad?
What is with her, bro?
I'm so mad.
Before?
Like, bro, fix your face. Fuck.
Wait, what might have been a sigh or a sob? Magdalena turned. Oh, I guess that's supposed to be her sad face. Maybe she's like upset. She don't want to
No,
leave.
she's had a sad face. You've seen her sad face. That's not her sad face. She's just being randomly like, I can't do this. Like, shut up, bro. Fix your face.
She unlocked the door with one hand, the keys dull and matte in the candlelight, then exited, taking the tray with her. Maybe she doesn't want to do the chores.
Okay, and these fucking
there we go
hard-ass
again.
nipples.
Micah passed the night as much as she had the previous one, namely by lying abed in the nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed. How do you pronounce that word, please?
Bequeathed?
Bequeathed,
I think.
bequeathed her, trying and falling to sleep.
Somebody said, damn, it's cold in that castle. I'm just constantly drawing her with these hard-ass nipples, bro.
Thoughts of her parents continued to play upon her mind, and of her own fate, and presently, even any of that of Henny. Click. Micah wanted to believe that Henny, at least, had been able to escape. She wanted to believe that Henny would continue to live. I wish that too, bro. Hope
Me
Henny's
too.
okay.
Shini's gonna live. There's no way they die.
Yes. She would go far from Magdalena's dearie
Dreary.
home within the woods. And one day, she would meet a nice man. And they would marry. Then she would have children. Are you sure? She sounds gay as fuck, dude. Henny would be so happy, whilst Micah would soon to be reduced to a pallid, wizened corpse, drained of all its blood. But with such a fate so different from the one she would be afforded if she had wed Walter.
Wed Walter.
Micah might, in a perverse way, have been better off as Magdalena's captive than she would Walter's bride. At least here, in Magdalena's home, she had a bed to herself. Wait, like, I thought you didn't know who Walter was.
That's the
Is
thing.
Walter,
Is
like, really
she
a really
doesn't
bad
know
guy?
Walter, and she's just having an arranged marriage to him. She doesn't want to be in an arranged marriage. She'd have to share a bed with a guy she doesn't know, and be married to him.
Oh, okay. It was an aged bed, yes, which creaked beneath her weight, but it was hers. There was no danger of Walter, or anybody else for that matter, joining her.
Okay, a sexual
Hey.
queen, yes.
If Micah was to die in this bed, then so be it. Damn girl, she would welcome it. Don't die, bro. That shit kills you. Don't die.
Shut.
If Henny was alright, then she did not care what happened to herself. Oh, how selfless. Her own life was, and always had been, unimportant. I'm pretty sure that's not true, but okay.
PowerPoint presentation effects again.
If Micah slept poorly that night, then she was not the only one.
Oh, are we about to get a Henny
Come
update?
on, Henny. Unbeknownst to Micah, Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape into the warm embrace of sleep.
Oh, we got 2 hydrates. Oh, sorry, Salsa Patel. I didn't see that 36 minutes ago. And then we got another one from Minnie Mooney. All right, Lish, we got a hydrate. Drink a little water.
I have a cup right beside me.
Why am I not getting noise notifications when people do things? That's so strange.
Can I go pee real quick? I drank a lot of water.
Yes, you have permission to pee,
Let me go
Sigma. Thank you, Alpha.
Ew. Go piss. I was
Sorry,
gonna
it took a
really
little-
lay on the cringe, and then I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. That's the limit. That's the limit.
I got a little hungry. So
You got a
I
little
went to
hungry.
the
What did you
fridge.
get? What did you get?
I didn't get anything, but I went to the fridge to take off some chicken to leave it at the door so I can eat it after the stream.
Can you cook it all the way through this time, please?
Yes, please. Yes, I will. Okay, damn. It
Don't
was just 2
eat
times.
undercooked
No,
chicken.
3.
Don't eat raw chicken, please, God.
No, because if you're overcooking it, that means you're killing all the protein, and you don't want that.
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think raw chicken is a better alternative.
Yes, it is. What do you know?
I have nothing
I'm
I could
joking.
say. Somebody in chat said, "Please cook the chicken." I'm still traumatized by the raw chicken incident. See, like nobody wants you to do this to
Okay,
yourself,
I
bro.
will. Okay.
Nobody wants you to do this.
Okay, damn. Fine. If you say so.
All right. Unbeknownst to Micah,
Oh my god.
Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape the warmth embrace of sleep. To escape into the warm embrace of sleep. Henny's day had been a busy one, and she was still reeling from it all. I'm gonna practice it though. Sitting upright in her own bed, Henny found herself turning in the events of her own day. Okay, this accent's drifting. I feel it in my mouth
Of her own
drifting.
day over in her mind. Oh.
Oh, now we're in black and
Oh
white.
my gosh, she made it to Augsburg.
It had been in the very early hours of the morning. See, it like drifts into like Irish or Scottish or something. I'm not sure what that is. It had been very early in the hours of the morning that Henny had finally made her way to Augsburg, transported there by a kindly merchant she had met during her meanderings in the forest. Henny had thanked the merchant profusely for his help, and had then set about looking for Walter Gerhardt's home. Henny knew its location well, though she had only been there twice before. It was a large, imposing building, one of the finest in the vicinity, which could have rivaled the von Essen home, but it was more modern in construction. It was not the sort of house one could forget in a hurry. The sun had only begun to rise in the increments as Henny walked through the Augsburg streets, and had turned a marvelous shade of pinkish red as Henny arrived at Walter Gerhardt's doorstep. The sunrise was very beautiful, but Henny hadn't been afforded the time to go up and stare. She had more important matters to attend to. Walter's maids had been beginning to stir when Henny set her knuckles to the door and rapped, anxious all the while that she would be taken for a beggar and turned away. Henny's clothes, once neatly pressed, had endured quite the battering during her wandering in the woods. Her apron was torn and flecked with dirt, and the soles of her shoes were encrusted with the stuff. Henny's cheeks and hands had been marred with cuts, and her fingernails had been rendered opaque with mud. Opaque. She'd looked so very grimy. She would not have been at all surprised if Walter's servants had called the bailiffs on her. Her appearance had not been one which would inspire confidence, nor invitations inside Walter's spacious drawing-room. Henny had fretted that Walter's housekeeper might send her away in disgrace. Despite her fears, however, Henny had refused to move. It had been too important that she speak to Walter, that she speak to somebody. She had known, as she stood there, that she needed somebody to listen to her. Henny had
Oh my
knocked
fucking god,
and
just go
knocked.
in. Sorry.
Henny-
Please, girl.
Thank you for clipping that and start with a name. Hi, Zenta. Henny
Clip
had
what?
knocked and knocked, her knuckles sore against the wood, until she had finally heard the sound of footsteps. The door had opened, and before Henny stood Walter's housekeeper, a tall, austere woman named Gertrude Schreiber, whom Henny had met twice before. Henny had recognized Gertrude in all her straight blonde hair. For a housekeeper, she was unusually young, but it had taken Gertrude several moments longer to recognize Henny. She had appeared ready to slam the door in Henny's begrimed face, her expression one of revulsion, until Henny called out to her. Oh, please don't be... should I continue trying to do the accent? How's it sounding so far, chat? How's it sounding so far, Lush?
Good, good.
Are you just saying that to be nice?
I can't actually tell. Like, I can't even...
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It just sounds like English to me.
Oh, please don't be alarmed. I know what it looks like, but I'm not a beggar.
It's me, Henrique, Lady Micah's maid.
I've come here on her behalf to let you know that there's been an accident. A horrible accident. I need to speak to your master at once. It's very important. Please let me have a word with Herrn Gerhardt. You can narrate now. I just wanted to practice the accent a little bit.
Okay. Henny's cries for help must have been
Effusive.
effusive enough to thaw even Gertrude's icy exterior, for the housekeeper's expression had eventually softened. Gertrude, am I saying that right? Gertrude?
Gertrude.
Gertrude?
That's a name.
Gertrude.
Gertrude is a name.
Yeah. How do you say it again? Say it one more time.
Gertrude. Gertrude ASMR.
Gertrude.
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 All the
Oh my,
Gertrudes
shut the
in-
fuck up.
All the Gertrudes in
Gertrude.
chat having a really good day today.
Hey, Gertrude. Hey, Gertrude. Gertrude. Okay. Gertrude promised in clipped tones that she would allow Henny to speak to her master, but not before she made herself presentable.
Somebody in chat said,
Damn,
Henny
girl,
says,
is he like...
Henny says accident, but
Yeah.
everyone involved did everything on purpose. Oh, wow.
Oh my god! Oh my god, she's a baddie. Gertrude.
These two together, maybe.
I don't... What? Yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
How do
I don't know.
do I voice her?
Oh, wait, this is a new character. Hold up. I could do this.
Yes,
Let me
it's a
think
new
of a
character.
voice.
Yes.
I would try to do a German accent, except I know my German accent is terrible.
I don't care what it is you've been through. You must have been savaged by wolves in the woods for all I care. Sorry.
I guess that's Gertrude's line. Whatever it is
No,
you've
you say
endured,
it.
whatever it is you've endured, I will not let you see my master like that. It would reflect poorly upon me as his housekeeper if I let all the riffraff off the streets into his home. You will need a bath first, at the very least. And we must do something about your clothes, too. Why, you look as though you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. I don't even know what accent I just tried to do there. It was like British, but it was like a little not.
And he tried to impress upon Gertrude the importance of what it was she had to communicate. There are things more important than clothes, but Gertrude being Gertrude had none of it. What the hell, Gertrude? Icily unimpressed by Henny's pleas, Gertrude had made it clear that Henny would have a bath at least before she would be allowed within spitting distance of her What a way to describe, bro.
This is a great
Spitting
privilege, you know.
distance.
Hot water is a rare commodity. My own girls are not often afforded this luxury. You ought to be grateful.
Oh, that voice fits her. Ah, nice. Henny was grateful, she supposed, that Gertrude had allowed her into the Gerhard home at all, but she had been less so at her insistence that her news could wait until all the dirt had been scrubbed from between her fingers and toes. Sorry, bro, that was so fucking... Sorry. Henny had known full well, while she bathed, that Micah could have been languishing in a prison cell, or worse, being put to death. It had taken almost 2 hours before Gertrude was satisfied with Henny's appearance, at which point the sun had risen and the last vestiges
Something. Yeah, vestiges, I think? I don't know.
Vestiges of the night had been swept away. Swept away. Henny had not been permitted a chance to sleep throughout the night, save for the brief spell where she had been unconscious in Magdalena's cell. Though needed after her bath, her skin washed free of filth and her body shrouded in a clean uniform identical to the one which Walter's serving drudges wore, Henny still felt exhausted to the point of delirium. Henny had been so tired, she had feared she would collapse before she was able to properly explain to Walter the dangers his fiancée had found herself in. But Henny had known that she had to try. Thought she had to try. Oh my freaking god, why is he serving cunt?
I was thinking like, oh, like literally like serving, like smizing.
Why
Like,
is it giving fears?
it's giving like.
Why is it giving?
It's giving like
Ooh.
before you make that face, you go, ooh. Like that's
Yeah, like the fucking mewing face.
Bro is mewing. Bro is literally mewing
Yes.
right now.
Oh my god.
She's so cute.
Bro, why
Oh
is
my
her
god,
outfit
she's so
literally
cute. She's so
looking
cute.
direct-
She's so cute.
She looks like a little ball.
And her little blush.
Who did your hair, bro?
Her little blush. Oh, she's so cute. And her big old titty. Sorry. Anyway, read the line. You on why TikTok? Stop laughing like that.
What do you mean? What I do? That was my normal laugh.
You don't laugh like that.
But I do. But I do.
Don't.
So feminine. Grr. So cunty. Yeah. He's so slay, bro. I love him. I love him already.
I don't.
It had been little after 9 o'clock. Why?
We don't have to talk about it.
That Henny. Okay. It had been a little after 9 o'clock that Henny had been permitted entry to Walter Gerhardt's. These names are making my tongue do a backflip, dude. Gerhardt's
Pause.
study.
It's because they're German.
Oh, okay.
So you can say them however you want, honestly. It's not easy to say. Gerhardt,
I'll
something
just
like
say
that.
Gerhard, okay? Walter Gerhard. Wherein she found the master of the manor. Manor? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Cleanly shaven and sipping a cup of tea.
So I don't like him because
tea.
it's an arranged marriage. I don't know him enough yet, but I just have a bad feeling about him. I have a bad feeling about him.
Maybe he's gay. He looks gay. Walter had seemed surprised to see Henny and had regarded her initially with some confusion. Oh, he stopped mewing. Oh, he looks beautiful. What the fuck? That is a beautiful man. Goodness me, I did not think, when Gertrude said I had a visitor, that it would be you.
Okay. We're gonna
Is
have to
that
pause
bad?
on that
If you're
first.
British,
Yeah, that
please
was.
don't
I
kill
have
me.
to be so honest with you. That time it was bad. Before it was good, but when you did it for his voice.
Okay, I wasn't trying to be good. Okay.
Wait. I think you
Goodness
could
me,
do
I
a
did not
good.
think.
Let's maybe not make him British, but I think I want to hear your voice for this because you have like a slightly deeper voice than me. I think.
How do I even say it? Goodness me.
Just pretend
I
to be
did
a
not
man.
think.
Pretend you're on Xbox.
Goodness me. I did not think when Gertrude said I had a visitor, it would be you. Fuck, I can't.
You.
You are Frau Henrique, correct? My Micah's maid? My Micah's maid? Henny had not liked the way that Walter said my. Oh my god, Henny. Oh my god, this is a harem. This is a harem. This is, oh my god, they're all trying to crack Micah. The wedding had yet to be held, and now perhaps it never would be.
But she swallowed her distaste regardless. Oh, did you just disconnect? Bro just disconnected again. Yep. Oh, I gotta piss too. Okay, we're probably gonna wrap this up soon. She had always been trying to tell Micah, after all, that she should be happy at her future wedding to Walter. Sorry, we're quitting the British accent. It slipped out a little bit there. Walter was a very good man, Henny had told herself. A gentleman, despite his lowly origins. He had been born from nothing and, with a series of shrewd investments, had built himself an empire. He cared for Micah. The possessive manner in which he spoke of her proved it, and he would surely rush to her side once he knew of her plight. That had been Henny's hope, at least, as she stood in Walter's study. Yes, that is right, Herr Gerhardt. I'm Henrique. I'm flattered that a great man such as you remembers a lowly maid like me. But of course I remember you. We've not been afforded the opportunity to speak, but you and my Micah are thick as thieves. One can scarcely be seen without the other. In that sense, you're very like a pair of conjoined twins. You could be a modern medical marvel, almost. Walter had laughed at this, a sound which seemed rather inappropriate to Henny after she had endured so many horrors the night prior. Walter had not yet known, of course, about the bandits and the bloody violence they had wrought, and Magdalena, but Henny thought he could at least have looked concerned that his fiancée, who had been supposed to visit him the day prior, was nowhere in evidence. Did he not care that Micah had vanished, seemingly into thin air? Perhaps he had consoled himself, as all men of great import do, that nothing had gone wrong, that nothing could go wrong, given his vast riches. He must have reassured himself the night prior that Micah's carriage had been waylaid by some innocent purpose. Perhaps a faulty wheel, or a need for new horses. He had not, after all, been worrying of Micah and her welfare. He did not care. Speaking of which, Walter had leaned forward in his chair, his laughter ceasing, to examine Henny with a newfound degree of thought. Huh?
You did that voice so good.
You think?
Yeah, dude. That was like, who the fuck was that? That was you. Wow.
Thanks. I do not see your twin with you right now. Is my lovely Micah not in your company? Oh. That's my alarm to remind me to eat. Whoop.
I do not see your twin with you right now. Is my lovely Micah not in
I should turn
your
that off
company?
on stream days.
Where is
It's not like I get up and go eat. I should
Where's my
reschedule it on
lovely
stream
Micah?
days.
Oh my
Let's just
God,
write.
Micah,
Thanks.
Micah,
Is my lovely
Micah,
Micah not in your company? About that.
I'll do Henny
Oh.
now.
Okay.
About that.
Oh, don't tell me she felt. Wait, hold up. I have to. Oh, don't tell me she felt sick on the journey here. That would truly be heartbreaking. I'd hate to think of my dear fiancé convalescing in some miserable inn on the roadside.
No, that isn't quite it. You see,
Then is she not sick? Where the devil is she then? Don't tell me she's having cold feet. Did she send you here, Froy Henrique, to break my heart in her stead? It seems unlike Micah, her being one of the fairest of her sex, but if her parents are having second thoughts...
it isn't that either. Ladies, Micah's not sick, but I'm afraid she might be, and irreversibly so, if you don't do nothing to save her. Oh, Herr Garhard, it's awful what happens. You'd hardly believe it. If you'd seen what I'd seen, if you knew what I knew, then... Oh, what? It was horrible. It was simply horrible, like something from a nightmare. We were traveling through the woods, Hargarhart, the Von Essen and me, your Micah included, when we were set upon by bandits. They stormed the carriage, and they demanded. I don't rightly remember, but they asked for all sorts. They asked for jewels, and when that weren't enough, they went after the gold. And when that weren't enough, they took out their blades and...
Jove.
Walter's face by this point had turned very pale, while traces of merriment's summarily dispersed.
They didn't harm my Micah, did they?
They meant to, Hargarhart, but they couldn't finish their job. They made the short walk of Lord and Lady Von Essen, and their coachman too. The poor bastard. But they didn't get their grubby hands on Lady Micah. I saw to that. I took her hand during the hubbub. I took her hand during the hubbub and led her out of the woods, out into the woods. We ran, and we ran, but the bandits were too fast. They gained on us. I feared all was lost, but then...
But then...
Walter leaned closer still, almost driving his elbow into his half-drunk cup of Earl Grey as he did so.
What happened? What happened, Froy Henrique? Surely you and Micah must have survived, or else you would not be standing here now. looking shaken, I admit, but in one piece. Please tell me my Micah was all right.
It's... That is to say... Henny had thought of nothing save talking to Walter Garhard over her flight from Magdalena's abode, but at this crucial moment, she had found herself quite at a loss. How could she tell Walter Garhard of Magdalena? It sounded ridiculous, the sort of the tale which could only exist within the pages of penny dreadfuls. Dracula was a known figure even amongst the literati. Yeah? Is that it?
Oh, Jesus, I have no idea.
Literati? I'll just
Illuminati.
Go Illuminati, yeah. Who considered gothic horror beneath them, but he had no place in polite society. One did not simply discuss vampires out in the open, in oak panel studies such as Walter's, not so well-dressed wealthy men who had made their fortune in mundane affairs like the railways. Henny did not know Walter particularly well, but she could tell from his clothes and his demeanor that he fancied himself a staunch rationalist. It had been immediately obvious that such a man would ever hold with vampires. Even Henny herself, being born to a superstitious mother who wore about her neck a lucky rabbit's foot, could scarcely credit that she had been seen. It had been blatantly unbelievable. She would not have believed it, were she in Walter's position, but she had no choice but to. After all, she had witnessed. She had seen those bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, smelt their blood, and heard their screams. Their deaths had imprinted themselves upon her eyelids like a tableau? Yeah. She saw it when she blinked, her thoughts steeped in crimson. How could she make Walter see what she had seen?
He's just sitting there staring at her like, bitch, are you gonna tell me what happened to my fiance? Come on, hello? Henny!
Order.
Henny, is she alive? Keep reading the line. Henny!
Particularly,
Henny!
given her limited vocabulary,
Is she alive?
Mike had always been better at describing things than she, but she had known she had to try.
Are you in shock? Henny! Oh, stop now.
And there was nothing else for it. Henny had forced herself to swallow down her anxiety. It had tasted, strangely enough, of cod liver oil, and began her missive. She told Walter of the mysterious woman who had come to their rescue, who had pulverized the skulls and spines of the pursuing bandits as a child might crumble. Paper? Yeah. She told him of awakening. She told him of awakening in a darkened cell, with only one window of meeting Magdalena, and the ultimatum Micah had struck with her. Henny had relayed a good deal of information to Walter, and she had seen him shifting. Walter had examined her, not with fear, as she hoped, but with something harder to ascertain. Was it perplexity, perhaps? Or worse, pity? Henny had known, even before Walter spoke, that it was a lost cause. Convincing Walter of Micah's plight had been her only task, and she had failed.
Oh no,
So
you
cute.
did your best,
I
Henny.
hate seeing her sad,
Okay.
but she's so cute when she's sad.
Look at her lips.
She's
So
a
cute.
pouty and her eyes are
She had
big.
not been able to sway him.
Why do I sound like an old woman? She's so pouty and her eyes are so big I could just pinch her little cheeks. Oh, she's so cute. I sound like an old ass woman.
No. He had not believed her. Well,
And now he's back to serving. That is quite the tale, Frau Henrique.
No, it isn't a tale. It's true. I tell you every last word of it. Lady Micah had been imprisoned by a vampire and...
I've heard enough. If I don't act, and quickly, she will be drained of all blood and will soon die. Yes, I did hear that. That would be awful indeed, if it were true, but...
It is true, Buck. It is true. Garhart, I swear it's true. On my own mom's life, I wouldn't tell such a great pack of fibs, not over something so important.
Can't imagine that you would, no. I know little of you, but I am aware of your loyalty to my Micah. She trusts you with her life, or so I've gathered. More so than she trusts me. She flinches away from all of my caresses, but she isn't half so cold towards your affections.
Then surely you must be able to see that I'm being honest. This is matter of life and death. My lady's very life, it's at stake.
Yes, indeed. I understand.
Will you send out a search party then? It isn't too late. Mikey lives may still be spared if only you act.
I suppose it wouldn't be in your best interest to believe that, yes. Dumb sparrow and all that.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, forgive me my bad habit. It's Latin, Cicero. It means while I breathe, I hope. As you survived your ordeal, Frau Henrique,
Oh my
it
God,
would
dude.
behoove you to cling to the belief that the young Lady von Essen might still live. But, alas, it seems rather unlikely, don't you think, after all you have related?
No, Garhart. What I said is nothing but the truth. You have to believe me.
And like I said, I do believe you. About the bandits, at least. Unfortunate though that is, it really is a bloody business. I can accept, however, unwillingly that this did, indeed, come to pass. It's not inconceivable that the lady and the lord and lady von Essen met their demise thus, vita incerta more certissima. As for your talk of vampires, however, this is something I cannot accept. No sensible man would. What you have related would go down very well, I am certain, in the company of writers. They are careless, feckless sort, but it will hold no water with me. You must have hit your head, Frau Henrique, while running from these bandits. That, or your fear has undone you. Not that I blame you. You've endured a good deal for a member of the fairer sex. Why, even most men, I fear, would have gone to pieces, circumstances being what they were. Your thoughts have been addled, your delusions...
Walter had stressed this word. His fingers steepled together upon his ascrator?
I don't fucking know what that word is.
Whatever that is, bro.
About vampires are nothing more than a coping mechanism to soften the reality of the situation. Micah, too, must have perished.
What? No! Garhart, please! Henny had tried to appeal to Walter's sympathies, but in vain. One look at Walter's countenance, now closed off, had told Henny all that she needed to know. Walter had thought her quite insane. Is it that hard to believe?
Yes, I think a spell of bed rest would do you some good, Frau Henrique. Though you are not one of my servants, I am not so very unkind that I would cast you out onto the streets. You've witnessed horrors that I can only guess at, and I'm very sorry for your loss. You may remain here, if you wish, for as long as you feel the need to. Get some rest, and do try to calm down. I will summon a physician to look over you, in the meanwhile, to see if anything is awry. I suppose I ought to summon the police once you have had a chance to rest, so you might give them an account of what you witnessed in the woods. They will be very interested in the fates of Lord and Lady von Essen, and of my Meike, too. I would advise you, however, against telling them all this malarkey about vampires. I fear they may be less understanding than I, and you may be hauled to asylum for your troubles.
Oh my god.
I would not want you to be incarcerated, Frau Henrique, and I doubt my Meike would want that either. It is a miracle you were able to escape with your life. Do not waste it. Remember, o quam cito transit gloria mundi. You should know what that means, you stupid wench. Now you are dismissed. Gertrude will show you to your new lodgings, if you will be so kind. Yes, Herr Gerhardt. Right away, sir.
Gertrude, who has been standing. Gertrude, what a name, dude. Gertrude, who had been standing in the corner of Walter's study, as unobstructive as a houseplant made to escort Henny to servants' quarters. Let's go. Henny had cast her gaze back to Walter before she left, her brow furrowed. Walter had begun to sip once more at his breakfast tea, as though he had not a care in the world. Damn, he don't give a fuck that Henny's.
He said that
Mike's
bitch dead.
parents
I'm over
just
it.
died.
She ain't let me crack. That's whatever.
The sight of Walter drinking his tea as if it were any other Monday morning had filled Henny with a certain urge to take the teapot and bend its content all over Walter's officious-looking face. But powerful though this urge was, Henny was abstained.
And he had abstained.
Oh, and he had abstained. What would that accomplish? It would not help Meike. Yes, it wouldn't. Making an enemy of Walter Gerhard would only serve to render Henny's homeless. Henny's homeless, cast out to the streets, with nowhere else to turn. Oh, that is beautiful. Begrudgingly, Henny followed Gertrude, the door of Walter's study closing behind her with a thud. Henny had spent the rest of the day convalescing in bed in the dingy servants' quarters. That looks kind of good. Walter was a man of his words, if nothing else, and he had summoned a physician later in the day to look Henny over. This physician gave Henny a brief examination. Examination. Then declared that she was physically fit, but mentally exhausted.
A day or two of bed rest would do her good. She has something of a fever, and she seems distracted.
The physician's report had been so mild, Henny could have laughed in his face. Was it any wonder she seemed distracted, when even now, Meike, her Meike, not Walter's, was in Magdalena's thrall, languishing, in all likelihood, in a dungeon?
Let's see how long it takes for us to get out of this scene. Once the scene is done, I say we wrap up for the day.
Alrighty. Henny wished to fly to Meike's side, but could not. She was more exhausted than she had anticipated, and lying down made it more so. Dazed and disoriented, Henny had begun to drift in and out of slumber. Her dreams were broken, yet largely featured Meike. Her eyes wide, lips parted in a horrible scream. Henny had slept so much during the day that when the night fell, she found herself unable to rest. Walter's scullery maids, upon arriving in their quarters, had regarded Henny with some surprise. They fell upon her with curious questions, all buzzing excitedly, like so many moths drawn to a brightly flickering flame. Where are you from? The girl asked.
When did you arrive here? And how long will you be here?
Henny had been in no fit state to answer these queries. However, she had almost relieved when the sour-faced Gertrude came to scold her and scold her underlings for their rowdy misconduct.
Oh, do leave Frau Henrike alone. She has had a trying series of days by all accounts, and she needs to rest. That is what Herr Gerhard has decreed, and I will not have any of naughty girls disobeying his orders.
Naughty girls?
I have no idea what accent it is, by the way. Now stop with your silly chatter. Oh, and now we drifted. Now stop with your silly chatter. I doubt Frau Henrike wants to listen to you, and your friendly overtures are all in vain. She's not one of our servants, and I doubt she will be staying here much longer.
Gertrude's stern address seemed to do the trick for the maids, for the maids kept a wide berth from Henny throughout the night. They talked among themselves and played cards, and only occasionally did they glance to look at her, curious, no doubt, about these trying days Henny had endured. The maids had eventually begun to yawn, and at 10 o'clock they took their beds, snuffling snores and creaking beds frames soon filling the room. The 6 scullery maids in Walter's employ all slept, but Henny found she could not.
She's so cute!
Oh my god, she looks so cute. Look at her little hat. Restless and agitated, Henny now found herself standing by the window. Suddenly feeling claustrophic. Oh my god. Claustrophic.
Oh wait, that isn't claustrophobic.
No,
That is claustrophic.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, claustrophic. Yes. She unlatched it. Then she let her arms rest upon the sill and looked out into the streets. The sky outside was black as pitch and scattered with stars, the moon round and full. The moonlight played against Henny's cheeks. Bro, why is like all these environment, like at first the wind was playing with her, and now the moon, like why are they all harassing her, dude?
Felt up by nature right now. Nature deep in her
moonlight
guts right
played
now.
against Henny. What the fuck?
Sorry, my fault. Go ahead.
The moonlight played against Henny's cheek, turning it paler than it already was, while the cool breeze caressed her hair. I want to caress her hair too.
Me too.
One of the maids
I want to caress more than her hair.
closest to the window. Okay, good to know. Agnes, Henny. Henny thought her name was stirred in her sleep, perhaps disturbed by the open window. Her eyelids, however, did not flutter. Henny afforded the girl only a brief glance before returning her gaze once more to the night sky. Somewhere out there, sequestered away in the woods, was Micah. Henny was certain that Micah lived still, and that as surely as Henny was thinking of her friend was thinking of her. And they were friends. Don't worry, Micah. Henny murmured this under her breath. As though not to wake Walter's scullery maids, her face turned to the cold. I've not forgotten you. I never will. I'll find a way to rescue you, with or without Gerhardt's help. You don't need him. Not when you have me. Oh my god, she's so cute. You know, I'm starting to think you might have been right about him. Here, Henny allowed herself to smile, though the situation was not all that funny. He isn't a worthy husband for you. And I don't give a damn he can speak Latin. There are many, many other qualities I'd rather have in a man.
Like red hair and nice supple breasts and blue eyes and a waifish figure. Like, kind of like Micah, but not quite Micah, because Micah's a woman and I couldn't be with a woman, but if there was a man like Micah...
Yeah. What the fuck? You deserve much better.
All right, let's wrap it. A baby butch's dream? Which part is a baby butch's dream? Epi.
Me.
You are?
Yeah.
You're a baby butch's dream?
Yes. Guys, I'm right, yeah? I'm right, I know.
Oh wait, I think you're probably
Let me
talking about a farm.
easy. Oh my God,
You're
so
probably
hungry.
talking about a
so
farm.
hungry.
That makes sense. Wait, what did you just have a meltdown about? Hello? Lush?
Okay.
Are you okay?
Want to read?
Okay, yeah.
What makes you think I'm not okay?
I don't know. I just heard you go. It's like I didn't process what you were saying, but it was essentially that, and then something sounded like it fell. Did I just imitate you like a dog?
It was just my third leg dragging on the floor. You don't have to point it out, okay? Damn, you know I'm insecure about that shit, bro.
Alright. Alright, let's get into this game. You guys have been here for 15 minutes already. The next few days passed with such an intolerable slowness that Micah felt as though she had been imprisoned in Magdalena's abode for a small eternity. It was hard for Micah to know the precise length of her incarceration, for she had no calendar to consult. She did not even know what precise hour it was, the carriage clock in her dusty morgue of a bedroom being frozen for all perpetuity at 10 minutes past midday or midnight. During these dreary days, Micah fell into something of a routine. She awoke with the chirping of birds, when the shafts of sunlight were beginning to sneak through the gaps in her curtains, cutting golden grooves against the aged carpet. Upon waking, Micah would discover a tray left on her bedside, laden with tea and pastries. Her breakfast always came with a brief, imperative note, written in Magdalena's now familiar hand. Eat. By the way, is my volume good, guys? Did I get quieter all of a sudden? Sometimes when I read, I get quiet.
Nah, that was good.
Thank you. Micah consumed her breakfast, then about her ablutions. Then said about her ablutions. She washed her face in the basin, and her hair, then changed from her nightgown into one of the many dresses Magdalena had kindly bequeathed to her. After dressing, Micah would try the door handle, though with little hope. It was always locked. Left with little else to do, Micah whiled away her days reading. She devoured book after book as a starving man might a plate of warm, nourishing pie. Nothing was off limits for Micah, from chilling horror tales to sweeping romances, historical accounts to travel guides, philosophical tracts to collections of poetry. Micah did not much care what she read so as long as it eased the drudgery of her waking hours. While reading, Micah was freed from her boredom and, worst of all, her worries about Henny, and her own looming fate which dwelt beyond it. During the day, Micah's hostess was conspicuously absent, doubtless sleeping in her own chamber, protected from sunlight. It was until night fell that Magdalena put in an appearance in Micah's chamber, her hands laden with Micah's dinner. Magdalena sat upon Micah's bed to observe her while she ate, and from time to time she would talk, her voice light and lilting, and almost sweet. I'm sorry, I just remembered the whole feederism aspect of this. She's literally just watching her eat, like, yes, eat more, get plump. Magdalena asked Micah about the book she had been reading, and though Micah had been initially reluctant, she found herself soon responding. Part of Micah feared if she did not talk, her vocal cords would begin to rust from disuse, much like the keyhole that sealed her windows shut. She needed some opportunity to speak aloud, to assure herself that she was still alive despite all the odds. In time, too, Micah found that she was not speaking to Magdalena solely from a sense of obligation. Magdalena's company was not entirely unpleasant. When she tactfully chose not to remind Meike of her plans to eat her, that was.
Damn, this is so much narration, bro.
Oh my god! Like like every single chapter, like the story is picking up a bit, but it's like every single chapter is just like laboring in every single detail of narration. It's just like, oh my god. I mean, this game clearly was not intended for somebody to read out loud.
I heard it's like 50,000 words or something. It's crazy.
Oh, you guys did the dance ones? Oh, I saw a bunch of people did beat Venom up and dance. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I'll beat myself up so you can get your redeem. What should I do that's not gonna concern you guys? I'll just, like, slap my arm. Ow. Ow. Okay, great.
Ow, why'd you hit me? What the hell?
And then...
Ow.
Okay, I'm dancing in my chair. Imagine me dancing in my chair. Sorry guys, I forgot to turn off the redeems before I started stream. Can I slap what? Pinch yourself? Okay, is this turning into a masochism stream? Ow, wait, what the fuck?
What the
I
hell?
pinched myself twice, okay? Is that enough? Are you guys pleased? Do you forgive me for not turning them off now? Sorry, I didn't have my Twitch thingamajiggy activity feed. I forgot it doesn't show on my OBS. And they had some redeems. So, how can you slap? Magdalena had not spoken of drinking Micah's blood for several days, however. It seemed almost as though she had forgotten about it, content, instead, to play at being hostess. Micah had one... I just saw the chat.
Oh my god, bro.
Magdalena had one speared Magdalena. Magdalena had one speared herself, apparently. Micah had one speared Magdalena, but as the days passed, her anxiety began to wane. It was hard work being on edge all the time. Magdalena was so unfailingly polite. Micah sometimes caught herself wondering whether they might have been friends, had they met under other circumstances. But then Micah would catch Magdalena's gaze. I just realized her face is going through, like, such a range of emotions. Like, she's like, oh, and I'm happy, and I'm scared. Like, it's fucking... But then Micah would catch Magdalena's gaze.
Thanks for the follow.
Rachel Voshell subscribed.
Thank you for the follow, Rachel Voshell. And see once more how red her eyes were. As red as violence. And she would start. Wait, is she just all of a sudden angry at her? What the fuck is going on with these guys? Hello?
I'm kind of falling asleep.
Yeah, it's such a juxtaposition between when we speak and sort of break character for a second and when we read the story. Like, the story is it's like a very ASMR experience, and then all of a sudden I laugh my little witch cackle, and it's loud as fuck. Magdalena had not killed her yet, but she surely would. Someday soon, perhaps. She would tire of talking about Goth and Schlegel and Eckermann, and Schlegel and Eckermann, and then she would show her true colors. There was no dialogue for that scene? Come on. She would take Micah's jaw betwixt her gloved fingers and then bring her teeth to Micah's throat. Then she would bite, and she would drink. Micah's blood would be drained from her body until she turned cold, numb and still and insensible. How could they ever hope to be friends under such circumstances? They could not even be acquaintances.
They can only be lovers.
That's the only option. It was unthinkable that anything could develop between them. They were nothing but a captor and a captive, a jailer and a prisoner. Micah was at Magdalena's mercy, but sometimes when Magdalena spoke to her, Micah thought? I think that's supposed to say thought. Micah thought she could detect something in her gaze which spoke not of bloodlust, but of loneliness. It was during times like these that Micah thought that they mightn't have been so very dissimilar after all. It was later that night that Magdalena paid a visit to Micah, when the sun had set, and the sky beyond Micah's bedroom was black as pitch. Magdalena looked unusually apologetic as she let herself into Micah's room.
with a light shuffling of footsteps and a familiar click of the door, which she locked behind her. After slipping the key into her pocket, she turned to face Micah and spoke.
Oh my god, guys, I'm kind of nervous. I haven't done the bottom voice in how long?
That's just your regular voice.
Oh, it's your line. It's your line. I thought it was mine.
No, it's not. Yeah. All right, let me get into Magdalena. I think you know why I'm here. I've put this off for much too long as it is, and now it is time to take from you what I want. Magdalena inhaled, then took a few steps forth, her red eyes heavy with the seriousness of the situation. I brought you here for a purpose. It is past time I fulfilled it. I must confess, however, that I do not feel good at all about treating such a lovely young woman so roughly. Typically, I pursue bandits and highwaymen, brigands who deserve every iota of misfortune I inflict upon them. These are criminals, often petty crooks nobody would miss. I make the world a better place, or so I like to tell myself, by disposing them. But I cannot tell myself the same in regards to you. This is a first for me, so forgive me if I am somewhat awkward. I've been unsure how to exactly to proceed, but proceed I must. I only hope you do not take it too personally. I have no genuine desire to harm you. There you go.
And why do it?
This question was so soft it seemed to lose its way in Micah's darkened bedchamber. Part of Micah doubted it would reach Magdalena's ears, and indeed, it took the other woman a while to react. But react in time she did. I do it because I must. It is in my nature to cause others pain. Preying upon humans is simply what my kind must do if we wish to keep on living. Try not to worry overly, though, if you can help it. I'm not sadistic. I won't cause you any greater pain than I need to, and I won't kill you either. There's more I wish to take from you yet, before I turn you into a corpse. Magdalena drew back the curtains to better illuminate Micah's chamber with the moon's milky glow, then took a seat upon the edge of the bed. The vampire reached for Micah's arm, her gloved fingers slicing through the darkness. Her digits soon seized about Micah's wrist, as firm and immovable as steel. Her grip was hard, yet she was surprisingly gentle when she turned Micah's arm upwards to reveal the white skin of her palm, her wrist. Micah had always been... God, every time they do that, and this did it last time too. Micah had always been pale, yet she appeared even more so in the moonlight. Her skin was as smooth as the interior of a conch shell, and Magdalena sighed to see it. You really are pretty. It's almost a shame to mark your skin, or sully it. But spoiling things is all I'm good for. At least you'll be able to hide your injuries beneath your sleeves come the morning light. Micah looked at Magdalena, her expression uncomprehending. See? She's jumping in my closet and she just whined because she knows she's not supposed to be doing crazy shit. Cece, you want to say hi? Yeah? What's up? What? Wait, do you guys not hear Lush at all? Magdalena was only inches apart from her. Their faces so close Micah could see how Magdalena's eyelids trembled. Magdalena was devoid of all self-righteous pomp with which she usually conducted herself. She seemed contrite, guilty as a young child caught out by an angry parent. Micah felt for her, but still, she worried about her own fate. Did Magdalena mean to bite her? Surely she must. That was the whole reason behind her visit at so late an hour. Micah did not understand why Magdalena was examining her arm, however, like an antiquarian might inspect an old necklace.
Aren't you,
Micah swallowed.
aren't you going to drain my blood?
Indeed I am. Must I make my intention so plain? Magdalena smiled, but her voice was dry when she next spoke. For all the books you read, your intelligence is nothing to boast about, Micah.
I just thought I would clarify.
Damn, she really just looked at her and said, "Are you stupid, bitch?" She was like, "Bitch, are you dumb?"
I don't understand though.
What isn't there to understand? It is quite a simple process to comprehend, really. Observe. Magdalena reached for the table, then lifted a strange silvery blade. Micah supposed she must have kept it upon her as an assassin might, the blade sharp and silver in the moonlight. Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife to the inside of Micah's arm, a few inches below the bend of her elbow, then said, "I will cut you with this knife, and you will bleed. Then I will collect your blood in a dish I brought with me for this very purpose." It's an unusual ritual, yes, but it is not complicated. Surely a well-bred young woman like yourself can comprehend it.
I understand, but...
Micah gasped, her breath catching in her throat as Magdalena pressed the knife's edge to... I just realized that's what you just did.
Yeah, bro.
As Magdalena pressed the knife's edge to her skin. Magdalena had not pressed hard enough to lacerate her skin, not yet, at least. But the knife was hard and unyielding, and the promise of pain made Micah shiver.
I thought you would be biting me, not cutting me.
Micah looked at Magdalena's mouth. Her fangs were obscured, hidden behind her pursed lips. But Micah had seen them often enough to know how sharp they were. Magdalena's teeth had been made to ride human flesh. Why, then, would she resort to a knife? It seemed an unnecessary layer of obfuscation to the act of bloodletting. Perhaps it was to assuage Magdalena's guilt about what it was she was trying to do, or perhaps... My. Magdalena smiled, her carmine lips splitting to reveal her wickedly sharp incisors. What is this, Micah? Do you wish me to bite you?
No, that's not it. I don't wish for it, of course I don't. But I thought that was what vampires were supposed to do.
Is that not what you... Oh, sorry.
Is that not what you're known for?
It doesn't help that both our names start with M.
Yeah.
I suppose we are in all the folk stories and the legends, but I prefer to take a more pragmatic approach.
Pragmatic?
Magdalena nodded. It is much more practical to cut you. The wound will be easier to clean, and it will heal more quickly. It will be less painful, too. You will thank me for my reticence, I am sure, when we are finished here. If I were to sink my fangs into you, I fear I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Your blood smells so very sweet, I would be obliged to suck you dry. I would like for things to last just a touch longer than that. You don't wish to be drained of all you have in one single session, do you? All of the build-up would be for naught, then. Micah shook her head, shivering.
I don't wish to be drained at all.
I know you don't. I don't blame you much either. Here, Magdalena's good humor seemed to fail her. She sighed, her eyes half-lidded, the frown sliding from her face like melting snow come the springtime. I don't much want to do this either. But I have no choice. As I said, this is what I must do as a vampire. I might defy our legends in some regards. I am not wholly typical of my kind, but I am still a monster in the end. Now, sit still and try not to squirm. I have no desire to make this more painful than it needs to be. Magdalena angled her hand so as to press the blade of the knife more snugly to Micah's skin. Inhale deeply now. One big breath. Yes, just like that. There's a good girl. This will be over before you know it. I had to crack a smile at that line. I was like, okay, all right.
I'm cheesing behind the screen, bro.
Magdalena was as good as her word too. Micah had scarce inhaled, drinking in a lungful of stagnant air when Magdalena made her move. She drew the knife across the inside of Micah's arm, the blade sinking deep into her skin.
Bro, there you go.
You did good on that one. Micah exhaled, shocked, as a sharp stinging sensation coursed through her. It was painful, yes, but not so painful as she feared. Magdalena had been quick about her incision and precise with it. Her motions were as well practiced as a surgeon's. Depositing the knife upon Micah's bedside, the blade of which was tarnished with spilled blood, Magdalena then set a bowl beneath Micah's arm to collect her ill-gotten goods. The bowl was a shallow one, and as soon as it was half full with blood, thick and viscous, and redder even than Magdalena's eyes. Micah watched on as Magdalena drained her, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the pain. By God, it stung. Yet it happened so suddenly, she scarcely registered it. I gotta be so honest, this doesn't look like it hurts that bad.
Yeah.
She felt no sense of loss as Magdalena drained her, nor any real wrongdoing. She was shocked instead, too stunned to know how she ought to respond. Goodness. Magdalena sighed as she observed Micah's blood, which was pooled in the bottom of the bowl like a profane offering to a pagan god. Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry. Let me get into character. Your blood is so very red, Micah. And it's so very pretty. I suppose I could try a drop or two of it myself to see whether it tastes as good as it looks. But no, I must abstain. That ought to be enough. For tonight, at least. You bled well for me, Micah. And you bore your burden with the grace one might expect of a true noblewoman. You did not even scream, though I saw you wince. I have to commend you for that. Men stronger than you have screamed when faced with far less. If you don't just bite the damn arm, 7. They're trying to.
Right.
I mean,
I
feel like we understand the pace of this visual novel. They want to fucking drag it out, right? This is just the pacing. We're taking our time with it. We're edging. She must not be hungry for real. Taking forever just to get some blood.
Mm-hmm.
Magdalena set the bowl aside, along with the dirty knife, and drew her cloak protectively about her slender shoulders. Micah was afraid, for a few moments, that Magdalena meant to take her leave already, her task fulfilled, but no. Oh, look at Micah getting a little clingy. She's like, wait, don't leave. You're just gonna take my blood and leave me as this used blood bag on this bed? Cuddle me. Magdalena rose, once again drawing shut the curtains, almost as if she could not bear to let the moon witness the pain she had wrought upon Micah. This completed, she turned her attention to the basin which rested on the writing desk. The basin was filled with water from earlier that morning, which Micah used to wash her face, though it was cold by now. Magdalena drew from her pocket a handkerchief, which she dipped in the cool water in the basin. Then she turned back to Micah and introduced the damp cloth to Micah's cut. Micah hissed.
Yeah, sorry. Go on.
No, that was great. Micah hissed to feel the fabric against her wound, and Magdalena replied with a small smile. So stupid, bro. I'm sorry, Micah. I know this hurts, but please, try to bear it. It's for your own good. I would not do it. It would not do if your wound were to be infected. And why is she all of a sudden angry?
Right.
She's looking at like, it would not do if your wound were to be infected. Try to bear with it. Magdalena dabbed at Micah's wound as carefully as a nurse might, her head bowed. Micah watched her work, frowning, her skin tingling both at the pain and the unusual gentleness with which Magdalena was displaying. She did not know how Magdalena could touch her so carefully, when, only a few moments prior, she had slid the blade of a knife into her flesh. It was an awful contradiction, one Micah did not understand at all. I feel like she was gentle with the knife too. Like, I don't understand what the contradiction is.
Why?
Micah gasped while her cut stung. Then she tried again, her voice barely more than a whisper.
Why are you acting so kindly? It seems unusual. What is...
I think it's literally that.
You're a vampire.
They just got you whimpering and moaning. I'm glad I'm not playing the bottom today. Holy shit. I think it's literally like...
Why are you so kind?
It's unusual for a vampire, but I never professed to being like the majority of my kin. I hope I've not proven to be too much of a disappointment.
I'm not disappointed, really.
Oh, good. I was starting to worry. I thought that you might prefer something more traditional. A spell in a dungeon, perhaps, and a few broken bones.
But I am confused. You say you don't wish to harm me, but you do so regardless. It seems rather contradictory.
Yes, you would be right there. It is a contradiction, but what can I do? My whole existence hinges upon such fallacies and logic. I'm dead, yet I'm also alive. I am a monster, yet I still possess feelings.
Oh.
And though I must drink blood to survive, I do not truly wish to harm innocents. Least of all you. It is quite the conundrum. I've had over a century to dwell upon it, but I doubt you will have the same luxury. Your humans aren't particularly durable. Micah certainly felt delicate as Magdalena cleaned her.
Oh my god.
Magdalena was being gentle, yet the brush of her fingertips made her shudder regardless. She simply could not help herself. Once satisfied that the bleeding had stopped, Magdalena drew back and deposited her handkerchief back in her pocket. I tried to push through you doing the sound effects in the background and not laughing. You're getting very immersed in the story today.
I'm just like, how would that look though? A vampire is carrying a bowl of blood? Like, I don't know.
I mean, you would think that they would.
So silly.
I mean, I guess, you know, you can interpret the myth how you want, but I would think that the vampire would be so hungry at the smell of it that they would not be able to compose themselves so well.
She would be like itching.
She'd be like fiending, like scratching her neck, like, oh.
Somebody said, imagine an old-timey vamp gives you the plague or something through a bite. Why would I imagine that? Why do you want me to imagine that?
Right, what the hell? Why are you even thinking that in the first place?
Right. Magdalena said, no, a star with a name said, Magdalena could low-key be a freak and save the handkerchief for sniffing later. That is true. I hope she is that kind of freak. The storyline making Lush work. Retrieving both the knife and the bowl of Micah's blood, which she had laid to rest upon her bedside table, she turned to the door. Now I must depart. Sweet dreams, my dear Micah. If you are able to sleep, of course, after the excitement of the night. I hope you are able to, despite my rudeness. I wish I could say this would be the last time I would demand so much of you, but I do not want to lie to you, or to give you false hope. That would be a cruelty not even I could perform without flinching. And now she just leaves the room mad. Just making herself mad for no reason.
Like, what is going on?
It was with this final remark that Magdalena finally departed. Micah watched from her bed, cradling her arm in her hand as she left the room, the door closing behind her with a thud. Micah listened as Magdalena's footsteps, feather light, receded from beyond her bedroom door, then vanished altogether. Micah supposed she should have felt relieved now that Magdalena was gone, but it was quite the opposite. Her inner arm still stung, and her mind raced full of frantic thoughts. Her room felt quieter after Magdalena's departure, and for some reason, it felt far, far lonelier.
Bro, it's been, what, 2 days? Come on now.
I think it might be longer than that, actually. While Micah convalesced that night, wearied by Magdalena's visit, Magdalena herself could be found in a darkened bedchamber, sitting at the bedside of a shadowy figure. Oh. Magdalena held a bowl in both hands, which was full of viscous, sticky liquid, dark red in actuality, but rendered almost black in the darkness. Huh. Here you are, my dear. I've brought this for you. I do hope it is to your liking. It should be a different blood from the bandits, at least. The one whom I took it from was very sweet. I would not be surprised if her blood is similarly sumptuous. What the fuck is going on? You'll like it, I'm sure of that. I know you're hard to please, but not even you can turn your nose up at this.
Wait, what?
Please. Magdalena's voice wavered. She sighed and sadly looked away. Drink it, and be satisfied. I can't give you more than this. Not for tonight, at least. I fear I might have taken too much from her already. I don't want to hurt her, but... Magdalena inhaled. Her eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, narrowed, her red pupils roving over those of her charge. I would do it, you know, for your sake. I would do anything for you. You mean the world to me. I just wish... Oh, I wish. Magdalena shivered as her beloved began... As her beloved began
Like
to
a
sup
big
from
fat
the
monster.
bowl. That's from what she offered. What the fuck is going on here? Their head bowed, lips parted like a hungry animal. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Who the fuck?
Holy plot twist. Hello?
Whoa. Okay. All right. Starting to introduce some things that are catching my interest. You're starting to capture my interest.
Intrigued.
What you mean a love triangle? I will say too, I'm like, love triangle? Who the fuck? Micah had suffered in the
Thanks for the
combination.
follow. Big Mama Temp has joined the Legion.
Welcome in, Big Mama Temp. Micah had suffered in the combination.
I'm joking. Go on, sorry.
I was about to hit you with a good something, but I was like, I couldn't think of the next word, and I was like, I'm a thank you for also thanking the follower. I was gonna hit you with a good something, you know, like a good, like good pup.
Huh?
Nothing. Micah had suffered in the culmination of the past 2 weeks, but she was not unique in this. Henny, too, was suffering, albeit in better circumstances than her poor mistress. Henny had been recuperating in Walter Gerhardt's home ever since her frantic escape from Magdalena's abode. She had spent the first week of her stay lying in bed in the servants' quarters, unable to conceive of doing anything more than strenuous than existing. The star with the name Lush didn't even hear me. Lush didn't hear me. Why'd you have to bring it back up?
Oh, you said good pup? Damn.
No, I
I
didn't.
like a good pump. I was like, what is that?
Do you think I just randomly said to you good pump?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Okay, that was like a good word. Like, oh, good job. Like, good pump. I don't know, bro. Was that for me? What the fuck? I
No,
thought you were
that wasn't
saying
for you. That was
like,
for chat.
Subscriber.
That was for, yeah, it was for the subscriber. The horror she had witnessed during the night of the bandits' attack had left her nigh on insensible, her body dull and leaden. During this week, the local constabulary had arrived to ask Henny questions about all she had witnessed in the forest. Henny had answered as honestly as she could, or at least as honestly as Walter had permitted. Henny had wanted to tell the police about Magdalena and her inhuman strength, but how could she? If Walter had not believed her, it seemed very unlikely the police would, particularly when Walter had a vested interest in Micah's affairs. Surely, as a bereaved groom-to-be, he should have seized upon any chance to reunite with his fiancée, no matter how implausible the circumstances surrounding said chance seemed. Walter did not seem to care overly much about Micah's disappearance, though. Or, if he did not show it to Henny. His tears, if indeed he had the capacity to cry, were all shed in private, away from prying eyes. In any case, Henny told the police only of the bandits, and of the murder of the Lord and Lady von Essen. She had told them that she had run from the carriage, Micah in tow, and that during their escape they had become separated, which was not a complete lie. You're better at voicing Henny than me.
Alright. It was very late at night, you see, and foggy with it. I couldn't hardly see nothing. I was holding Lady Micah's hand, but I was so afraid I ran on ahead. When my senses had returned, and I stopped to look behind me, I couldn't see Lady Micah anywhere. She just up and vanished.
Fair police officers had asked Henny if she had heard anything suggesting a struggle, or else her mistress's screams, but to this, Henny stubbornly shook her head.
I know what you're implying, and no, I didn't hear any such thing. I don't think the bandits got their filthy mitts on my mistress. I'm sure she escaped, but I've not a clue where she might be right now. She could still be wandering in the woods for all I know. Like a nomad. Oh, I can barely stomach the thought. My poor mistress deserves much better than that. Please, good sirs, I know my mistress is still alive. She must be. Lady Micah might have looked delicate, but she was surprisingly strong. She was quite the tomboy when she was little. She was always getting into scrapes.
She's surprisingly strong because she's wincing off just like a little prick of her arm. She's like, ow, it hurts so much. Ow, why are you cleaning it? Oh, it hurts. Like, I don't know. She seemed, the last scene made her seem quite fragile. Oh, what's up, Kai? Hey, it's the ass kicker here to kick your ass. Hey, stream's going good.
A woman like that wouldn't simply die. She just wouldn't. It's impossible.
Henny asked the officers to search the body for her beloved Micah, and they assured her that they would do everything in their power to help. If by divine providence your mistress still lives, then we will find her. Searching for missing persons is our job. You've no need to trouble yourself on the matter further, Fraulein. I have no idea how to say that German word. It was something, Henny supposed, in the wake of the officer's visit, but their reassurances had not left her feeling particularly cheered. Henny had been able to tell that the constables, like Walter, thought that Micah was a lost cause. Henny did not doubt that the local constabulary would send some officers into the woods to search for a body, but their perfunctory efforts would fail. There's an XO in her collar? Oh yeah, I guess that kind of is XO. They would find the Lord and Lady von Essen slumped in their carriage, but Micah would be absent. The police could comb the forest as thoroughly as they wished, but any search undertaken with so little information seemed doomed to failure. Henny knew, as surely as she knew her own mother's birthday, that Augsburg officers would never find Micah. Micah's body was not lying on the forest floor, abandoned, curled up and cut apart by bandits. Micah was, instead, at Magdalena's mercy, in her eerie abode deep in the heart of the forest. Whether Micah was still alive was a mystery, but Henny wanted to believe Micah lived still. She had to believe that. She could not bear the thought of her mistress being tortured. Henny feared she might have to countenance such a thought, however, as the days passed and as she heard nothing of the police's investigation. Though Henny was familiar with the phrase, "no news is good news," she rather feared that in this case no news meant nothing was being done. Nobody seemed to care for Micah other than Henny herself, but she could do nothing on her own. Oh, hydrate. Alright, Les, you got some water? You want to join me for a little hydration? We just got a hydrate redeem.
Let's do a cling. Cling.
How do I cling? Okay. Cling!
Nice.
Thank you for the hydrate redeem. What?
Are you getting tired of narrating?
Oh, there's also a stretch redeem. Okay, I'll stretch a little bit. Lush, if you want to stretch too, you can join me.
What does that do?
You just stretch. I'm just stretching. Ooh, I need it.
Yo, like, are those like gifts? Like, what are those?
Oh, they're
those,
like,
gifts?
they're like Twitch redeems. Ooh, my back needs to be cracked so bad. Ow. I don't know. Micah seems to be doing pretty well for herself right now. No, I don't actually. How can you guide me through it?
Yeah.
All right. What do I do?
There's like a few ways. Like you put your knee in front. Like if you're sitting on a chair, just put your leg on the chair.
Why did somebody say
and,
fart? Okay, I put my leg on the chair.
And you like want to like cross your like tangle your fingers together. So you're like you like put your hands together and your fingers are tangled.
Okay.
And then you put your hands on your knees.
Hands on your knees, Angelina Jolie.
Knee, but, like over your knees, like on your upper calf. You just
okay.
Like, push.
I'm
your,
trying
like,
that. It's not
chest
cracking.
Forward.
Ooh.
You do it really hard. It's really fucking good, dude. Oh my god.
I might have to practice that one a little bit.
Growing desperate, Henny had attempted once more to impress upon Walter the seriousness of Micah's situation, but he refused to listen.
Who was doing Walter's voice last time? I don't remember. Which one of us did Walter better?
I think.
Okay. Let me find Walter. You would come into my office and talk of bloodsuckers again?
Wow.
Walter had asked of her, his expression one of cultivated disdain.
I understand you suffered a nasty tumble in the forest for Henrique, but it has been a week since then. I would have hoped you would have regained some of your senses since then.
I assure you, Garhard, I'm quite sensible. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Micah, she was...
Kidnapped by a vampire. Yes, I know. You have said this twice now. You are very adamant about your claims, I must admit. It's almost impressive in a way. But you are laboring under a misapprehension. Vampires do not exist. Ergo, a vampire could not have captured my Micah. They are the stuff of stories.
But...
Not another word. I'll not have you contradicting me in my own home, Frau Henrique. I took you in because I thought it the right thing to do. Please do not make me regret my act of philanthropy. You can continue to remain here if you wish, for as long as you like. But while you are subsiding upon my kindness, you must abide by my rules. I won't have you banding about vampires in my home and distressing my servants. They are impressionable enough as it is, without you further exciting them with your wild stories.
But they're not stories.
Not to you, perhaps, but that is part of the problem. You do not want to be taken to an asylum, do you?
Of course not.
Then you would do well to hold your tongue. Silence is golden.
But what about Micah? Will you not at least try to look for her?
The police are trying. That is their job. It would not behoove me to get in their way. I'm sure they will turn Micah's body up sooner or later, if there is a body to be found. As for this talk of ferreting out this vampire's secret hidey hole, well, then he randomly speaks fucking Latin.
What the hell?
Impossibilium
like
nolla obligatio est. Did he just randomly? That shit would piss me off. I'm sorry, that shit would actually piss me off, because no way you're talking to me and all of a sudden you just go impossibilium nolla obligatio est. Bro, get the fuck out of my face.
That sounds like a whole ass spell, bro.
Just out of nowhere too, because it's like no one else speaks Latin. Like, this isn't something people speak. I mean, also it's a dead language. I'm sure it's been. I'm sure by this one it's been a dead language. He just randomly goes, impossibilium. Like, bro, pretentious ass. Now you may leave. I'm a busy man and I've got a good deal of work to attend to. Out! Out! And that had been the end of that. Swiftly dismissed by Walter, Henny had stalked through the hallways of his home. Why are her footsteps so goddamn loud?
That's her ass fat.
Oh.
Like ass, not like that. Fuck.
Wow. Oh, I figured you meant like her butt was big.
Yeah.
Clearly not that busy if he knows dead languages, right? Just spending time learning bullshit. I mean, Latin's actually a good thing to learn. It helps you learn other languages, but I know a little bit of Latin too, but it's a dead language. That's part of why I'm critical of him just randomly speaking it in the middle of a fucking sentence. Swiftly dismissed by Walter, Henny had stalked through the hallways of his home, all the while burning with the shame and the anger of it all. How dare Walter treat Micah's welfare in so cavalier a manner? Why, it was almost as though he thought her welfare did not concern him. As though he had not been poised to marry her and inherit her family's august title. That, Henny thought bitterly. Oh, how quickly love could vanish when its foundations were so flimsy. It was never love, though, Henny.
Yeah.
Henny supposed there was a fancy Latin saying to express this sentiment, but if there was, she didn't know it.
She was not half so learned as Walter, with all his books and all of his pomp. But at least she had a heart, one which was currently bleeding for her mistress's sake. With no strings of her own to pull, the police incompetent, and Walter well and truly alienated, Henny had not known what next to do. Henny spent the following week ruminating, at a loss. She felt well enough now to move, and so she did. Henny had begun to help her fellow maidservants tend to the household chores in Walter's home, for want of anything better to do, though she was not one of Walter's official employees. Moving her hands gave some relief from the thoughts which whirred in her head, and Henny was acquainted enough with housework that these mundane, repetitive tasks were almost welcome. Beating carpets and polishing banisters remind Henny of a simpler, happier time when she worked for the Lord and Lady von Essen, and during her breaks had sneaked into Micah's room to play cards with her. What was with the stream stopping and restarting? Is it doing it again? Or are you talking about like an hour ago?
It didn't restart for me.
Okay. Micah had always lost at cards. She had been hopeless at it. Her ability to tell lies had almost been non-existent, but she had told many lies for Henny's sake. She had risked her own life for that of her maid. Would any other mistress have been so kind? Henny did not imagine that Micah's mother, the indomitable Lady von Essen, would. She was the kind of woman who would drown puppies to save her own neck. Not that her ruthless calculations had done her much good in the end. She had died, but Micah had not. Not yet, at least. That was what Henny hoped. With each day that passed, however, it grew harder to cling on to this hope of hers, which had begun to look rather fragile. It was easier for Henny to endure her anxieties while the sun was still up, and she had chores to attend to. At night, however, as she lay in bed in the darkened servants' quarters, her fears began to crowd in about her. Micah was never far from Henny's mind, but it was impossible to completely extricate her young mistress from her thoughts during quiet moments such as these. Scored by the slow, soothing sighs of 6 other women, all curled beneath their thin covers, dreaming their own domestic dreams, Henny thought. She was so lost in her thoughts on one particular night, however, that she failed to hear the creak of floorboards beneath her, and as such, nearly jumped out of her skin when a soft voice called to her from the shadows. Why stream elements keep saying I'm now live? I've been live. What is going on? Maybe it is ending? Oh yeah, it did end and restart, didn't it?
What?
My stream is
you've been live for 50 minutes.
For me it says I've been live for 3. What the heck? Alright, if anyone else is having an issue with the stream, let me know. What is going on?
Is it good? Are you good?
I think it's good, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it.
Alrighty.
She was so lost in her thoughts on one particular night, however, that she failed to hear the creak of the floorboards beneath her, and as such nearly jumped out of her skin when a soft voice called to her from the shadows. Oh, kind of a cutie. I like redheads.
Oh.
Are you alright?
Oh, what the hell? Oh.
I'm imagining that Enrique used the tone you used the first time and then like corrected her tone. Like, oh shit, people can hear me. And he gasped in surprise and wheeled about, her elbow bumping against the chipped sill with a dull thud. The collision of elbow against wood sill was a loud one, but Henny's reluctant curses were louder still.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn. Fuck. Damn it.
And that was Henny's entire line, actually. She did all of that in front of this woman.
Damn it, fuck, damn it.
I'm trying, okay, damn.
Oh, Venom, your audio? Is my audio oh my god, this shit is so annoying. I have to... A friend warned me about Intel, and I think I'm seeing now that Intel is bad. Something happened with Intel recently, apparently, that's making streams bad. A couple of maids shifted at this, their eyelids fluttering, but they did not wake. Not a single one of them. They must have been exhausted by the tasks they performed day in, day out, under Gertrude's watchful gaze. Walter Gerhard mightn't have cared much for his missing fiancée, but he cared a good deal about the running of his home, and he had ordered Gertrude to be exacting in her duties as his housekeeper. His maidservants were all run ragged, and Henny was no exception to this. Goodness me. The owner of the timid voice who had startled Henny so exclaimed, then started forwards. A shaft of moonlight fell upon the mysterious interloper's face, and Henny soon divined that they were not so very mysterious after all. Oh, she's a little cutie!
Yeah.
The speaker was none other than Agnes. Agnes Becker was a small, slender thing,
What?
about 15 or 16 years of age. Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't say worse. With a shock of fiery red hair, rather like Micah's, that did not at all match her reserved personality. Her snub nose was smattered liberally with freckles, and her eyes were brown? Like those of a doe? Those look green. Gay? Gay? These look green to me. That's confusing. Henny,
What did he say?
they said her eyes are brown.
It looks kind of blue-gray and green at the same time. I don't know what color
it definitely
that is,
just
dude.
doesn't look brown. It definitely just doesn't look brown. Henny had made little effort of ingratiating herself with Walter's servants, and seemed a waste, given she had no intentions of remaining in this household. But she had grown rather fond of Agnes, despite herself that during the last 2 weeks. It was not hard to be fond of Agnes when she was so sweet, and so gentle, and so eager to please. Actually, I wonder if the YouTube went off. 1 second, let me just check that. Okay, we're still good on YouTube. That's good. Ooh, getting sleepy a little bit. Though Henny thought grimly she did not feel all that fond of her now, with her elbow smarting as it did.
I'm very sorry.
Agnes mumbled this apology to her feet, her fingers twined together at the front. She was wearing a nightgown, a white, shapeless thing made of flannel. Why are you telling me about her nightgown? I actually don't give a fuck.
I didn't mean to startle you. I only saw you were awake, and, well, I'm also awake, as you can clearly see.
Yes, I can see. It might be dark, but I do have eyes and ears alongside them.
Right, of course. I'm sorry, that was silly of me to say. I always seem to say silly things. The other mates say I must have porridge for brains, and maybe they're right. Little idiot, Hermione calls me, and I think she's right.
Hermione? Sorry.
But I'm getting carried away again. Sorry.
Agnes flushed.
Dude, I
and
can't.
What?
I'm sorry. No, you're doing really good.
What? No, say what you want to say.
No, it just sounded really cute.
Agnes flushed, and her whole face seemed to catch fire. Her cheeks and her hair a bright, striking red.
I've been finding it hard to sleep lately myself. I've not been here all that long, and I'm missing my parents, and... Oh, but that's not important. I actually wanted to talk to you about you, not myself. I've wanted to talk to you for a while, actually. If you don't mind, that is.
Well, that depends on what you want to talk about.
Oh, well, I hope it doesn't seem like too much of an imposition. I don't want to pry, really, but I've been wondering. You, were attacked by bandits, weren't you? At least that's what I heard. Hermione was talking about it. I don't know if it's true or not, though. Hermione says a lot of things. She's an awful gossip, and I thought that might have been one of her silly stories. It almost sounds too dramatic to be real.
Henny surveyed Agnes mutely for a few moments, unblinking. Walter had warned Henny not to speak of that night amongst his maids for fear of exciting them, a warning Henny tried to adhere to. She possessed no desire to make an enemy of Walter Gerhardt, not when she had been hoping to form an alliance with him. This had been before Walter's second insensitive dismissal of Henny's worries, however. Now the young maid knew Walter could not be persuaded. He was an arrogant bully of a man, and Henny no longer cared tuppence for him. She would have preferred to keep out of trouble, but it was as though Henny had spoken of her experiences with the other maids. She had been stony-lipped about the night the bandits had ransacked Lord and Lady von Essen's carriage, and about her and Micah's escape. If the other maids had guessed what happened through hearsay and whispered rumors, Henny could hardly be blamed for it. She would only be confirming what Agnes already suspected. And so it was, after a pause, that Henny replied.
No, Hermione is right. I really was chased by a bunch of rotten bandits, and so was my poor mistress.
Goodness. I was sure Hermione was making things up again, but... does that mean there really are bandits out there in the woods?
Agnes cast an uneasy glance out the window, then shuddered.
I've no need to go into the woods myself. My parents always warned me it was dangerous, but it's scary to think about all the same.
It was scary to live through. It was scary to live through too, I assure you. But I reckon it was much worse for my mistress.
Oh yes, I'm sure it would have been. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're all right, at least, but your mistress... that must have been difficult.
It was. Yes. Jealous.
Do you think about her a lot?
Every single day.
I see. I'm sorry for asking so many questions. I'm just curious, is all. I've never met anybody who was attacked by bandits before, and it must have been terrifying. I just hope I don't seem tactless. Hermione says I talk before I think, but Hermione's rude to everybody. Even Frau Schreiber.
Alright. You couldn't be more tactless than your employer is. At least you actually seem to care.
You mean Herr Gerhardt?
That's right.
Did you have a quarrel with him? Hermione said he'd been shouting at you in his office last week, but I don't know if I believe that either. Herr Gerhardt is strict, but he isn't a bad man. There are worse employers, and it was nice of him to let you stay here. I don't think he means ill.
Maybe he doesn't mean any ill, but I don't know if he means any good either. Herr Gerhardt only seems to care about Herr Gerhardt, which is fine. I'll fancy, if you're a businessman and you're trying to get things done. Treating your fiancé in such a flippant way, however, I think that's downright wicked.
So, you two did have an argument.
We did, yes. I didn't know anybody had overheard it, though. It was supposed to be private.
I'm afraid nothing stays private for very long around here. It took Hermione less than a week to sniff out the family's dark secrets. Oh, my family's dark secrets. Though how she did it, I have no idea. She seems to know absolutely everything that happens in this place.
Do you think she's listening to us right now?
Henny glanced at Hermione's bed, which was located next to Agnes, the second along from the window. The famous Hermione herself was lying beneath the covers, curled up, her copper hair spooled across her pillow like a tangle of snakes. Henny had spoken little to the maids under Walter's employ, but even she was aware of Hermione. She appeared of age with Henny, perhaps slightly older, and she was so stunningly beautiful she seemed almost otherworldly. Though a maid, Hermione possessed an attitude more appropriate for a duchess. She often ignored her tasks to gossip with other maids, a fact which frustrated Gertrude to no end. Gertrude was forever having stern words with Hermione, who never seemed to take any of it to heart. For the amount of time she found herself in hot water, Hermione had yet to be properly scalded. Henny had to wonder why Hermione had not been dismissed from Walter Gerhardt's household, but perhaps Walter had a soft spot for her. It wasn't hard to see why. One only needed to look at Hermione's face. She looked eerily like Micah.
Oh.
So much they could have been sisters. Is he fucking his maid? Walter Gerhardt must have had a type. Oof, wow.
I think she's asleep.
Agnes spoke while looking at the dozing Hermione. Her voice was uncertain. Frowning, Agnes turned her back on Hermione and said,
Hermione said that you said that your mistress was still alive. Herr Gerhardt thinks she was killed by bandits, but you think she's taken a prisoner instead? You said she had been kidnapped by a vampire.
Oh, why are you tickling my ear right now?
Sorry, I'm trying to whisper. I'm trying to be in character.
That was good. That was good, actually. I was like, whoa. It didn't even sound like you at all.
You know, sometimes I do little voice acting. Push his hair behind the ear.
The word vampire was horribly out of place in the quiet servants' quarters, and sounded ludicrous, preposterous even. Henny could see with comfortable clarity why Walter had regarded her with such scorn when she had told him about Magdalena. Henny must have appeared crazed when she began espousing upon such grisly subjects, which were unfit for ladies to dwell upon. But no matter how feasible, that did not make it any less truthful.
Yes, that's exactly it. I know that vampires exist. I've seen one with my own 2 eyes. I won't let anybody deny that. Not even Walter bloody Gerhard. Even if he thinks me touched in the head. What does that even mean? What the hell is that?
It's supposed to be her accent. Like, she's supposed to be like lower class and like speak and so I think it's supposed to be like, even if he thinks me touched in the head, something like that. Like, I think that's how you imagine it in her accent. But also, yeah, it does feel super out of place with everything else.
I am not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. A vampire kidnapped my mistress. She kidnapped me too, but my mistress convinced her to let me go. Even now, she's still there in her castle, while that awful vampire does God only knows what with her. Micah risked her life for my sake. Helping her is the least I can do.
1 second.
Castle, while that awful... Why am I hearing myself?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to see if there's anywhere where how long I've been streaming is actually visible. Because I don't know how long I've been streaming because it's been stopping and starting again. Right. Analytics. Stream health. Great. It's not gonna tell me. Cool. Nice. Oh, an hour. Okay, we've been streaming about an hour. Perfect. Are you slurping in the background? What was that?
No? What do you mean?
Don't gaslight me. Weren't you just like slurping in the background?
What if I say yes, will you like beat me?
No, I would never beat you unless it was like a play fight.
You beat me yesterday.
In a play fight.
Whatever.
You literally got in the
Go.
boxing ring on Roblox with me. That was a play fight, and you are just mad that you lost.
Which I didn't lose.
You're just mad that you lost.
I didn't lose. Okay.
No, you're right. You totally won. But then I wouldn't have beat you.
Yes.
Then you said I beat you, so I didn't beat you. You beat
me
me
really hard, but I still won. I only beat you lightly, okay?
How did you win if you only beat me lightly?
I just won like that.
Okay, Lush.
Did you lose twice? Who the hell is that? Stop it. Is that Monty?
Yes, Monty and Lush had a battle for who was the best pup in Roblox boxing.
Wait, you don't have to tell him that. What the hell is wrong with you? Hey!
It was a joke.
Okay, let's just move on, please. Let's move on.
I'm sorry. Wait, should I have not said that? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just overreacting.
Here's your next line.
I tried to talk to Hargarhard around, but he won't see reason. He threatened to send me to an asylum if I keep up with this talk of vampires, and then I really will be in a pinch. I'm trying to be strong for Micah's sake, but I haven't the foggiest of what to do next. Is that foggiest? Foggiest? What is that? I thought it was foggiest because
yeah, it is foggiest. Yeah. You are correct.
I feel like a headless chicken. Oh, can you laugh? That was funny. Come
so
on.
Immersive. I did laugh. I snorted a little bit. I said, but I didn't pick up.
Okay.
I said, or something like that. I said, does that satisfy you?
Oh.
Do you need me to laugh more heartily?
Much. Heartily, yes. Oh, thank you so much. Yay.
You're welcome.
Oh. And if you're anything like your master, you probably think I'm batty now, too.
I do think you're a baddie. Oh no, I don't think you're crazy, Enrique. Not at all.
No.
You too?
You don't? Feel that.
No, you might be crazy with concern about your mistress, but I can't blame you for that. You must love her a lot to fret this much. You're a very loyal servant.
I was more than Micah's servant. I was her friend, too. We'd been together since we were children. She meant everything to me. She still does. I want to save her more than anything, but I keep running into dead ends. It doesn't seem like anybody in this place wants to help.
It does sound very difficult, but you're not alone anymore. I believe you, even if Herr Gerhardt doesn't. I don't think you're a liar, and I don't think you're insane either. This is why I wanted to talk to you, actually. It's because I heard about the vampires, and well...
Agnes, with doe-like eyes filled with determination as she said,
I had to check first, to make sure Hermione wasn't telling tales. But now I know there's some truth to the rumors. I'd like to try and help you.
Help me?
Now this was a surprising turn of events. Henny hadn't expected that Agnes would be so willing to swallow her frankly unbelievable tales of bloodsuckers, nor that she would offer to aid her. What this aid entailed, however, was yet a mystery. Agnes was small and slender, with limbs like twigs, and she was so very young. It was unlikely she knew much about the world.
Such a baby.
She might have even been more isolated than Micah had been. Agnes, unlike Walter, had no wealth nor any connections. She was just a maid, a simple girl from a poor family, working for pennies to support her parents. While it was nice to be believed, Henny did not place much faith in her as a potential ally. She didn't want to get her hopes up prematurely, but she was intrigued.
How could you help me exactly?
Agnes must have heard the apprehension in Henny's voice because, once more, she blushed.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. I wouldn't be helping you. Not directly, at least. I'd never be able to best a, vampire. But I know somebody who can.
Oh, was her, dark past that her family's vampire hunters?
Mm. And who would this be?
If you want somebody to look for your mistress, somebody who really cares, I mean, you should go to St. Celia's this coming Sunday. There's a priest who sometimes gives sermons there called Father Dorvek. He's very open-minded, and I'm sure he would listen to your concerns without questioning you.
Are you open-minded?
Are you open-minded?
Are you open-minded? You must be very open-minded indeed. Swallow stories about vampires in good faith. You better be from Hongdae, boy. Come on.
Your next line.
How do you even say that? How do you pronounce that?
I don't know. I'm guessing Dorak.
Dvorak. Okay.
Dvorak? I don't know. Honestly, I think we can pronounce it however we want.
And Father Dorak? Where does he come from? That's no name I've ever heard before.
Zenta's saying Dvorak. Dvorak? Dvorak. Huh.
He's from Bohemia, I think. He has a bit of an accent, but his German is fluent, and his sermons are really quite good. My mother is very fond of him. She always used to take me to listen to him preach, whenever he was at St. Celia's, which he isn't always. He would often disappear for weeks, sometimes months at a time.
So, he's a traveling priest?
Hey, Chili. Agnes nodded.
He's recently returned from a trip, though. I think he's in Augsburg now. You should be able to see him this Sunday, or at least I think you should. I'd be disappointed if you can't. I've been meaning to attend his sermon this Sunday, too.
You sound very fond of this Bohemian priest.
Oh, I am. I can't sing Father Dvorak's phrases enough. He's a real gentleman. He helped my mother a lot, you see, after my father, well...
What?
Agnes blushed hotly, as seemed to be her wont.
I won't go into that. It's personal. You'll probably find out sooner or later, but... You'll probably find out sooner or later anyway, if you stay here long enough. Hermione likes to needle me about it, as if I'm somehow to blame for my father's actions. But enough about that. Father Dvorak listened to my mother's concerns, and he consoled her. He helped her through a very difficult time. Hi, Cece. I'm sure he'll be... Oh, sorry. I'm sure he'll be able to do the same for you.
He sounds like a nice man. But isn't helping with family affairs rather different from hunting down vicious vampires?
Hello. Hello, Cece.
Well, my family's affairs are rather sensitive in nature. I'm not talking about a mere domestic dispute here. It was a rather complicated matter, but Father Dvorak helped a lot when I was sure nobody else could. He really is incredible.
Yeah, Cece?
Is he now?
Henny raised an eyebrow, but if Agnes saw it, perhaps she didn't. It was rather dark. She made no comment on it. Instead, she clenched her hands into fists and said with as much... Okay, Cece. Hi. Yeah? Do you wanna... Are you locked in the room? Okay, let me let you out.
Meow.
Cece.
Meow.
Yeah? What's
Meow,
going on with
meow.
you? Yeah, you wanna leave?
Meow, meow, meow.
Okay.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow.
Instead, she clenched her hands into fists and said with as much excitement as she dared given the lateness of the hour.
Yes, he gives spiritual guidance to anybody who needs it, but he also has experience dealing with unholy monsters. He even performs exorcisms. He's a perfect man for the job, and he's a priest. You can trust him.
Well, I wonder.
A ponderous Henny glanced away from Agnes, whose enthusiasm was almost palpable, to the window. It seemed highly unlikely that a single priest would be able to stop Magdalena, even one who came as highly recommended as his father Dvorak. Henny had seen how Magdalena had torn those bandits limb from limb in the blinking of an eye. It would take a whole fleet of men to stop Magdalena, and it was doubtful whether even that would be enough. But this Father Dvorak must have been better than nothing. Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Henny had little faith in Agnes's priest, but she would seek him out all the same. She did not stand to lose anything by a brief consultation, not when she had already lost everything she cared for.
Oh, so we're always facing you.
When you suddenly really realize you have a line is so funny because your voice is naturally so deep. So you start the Henny line with, "Oh!"
All right, then.
Alright then. Let me speak to this highly esteemed father. Perhaps he can help.
Henny only hoped, as she gazed at the night sky, that she had not left it too late.
Can we get some action going, please? Let's get some action going.
Oh, we got another hydrate redeem. You want to clink our little glasses?
Yeah, let's go. Cling. Oh my god, is that actually a glass? I'm drinking from a bottle.
Don't ruin the immersion.
Guys, I was kidding. It was actually a glass and we totally clinked.
We're here together right now in person. Clink my nuts? What the fuck are you talking about, Monty? How are we gonna clink your nuts? They're too small.
Oh,
Micah
okay.
felt weary when she awoke the following morning, exhausted after a night of uneasy sleep which had been broken up with bad dreams. The gash upon the inside of her wrist still stung, though it had stopped bleeding. The gash was not particularly large, but it showed up starkly on Micah's skin, a thin ribbon of bright red, which had intercepted the whiteness of her arm. Oh, we got another hydrate. Y'all like hearing us clink, huh? Alright, clink.
Link.
Micah sighed as she sat upright, shivering as the cover slipped from her bare shoulders. Is she wearing the same nightgown every night? Does it get washed? It was a cold, overcast sort of morning, the rays of light which streamed into her room thin and gray. Briefly, Micah considered rising, dressing, and washing her face, but soon dismissed this idea. She had not the energy to go about her daily routine as though nothing was awry,
the thought almost unbearable. Micah's tiredness was nothing more than a physical feeling, and was entrenched within her mind, deeper than the tangled knot of roots which fed the mightiest of oak trees. All right, guys, which one of you enjoyed that
Was
clicker?
that a clicker?
Yeah.
Me. I'm joking.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Alright, bro.
Magdalena had not taken so very much of her blood the night prior, but Micah still felt drained. She still had enough blood in her veins to animate her arms and legs, but her body refused to move. She did not take that much fucking blood. Why are we being so dramatic about this? She pricked her arm, took a little basin of blood. That's about as much as you lose in a period. She's fine. Why are we doing all this?
She's just a girl.
She's just a girl.
She was too
Pale,
preoccupied with her
skinny
thoughts
girl.
of... She's just a...
Pale, skinny girl who's just really tough because she was a tomboy when she was younger, but she's also very fragile and she loves reading
Not as
books.
tomboy as God tomboy is more.
She was too preoccupied with her thoughts of last night and of Magdalena. The way your head popped up? Yeah, Monty. Every time that clicker goes off, it reminds me that you're actually, like, clicker trained. She was too preoccupied with her thoughts of last night and of Magdalena. Though unwilling to admit it, Micah might have begun to grow fond of her captor. Now I'm thinking about clickers, and I'm like, oh, I should make a clicker training audio. I don't know how to clicker train somebody, though. Does anybody in chat... Actually, Monty, I'm going to ask for your advice on it, and if anybody else in chat knows about clicker training...
Wait, click a what?
Clicker training.
Oh, clicker training?
Yeah. I'm gonna... If anybody knows about
like
it...
for a cat?
In the Discord... No, for... Yeah, your advice. I mean, you've been... You know what? We'll talk about this off stream, but you just gave me an idea, Monty. I don't know. I'm the dog here.
Wait, what are you talking about? Where did that come from?
So there's redeems on my page, and oh well, you heard it. The clicker 7. That wasn't me.
Yeah,
7 redeemed the clicker. That was like a soundboard that they can redeem with channel points. So 7 redeemed the clicker, and then Monty was talking about how her head popped up, and something about that gave me the idea of possibly doing a clicker training audio. I was like, oh, that could be fun actually. So that's what I'm talking about. Is I just had an idea. But yeah, back to the novel. Though unwilling to admit it, Micah might have begun to grow fond of her captor. I have actually clicker trained actual dogs, and I have no idea if if it's the same for kinky ass people. It actually is very similar. I've heard that it's basically the same thing, but just like slightly different.
Let's
rewarding.
find out.
Live clicker training, Lush on stream. Chat, should we do it? I'm just joking.
Let's do it.
Night Owl Cafe, are you in the Discord actually? Because I actually could possibly use that advice. That would be so fucking goofy, bro. Just me trying to practice on you. Oh my god. All right. Though unwilling to admit it, Micah might have begun to grow fond of her captor.
What is this? There's like this syndrome. Like, what syndrome is this?
Stockholm.
Like you fall for your Stockholm syndrome. Is this
Do you know
Stockholm
why
syndrome?
Do you know why that phrase started?
No.
So basically there was, I forget the exact story. I'm probably going to butcher the story because I'm not going to look it up. I'm just going to say it from memory and see how much I actually remember. Basically in Stockholm, there was some sort of hostage situation where it was like a building full of just like civilians who were being held hostage by this little group of people. But the group of people were like really nice to them. They were like really comforting, really reassuring. They were like, hey, we don't actually want to hurt you guys. You're going to be okay. I think they might have even explained why they were doing it. And by the end of it, the victims like were on the captor's side and they were trying to support them and were very adamant about like working with them. So they could get what they wanted because they trusted them and they grew like a bond with them after like how nicely they were treated and how much they had like felt like they bonded with their captors. And so that's why the phrase Stockholm syndrome happens because it's
that,
you would develop that.
Yeah, I would do that so quick.
Oh my god. I don't even know how to respond to that one. I hope no one takes advantage of that. And I hope
It's okay because you will protect me, Alpha.
I will.
But you just talked about, okay, Stockholm isn't actually a good example of the syndrome. Is it really? Huh. Zinta, feel free to elaborate. Feel free to elaborate. Zinta's always saying so many smart things. I would love to hear an elaboration. I have a rant about Stockholm syndrome. You go for it too, Night
I
Owl
feel like
Cafe.
it's just like the norm that's like, you know, popular.
It was actually less that the bad guys treat them well and more that the cops treat them so poorly. Oh, really? Is that how it went? Oh, wow. Okay, so it was less about... so it was almost more out of spite for the cops in that scenario. Huh. Interesting. Well, hey. I guess I misremembered the story a little bit. I guess in reality, it was less about the... Because I've always understood it as, like, bonding with your captor because... you're in close proximity with your captor and you bond with your captor. But it sounds like the original story actually... Well, actually, I think that is a definition of Stockholm Syndrome. But it sounds like in the original scenario that it was... like, this phrase came by, it was more out of spite for the cops. So the cops pushed the Stockholm Syndrome story to cover up their own shortcomings. Whoa. The cops were planning on storing the place and were not super concerned with civilian casualties. Whoa. Yeah, well, I guess cops tend to do that. Cops do in fact tend to do that. For a self-proclaimed monster, Magdalena's company had not been too unbearable. Not when she spoke to Micah of novels and of poetry. Micah had even begun to wonder whether Magdalena was a monster at all. Surely nobody who talked so animately about romanticism could be wicked. Why, Magdalena liked a lot of the same poets Micah did, and many more she had never even heard of. Magdalena spoke of written word with such piquancy, it was really rather touching. Also, sorry, I am actually a little bit fascinated with the Stockholm Syndrome thing, so when I see you guys talk about it, I want to read it. Also, the psychiatrist who initially diagnosed the victim did so without assessing her properly and just came up with it based on public statements she made. Oh, wow. So this is actually a whole conspiracy, the way the Stockholm Syndrome originated.
Wow, there's level to this.
Wow, you learn something new every day. I'm actually glad this conversation came up, because I would have never known this.
You guys are so smart. Wow.
Bro, my community is so fucking smart, dude. They always impress me with just the random smart shit that they do. I don't even know how I attracted so many smart people. I'm so stupid. Maybe it's that the beautiful smart women like a dumb little himbo. Is that what it is, guys? Thank you, I'm smart. Seven, I wasn't actually you're not a woman, so you weren't included in that statement. So you're something else entirely, and I don't know if I would call it what I just said.
Wait, what is Seven?
I'd say a silly little troll. You're a silly little troll, Seven. No, Seven actually is incredibly smart and incredibly mature, and I actually do get impressed with Seven quite a lot. I just like giving Seven shit. I do like himbos. Yeah, Zenta, you do have a soft spot for himbos. Yes, the dynamic is so funny. Yeah, because I'll just be stupid as fucking up my stream, and I'll be like, help, guys, help! I'm too stupid, help! Alright, let's go back to the visual novel. At least... And wait, what was the last line? Magdalena spoke of written word with such piquancy it was really rather touching. At least, until she had introduced a knife to Micah's wrist. The mango pit incident, let's not talk about that one.
Oh my god.
Lush Lily made me the most beautiful birthday art of me as a mango, talking about the mango's revenge, and I made it a sticker in my server, and it's so cute. And I made the other one, you made a sticker too, us holding hands, peeing.
Yeah, bro.
It was so cute. My heart was touched so much. I was like, oh my god. What's the mango pit incident?
Actually,
oh god, it's something that happened in the Discord. Basically, I had a juicer and I was like going through a juicing phase where I was like juicing a bunch of fruits, and I juiced this mango, but I didn't know that mangoes had pits in them. I didn't know there was anything in the middle of a mango. I just thought it was just mango.
This.
And so I put the whole mango in my juicer, and the pit got stuck, and I broke the entire juicer. And I was sitting there like, I posted it in Discord chat, and I was like, hey guys, you guys are smart, right? How the fuck do I fix this? And they're like, how the fuck did you do that? And I was like, I didn't know mangoes had pits. And I think I remember Zenta specifically saying, something along the lines of, I always managed to, like, that the himbos in her life always managed to surprise her with the new levels of fucking things up that they managed to figure out. And so now it's been referred to as the mango incident because it was like a thing that happened in the Discord that everyone's trying to help me fix this juicer, and I ended up shipping it to Shay actually, to just decide so she could fix it at some point if they wanted to, and they could keep it, because I managed to scam Amazon into just replacing it and not charging me for the replacement. So yep, that is the mango incident. All right, guys, let's read this novel. we need to get through some of this novel so we can finally get to Eclipse, because oh my god, guys, Eclipse is so beautiful. I need Dale so bad. I need Khalifa bad too. Dale is the one that you're playing, actually. Dale is the one that you're gonna play.
Oh, okay.
She's so fucking hot. She's so hot, and her personality is so hot, and I need her so bad. And I'm playing Haisu. Yeah. So yeah, I would like for us to get to that soon, but we have to finish this one first because you guys are completionists. And so we gotta finish it. And it's starting to pick up, so at least there's that. Magdalena
Let's finish together. Okay, go on.
How would you say it like that?
Come on, just go.
Yes.
Go.
No, it's okay, Lish. We can finish together. Magdalena had not looked happy about this turn of events, however. She had been rather apologetic about the whole affair, but this served only to make Micah even more curious. Why had Magdalena drained her blood if she did not wish to do so? Micah turned this thought over in her head, stewing it in, when... Excuse me? Micah's musings were interrupted by a rapping of knuckles upon her bedroom door. Oh, I hit my keyboard instead and I ruined the sound effect. And a familiar voice which spoke in an unfamiliarly soft tone. It was, of course, Magdalena. Are you awake, Micah? And if so, may I come in? I've brought you your breakfast. Micah frowned at, and, letting her arm drop to her side, cast her gaze to the door. Magdalena's nightly visits had been regular throughout Micah's imprisonment, but never once had Magdalena visited her in the morning. Micah had not known Magdalena was able to wander about in the early hours, being a vampire. She thought them sensitive to sunlight. Well, it's a cloudy day. Not, Micah supposed, that it was a particularly sunny morning. Miserable would have been the most apt description for it. Her bedroom was freezing. Micah? Magdalena's voice called through the wood once more, and though Micah had resolved a new dislike for her, she felt her heart quiver. I wonder what else is quivering with Micah. Magdalena sounded less like an unconscionable villain and rather more like an awkward, uneasy young girl. Why, she sounded almost as ill. She sounded almost as ill at ease as Micah felt. Micah found she could not remain silent upon hearing this. Maybe Henny had been right about her. She was too soft, and so responded.
Yes, I'm awake. And yes, you can come in.
Micah's words were answered with the click of a lock. Her bedroom door swung open to reveal Magdalena, a tray balanced precariously between her hip and her right hand. Magdalena set the tray down, then turned to lock the door. Once it was secured, she brought it to Micah and said, "Oh, I'm glad to see you're awake. I was afraid you might be lying in your bed, passed out after last night's excitement."
Is that what you want to call it?
Well, I suppose I could be more direct, but it doesn't feel very genteel to talk of bleeding you like a pig. Like a pig? Well, that's an extra detail you added, Magdalena. Jesus.
That is what you did, though. And it wasn't very genteel either.
I thought this was gonna be like a little kinky, little pain play, but she seems quite upset about it.
I know, I didn't much want to do it. But I don't suppose that counts for much, really, when I still did it. I tried to be quick about it, though, and I cleaned your cut afterwards. I'd hate for it to get infected.
It was awfully considerate of you, I'm sure.
I'm being as considerate as I can, which I know isn't very, but look, I wouldn't be here to see you if I didn't care. Here's your breakfast. Are you hungry? Magdalena handed Micah the tray, which she accepted, the teacup shifting on its saucer. Micah poured herself a cup of fragrant tea with one weak, trembling arm, though she wasn't much in the mood for it. Micah didn't want to eat or drink anything. She felt too weary. Magdalena was looking at her with expectant eyes, however, and Micah didn't want to upset her. Oh yeah, because I had to fucking feed her or something. I forgot about that. That would have seemed cruel, especially when she was trying so hard. I was wondering. Micah swallowed a mouthful of her tea. It was chamomile today. Then looked at Magdalena curiously.
What is it?
I wish I had a vampire girlfriend bringing me tea every morning. That seems nice. You've been shut up inside this room for a long time now. Almost an entire fortnight. If I were in your position, If I were in your position, I'm afraid I would have gone quite mad. I've never seen her eyes that big. Micah did not say as much. She was busy sipping her tea, but she did not wish to discard the possibility. Her warring feelings about Magdalena did not point at all to a healthy mind. But then again, Micah's mind had never been healthy. Not in the way a young woman's ought to. I do feel sorry for you, keeping you cooped up like this. It can't be good for you. I would hate to make you miserable, or, well... Magdalena smiled bashfully. If she had been human, perhaps she would have blushed, but her pale cheeks remained chalky. More miserable than I'm making you already. I don't want us to be enemies. I'm quite glad of your company, in fact, and I've tired of this jailer and warden act. I think it might be nice if we could engage in a pursuit that would be more conventional for a pair of young ladies. The word conventional put Micah in mind of her mother and the von Essen drawing room and her horrid embroidery hoop. Her back stiffened with a frown as she said,
Such as?
Magdalena is short or Micah's just tall? Magdalena is short. They did talk about it. They said that Magdalena is quite short. And
is it just me or is she like getting like too soft?
Who, Magdalena?
Yeah. Where's my alpha vampire mommy, bro? Be my mommy.
You want her to be rougher?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie though, me too. Like this, like I thought after that I was okay, what I thought was gonna happen after that was that Michael's gonna be like, but why did I kind of like it? And then Magdalena maybe still continue to be like soft and gentle, but like sort of like teasing her a bit more, you know? But instead it's just like, I'm so sorry that I pricked your arm and took a little bit of blood from you. How could you? I can't believe you've done this to me. It hurts so bad. Like, what is going on? Lush said step on me. Yeah, I guess Lush did kind of say that.
I didn't say that. What the hell?
You might as well have. Imagine we do like a... Have you heard of that one anime, Ghost Stories? How like apparently the script was so bad that the voice actors just completely did their own thing? No?
I think I know. It's like a vintage anime, right?
Yeah,
like this really old anime.
I'm not saying that this is...
Kids.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this is a bad script, but imagine that me and Lush just go off the rails and just start reading our own lines and ignoring everything here. Yeah, Ghost Stories dub is insane. Yeah, it is crazy.
Oh yeah, Ghost Stories dub.
Please do that? No, I don't know. Maybe not today. We'll think about it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
My, you're looking at me with such mistrust. I have no ulterior motives here, Micah. I'm always very upfront when I wish harm upon people, and I will continue to be so. What I say is what I mean. You have no need to second-guess me. I thought only that we might take a turn around the garden. It isn't much to look at now. You should have seen it 1 century ago, but it's less impressive than this room, at any rate. Not that that's much of an accomplishment. Would you mind accompanying me? Magdalena's smile was light, but Micah could see something dark lurking beyond it. Not bloodlust, but a desire for something more intangible. Something dark lurking beyond it. Huh.
I'm really interested about the thing.
Yeah, I am curious what's going on there. Micah could still recall Magdalena's earlier claim that she cared about her, no matter how contrary her actions seemed to be. I mean, yeah, you know what? Let's give Micah some sympathy, because she has been like literally locked up for like half a month. Did Magdalena feel guilty? Well, good. Magdalena should have felt guilty. She deserved as much after what she had done. That was what Micah wished to think, at least, but part of her could not help but pity her. Micah had been lonely, shut up inside her drab bedchamber, but what of Magdalena? Surely she had suffered worse, and for far longer. Though Magdalena had come, ostensibly, to offer Micah respite from her incarceration, perhaps Magdalena had been hoping for a bit of peace herself. That was why, after a pause, Micah assented.
Alright. We can go to the garden if you like. Though it's been such a long while since I last stretched my legs. I'm afraid I might have forgotten how. Are you serious?
She's so dramatic. Oh, don't worry about that. If you do fall, I can catch you. I'm very strong, you know. Magdalena grinned, her sharp incisors flashing, and as she did, Micah was struck by a very strange thought indeed. Magdalena looked surprisingly, disarmingly pretty when she smiled. Oh, she's blushing. Oh.
She's cute, she's cute.
Oh my god, their outfits!
Ooh.
She's making her goth. I love that. I love this idea of her just like taking her and being like, okay, you're goth now. You have to wear my clothes.
Umbrella?
Oh yeah, why is she the one using the umbrella?
Using the...
That's a beautiful
It's
umbrella
not
though. Look at
protecting
this
shit.
cool ass umbrella. Oh my god, that's so
Wow.
fucking cool.
The detail.
I think it's just like, but isn't that just like a thing ladies did back in the day so they could stay pale? They would go outside and use umbrellas so they could stay pale.
Why would you want to be pale? What?
Because like, especially like back then, like it was a good thing to be pale.
Like the beauty standard?
Yeah, it was like if you were pale,
okay.
because I think it was also a sign of wealth, because if you were pale that meant that you didn't have to labor outside,
Yes.
and you also like could afford to keep your skin tone pale by not like being like a hard worker. Oh, it really is a dull day. Well, it's almost as gloomy outside as it was in. Magdalena sighed as she surveyed her garden, or what remained of it. Oh, we got a stretch and another hydrate. Okay. Hydrate!
Clink, 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 clink.
And then a stretch. Thank you guys for taking care of us. And reminding us to stretch and hydrate.
We do very much appreciate it. We don't usually do this unless you guys tell us to.
Yeah?
Yes. What?
Zenta said a parasol is also good for keeping cooler on hot days, but it's like a cold day outside. So I think this is just an aesthetic choice. I think they were just like, oh, that would look pretty. Magdalena sighed as she surveyed her garden, or what remained of it. She's wearing a wide-brimmed hat, presumably to shield her head from the sun rays, but there was so little sunlight, this might have been an unnecessary precaution. Right, because, like, why do you have the umbrella if she actually does need to shield herself from the sun? Can somebody make this make sense?
Micah, meanwhile, okay, maybe they explain it.
Sunny, though.
To protect her pale skin. Yes, it literally was that. Micah, meanwhile, gripped a parasol betwixt her gloved fingers. Magdalena had offered it to her before they left to protect her pale skin. Though this, too, had been a wholly unnecessary gesture. I'm starting to wonder whether this might have been a fool's errand. I'm starting to wonder whether... Wait, hold up. I'm starting to wonder whether this might have been a fool's errand. There's not a single scenic spot in my home. I don't know if it would be improved by a little sunlight. I have no stomach for it, but it would at least be less cold. Now that was an interesting idea.
Do vampires feel cold?
I don't know, but I can tell it must be chilly. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be shaking so much. Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'll live.
For the present, at least, for however long that Magdalena allowed it. I'm glad to hear that. Do tell me, though, if you feel a chill settling in. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. We can go back inside as soon as the novelty of the great outdoors has worn off. Or, alternatively, as soon as you feel your fingers might freeze.
I will keep that in mind, thank you. My gloves should protect me well enough, though, and I don't think I'm in the mood to go back in just yet.
Are you too busy enjoying the view?
Yes. I don't know if the view is I don't know if the view is all that enjoyable, but there's a lot of it.
Ah, yes, if there's one thing this grand pile doesn't want for, it's space. In fact, I think there's a trifle too much of it. The garden has been left to seed over the years, but can you blame me? There's only one of me, and I want to know where to begin, taming all of this. Magdalena gestured to the garden, which sprawled about her in a wild, unruly mess. All overgrown grass, decaying trees, and wild flowers which swayed in the breeze. There was a fountain not so far away, which had once been topped with a stone effigy of Cupid. Cupid had since fallen off his perch, however, and he lay in pieces in the basin of the fountain, his shattered head spotted all over with lichen. The fountain itself, meanwhile, had stopped working many years prior. Its cracked basin was full of naught save loose leaves, dirt, and bits and pieces of poor Cupid's broken body. Past the fountain was a tangle of rose bushes, which had been left to run riot over the decades. Over the decades? What accent was that? Over the decades. Perhaps they had looked pretty once, when there was gardeners to trim them into regulation, but now they were quite riled. The bushes were more thorns. What is this accent that keeps getting...
Yes.
The bushes were more thorns than roses, though there were few roses that existed. I don't even...
That was pretty good, actually.
The bushes were more thorns than roses, though the few roses that existed were impressively red, scant splotches of color against the otherwise gray landscape. The sky above the meandering pair, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. It looked as though it might soon rain, and the air which snaked through Magdalena's garden was chilly. The sun was scarcely visible, though Magdalena still shied away from it. Though there was precious little sunlight to be had, Micah was still curious. Was it really safe for Magdalena to wander about like this?
Do you often wander around in your gardens like this?
With my captives, you mean, or are you referring to the time of day?
Both, I suppose.
Well, let me see. To the first, I would say no. I am not in the business of consorting with my captives beyond what is strictly necessary. It would not do to get attached. Not that there has ever been much danger of that. You are the first lady I've had the pleasure of spending time with. Perhaps that's why I've come over all sentimental. Magdalena shook her head as though bemused by her own antics. The breeze caught in her fair tresses as she did so her lovely hair fluttered about her shoulders. As for the second, no, I am not in the habit of pacing about during the daylight hours. I'm not particularly fond of the sun, an opinion which is shared amongst the rest of my kind. I find it quite unpleasant, in fact. If it were any brighter today than it is, I would have not ventured outside at all. I could just about bear for the present, but the summer is perfectly vile. Magdalena pulled a face. She looked so very incensed, she induced Micah to laugh. Laugh.
So, what was that? So, you usually spend the days indoors? Why does my voice keep cracking? I swear to God. Wait,
No, I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice your voice crack.
So, you usually spend the day indoors?
Indoors and asleep, yes. I'm being quite naughty, really, consorting with you like this. It's long past my bedtime.
I did think it unusual that you came to my room this morning. Haven't you been able to sleep?
I tried, but I was unsuccessful. Sleep seemed like a fool's errand, so I decided I might as well spend my time with you. Your company is more agreeable than being on my own, and when I have nothing to distract me save my thoughts. And... oh.
And what thoughts, may I ask, have you been ruminating on?
You may ask, but I might not answer. You're being awfully nosy for a lady, Micah. Did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs?
She might have... She might have mentioned it before, once or twice.
And you would do well to listen to her. We all have our secrets. Why, next you may be asking me about my marriage prospects.
Do you have any marriage prospects?
Not anymore. Not that I'm aware of, at least. I was never much of a prize even when I was alive, but now that ship has well and truly left the harbor. Magdalena's smile remained light, much like her pattering banter, but Micah thought it appeared somewhat strained. Now she was examining Magdalena in the morning light. Not that the morning was particularly bright. She could see how weary she looked. Magdalena's skin had been pale when Micah first met her, but now it seemed not entirely dissimilar to fallen snow. Magdalena was wide enough to seem sickly, but under her eyes were dark and smudgy by contrast, as though they had been bruised. Was that from her own guilty conscience, or else a lack of sleep? Maybe, Micah thought, the two were intrinsically linked. It was too much of a coincidence, surely, that Magdalena had lost sleep following the last night's events. Let us talk no more of the subject of my love life. It's too depressing to countenance, and deader, I fear, than the bandits I slew. What do you think of these new roses? Why did I not process that? I'm the narrator. Magdalena paused while the untamable tumble of rose bushes was spewed behind by the fountain of Cupid. The leaves worm-eaten, but the roses themselves vast and untouched, like the red-lipped mouths of so many monsters. They're quite something, don't you think? They add a bit of color to the place, at least. I think they might be the pride and joy of my little garden.
They are certainly very vivid, yes.
They are, rather, aren't they? Perhaps I ought to pick a couple of them to commemorate our excursion. They would look lovely in a vase on your desk, or maybe in your hair. At the very least, they might do something to alleviate how desolate my home is.
Okay, now all of a sudden Magdalena's tall. Because why did Magdalena all of a sudden like grow in height here? Like she's not taller than Micah.
Wait, what are those? Wait. There's something going on because there are bite marks on her hand, on her.
Oh. Oh.
That means someone has been feeding on her.
Oh. Huh.
Hello?
Huh. Wow, you really have an eye for that. I would have probably not even noticed that.
I do have an eye.
You do have one, at least.
At least one, yes. And also, Micah looks so cute. Look at her dolly face. Aww.
I know, she's a cutie pie. I'm kinda into Magdalena here though. I just think I mean, like, Micah has a personality, but I guess it's just, like, so stereotypical. Like, it almost feels like it's so stereotypical that it contradicts this idea that she is not traditional, and she never wanted a regular marriage, and she never fit a regular life, because it's sort of portraying her as this very, like, meek and quiet and fragile woman who just doesn't know what to do and has no rebellion in her because she's so scared. But allegedly,
She has to use the parasol.
Yeah, and she just needs to protect her skin. And it's like, isn't she supposed to be like not fit in? Like she's like the way she describes her childhood and the way her mom used to chastise her and the way she describes this marriage, it seems like she would have a bit more of a backbone and a bit of more rebellion and even a bit more sass. And I wish they gave her that. Yeah, like, damn, where's the bite back? Like, I feel like this idea of Micah as somebody her mother chastises a lot, who wasn't very into this marriage, who would even prefer to be with a killer than with her husband, her potential husband, would probably be someone who's a little bit sassier. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of the stereotypical bottom of the, oh, she's just submissive and she just follows. Like, that's boring to me, I guess.
It would be really more dynamic and, like, intriguing too.
Yeah, like, I wish they had a bit more dynamicism instead of just, I guess I'm captured. Oh, well. You're so mean.
You're gonna take my blood? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna take me to the garden?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Venom really said I want a brat. I mean, I do have to say I am partial to a brat, but I also just think narratively it would have really helped if she didn't just take it. You know what I mean? Like, this is a scary situation, as well as that her maid, her childhood friend, she doesn't know where she is or what's gone on with her, and she's just been thrown into this situation and is grieving, and somehow she's just taking it. You know what I mean? She has the personality of a cracker, honestly. Yeah, she doesn't really seem to have much personality besides just being the bottom.
What is a cracker? Oh, plain cracker? Okay.
Yeah, like bland. They're just saying she's bland. I think it would be more entertaining if there was an escape plan. Yeah, like, I see Henny's planning something and trying something, but I think also I'm quite bored with the idea that this is just, she just needs to be saved, and, you know, she's actually starting to grow to like her captor, and she just doesn't know what to do. Like, I think it would be super interesting if, even if they wanted to make her more just, like, taking things, like, if maybe she had a secret escape plan. You know? Like, I don't know.
Basically, we just want some thoughts in her head, because look at her.
Yeah.
She looks like she's.
She looks like she doesn't have
nothing behind those eyes.
There's not a single thought in that pretty head of hers. Not a single thought. And yeah, I don't know. I'm longing for something more. I'm longing for something more. Magdalena leant forward as she spoke, one arm extended. Micah watched as she made to pluck one of the large, heavy-headed roses from among its brethren, but as she did so, Micah noticed something peculiar. Like Henny is saying she used to be a tomboy as a child, and now she's crying because of a small cut. Yeah, it's quite contradictory, isn't it? The ties which fastened Magdalena's sleeves had come undone, and one of them had rolled down all the way to her elbow, exposing a good deal of her fair skin. Maybe her beloved we saw earlier didn't like Micah blood and bit Magdalena instead. Maybe. Her flesh was uniformly white, a sort of smooth paleness it was impossible to replicate with powers. Magdalena truly looked as though she had been made from falling snow, all compressed and compacted together, but it was not Magdalena's pallor which made Magdalena draw in her breath.
What truly caught Micah's attention was a band of angry red welts which encircled Magdalena's arm. These marks were so pronounced, particularly against the paleness of Magdalena's skin. They looked like burns, or else. Micah's brow furrowed with newfound concerns, not for herself, but for Magdalena. She could not countenance how Magdalena had received wounds like these. She had thought Magdalena indomitable, impossible to best in a competition of strength. Surely no human could have left such marks. These marks could have been left by an animal, Micah supposed, but Magdalena had dispatched 4 fully grown men without blinking. Would an animal, even a wolf or a bear, be able to best her? In any event, the wounds did not look as though they had been inflicted by any great hulking creature with a maw full of sharp teeth. They didn't look large enough. Though these marks were small in circumference, they weren't shallow. They were garish even in the weak autumnal sunshine, all puckered, raised welts which had begun to bruise. The rest of Magdalena's skin was pale as death, but these marks almost seemed akin to a tableau of violence. Who in the world would have done such a thing to Magdalena? And why? And how? Micah felt rather bewildered. Oh, yes, you.
Forgive me if I'm being rude, but I could not help but notice.
Micah swallowed, tasting the cool breeze on her breath. She remembered Magdalena's earlier caution, even though she had spoken it in jest. You're being awfully nosy for a lady, Micah. Didn't your mother ever tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs? But still, she wanted to know. It seemed important all of a sudden that she get to the bottom of this. There was something significant about the injuries Magdalena had sustained. Micah knew it.
What are those marks on your arm?
What? Oh. Magdalena drew back from the roses as though burned by them. Then she glanced down at her arm. When Magdalena saw that her sleeve had rolled back, her expression twisted. She didn't blush. Again, Micah did not think her capable of it, but roughly tugged her sleeve back down. Her expression was one of supercilious guilt, that of a naughty child caught out by her governess. It's nothing really. Please, don't dwell upon it.
How could that be nothing? It looks painful.
It's fine. I'm a strong girl, and I can look after myself. You, on the other hand, mightn't be so fortunate. You ought to worry more about your own affairs.
But...
Now, there will be no buts. This conversation is beginning to tire me. It's not very interesting. Let us be on our way. There's more of my garden to see, after all. Micah, seeing it would be impossible to talk Magdalena around, capitulated. Sighing, she looked at Magdalena and said,
Fine. Let's do that then.
That we shall. I've much more to show you. Do try to keep the pace with me, my dear Micah, or I shall leave you behind. Then you might never find your way back to my home. Would you care to take my arm to be on the safe side?
That is very gallant of you. I'm sure, but I think I'll be fine.
So you mean to spurn my affections? Oh, my lady, how you wound me. Magdalena's theatrics might have once brought a smile to Micah's lips, but she felt too preoccupied with Magdalena's injuries to attempt anything approaching merriment. Micah had seen those marks only for a few seconds, but they now felt imprinted upon her brain. That was not a sight she would forget in a hurry. Such wounds couldn't be dismissed as mere trifle, no matter how Magdalena had tried to change the subject. Her hastiness to hide the marks had been concerning, as was her caginess. Magdalena was definitely hiding something from Micah, but to what end? Micah could not even begin to guess.
Oh, we got another hydrate. Are you guys trying to make me piss?
I too also have to piss.
I don't have to piss yet, actually. But if you need to go pee, you can go get a break. And I think I'm gonna get some water, actually. All right, it says stretch too. Let's stretch our legs a little bit. All right, 1 second.
I'll be right back. I'll stretch and I'll pee. I'll pee while stretching. Okay.
Magdalena and Micah continue to promenade about Magdalena's expansive gardens, neither speaking more than seemed strictly necessary. Magdalena would pause at irregular intervals so as to point out various interesting features to her companion, but otherwise she remained silent, holding one hand to her head to prevent the wind from blowing her hat away. Eventually, however, Magdalena seemed to tire of her aimless wandering. Oh, it's raining now. The sky had continued to grow darker as the minutes passed, and soon it began to rain. A faint patina
let's
of
get wet,
moisture.
everyone.
Lesh a little freaky today. What's going on with you, Lesh? You feeling freaky today, huh?
I'm silly sometimes.
A faint patina of moisture which fell from the gray clouds from above. Wishing to take shelter before a storm could begin in earnest, Magdalena paused a bench, partially overgrown by tall grass, and took a seat. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're doing good. Somebody said the stream restarted. What's up, YouTube? Hi, Bone Shaker. Sorry, I didn't say hi to people in a while. I have it members only on YouTube. I decided to just not make moderators moderate YouTube. Did I read this already? Wishing to take shelter before a storm could begin in earnest, Magdalena paused by a bench, partially overgrown by tall grass, and took a seat. Oh my god! I'm screenshotting this for the next thumbnail. Hold up, I have to screenshot this. Micah sat at Magdalena's insistence, her parasol unfurled to protect the both of them from the continued rain, and looked at her companion with some concern. Bless you. Can we have Cece back? She's in the other room right now taking a nap. Magdalena had seemed animated enough when they had been wandering about her sprawling garden, but now her energy had deserted her. Her head drooped, her hat falling from it, while her silvery hair spilled over her shoulders like moonbeams. Then she yawned. A yawn so deep it brought tears to her eyes. The rain continued to fall about them, a steady pitter-patter, while Magdalena wiped her eye with the back of her arm. Oh, goodness me. Magdalena glanced at Micah, abashed but unblushing, her skin the color of alabaster. Yeah, we get it. She has no blood. She can't blush. We get it.
Bro, I swear they mention this like every 5 minutes.
So pale. I apologize. That was quite rude of me. I must seem so churlish, inviting you out on a stroll like this, only to yawn in your face. If I were a gentleman, I fear I would have little luck with a lady as fair as you. Why, you would have every right to call me a bore.
If you were a gentleman, I wouldn't be going for a walk with you unchaperoned in the first place. It would be scandalous.
Yes, well, I suppose you aren't wrong on that account. That makes me feel fortunate, at least, to be a woman. Magdalena giggled, but it's probably more like the genuine giggle I just did. Probably more like the genuine giggle I just did after that. But soon it cleaved before another yawn. I'm sorry. I wouldn't blame you, Micah, if you wished to slap me for being so impertinent. I'm not bored of your presence. I could never be bored of you, but, well, I'm so very tired.
It's alright. I wouldn't slap you on account of something so small. It's irrelevant.
But I can't be the most stimulating company, surely, when I can scarcely string 2 words together.
For a woman on the verge of collapse, you've been doing an awfully good job at stringing words together. I would hardly know you were tired, were it not to be the bags beneath your eyes, and for the way you've been yawning, of course.
Oh, of course.
Magdalena let her hand fall to her lap, and there it rested. Sighing, she shifted closer to Micah. Then, I apologize, but would you find it horribly presumptuous if I asked to rest my head upon your shoulder for a few minutes? It is very quiet and peaceful out here, you see, among Mother Nature's embrace, and I've been dying to get away from my home for the last week. It's so stifling in there, I cannot bring myself to relax. Now that I'm with you, however, I think I might be able to get some decent sleep. Or at least, a brief nap.
You mean to use me as a pillow?
If you would be so kind. Don't feel like you must indulge me, though. I would not wish to inconvenience you. I worry the weight of my oafish head might not be the most comfortable burden to bear.
Oh no. You can use me as a pillow if you wish. I don't mind.
As far as impositions went, it was not so very great. Not compared to those Magdalena had inflicted upon Micah already.
You may do with me whatever you will.
Where did that come from? Wait, then that literally contradicts. It's hot, yes, but it contradicts everything we've been talking about. Because wasn't she just throwing a fit about the fucking pricking her arm and taking her blood? But now she's like, you may do with me whatever you will. Come on. Come on, let's have some consistency, please.
Now that is a very tempting offer.
Sorry. I don't know how I did it, bro.
Now that is a very tempting offer. But fortunately for you, I'm too tired to fully indulge in all the delights you might have to offer. For the present, I can think of nothing but sleep.
Thanks for the follow.
Lesbo7 has joined the Legion.
Thanks for the follow, Lesbo7.
Yeah, Lesbo7.
Oh, there's your line.
Don't sleep. I will watch over you.
Like a guardian angel?
Like a guardian angel.
Yes. If you'd like.
Oh, how sweet you are.
This feels more dramatic, but this specific part does feel like genuine conversations we have sometimes. I'm just like, oh, you're an angel, Lush. You're such an angel. You're so sweet.
Oh.
Magdalena sighed, then shifted. She let her shoulder press against Micah's, her head resting against her. Her pale cheek pressed against the fabric of Micah's dress, and her eyelashes fell shut. You really must be an angel to care for me so much. I deserve far more than a slap after all I've done to you, but...
Shh. Is it picking up?
Yeah, it did pick up.
Shh.
Micah ran her fingers through Magdalena's hair, her knuckles grazing against her companion's scalp.
Okay, this is a really cute scene with them, though. Some consistency is missing, but this is very, very cute.
Let's not talk about that now. You're tired. Also, is that Jesus on her necklace?
Yeah, I guess it is. It's like a proper cross, like with Jesus and everything. Wouldn't that contradict the whole crosses burn vampires? Also, isn't it silver? Right. I guess for the context of this, it's a myth. Yeah, probably like a myth.
But I've done so many wicked things to you, Micah. I don't know how you can bear to speak to me. How can you stand to touch me? I've done nothing to earn your kindness, and everything to earn your scorn.
Maybe so. But I'm not going to scold you for that now. Not when you're in such a state.
And what kind of state would this be? Pray tell.
One which is hardly suited for continued conversation. It isn't very becoming for a lady. Please, rest. Is that not what you wanted?
Yes, I suppose it is.
I've wanted to rest for such a long time.
For the last week, you said?
It has been particularly bad this week, but I've been tired for longer than that. Longer than weeks, or months, or years. I can't say how long I've missed this sort of warmth. I've been alone more than a century. It was almost more than I could bear. Until, I suppose, I met you. Your company has been most diverting. If you were to leave, I hardly know what I would do.
Well, you've nothing to worry about. You've nothing to worry about on that front. I'm not going anywhere.
Yes, I know you're not. You can't. I won't let you.
Anna.
Micah spoke softly, a nickname slipping from her lips despite herself. Yet it seemed unlikely Magdalena had even heard it. Her eyelids were shut, her chest rising and falling, and save for the regular exhalations of her breath, she made no sound. She had fallen fast asleep. Magdalena slept upon Micah's shoulders undisturbed, heedless of the cool breeze which caressed her cheeks and the rain which continued to fall. Her pale skin remained cold and unyielding during her slumber, and her cheeks refused to pinken at the wind's behest. All the while, as she slept, Micah watched her, her fingers curled about the handle of her parasol. As they sat there, their bodies pressed close, Micah found herself wishing they could stay as they were. Time slowing, then stopping, for good. Time did not stop, however, and Magdalena eventually awoke after half an hour hence. She did not speak of what happened after drawing away from Micah, but she did suggest, after stretching, that they return to her home. The delights of her garden had been exhausted, and it was still raining. Magdalena had not wanted to remain outdoors when the weather was so foul. Micah had no words of complaint to offer, so she and Magdalena rose. Magdalena put her hat upon her head anew, and the two again entered her vast, dilapidated home. Here we are. Home sweet home.
Thanks for the follow.
Marsh VT has joined the Legion.
Oh, hi Marsh VT. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Hello.
This is Lush.
Oh! What the hell is that?
Oh!
Ow, that was so gross.
Magdalena announced this to the cavernous room full of decades worth of undisturbed dust, then wrinkled her nose. That's what I would like to call it, at least, but that really isn't much to look at. I'm always stuck when I see this place in the sun's light. But just how run down this place is. It's a wonder I haven't contracted a cough having lived here so long. I suppose we vampires are a hardy sort, though I do worry about you. The dust isn't irritating your eyes, is it?
I'll be fine.
Micah reassured Magdalena, though, in all honesty, her eyes were beginning to water. The air smelled foetid, and each inhalation made her nostrils, not to mention the back of her throat, tingle. She could taste the dust upon her tongue, so thick it turned her stomach. She had almost begun to acquaint herself with the general decay of Magdalena's home, having lived among it for so long, but the few hours she had spent outdoors had undone all her familiarity with her surroundings. And the slow burn burned slowly, yes. Magdalena's abode felt strange and inhospitable once more, in part, Micah supposed, because it was. Humans weren't supposed to live like this, in unloved homes, choked with old age and their own neglect. Ooh, my tongue's starting to twist.
But Magdalena wasn't a human. Human needs did not apply to her, not when her own desires were so very unusual. Micah had learned during her walk that Magdalena did not need to sleep, however, a fact which made her seem... Oh, wait. Did need to sleep. Let me restart that. Micah had learned during her walk that Magdalena did need to sleep, however, a fact which made her seem more personable. In some ways, she might have been so very dissimilar to a human after all.
So, are you feeling alright? Your face is very pale.
My face is always pale. It comes with the territory. I have no blood of my own, you know. Not like you. I couldn't work up a hearty blush even if I tried.
I know that much. But your under eyes are very dark.
Oh, point out all my perfections, why don't you? You have a way of making a girl feel rather exposed, Micah. I'm almost embarrassed.
I didn't mean to embarrass you. I was only...
Concerned? I know. You really are too nice for your own good. I doubt many other women would care for the welfare of their captors half so much. But you are not, as I've since gathered, a typical woman. That you would risk your own life for your maids is remarkable in and of itself.
I'm not so special, really.
I wish she had more to say about why she's not typical. Not just, well, you risked your life for your maid 2 weeks ago. I feel like at this point in the relationship, there should be more. That she's like, and you do this, and you do that, and you do this. I disagree.
There's a highlighted message.
I think the scream that Henny heard when you started the novel was one of the men who Lena captured and she gave to her beloved. Maybe so. Maybe so. I've lived for a very long time, and I don't believe I've met anybody quite like you before. A bottom, Magdalena? Is that, you've never met a bottom before?
Okay, what's so, special about her? What's so remarkable? She's just a girl.
Not that I've been in the habit of receiving... Alright, that's... Not that I've been in the habit of receiving guests during the last century, I suppose. I doubt my compliments are worth all that much, given the limited time frame of reference. You may disregard them, if you like, but I mean what I say. I don't tell lies. Why then, Micah longed to ask, did you not tell me about those marks on your arm? Why did you say it was nothing when it was clearly something? What are you hiding? Micah stared at Magdalena, but found no immediate answers to her queries. Why is that noid called pufferfish? Because it's a pufferfish. Have you guys not ever seen that video? It's literally a pufferfish. I think it's a pufferfish stressed out, actually. I think it's in the air, and it makes that noise.
I don't think the pufferfish made that noise. It's like a human noise.
Oh, you think it's like a goofy thing?
Yeah, it's just put over the video of a pufferfish spitting out this carrot or something.
I thought it was really the pufferfish this whole time, but maybe. Who knows?
I don't think fishes can make that sound, Venom.
I think okay, you know what? We're gonna figure it out now, actually. Since it's up. Pufferfish noise. Wait, hold up. There was a video there I want to see later. Pufferfish. Oh, wrong video. Oh
my god.
Pufferfish deflating sound. I don't hear anything. Oh, okay, that's a sound effect.
Sounds like a queen.
That's a...
What the hell?
That's the fish.
What?
That's the fish.
What?
That's the fish.
What? No freaking
That's the
way.
fish.
No freaking way, dude.
It really likes that fucking carrot. It really likes that carrot.
Oh my god.
That fish really liked that damn carrot. Anyway, back to the story.
Yeah, let's move on, guys.
It seemed that Magdalena's wounds would remain a mystery. Would Magdalena ever trust her enough to be fully honest, or would Micah succumb to blood loss before that happened? That was an unpleasant thought. It was in a dour mood that Micah had crossed the entrance hall, her footsteps echoing, and ascended the stairs. All of a sudden she, too, felt awfully exhausted. Micah took the stairs slowly, Magdalena close by, and she looked at the patterns on the stairs, and she looked at the marble, and she noticed the scent of the wood, and she noticed all the details and all the dust in every little crevice. She looked in this crevice and that crevice, and there was dust everywhere, and she also contemplated the state of the moment, and she decided to look out the window, and she noticed the patterns of marble on the window, and the grand staircase had so many steps, an unnecessary number, or so it seemed to Micah. It was no small difficulty navigating that. It's funny how when you actually read it, it's not that different than what I just said. Micah continued on, determined, placing one foot after another, but she felt unsteady. Magdalena, sensing Micah's exhaustion, surveyed her with some concern. "And you asked whether I was all right. You seem positively dead on your feet. Are you sure you would not care for my assistance now, my lady?"
I'll be fine.
Micah said vaguely as Magdalena proffered her arm, but this time Magdalena refused to take no for an answer. "Oh, don't give me that. I won't have you slipping and tumbling to the ground, not down a staircase like this. Why, you could break your neck."
It would be a quick way to go, if nothing else.
Let's not be so macabre about it, Micah. It doesn't suit you.
Would you rather I smile?
That was always what Micah's mother had demanded of her. That might be asking too much, I fear, but I would rather see you all in one piece, yes.
For a vampire, you're awfully considerate.
I've got to take good care of my guests, haven't I?
Or your prey?
These two states are not mutually exclusive. Magdalena spoke lightly, but Micah thought she could see a flicker of hurt passing across Magdalena's face. Alright, so we're just gonna be angsty and sad about it. We're not gonna get a prey-predator little plot line where it's hot. They're both sad about the fact that they're prey and predator. Whatever.
No.
Her remark must have nettled her. There. Magdalena looped her arm through Micah's, cinching their bodies together like two entwined flower stems.
Thanks for the follow.
K-Pod Distraye Sophia has joined the Legion.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Sophia. Now you're less likely to take a spill as we ascend the stairs. And if I do, I would drag you down out. Oh, sorry, that's not my line.
Oh. And if I do, I would drag you down after me.
Plotting my demise, are you? I admire your brazenness, but it will take more than that to best me. And what of the creature that bit you? Micah wished to ask. Did that best you? Micah did not ask, however. She feared further inquiry would only upset Magdalena, and she did not want to do that. Magdalena might have been Micah's enemy, but she was also, paradoxically, her only ally. Micah had wanted to believe, still wanted to believe, in fact, that Magdalena cared for her. But her caring seemed a fleeting sort of thing, something which could be discarded when she required more blood, which she would. Micah turned these thoughts over in her head while slowly ascending the stairs, her arm entwined with Magdalena's.
Oh.
But a sound soon startled her from her morose reverie, a sound she could recall hearing once before, when Magdalena escorted her through the entrance hall to her new lodgings. It was the sound, though faint, of a scream.
Thanks for the follow.
K-Pod Distraye Sophia has joined the Legion.
Why did I go off twice?
Micah's back stiffened. Her body tensed against Magdalena's, and rather than push the other woman away, she held closer still. With wide, alert eyes, Micah glanced around. Magdalena had attributed these noises to the wind when Micah had first heard them, but now Micah knew, had always known in fact, this was a lie. The wind could not make noises such as this, and in any event, though it was a cold day, it was not blustery enough to procure such sounds. They must have emitted from a person's throat. Though what horrors this person must have endured to scream like that remained a mystery.
Magdalena?
Micah looked at Magdalena anxiously, her eyes wide with curious fear.
What is that sound?
Magdalena, for her part, looked almost as fearful as Micah was. There was no surprise present upon her countenance, but Micah could see that she was gritting her teeth. Had Magdalena any blood in her body, it surely would have abandoned her upon hearing those
Thanks
screams.
for the follow.
Kpod Distraye Sophia has joined the Legion.
Alright, I'm gonna turn alerts off. Okay, alerts are off for now. That sound is...
Don't say it's nothing. It's not nothing. I just heard it. Again. Whoever is making those sounds must be in a lot of pain. Or else, they must be very distressed.
And whoever said that it is a person making those sounds?
It must be. I can't think of what else would scream so fitfully, and no, I don't believe that it's the wind. Do you have more prisoners locked away in this castle that you're not telling me about?
Believe me, Micah. You'd be far happier believing it was the wind. No goodwill comes from prying into these affairs.
But I want to know.
I know you want to know. That is the problem with you. You want to know everything. Well, I'm sorry,
Well,
but...
Oh. My bad.
Well, I'm sorry, but I must keep some of my own secrets. I've been alive for over a century, and I've had ample amount of time to accrue them. I doubt I am alone in this. I'm sure you have some subjects you do not wish to speak of either. 1 second. There's just something on my lip. I need to take off my lip that's bothering me.
Also, I think I hear my voice double. Like, I feel like there's echo.
Oh, are you guys hearing a doubling in Lush's voice? I'm back, chat, from dinner. How are we? Oh, what'd you have for dinner? Maybe you accidentally have 2 tabs up? Chat, do you guys hear echo with Lush, or like a doubling of the voice for Lush? Or me?
No, it's just me.
Nah, Lush sounds fine. Nah, I don't hear it. Okay, so you must accidentally have like 2 tabs open. If you refresh your tab, it might help. Magdalena's red-eyed gaze held Micah's, her irises hard and unflinching. Micah thought, as Magdalena stared, of Walter Gerhardt, and their engagement, and her feelings, or lack of, toward him, and she winced. Magdalena was right. She had plenty of secrets she didn't want to discuss either. There was an indifference in the severity of their secrets, though. There was a difference in the severity of their secrets, however. Walter was not, as far as Micah knew, currently incarcerated within walls of his castle and screaming.
If I am to live in this castle, I ought to know who else is residing beneath its roof. Roof.
Are you barking now?
No.
Click. No, you really oughtn't. It's better this way. You are so lucky because I can't even find my clicker right now. No, you really oughtn't. It's better this way.
But... What?
Micah, please. This is my cross to bear, not yours. You've no need to worry about it. Appeasing the mistress is my job. The mistress? I see Micah had the same question.
The mistress?
Micah repeated this phrase, seemingly innocuous at first blush, yet containing within it a wealth of unspoken secrets. So there was somebody else residing in Magdalena's abode after all. Somebody Magdalena referred to as her mistress. That must mean that this mysterious person, this mysterious woman, held some degree of authority over Magdalena. What, though, could be more powerful than a vampire? Who was this mistress, and why had Micah never met her? Why was she screaming so, as though she was being tortured?
What is going on, Magdalena?
That is not such a complex question, at least. Magdalena smiled, but it was an ill-fitting smile which hung awkwardly on her lips, like a dress which had been taken in at the waist 2 inches too many. She must be hungry. She's awfully insistent like that. I was hoping to put this off, but it seems I will have to take more of your blood tonight after all. I had wanted to give you a brief reprieve from your duties, but it is not to be. I have duties of my own to attend to, after all, and my mistress can be very extracting indeed. Micah sat upon the edge of her bed later that night, one arm extended at Magdalena's behest. It was the same arm she extended to Magdalena the night prior, split with a thin scar, like a garish piece of twine. Magdalena's fingers curled about the underside of Micah's arm to better hold it steady. In her free hand, the one which was not occupied with Micah, Magdalena held a knife, the blade sharp and silvery in the weak, wispy moonlight which spilled through Micah's drawn curtains. Just hold still now. There's a good girl. I'll take not more blood than is needed, I can promise you that much. This will all be over in an instant. Micah knew Magdalena meant well, but part of her wished that her captor's fingers would slip and she would nick a major artery, which would douse her skirts and her sheets bright red. Magdalena's were well practiced, however, just as they had been the night before. Her gloved fingers did not wobble, though her resolve might have, and she introduced the blade to the inside of Micah's arm. Micah shivered to feel the cold steel pressed against her flesh. Magdalena had not cut, not yet at least, but she could feel the edge of the blade and knew of the pain it promised. She had endured that pain once before already. Had that not been enough? The anticipation was unnerving. Micah began to shiver.
If you're going to do it, then can you please hurry? I cannot stand the waiting.
My apologies. I had hoped to prepare you for it. But I suppose pain is not something one can really prepare for, not even if they have fair warning. I've seen hardier men than you cry at my heels, though I never cared to be half so gentle with them. I don't much want to do this myself, but... well, never mind that. I will cut now. Hold your breath, and maybe close your eyes, if you must. It might help. Micah began, yet was unable to finish. Magdalena, true to her word, had moved her hand, the blade, once inert, now slicing into Micah's flesh. Magdalena scored the blade across the inside of Micah's arm, an inch beneath her previous incision. Pain flared up inside Micah in an instant, hot like all the flames of hell. Why does this knife hurt so particularly bad? Is there something special about this knife? Fortunately for Micah, however, the incision was made quickly and cleanly. The blade retracted before Micah had a chance to truly register what had occurred. A bowl was soon placed beneath Micah's cut, into which Micah bled. rivulets of crimson trickling down on her pale skin and into the basin beneath. Micah did not look at her cut. She could not bear to, but she could feel her life's blood oozing from her. It was incredible just how much the human body could bleed. The last cut Magdalena had inflicted had been thinner than a paper cut, yet it had bled profusely. Micah wondered whether this little drop sound effect every slide is silly. Micah wondered whether this blood was meant for Magdalena or whether she meant to give it to her mistress, the one who had cried earlier, who had been hungry. That must have been where Micah's blood had gone last night. Micah had thought it odd Magdalena had not partaken of her blood in a more direct manner. What was the point in possessing such sharp incisors if one did not use them? By this point, Micah felt as though she had bled for an indeterminate amount of time. Her thoughts were beginning to slow, to become muddled. Her arms stung and she felt sick. She did not want to look at the sleek crimson which daubed her skin, nor Magdalena's pale, pinched face. She was afraid Magdalena would look just as upset, if not more so, than she did herself, and Micah couldn't bear that. She did not want to pity Micah now, not when she felt so enervated. I think that should be enough. Micah heard a soft thud as the offertory bowl was set aside. Then she felt something soft and wet dab the inside of her arm against her cut, which still continued to bleed. Magdalena must have been wiping her cut clean with a kerchief. Finally, Magdalena chanced to crack her eyes open. Her eyelashes fluttered as she surveyed Magdalena, the world, once blurry, now sliding into focus, like a dial turned on a telescope. I'm sorry to do this to you, Micah. Not that my apologies mean very much, I suppose. It's not like anything I could say now could erase all I have done. With Micah's blood having been collected, Magdalena soon took her leave. She took the bowl against her side, her slender fingers curled about it, then exited Micah's chamber, closing the door behind her with a thud. There was a familiar click of a lock, which seemed to echo inside Micah's skull. Then silence. Micah was, once more, quite alone. Left weary after the day's events, and the inside of her arm still stinging, Micah lay down upon her bed and looked to the ceiling. A yawn forced its way from her parted lips, and her eyelids began to droop. Before she allowed sleep to claim her, however, she felt her thoughts turning to Magdalena. She thought of the dark bruises beneath her eyes, from a lack of sleep, or so she had said, and the sickly pale pallor of her skin, white as leprosy. She thought of the violent red marks which ringed her wrist, which she had hurried to hide. She thought of the screaming she had heard while tearing in the entrance hall, and of the way Magdalena had flinched to hear it, and her reassurances, feeble as though they were, that those screams were not for Micah to trouble herself over. Appeasing the mistress is supposed to be my job. Who was this mysterious mistress of whom Magdalena spoke? Micah knew not, but she must have been somebody with leverage over Magdalena, powerful enough that even a vampire would grovel before them. Magdalena turned over in her bed, the wooden bed frames creaking in protest, and trembled. At least now she could say for certain that she and Magdalena were not alone in this castle. There was another person sequestered away in one of the many rooms Micah had never before been in, Magdalena's mysterious mistress. It was somewhat satisfying to have her earlier suspicions proved right, but Micah did not feel any more at ease now than she had upon waking that morning. If anything, it was the exact opposite. How awful must Magdalena's mistress be, if even Magdalena was afraid of her? Micah hardly dared to imagine it. If she allowed her imagination to run riot, as the roses in Magdalena's garden did, she feared she would not be able to sleep ever again. Sunday eventually arrived, after what seemed entirely too long, and it came with Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's to see Father Dorvac. I just added a word there that wasn't even slightly there. Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling beside her with a definite spring to her step. St. Cecilia's wasn't far away from Walter Gerhardt's home, and the two women made it to the church's impressive stone edifice in good time. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews, to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. Ooh, why is the priest kind of pretty? Why does the priest have lipstick on? Why does the priest have lipstick on? Why does this priest look like a guy I would have picked when I was still bisexual?
Why are all the men cunty?
I know, right? When the congregation was seated, a man took to the pulpit. He cut a tall, striking figure, dressed primarily in black, his arms and legs slender and his hair dark and glossy. Even from a distance, Henny could tell he was a young man, his cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles. Do you guys think this might be a vampire too? Something, I feel like, what's going on? Like, why is the priest goth? I think this might be did Solus just first time chat smash? Hi, Solus. Welcome in, Solus. Yeah, he's giving very vampire tease. Solus is the artist who made the art of the thumbnail for my Yandere video.
Yeah,
and then that like
amazing artist.
Yes, and then the leash art I showed you that I got recently, also that art. Hi, Solus, welcome on in. Definitely a vampire. What's he a priest of? What's he a priest of? The Church of Cunt is so funny. The artist who worked on this is so peak. Yes, and then the artist followed me back on Twitter. I was like, wait. I think that was a different visual novel. Never mind. I mixed it up. The artist of this visual novel did not follow me back on Twitter, but the artist of Your Glass Heart in My Hands followed me back on Twitter. I was fangirling a little bit.
Wait, which one is that? Is that the Butch one?
No. Your Glass Heart in My Hands was the one I played that one day that you weren't able to come on. It was like the
one.
Yeah, it was a little bit more horror, a little bit more gory. Oh, LOL, but that's so cool. Yeah. Even from a distance, Henny could tell he was a young man. His cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles. Henny wasn't sure how old she would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and murmured,
Is that... How do you say that word again? Dorak?
Vorak? I don't know. I think Vorak.
Vorak?
Yeah.
Vorak.
Yeah, something like that.
So.
Oh yeah, I forget I'm Agnes.
Zorak?
Oh, sorry. What was my voice for her again? Let me think. Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad he's here. I was worried he mightn't be. Then our trip would be for nothing. This is quite the relief. But it's too early to ask him any questions. You'll have to wait until the sermon is over. He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Mistrustfully, Henny glanced back at Father Vorak. She was in too anxious a state to think overly much about anything save rescuing Micah. Enjoying herself seemed a foreign concept to the young maid, ever since she had fled from Magdalena's home. There would be time enough for fun later. What do you mean by that, Henny? Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her, as Agnes claimed. She had thought that he would be older. Truly capable men, the sort self-made business owners like Walter Gerhardt quoted, while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed to be in their 50s or 60s, with domed foreheads and arched brows. Henny knew little about capable men, but she knew this. Haven't seen the plaster busts of Seneca and Aristotle upon Walter's desk. Father Vorak seemed little more than a boy when compared to these ancient philosophers, but this was not enough to make Henny discard his potential help outright. Curiously intrigued by what Father might have to say, Henny settled upon the pew to listen. She sat in silence as Father Vorak spoke, and as he did so, Henny felt his voice wash over her. Okay, so someone's gonna have to voice Father Vorak. Do you want to try Father Vorak voice, or do you want me to? Because I'd be fine doing it. But if I also voiced the last man, so I wasn't sure if you wanted to claim a man in this.
What voice do I even do?
A man voice? I don't know. Once he's up, so once he's up, you can kind of look at him and see. You can let me know if you have a voice for him, if you want me to find one.
All right.
It was, after all, as Agnes said. Father Vorak's voice was a sonorous one, which seemed to fill the church despite not being overly loud, sweet as milk and honey, and just as enticing. Oh, well, great. They actually kind of give you a little bit of a cue here, what kind of voice.
Wait, how was it voice? Sweet?
Sonorous,
Sweet
so
as
like a
milk and honey.
melodic, sort of, you know, it seems like graceful and sweet as milk and honey and enticing, but not overly loud. It's sort of like I mean, honestly, the way they're describing it seems almost like not quite seductive, like sexually seductive, but seductive like the way people describe like devils, like just
central.
like it gets your guard down. That's kind of like what seems to be his vibe.
Yeah. Okay.
As Father Vorak spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled faces of his congregation. They were very dark eyes, and he noticed, a rich brown which were soulful and serious. The father's gaze seemed to settle, midway during his sermon, upon Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight through her, divining all her anxieties, which made Henny fluster. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze to look at her interwoven fingers lying on her lap. Agnes had been right about his oratory gifts, but what of his ability to help Micah? That was more important than his ability to espouse at length about God and his many miracles. Henny shifted in her seat as the sermon drew to its close, seized by an uncomfortable anxiety. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior, for fear of being disappointed, but she could no longer contain herself. Her anticipation ran deep, just like the ocean. If he could not aid her, who could? Henny knew of nobody else to turn to. Plus, Father Vorak, young though he was the only hope she had left. Sorry, I just was looking at Henny's boobs again. Henny's so cute! The sermon came to a close after what seemed both too short and too long a time, and with it came a general flurry of activity as the congregation began to stand in mass. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble, while others paused by the pews of their neighbors to share gossip about the latest goings on in their homes. I wish I could jump in right now. Yet a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Vorak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was among these stragglers, though self-consciously she hung back. Doubts had begun to creep up on her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Vorak, but now that she had an opportunity, she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid Micah. But Henny was a practical woman, and she knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering endlessly. The last of the finely dressed women complimenting the priest dispersed, and the church was almost emptied. Henny stood there still, at her pew, her fingers twisted together at her front. Her eyes met Father Vorak's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted expectantly. It was now or never. Henny would not have been able to forgive herself had she squandered the chance Agnes had given her. It'll be all right, Enrique. Agnes prompted her with a small smile. I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to eavesdrop, but I'll be supporting you from afar. Please let me know how everything goes later. I'm eager to hear what Father Vorak has to say. I hope he can be of help.
Me too, Agnes, and thank you for suggesting these services to me. I really do appreciate it.
Anytime. I'd do anything to help a friend. Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Vorak alone.
most unrealistic part of this is that there's more than one redhead. Henny inhaled, sealing her nerves, then took a step forth. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's stone floor sounded improbably loud, and her breath caught in her throat. Oh, this is gonna be... Oh, this might be a little bit hard.
Thorak?
I guess they're gonna have a conversation.
You.
No, sorry, I was thinking... I actually talked over you, because I just realized that if you're voicing both of these characters, this might be a little bit hard. Do you want to try it, or do you want me to hop in?
Yeah, let me try first. If it's not...
Okay.
If it's not working out, you can go.
Okay, I will let me know if it's not working out for you.
Alright.
Henny addressed the man once she was a few paces from him, both hands clasped at her front.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was good. Your ASMR voice actually probably is pretty good for him. Father Vorak responded in turn, his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny approach.
Is there something you would like to ask me? I'm always open for dispensing with advice, particularly if it's a serious issue, which this seems to be. Your expression is awfully grim. Oh, is it? I didn't know.
Ooh, that was a good switch, Lush. That was a good switch. That was smooth.
I'm sorry. Oh,
no, it's good. You just didn't read it.
I'm sorry for intruding. I've never been in this parish before, and we've never met. You're not under any obligation to help me, but... No, that isn't true.
I'm impressed. Also, if you want me to step in as Henny and you want to keep doing Father Vorak, I can do that too.
Okay, alright.
Gently, the father reprimanded Henny, his cheeks dimpling with his boyish smile.
As a priest, it is my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Your birthplace is no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you regardless. Though, I would like to know your name first. Oh, he's so sweet.
I feel like Father Vorak really would have that voice that you just did. I feel like it would be, cause like it's when you do that voice, it's kind of androgynous. It's kind of like I feel like that would be his voice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That would make it easier for us to converse, I think.
Oh, yes. My name is Henrique. I don't come from Augsburg, but from a smaller town a little ways away. I used to work for the von Essen family, and it's on their account that I've come here today, Father.
So, you are Fro Henrique, then? I see. And it seems that you are in a spot of bother.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm not the one in bother, really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress who's in real peril. I try to talk... Peril, okay. Who's in real peril. I tried to talk about it to her fiancé earlier. That would be Hark Garhard, but he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help Micah, though she was to be his wife. That's why I came to see you. I had no other choice. I don't think anybody else in Augsburg would believe me.
Dear me. This does sound like a quite complicated situation you found yourself in. But no matter, I shall listen regardless, and I shall do my best to advise you. I cannot promise I will have an answer for all your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You're shaking.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Henny took a seat upon the pews as instructed, while Father Vorak did the same. Facing her, the priest then said,
You may continue. But... Wait, could you give me a second? I'm getting a call.
Yes. Let's just eating, y'all. This is the first time I've actually gotten a chance to just sit back and not read for like a minute or two. His waist is the same diameter as his neck, mind you. Oh, I saw this coming from Doobie earlier. She knew little about capable men was kind of a cunty line. That was super cunty. I like that line. Henny X Agnes. I think Agnes might be a little bit young, because remember Agnes was like 16. Mama confused. I wasn't paying attention. Who is this twink eating Victor's nacho?
Holy fucking shit.
I need to tell you what Monty said. Oh my god. Monty left for a second and Monty hit the chat and said, Mama confused. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Who's this twink eating Victor's nacho? The nachos are being reheated.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. How do I make that a tag on my stream? Reheating twink nachos. Tag.
Wait, Quantum, can you mute me for a second?
Yeah. I'll mute you.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay. Text me when to unmute. The way you laugh and disappear. Because I turned my face away from the mic because I don't want to peek out the mic too bad with my laughter. Oh my god. The nachos are being reheated. The nachos are being reheated. Priest is from a long line of vampire hunters. The Van Cunts. Let's just eating vocal range for real, for real. Yes. Very good vocal range. That's the most flamboyant priest I've ever seen in my goddamn life. I've seen similarly flamboyant priests. I think there's quite a few twink priests out there. There's quite a few slightly femboy teased priests. Actually, ironically enough, I forget which branch of Christianity it is where they had the priests that are allowed to date, but I definitely have matched with some of those priests from whatever section of Christianity that is. Sorry, I didn't grow up Christian. I don't know a lot about Christianity. And they're always very submissive, the ones that I would find on dating apps. They're always submissives. I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know what conclusion to draw about that. But back when I was like still like dating cis men and stuff, yeah, I would I rarely ever met up with them, but yeah, occasionally I'd just be like, I'm curious. Why is this man with like a Christian quote in his bio matching with me, who is very clearly goth and I wouldn't necessarily say godless, but definitely not following the Christian God. And they were always, exactly what you think they were looking for, matching with somebody like me. I'm trying to see how much of you I can sketch before I gotta go make dinner, and I'm super worried you're gonna be bald. I'm not worried about that though. I'm sure the way you draw, I would be beautiful bald. That's so sweet that you're trying to sketch us, or just me. I'm not sure who you're sketching, but that's so sweet. They literally dedicate their lives to serving the Lord, Venom. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that is kind of inherently submissive. But the thing is, I'm used to, especially when I used to do like more like actual like sex work, I'm used to the submissives being people who are like, well, like I think it depends, but with like cis men especially, a lot of them are people who like have a lot of control and dominance in their life. And so that's who ends up being the submissives. And so meeting somebody who's like, well, I guess priests do have a lot of control and dominance, don't they? Technically. I just never think of being a priest as a super dominant job. But yeah, I guess when you put it like that, maybe it's just their natural place. Maybe at that point, maybe that's just a natural place that a young Christian man who, with a submissive streak, maybe that's a natural career they would go to, being a priest. You know what? The more I say it out loud, the more it's processing, the more it's making sense. We're processing together. We're unpacking together. Moonbeam taking off your blue jeans. Not quite cunty, but the priests from that one Hulu show. I don't know what Hulu show that is. Priests who tell people to submit to God are submissive? Wild. Okay, listen. I separated it in my mind. Because I'm like, does everybody act with God the way they act at sex? Let me think. Do I? I'm sure there's some abstract way you could unpack it and say I do. Coming from a girl who grew up completely Catholic, that man has kissed at least 3 men. I believe you. I'm sketching you. Next session I'll do Lush. Too many to do in an hour. Oh, that's so sweet. I can't wait to see the sketch, Doobie. And I don't mind if I'm bald. I think it's just sweet that you're sketching it all. Fork found in kitchen is what that comment gave me. Oh, I forgot to read. I forgot that. I forgot that Venom. I mean, I forgot that Lush. I'm trying to remember which name to use.
Holy shit! Hello.
I forgot.
No, dude.
Why didn't you just mute yourself?
No, that's the thing. Can you mute me so I can talk to you? Is what I meant.
Oh.
Oh my god! I was like, okay. Anyways, Venom, and you were like talking to chat. I'm like, hello? Can you not hear me? What the hell?
Okay, hold up. BRB, Lush has to tell me something. Shh.
It's okay. Even if it.
Hello.
Okay, when was this? 40-minute mark. 40-minute mark. Around that time. Okay. Hi, chat.
Are we back?
As you guys
Silly
know,
goofy moment.
I'm a silly little himbo, silly little bimbo. But we are back now. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Monty said we can't play Roblox horror games until we eat. Then go eat. 7. Go get some food. Give me something to eat. Eat. All right, let's get back to our scene. Father Vorak.
Father, it's a Vorak.
Sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. I'm not sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. Am I supposed to read this?
Mm-hmm.
But before that, you might see better to address me as Johan, right? Is Johan?
Yeah, you're right.
Johan rather than father. It's less formal, and I find it more conductive to putting people at ease.
Is Johan your name?
Father Vorak, Johan rather, nodded.
It's easier for more people to get their tongue around than Vorak.
Ooh.
I know some people have their trouble with that.
Why he talking about her tongue? Why he talking about her wrapping her tongue around him? Fucking freak ass priest.
Right. Thank you, Father. Johan. What I want to talk about might sound ridiculous, but believe me, it's no tall tale. I wouldn't have come here on the day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold with wasting people's time, no matter what Hardguard might think. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth. Honest to God, I swear, I'll swear it to even in the house of the Lord. I saw it all with my own 2 eyes. My mistress, my Micah. She's been abducted by a vampire.
Silence fell, following Henny's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. The silence seemed to weigh thick inside St. Cecilia's, even thicker than the stone columns which supported its vaulted ceiling. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet Johann's gaze. Oh, I didn't even see his face. She was afraid. As she lifted her head, she would see upon his youthful face the same derision with which Walter had regarded her in his study. If she saw scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. It was to Henny's immense relief, therefore, that when Johann did break the silence, it was not to admonish her. He sounded bemused more than anything when he said,
A vampire, you say?
Yes, that's right. There's a vampire that lives in the forest, Father. I mean, Johann, and she kidnapped my poor Micah. I know it sounds batty, barmy even, but I'm not making it up, I swear. Hargarhart threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that.
Yes, I believe you. You don't strike to me as an insincere sort, and I've no desire to cast any aspersions. What is that? Aspersions upon your mother's character. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a goodly sort to raise so astute a daughter. Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? When did all this happen? And how did you and your unfortunate mistress meet her?
Oh, Father. Oh, Daddy.
I was not expecting that
Christ.
one. Henny, sorry. Henny was so relieved at Johann's lack of judgment, she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes. She was so very touched, but she wiped them hastily away. Johann did not think her in need of immediate incarceration, but that might change if she began to sob like a hysterical wench. It was with an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled, then launched into her tale. Somebody said, what did I just hear? I don't think we heard anything, guys. I think we just had a
Must have been the wind or whatever.
collective hallucination there. She told Johann about her journey through the forest with the von Essen family and how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. She told him of Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths and how she had been able to rescue Micah before the bandits could finish her off too. She told Johann how she had to run through the forest, Micah in tow, as the fog swirled around them, chilling her ankles and sticking their skirts to her legs. All right, we know what happened. We were there. Okay.
That does sound like quite the alarming turn of events. I do not blame you for being so shaken. It is admirable that you were able to recount what occurred to me in so lucid a manner. I commend your dedication to your mistress and your desire to aid her. The pair of you must be awfully close.
Yes, we are. Maike is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little, and she means the world to me. She's much, much more than my mistress. I've been meaning to find a way to save her for the last 2 weeks, but I've not made any progress. I can't find anybody who'll listen to me.
And that, I presume, is why you came to me?
It is, yes. I was told that you will listen to any problem, no matter what it might be. But if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what that monster is capable of. She's no ordinary human.
Ooh, somebody just had a great idea in the side chat. They said, use this clip for Lush's voice reel showing off range. Maybe so. I'll try to figure something out and send some clips.
Why are you so quiet? Let me turn it off for me.
Well, let me turn myself up. If I'm quiet for you, I'm quiet for everybody.
Okay.
Is this better?
Yeah, for me. It was fine on stream, though.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Give me a sec. It's because I had output volume so low.
Oh, okay. I'll meet in the middle then. Okay. You're lying.
She got down fully grown men only in a handful of seconds.
It does sound unbelievable. You are correct. But you've no need to fret about that. I've got no qualms. Is that qualms?
Mm-hmm.
I've no qualms in believing that strange, powerful beings might exist, hidden in the shadows, that few have borne to witness to.
Then, you don't think I'm lying?
She's so cute.
If I did, I would surely be a happier man. But no, I do not. I can believe your words readily. I would never discount the word of a woman in need. As for your other concern, however...
Johan's smile failed him. Frowning now, he recrossed his legs and sighed.
That is more thorny. That is a more thorny one. Though, I do believe you. I doubt I will be able to confront a creature such as this on my own. I am only a man myself, and not a great one either. There is little I can feasibly do on my own. So it's rather fortunate that I don't operate on my own. I've got a colleague who I think may be of some use to you, Fro Enrique. She should be able to help you. Should your plight pique? Is that pig, Venom?
Peak. Mm-hmm.
Pique, okay. Should your plight pique her interest, but she isn't present at the moment.
Oh, she. I want to know who this colleague is.
Another lady, let's go.
Oh, I hope she's fine. I hope she's sexy. Sorry, you're lying.
She probably is. If you wish for an audience with her, you will need to return to this church later tonight, when the sun has set. Do you think you can do that?
Oh yes, of course I can. If you help my Micah, you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to see you again. I might have to wait until midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word.
Oh, that's me. Johan spoke. Johan spoke as though Henny had choice in the matter, but Henny knew she did not. Johann's offer to help, tenuous though it was all Henny had to grasp. Her meeting with Johann concluded, Henny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereat she sought to keep both her mind and her body occupied. Okay. Oh god, I want Henny. I want Henny so bad. I want Henny so bad. I saw keep her body occupied and my mind went to devious places. I want Henny so bad, bro. Though Sunday was supposedly a day of rest, this held true only in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt's maids. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, wiping down banisters, sweeping floors, polishing the silverware, and a myriad of other tasks which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously to themselves as they attended their chores, their malcontent spearheaded by Hermione, but Henny welcomed the work. She was so desperate for a distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was welcome. It served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which were centered around Micah. Would Johann really be able to help her? It was strange he asked her to visit him later in the day, but Henny supposed he must have had his reasons. She would find out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia's. It was hours until the sun would set, however, and so, until then, Henny kept herself busy. She deflected Agnes's curious questions about her meeting with Johann, I'll explain later, and kept her head down, impervious to Hermione's razor-sharp glares and her occasional whispers of, "Why is she still here, anyway? She isn't one of us. She doesn't belong here, and she's not trying to belong here either. She never talks to any of us except that dozy old goat Agnes. And what she sees in her is a mystery. I can't stand the way she holds herself, as though she's so much better than the rest of us. Who does she think she is? The Queen of Sheba? She might have worked in a fancy household once, but she's nothing more than a commoner."
Oh, how cruel she is. She might be whispering, but it's clear she wants you to hear it. She might be pretty, but beneath that face, she's nothing more than a...
Wait, did she say what? A monster?
A monster.
A monster.
Do you really think so?
Yes. She's so wicked, it makes my blood boil. I don't know how you can stand it, Enrique.
Oh, I've my ways.
I just realized there's 3 redheads. Highly unrealistic.
God damn.
Hold up, my light turned off because it automatically turns off at this time. 1 second. I need to turn it back on. I also need to change my light schedule.
Hermione. Hermione. Hermione.
Henny replied vaguely while wiping down the many windows inlaid into the hallways.
She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are a lot of people, especially pretty ones.
Bye, Doobie. Have a good dinner. Have a good dinner.
Bye-bye, Doobie.
I'm prepared to bet that Hermione was complimented way too many times when she was a youngster, and it's inflated her sense of self-worth beyond all reasonable measure. I don't think she's evil, though. I don't think she's evil, though. She's certainly no monster.
Hermione was no Magdalena, white of limb and red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through bones. Henny did not care for Hermione, but she would not deny that she was human. Even the bandits who murdered Lord and Lady von Essen had been humans, albeit amoral ones. Magdalena, meanwhile, was something else altogether.
Well, maybe you're right. I do think she's a bully, though. Try though I might, I just can't bring myself to like her.
I think that's fair, I don't think the prissy miss very much myself. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse things than her silly insults. They don't really bother me.
This was true, too. Henny had long since learned that, though Hermione talked a lot, none of the things she said were worth listening to. It was all silly gossip, really. Hermione treated everybody poorly, even the psychopathic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing that they were friends. Hermione, in all her petty cruelty, seemed not the sort of person who was capable of having friends. She only had acolytes and acquaintances. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhardt put up with her. But that, she supposed, was largely irrelevant. Henny spent that day flouncing about and flipping her hair over her shoulders, as opposed to doing any real work. Real work. Oh wait, did I say Henny or Hermione? Hermione did that. Henny's a hard worker, but Hermione don't do shit, opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned Gertrude's ire. Nosy old hag. Hermione cursed after receiving a stern talking to from the housekeeper over her conduct. What's her problem? I swear she has something against me, and I've never even done anything to her. She's such a bitch. Henny, for her part, rather enjoyed seeing Hermione get scolded, and not just because she felt Hermione deserved it, which she did. The fracas between Hermione and Gertrude offered Henny an opportunity to slip a ring of keys from Gertrude's pocket, keys which would have been useful when she would have to leave later that night. She only hoped Gertrude would not spy that they were missing, not until she had successfully met with Johann. That would scupper her plans. Henny attended to her chores with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them, nostrils flared, spitting queries about the thief in their midst. The thief in their midst. To her immense relief, however, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event, and eventually the sun began to sink beneath the horizon. The working day thus finished, the maids were dismissed by Gertrude, and they soon retreated to the servants' quarters. A few of the maids played a game of cards amongst themselves, while another busied herself with some knitting. Agnes, meanwhile, stole to Henny's side and softly said,
So, now will you tell me what happened? What did Father Vorak say?
He didn't say much at all, really. Other than that, he was sorry for my plight. We didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he did ask me to come back to the church tonight, so we can talk more properly.
Properly?
Agnes's brow furrowed.
Why couldn't you talk earlier?
He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet, who'd only be around later. Apparently, she's the one who'll be able to help me.
An acquaintance, is it? She must be an odd sort of acquaintance if she'll only speak with people after sundown. But I trust Father Vorak.
Oh, how much you want to bet it's fucking Magdalena? I wonder if it's fucking Magdalena.
That's actually, yeah.
I want a new vampire hunter character though, so I kind of hope it's not Magdalena. But
If he says she can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on wild goose chases. On wild goose chases.
Oh, certainly I hope not.
Henny sighed dolorously, then looked out the window at Walter's lushly sprawling garden and the street beyond it. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the roofs of houses looked very dark indeed, almost sinister.
I've a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit with your favorite father. If he lets me down after all this.
I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I'll be wishing you well. Not that my wishes mean too much, I suppose. I know I'm just a stupid girl, like Hermione says, but I really do want the best for you.
I know you do. And don't you fuss too much about what Hermione says. I know I don't. Nothing else she says is worth much. How could it be, when her head is emptier than a hot air balloon?
Agnes starts to giggle at this, which alerted Hermione's attention. She broke off mid-complaint, the words "that bitch" still stapled to her lips, and glowered at the two women stood by the window. And what, might I ask, is so very funny? Would you mind sharing with the rest of us?
Oh, it's nothing really, Hermione. I'm sorry.
If it was really nothing, you wouldn't have been laughing. And why are you apologizing? You haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes?
No, I would never.
I hope for your sake that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me. I might not seem like much, being but a scullery maid, but I have friends in high places, you know. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Please, don't try my patience.
I won't, I promise.
Very good. Keep out of mischief now. And you too, Henrique. I don't know what you two are up to, always ducking your heads together and murmuring, but I don't like it. If you keep this up, I'll tell Herr Gerhardt about you, and you'll be out on your ear quicker than blinking.
I don't think Herr Gerhardt's need an excuse to throw me out of his home. He's been chomping at the bit already.
Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even be here. Why Herr Gerhardt lets you stay with us is a mystery. If you were pretty, I could at least understand it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain, I can't imagine any man ever wanting you. Your brush with death. Oh, sorry. Is this Hermione? Yes. Your brush with death is your only claim to fame, and that shock of that will soon wear off. And when it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer.
That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer.
Henny turned her back on Hermione, and Hermione turned her back on Henny. And the unease which had brewed between them settled, for the time being, at least. Sighing, Henny leaned her elbows upon the windowsill and looked out at the sky. She had no desire to be drawn further into Hermione's pettiness. What did Hermione matter when Micah was still shut away in Magdalena's abode, suffering?
So,
Agnes spoke softly, so as not to be overheard by the malcontented Hermione.
Are you going to meet with Father Vorak later?
Of course. I've got to hear him out at least. And I'm interested in this assistant of his.
Me too. I had no idea he even had an assistant. You might have some trouble slipping out undetected, though. The doors are all locked at sundown, and only the most senior staff members have keys.
I thought that might be the case, but not to worry.
Henny smiled as she patted her pocket, feeling the grooves of Gertrude's keychain through the fabric of her skirt.
I should be fine.
I hope so, Henrique. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out, and don't get lost on your way to the church, and...
Don't speak to any strange men?
Henny chuckled.
I know. Don't fret. I've head straight to the church once the bell rings, once the bells toll for midnight. And I'll head straight back once I've finished with Father Dvorak. I'll be just fine. So don't you wait up for me. There's yet more work to be done tomorrow, and Hermione will lay into you if you stay awake late.
Oh, she's always trying to lay into me.
Not that she has much room to talk.
Lay into me.
She's such a hypocrite.
Yes, I had noticed. Try not to pay her too much heed.
It's hard not to when she talks so much, but that shouldn't be hard tonight, at least. Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you. I can pray for you too, if you'd like, if you think it would be help.
How do I even say that?
Agnes.
Stop, I'm so like, she's so cute. Agnes?
Henny smiled, touched anew by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence seemed to care overly much about Henny, or about her missing mistress, except for Agnes. Henny was glad she at least found one ally in Walter's inhospitable household. It was one more ally than she had expected, and it made her feel less alone.
Thank you. You're so very sweet.
The hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread between them as they brushed their hair and played cards. Yawns which were as contagious as any illness. Hermione rose from her bed. Then, did you actually do that, or did I make you do that?
You catch? No, you catch. I caught it from you.
Hermione rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid's attire and into her nightgown, which prompted a further flurry of undressing. Henny, too, changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath her covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly her eagle-eyed Hermione, guessing at her plans. She lay abed, curled upon her side, and waited for what seemed like an interminable time until the room was full of snoring. Once Henny was sure everybody was fast asleep, she rose, then changed once more into her maid's dress, being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly under the covers of darkness, fearful of making a sound. Her heart thumped all the while, and Gertrude's keys sat heavy in her pocket, a physical manifestation of her crimes. She would be in a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She would be put into the stocks at the very least, and perhaps imprisoned, either in a gaol or an asylum, as Walter had threatened. But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key to its rightful owner. She had it, and with it she had a way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's home. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann in the church. Henny was still doubtful whether he could really help her, but he was the only lead she had. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed, Henny paused at Agnes's bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered, and in the dark she murmured, "Good luck out there, Henrique."
Thank you. Thank you very much. But remember my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait up for me. You young girls need your beauty sleep. And you don't need to keep calling me Henrique either. Oh, sorry. You don't need to keep calling me Henrique either. I've always found it too formal. Henny is fine.
All right then, Henny. Stay safe.
I will. I always do. Surviving is one of my talents.
So saying, Henny slipped from the servants' quarters. Mute the mic if you're gonna yawn. I will not be lured into a midday nap. Sorry.
Why? Bro, you just yawned.
No, it was somebody in the chat. Said mute the mic if you're gonna yawn. I will not be lured into a midday nap.
Alright.
She shut the door soundlessly behind her, without giving the room a backwards glance. Not even a wave to Agnes goodbye. Now, her thoughts were filled with nothing but Micah. Oh, Micah. And he crept down the stairs, My Micah, my mistress. Then crossed the narrow servants' hallways to the kitchen. Her footsteps sounded uncomfortably loud in the silence, but she encountered nobody during her trek. To her relief, she was quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door, where all deliveries were made.
Bro, it took me a second.
Sorry. Henny thought it better to quit the house here, where it was less likely she would be uncovered by any passers-by out during the late-night stroll. Henny drew the pilfered keyring from her pocket with trembling fingers, then inserted the key into the hole. She tried to turn it, but was soon met with resistance. The door refused to budge. She must have selected the wrong key from the chain. Henny clicked her tongue and tried another key. This, too, refused to turn in the lock, and as did the next, and the next, and the next. Each key, Henny resulted in further failure, which made her imagination race. Jump out the window. What if the keychain she had swiped from Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one? There were many keys on the chain, all heavy, chunky pieces made from iron, but there was no guarantee any of them led outside. Cold, hard panic now began to settle inside the pit of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty, Henny tried another key, the 8th, if she had been keeping count, which, if she hadn't, she turned the key in the lock and, expecting nothing...
Oh. Oh, I mean, oh.
This key, unlike the rest, did turn, and smoothly too, like butter. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet Henny like an old friend. Thanking both her lucky stars and her deft fingers, Henny stepped out onto the street. She closed the back door behind her, locking it, then set out into the night. Augsburg Street was still unfamiliar to Henny, but she remembered the way to St. Cecilia's. She had ingrained it into her consciousness during her trek there earlier that morning with Agnes, lest she should be required to return. Henny had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon. Or so late, she supposed, as she glanced up at the moon. The moon was not yet full, but soon it would be. It hung above the roofs of all the fine houses, lighting their chimney stacks and the wrought iron railings which fenced in their fine gardens. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the streets. Okay, are they gonna just take us through the whole walk? Yeah, I had a feeling. Henny's heart beat in tandem with each footstep against the cobbles, in which each monotonous strike of her heels she thought of Micah. Micah. Oh, please let it not be too late. Please, God, I'm begging you, let me find my Micah. I wonder if you should read this.
No, you'd read it just fine. I mean,
If we
great
can-
even.
Thanks, aw. If we can be reunited, I'll ask nothing more of you. Not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which now were stretched to their breaking point, that St. Cecilia's was not so very far from Walter's home. She arrived there in under 10 minutes, though it felt much longer. Henny had been so entrenched in her anxious musings that time itself seemed to slow and trickle. Yes, we get it. She was very anxious. We understand, and now she's opening the door. Henny had hoped that all this was subterfuge, and that Johann had not forgotten their promise. Oh, wait, this was important. At glance, it seemed to be closed, even to the most godly of its congregation, the priest within a bed. Huh. So no one's there? Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during her flight from Walter's home, and raised her fist. It was with cautious eyes she glanced about, searching the streets for any sign of life, but she found nobody. The streets were not wholly quiet. Henny could hear the sounds of drunken revelry from a nearby tavern, but the street upon which St. Cecilia stood was abandoned, the shops all closed, and the light of their windows extinguished. The breeze nudged Henny's arm, as though spurring her onwards. She looked up at the wooden door which towered before her, as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue. Then she knocked. Henny knocked hesitantly, fearful of awaking the people in the neighboring houses. Unfortunately for her, however, the sound of her knocking seemed much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic beating of her heart. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from foot to foot, yet no noise from within the church. Was Johann not there? Had he forgotten about her? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting, or maybe he had not heard her. And he chanced another series of knocks, more loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Okay.
Frau Henrique. So, you did come back. I was beginning to wonder.
The door opened with a low groan, and there stood Johann, illuminated by a sliver of one candlelight which burned in the church behind him. He looked much as he did during Henny's initial meeting of the man, though Henny thought he was taller than she had recalled.
What does that mean?
Johann's neat, dark hair was parted at the front, revealing a high forehead which spoke of learning, and his brown eyes were soft and gentle.
You kept me waiting such a long while. You kept me waiting such a long while.
Priest!
I worried you might have forgotten our arrangement.
Father, did you just cuss?
Sorry. Oh, you're talking to me. Oh.
Hide Marie, I think that's how you say that.
I'm not clocked in right now, okay?
Clock in.
How do you say that again?
Hide Marie, I believe.
Hyde Marie was beginning to nag me about it. Not that's anything new. She teases every chance she gets. Wicked creature that she is.
Okay, Hyde Marie. Oh.
That's a mouthful, bro. Hyde Marie.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you waiting. It took a long while before I was able to slip away. I don't think the other mates would care to know that I'd gone off for a midnight stroll or hardcore hard.
Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot.
It's no problem. I imagine you have a good reason for wanting to meet me so late, no matter how inconvenient it is. Now, who's this Hyde Mary you spoke of? Is she your assistant?
Oh yes, that's right. She's here now to say hello to you.
Yes.
So I think she'll rather be cross that I took the wind from her. Sorry, bro. I'm
You're good.
creaking.
No, you're good. You're good.
Knowing her,
Oh.
She would have wanted to introduce herself. She's very...
Johann. Wait, I can't see her, so I have to just guess, I guess. Johann, have you finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know.
I like that voice. Ah, yes. My apologies. Do come away from the door, Bro Enrique. It's freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch your death of cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Hyde Marie while you're at it. And then you may tell her all you've told me. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale.
Henny thanked Johann, then entered the church, skirting the priest as she did so. St. Cecilia's looked much as it did during the daylight, with its vaulted ceiling and its stained glass windows. The darkness rendered it eerie, however, the row of pews drowned in shadows. Henny glanced about, unsure of who she should be searching for. Then, with wide eyes, she stilled. A figure had been sitting upon the pews, though it rose to its feet upon hearing Henny's approach and curtsied neatly. The figure was a diminutive one, so small, in fact, it made Henny start. Oh, that's not what I was expecting at all. Okay, so she has a little bit of a girlish look to her. Huh. The girl who stood before her, exactly, Henny could not think of her as a woman, was evidently young, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. If she was in double digits, it must have been only barely. So, what? Okay, I'll wait for them to give us more info, I guess. Her skin was pale white.
Of course her skin was pale white.
Okay, all right, here we go with the pale white again. Oh,
but look at her ears.
Everybody's like... so pale. They're so pale. Even in the flickering candlelight. Yeah, she's... Oh, yeah, I guess she really clearly isn't. So she's she's a vampire.
Like an elf or a vampire.
Oh, yeah, I guess she could be something else besides a vampire, but... Even in the flickering candlelight, and her hair was fair and wavy, all ringlets. The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring, and her irises were a shocking hue which made Henny gasp. They were not blue or green, or even dark gray. They were gold instead, and seemed to shine even brighter than the candlelight. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Magdalena's. Ah! What the fuck? Tiny as hell!
Are you... Hyde Marie?
Somebody said, oh no, she had 200-year-old lolly.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Okay, so I guess she wouldn't have like that seductive voice. She would have like a more playful. Oh god, I have to do another girlish voice.
Do you want to try?
Yeah, let me see. Let me try and find it. Yes, that's right. Oh god, I don't like that one. Yes, that's right. Yes, yes. Yes.
Or do you want me to try and you can try Johan?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, that's right. Didn't Johan say as much?
That was perfect. I'm actually so pissed. Actually, that was so gonna piss me off. I'm not even gonna lie. That was so gonna actually piss me off.
Oh god. Okay, let me go.
My name is Henry, and you are Frau Henrique, yes? Yes, that's me.
Oh my god, I'm literally sitting here jealous as fuck of Lush and that range.
Why?
That was so good. What the fuck?
Thank you. I'm flattered.
Then you must be the woman Johan and I have been waiting for. It's very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiments. Why do you shrink from me so?
What does that mean?
Why do you shrink from me so, a grown woman like yourself? Don't tell me that you're afraid. Just look at how small I am. You've nothing at all to be scared of. I don't bite.
Oh, and she flashes her fangs.
Oh!
At least, not that much.
Oh. Venom, how tall do you think 9-year-olds are? I don't know. I don't really hang out with 9-year-olds.
Like 3 foot?
If Hyde Marie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent, then those teeth of hers, sharp as knives, served as the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Hyde Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. They look like related.
Yeah.
Good God, you're just like her. Like who? Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster. A monster I am? Is that what you think?
Hyde Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering. Holding one hand beneath her chin, the young girl tilted her head and said,
I suppose I should take offense, but that might not be entirely inaccurate. To a human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny I'm capable of some rather wicked things. Oh, but Johann keeps me on a tight leash.
What is that? What? Her being that tiny and saying these things just makes me a little bit uncomfortable.
Right.
It literally is 200-year-old Lolly.
Right. He'll be the first to towel on me should I step out of line to his superiors in the church, and then I'll be in trouble. Superiors. If anybody knew how to strike fear into the hearts of the night. On immortal. What does that mean?
Sorry, I just saw a crazy comment in chat. Somebody said, check that priest's hard drive. God. Okay. Hearts of the Nigh on Immortal. I think.
I think it's like, is that a pause or is that a connected line?
I think that's a connected line. Hearts of the Nigh on Immortal, okay. I guess. Should I go to
the heights of the Nigh on Immortal? It's these boring men in their clerical robes. Then, does that mean you're really a vampire? Naturally. How many ordinary humans do you think with eyes as bright as mine, or teeth as sharp? I was human once upon a time, but that feels very, very long ago now. I doubt the vampire you've quarreled with. Oh, don't look so shocked. Johan told me all about it. I can hold a candle to me. I've been alive. If you care... Why does she talk so choppy? If you care to call it that. For...
Alright, chat. What's the guesses? I heard someone say, I bet 400 years old. I heard someone say 200. Any other guesses before we reveal it? I'm gonna say
9,000.
9,000. She doesn't seem prehistoric. Maybe, well, they're supposed to be in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think in the 200 to 400 range is what it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be in the 200 400 range. 120? Okay. Let's see. Oh!
Oh, I don't know. I've lost count. Mathematics has never been my strong suit, and it's been such a long time my mind fails me. I think it must have been at least 400 years at this point, though.
Wow, whoever gets 400. You got it.
Congratulations, you are the winner.
Congratulations.
400?
It has been around that long. Wait, hold up. It has been around that long. Yes. Hyde Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's being truthful on this score. She's an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all of Europe. Hyde Marie clicked her tongue.
It's not polite, you know, to talk about a lady's age in so cavalier a manner. If we didn't have a guest over, I'd fight you for your insolence, Johan.
Something about this just... It's the fact that she's
kind of giving a little...
It's weird because I think also too, like, I guess you have to get into it. Like, does her brain continue maturing? Because the thing is, vampirism kind of stops your body from aging, right? So wouldn't that mean that your brain doesn't age and continues to be at... Because your brain has to age to reach frontal lobe development and mature. And so would this mean that... Wouldn't that mean she has, like, a child's brain as well? Like, I don't know. Something feels very weird about her being like, I'm a very old woman. It's not nice to talk about a lady's age. It's like you are. It's like you are literally 4 feet. Shut up.
I think she's 3 feet because like Henny would be like 4'11".
Oh, you think so? Yeah, I guess she would be kind of short.
She's like 4 feet.
Huh.
And it isn't polite. And it isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you disagree with. Not that you ever cared about minding your manners.
I care enough not to terrify our poor guest out of her wits. Though I'm afraid my attempts at magnanimity are not working. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you alright, Frau Henrique? You aren't about to faint, are you?
This, you know what? And the more I think about this, just pisses me off because they had the perfect opportunity to make some big muscular butch. This visual novel hates butches, don't they? Like, come on. Yeah. You really could have been like, or even like just like a sexy badass looking femme with like the thigh straps and a bunch of weapons. But you decided, sorry, I just can't get over it.
I know this must be awful to swallow.
Okay, maybe I should tone it down a bit.
Wait, what do you need to tone down?
I don't know the tone.
A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church? And why are you acting so familiar with the father? Oh, dear me. Why could that be, I wonder? Why don't you let me elucidate
Frawling?
Elucidate. Brawling?
Brawling. I don't know. It's a German word. I don't respect German.
I may be a vampire, and an Asian vampire at that.
It sounded like you said Asian vampire.
Asian? Okay, okay, Mama, let me repeat that.
I may be a vampire.
God, okay, give me alone. Let me leave you alone.
I may be a vampire, and an ancient vampire at that. But I am no mindless monster who think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing blood, but you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past. I'm certain of that. I've drunk so much of it, in fact, I've just about gotten sick of it. Which is for the best, I suppose. If I'd kept my rampaging ways, the church would have seen to me like that.
Hyde-Marie made a gesture, now against her neck, one that signified execution.
I've been working for the church for over a century, my servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust accordingly.
So does she just not eat now? Ah.
Maybe they do sacrifices for her.
It sounds like they do.
I sup on only those whom I've permission to feed upon, namely the lucky numbers of the clergy who've been tasked with taking care of me.
It seems like kind of a fun job. Like, oh fuck, now I had to have my blood sucked.
What?
I'll only bear these fangs of mine for Johann.
Check that priest's hard drive.
Hello? Hello? Does that satisfy your concerns, Fraulein? Well... Oh, please.
Anne-Marie snorted.
Don't tell me that you're still afraid. What caused you do you have to flee from a collared dog tied to a post?
Okay, let's chill out for a second. What?
I know, like, why does she keep referring to herself as leashed and like a dog? Like, I just,
Hyde Marie, you did such a good voice for Johan that like I literally Hyde Marie is telling the truth. She has a lot of bark but no bite. Well,
Okay,
Johan
what?
chuckled
What?
softly.
What?
Okay, this is uncomfortable. Jesus.
Chillax, brother. Chillax.
Johan chuckled softly.
What? Ooh, these freaks.
Her bite is rather formidable. Jesus Christ! I don't like this. Her bite is rather formidable, but I'm the only one who has to suffer its consequences. You will be perfectly safe. I understand you may fear her, but I've worked with her almost 4 years, and she's never once given me any troubles. Beyond her tendency to answer back, that is.
There, you see? I'm as good as gold. Why, my heart might even be pure as a saint.
I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Most saints don't have past as bloody as yours.
But it's all in the past, Johann. Well, and truly, almost 2 centuries in the past, in fact. I've helped the church hunt down many, many vile vampires, and I've saved scores of screaming virgins. I've done more than a lot of your silly Christian saints ever did, martyring themselves for no good reason. At least, I actually get things done. Why would the church send a vampire to fight other vampires, though? It makes no sense. Doesn't it?
Hyde Marie raised an eyebrow.
Do you know what they say, Fraulein? About fighting fire with fire? The same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race with unapparelled speed and strength. Johann would stand no chance against a vampire, being a bumbly human of limited physical strength, but I can make short work of the wicked night walker who has kidnapped your mistress. Of that I promise you. Would you really be able to do that? It is well within my abilities. My past record ought to speak for itself.
When it comes to hunting vampires, Hyde Marie is second to none. If you wish to rescue your mistress, then we must rely upon her. I know you might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. She really has been an indispensable ally to me.
Oh, has she?
Jesus.
Why, Johann, you flatter me.
Oh, God.
What? What? I'm not saying that, bro.
I'm gonna skip that line.
Saying that.
Would you like me to bite you just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic. Hee okay.
Oh my God! Why are they flirting? Oh!
Look at fucking
close
Henny,
this
bro.
fucking visual novel now. Cause like, why would you force me to go through? Like, why am I going through this? Why would you, why, like, I actually, this is pissing me off because this is a Yuri, and I played this for Yuri, and now you have me hostage halfway through the game, and you're like, oh, by the way, here's a priest and his lolly vampire. Why did you do that?
You know what could have been so
warn
hot?
me so I can know that it's there.
Right. You know what could have been so hot?
What?
Like a tall, like fucking like lanky ass mommy vampire. And
yeah, that could have been
like,
cool. There were many
like,
options. There were many different options they had besides.
Yeah, they could what's the word? They could portray it so like he likes to get packed.
Yeah, they could have done that.
That would be so fucking hot. Yo.
I mean, like, her design definitely is super cute. And, like, if they maybe maybe if they were just like, she's short, but she looks like a grown woman. Because the thing is here, although it looks very girlish, the way they describe her is also what makes it uncomfortable. Because they were just like, well, she looked like a grown woman, but she wasn't much taller than 4 feet. Or something like that.
God.
that could have been okay. Like, just short woman. You could have just told me short woman. But they intentionally was like, oh, I can't really call this a woman. It's more like a young girl. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Like, why'd you do that? And then you have them fucking flirting. Like,
It actually could have been cool, like a little looking girl like beating Magdalena's ass if they removed all that whatever was going
like just
on.
like a short lady. Or even if they wanted to make it like a little girl, just not the flirting.
Right? Like, was that necessary?
Oh, do behave yourself. What happened to trying to make our guests feel welcome? Johann tutted and then turned back to Henny. Oh, God. It's making my stomach hurt. It's making me have, it's making
Oh my
my
god,
stomach
he's asking
fucking
for
hurt.
consent.
So, what do you think? Will you consent to letting Hyde Marie help you?
Well, You'll say yeah if you fuck you. Sorry.
I mean,
You'll say
actually, that's perfect. You'll say yeah if you really love your mistress.
Sorry, I was like thinking, my head is not even here.
You'll say yeah if you really love your mistress.
Yeah. Let me just go with it. Actually, why did I even stop? You'll say yeah if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one, but you'll be the only one hurt. You'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You shouldn't cut your nose off to spite your face, Fraulein, even if it's rather lumpy.
Why is everybody trying? And that's the other shit that pissed me off about
Not
this.
too much.
Henny is beautiful. I want Henny
Right, she's,
so
like, so
bad.
cute.
I literally could not control myself earlier thinking about Henny. Henny's so cute. Why is she? Why they feel like they need to convince us she's fucking ugly? Fucking. Oh, I was
Right.
about to say something I can't say on stream. Never mind. You should probably say your next line.
What?
I was about to. I'll text you what I was about to say. I was about to say, keep yourself safe.
Oh. Oh, okay. Keep yourself safe, everyone.
Oh my god.
You need me more than I need you. I don't. I mean,
Henny stood still for several moments, dithering, her heart hammering like a war drum within her breast, her luscious big breast. Sorry. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire, one who seemed even more fearsome than Magdalena. It was a lot to take in. She was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency, stung by Hyde Marie's impish words, and, yes, afraid to be in close proximity of yet another godless creature. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. Looking at Hyde Marie made Henny's blood run cold, but so, too, did the memory of what Magdalena had done to those bandits. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength, but Hyde Marie was not human. As a fellow vampire, perhaps she could overwhelm Magdalena. It was worth a try, at least. Anything was, for Micah's sake.
all right. I'm prepared to trust you, Hyde Marie, despite my misgivings. I will leave my mistress' safety in your hands. And what capable hands I have, so fair and slender, like two lovely lilies. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fraulein. You are most kind.
Hyde Marie took her ornate skirts in both hands, then dropped a curtsy.
I would be more than happy to assist you with your little problem. It's been a while since I went on a hunt, and I've been fitfully bored. Before that, however, I would propose a plan. What sort of plan? Will you not go to rescue Micah? Of course, of course. But tonight would be a poor time for it. My services haven't been required in some time, and I've been spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days to rejuvenate. And no small amount of blood.
Henry looked upon Johann, then grinned unpleasantly as a gargoyle might. Okay.
I hope you're prepared. It would be the most unfortunate. It would be the most unfortunate for all of us if you were to collapse upon me. Okay.
You're concerned about me. How kind of you. That makes quite the change from usual. You needn't worry about my resilience, however. It's making me cringe. I will be quite alright.
That's what I look. That's what I like to hear.
Oh, that must be why he looks so pale and like dead.
Skinny.
So he's
strong
not
little boy.
goth. He's just getting sucked dry by Jesus. Oh.
You religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. You're no stranger to suffering. I'll grant you that.
Oh my god. The Lord does send us these trials to test us. That's how I
What
feel
does this
right now.
mean?
Johann smiled wryly while Heidmarie scoffed.
Yes, but it would be your precious lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck. You dingbat. Sorry.
You can be so cruel sometimes.
I used to be crueler. I'm afraid I've lost my edge. Spending so much time with you. You're a terrible influence.
Oh, you're so right. That's so weird. Somebody commented they romanticized vampire blood drinking, then dropped this dynamic on us. Fucking Trojan horse. They brought us in with Yuri and they were like, by the way. Alright, here's
this. Now, we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time, upon the night of full moon. My powers should be the best at their peak. None should be able to stop me.
They do say that pride comes before a fall, you know.
To lesser mortals, perhaps, but not to me. Since when have I ever failed in my duties?
I suppose you have a point there.
I always do.
Smiling smugly in the manner of all young...
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm gonna just
I shall
fucking...
bid. Okay, what is these more German words?
Auf Wiedersehen.
I shall bid you
Auf Wiedersehen.
one more. Auf Wiedersehen for the past, Fraulein. The hour is advanced, and while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need your rest. Do not be a stranger, though, I beg of you. I will require your services when the appointed day comes, so you can guide me to the woods, to the abode of this vampire. Do you need me to stick around then? Isn't that what I just said?
I just noticed their outfits are kind of coordinated too. Ugh.
Do try to listen. We'll never get anywhere if I'm obliged to continuously repeat myself.
Worry not, please. I'm sure you must be nervous, wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I'll be with you too, to ensure that Heidmarie doesn't get up to any mischief.
As if I would. You wound me. You wound me, Johann.
Heidmarie pouted, but it seemed put on, too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Heidmarie even have a heart in her possession, tucked away inside her ribcage, which continued to beat? Henny wouldn't have been surprised that the ravages of time had turned it to dust.
This vampire's abode will most likely be concealed from my prying eyes with some sort of glamour. If you're able to bring me to the rough location, however, I should be able to see past all her trifling enchantments.
Yes.
God. This silly vampire will be in for quite some rude awakening indeed. Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise upon her face until I slice it off her skull. This is going to be so much fun.
All right, thank God we're finally away from them. Fuck.
Henny's nerves were as disorderly as a cargo of mercantile ship during a storm she crept through. All right, I get it. She's going back home. And we're thinking about Henry again. A unnerving creature, one whose existence seems to split in the face of God himself. And you could recall with startling clarity. Yes, we know, we saw her. Yep. Magdalena kidnapped ladies for sport and drained them of their blood. Marie, meanwhile, seemed determined to help them. Henny was unsure whether she could trust Marie. Her knowing smile had been disconcerting, but she did trust Johann. He appeared to be the every inch the gentleman of Agnes had told her, even tempered and eager to help. If he could keep Marie in hand, then perhaps they really would be able to find and rescue Micah. Just every time they just talk about their dynamic, it makes me, like, it literally makes my skin crawl. That was what Henny wanted to believe. She did not like to think that her efforts to help Micah were all in vain, nor that she was too late. Henny knew she could not discount the possibility if it had been over a fortnight since Micah had been taken prisoner, but neither did she want to dwell on it.
Fortnite. Let's play Fortnite later. Let's play Fortnite.
Yay!
She had allies now, though she found them in an unlikely...
Your excitement that
No. I was about to end there. I wasn't going to continue. Anyways.
She had allies now, though she had found them in an unlikely place, and things soon would be set into motion. With Heidemer and Johann's help, she would venture forth into the woods, and she would find Magdalena's home once more. And yes, we will find them, and we will slay them, and we will find them, and we will slay them, and fairy tales, and she's going back home, she's going back home, and she's worried that Micah's dead, and oh god,
Lady von Essen and
just a lot of thoughts, she's coming back home. Oh, that's my alarm. I thought that was sound effects in the game. Hold up.
Oh, me too.
Is that your alarm?
I was like, why are there birds in the game? Is it sunrise already? Let me get my headphones back on. Henny knew that Gertrude would be less than impressed when she discovered a set of her keys had gone missing. Henny would have to finagle some way of returning them, unnoticed when the sun rose. But that could wait for later. Henny had more pressing concerns waiting upon her. She crept across the hallway. She has to sneak back in. And,
Is she gonna be caught?
And then we're having a flashback. And he's mad. Grr. Sorry, guys. I just have to get through. We just have to get through this at that point. With everything that's going on, I just want us to get through this. Okay, we're having a conversation, I guess. She's back home. Blah, blah, blah.
Henny?
Voice called Henny in the dark. It was Agnes. Henny had thought her asleep, but I guess she's still fucking awake.
Oh, Agnes. I thought I said you didn't have to stay up for me.
Oh, that's me.
I know you did, and I did try to sleep. Really, I did, but I couldn't. You took such a long time, I was afraid you wouldn't come back. The streets of Augsburg are so twisty and turny, and it's even worse in the dark. It gets scary out there when it's too late. I knew you'd be safe with Johann, but on your own.
Agnes bit her lower lip. Why is she blushing?
Why are you looking at us, bro? That scared me, Loki.
I'm glad you didn't get into any trouble. You didn't get into any trouble, did you?
No, I didn't. As you can see, I'm quite alright. I kept my head down, my feet moving, and I didn't stop to talk to any strange men, other than Father Dvorak at the church.
Who was very strange, apparently. A very strange man.
Yeah.
Do you suppose he counts? Yes. Yes! Sorry.
Do you suppose he counts?
He's quite unusual for a priest, yes, but I'm very fond of him.
Me too. I think you might be onto something there.
So, what did he say? Did he agree to help you find your mistress?
Henny nodded.
He said it would be possible, but first, he asked me to wait a few days. He said we'd have better luck rescuing Micah, that is to say, my lady, when the moon is full. My lady. My Micah. I can't say... I can't say why exactly, but he seems to know what he was talking about.
Father Vorak always does. He knew just what to say when my mother was at her worst, too. She was in such a bad way. I thought she'd never get better, but Father Vorak proved me wrong. He really can't do the impossible. Just you see. I'm sure he'll be able to rescue Lady Micah.
I'm sure he will. He is the professional when it comes to all these supernatural goings on. Or so it seems. So I'll leave it up to him and his assistant, I suppose. You're making it sound so sus.
Oh, yes, his assistant. You mentioned her earlier. What was she like?
Oh, God.
It's hard to describe her. I suppose she was very... unusual.
Unusual?
She wasn't at all what I had expected. I think I can trust her, though.
I'm glad to hear it.
She asked me to guide her and Father Vorak into the woods. Actually, to help them locate Micah.
So, you're going back into the forest after everything that happened?
I have to. If I want to rescue Micah, I don't have much of a choice.
I suppose, but aren't you nervous? I would be, ever so. I don't know if I'd be able to bear it.
I'm sure it will be fine.
Henny said lightly, though in truth she didn't feel fine. She had many unpleasant memories attached to that forest, memories she would far rather forget. It had been in those woods that, yes, we know they lost their lives, and yes, we know we saw them die, and yes, we were fucking there. Okay, there we go.
I won't be alone. I'll be with Father Vorak. He promised to protect me. Father Vorak can do anything, remember? Isn't that what you said? He's a miracle worker.
I suppose so, yes. I know what magic he's capable of. But, oh, Henny, please look after yourself. I would hate for you to get hurt after all you've been through. I think you've suffered enough.
Don't worry, Agnes. I'll take more than a few bandits. It'll take more than a few bandits to put on the fear of God into me. Or a few vampires, for that matter. They can't scare me. Or, well, they can.
Henny corrected herself, seeing the doubt in Agnes's eyes.
But I won't let them get to me. And Micah endured a lot for my sake, and I, as her maid, I want to do the same for her. I'd do anything to see her again.
You'd really be willing to go that far?
Of course I would. Micah's the most important person in the world to me. Her happiness is my happiness.
Now this is the real Yuri. Like I don't understand. Like, fuck every other romance subplot. Henny and Micah, that's something I'm invested in. This woman is fucking in love. I just realized what you said.
The thought of facing the infernal vampire is scary, but it's less scary than the thought of never seeing her again. I just want to know that she's all right. There's nothing in the world I want more than that. And there's nothing I won't endure for her sake.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Another week passed. A week which
Wait,
for
can I
Henny...
pee? I'm kind of holding in my... No.
Yes, you can go pee.
Give me permission to pee right now.
You have my permission to pee.
Ew, shut up, bro.
All right, guys. I'm hoping part 3 and part 4 moves a little bit faster than part 1 and part 2, because we've been here, like, how long have we been here, guys? I think we've been doing this fucking VN for like 2 months now, and we just got like halfway through it. Granted, we're only doing it 1 day a week, but still, every time 1 day a week, we're doing it for like 2 or 3 hours. So I'm hoping that the pace moves a little bit quicker, and I'm gonna skip a little bit more around, a little bit more. How long have we been doing this? We've been doing this, oh, it's just been about a month. Okay. I wasn't people. Well, yeah, we're on part 5 today, but still, like, I need this. I'm hoping that this moves a little bit quicker, especially with that random fucking subplot added in. Skipping the pages upon pages of description should speed up the pace threefold. Yeah, because, like, Jesus, it's oh my god, it's all the time. It feels like it's been 2 months. Yeah, it feels like it's been 2 or 3 months that we've been doing this, and it's only been 1, and we're only on part 5. But it's like, I think it's also overwhelming for the fact that the amount of playtime we do each time, because, like, each stream is at least 2 hours. Sometimes they go closer to like 3 hours, and yeah, it's just moving so freaking slow, dude. Like, so slow. It is an interesting story. At this point, I am too invested in the story to quit this VN. I think I'm willing to be open to them doing something that just turns me off so much to it that we just quit it. But yeah, like, why did they have to Trojan horse that? Like, come on, bro. What the fuck is going on here? Are you done peeing?
Yes, I'm done peeing. Yes, I'm done pissing. Let's move on.
Another week passed. A week which for Henny was spent in anticipation of the full moon, which she would have to travel once more into the woods with Johann and Heidelberg. For Micah, however, this week seemed very uneventful indeed. Magdalena continued to drain Micah of her blood in the nights, with her silvery knife and the ceramic bowl she used to catch her blood. They talked little during these sections. Oh, we're back. Okay. I guess we're back with Magdalena and Micah. They talked a little during these sessions, and though their dialogue was always clipped, Micah wincing from the pain, and Magdalena winced at inflicting it.
Oh!
Everybody shut the fuck up. It's time for a raid.
What's up, cool? Hey, hi.
Hello.
Welcome on in, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid.
Kuba_co rated your channel.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh,
Miss Lala Rainbow has joined the Legion.
thank you for the follow, Miss Lala Rainbow. Hi, everybody. My name is Bonehead Venom. I am a butch lesbian VTuber. And we're playing Yuri. That's what we're doing right now. I'm here with my other actress friend. We're both voice actresses who voice. Sorry, guys. I'm a little bit flustered that you all came in. I wasn't expecting company. We both voice audios on YouTube of the relaxing kind, of the romantic kind. On Patreon, the, a little bit more kind. And welcome on in. I'm happy to have you. Coob, how was your stream? What were you playing? OMG, your voice is so good. Thank you so much, Shamey. What were you streaming? I actually kind of saw you on the side. Was it? I just see Silent. Were you playing Silent Hill? Is that what the other thing I can't see was?
Oh my god, I just checked your profile. You look so cool. What the hell?
Yeah, Coob is super cool. I actually used to live in the same state as Coob, so it's super cool to see Coob again. Yes,
Nice.
Trauma Triggered, Silent Hill 2. Oh my god, I want to play that so bad, but I'm also so scared to play it because that's one of those games that do dread really well, and dread is really hard to deal with. Dread is hard to deal with. Your voice is so smooth. Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Lala. I'm flattered. You're gonna make me blush. Really? OMG, I love Minnesota and blood. Yeah, I'm from Minnesota. I was born in Minneapolis, North Side. I think you're around the burbs though, if I remember. But yeah, was born in Minneapolis, so of course I've always had a little special place in my heart for your streams and your content. Silent Hill 2 is fun stuff. Yeah, we should play it sometime. Tomorrow, actually, we're going to be playing Resident Evil 7 with a shot caller. So, eventually, maybe we'll get to Silent Hill 2 with that, too. East Side St. Paul. Really? Oh, shit. I've been around your neighborhood. I frequently go to your neighborhood. Wow. Shot caller, OMG, epic. Yeah, it was one of the donathon things I promised when we had a donathon a while ago. So I think it's gonna be every time I scream. Also, I have this really bad habit that when I'm scared, I bark. That I literally found out live on stream. Did you not know this, Lush? Oh, Lush.
I knew. I was there.
Lush, feel free to introduce yourself to everybody. This is my friend Lush VAs on YouTube.
What Venom said, yeah.
Yeah, I literally had to find out while I was playing Me Side. This was like early on in me coming back to streaming, where I was just streaming on YouTube for a bit. I was playing Me Side and I got scared and I reacted, and then I paused and I talked to chat and I was like, chat, did I just bark? And everyone was like, yes, you did just bark. And I was like, fuck. And then I got scared again and I did it again. I was like, wait, fuck, do I bark when I'm scared? I thought this entire, because it's one of those things where you're not aware of what you do until you have like an audience watching you, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, I bark when I'm scared. I don't scream. I go
what the hell?
I literally do that when I'm scared. I'm like I sometimes it sounds really dog-like and it's really fucking embarrassing, but that's what streaming is. Really, it's a humiliation ritual. We are playing, by the way, so you guys know what we're doing. We're playing a visual novel. It is a Yuri visual novel that involves a vampire with a captured helpless maiden who is a royal woman.
Pale.
And it's a lot of Yuri going on. Who's also very pale. They emphasize a lot of paleness for some reason. And her maid is trying to save her from the vampire, but her and the vampire kind of have like a little bit of flirting going on, and then her maid is also kind of in love with her, and now the maid has recruited the help of a priest to hopefully help them out, who we have a lot of eyebrows raised towards, but hopefully you know, he's an all right guy for the rest of this. Take pride in that.
Thanks for the follow.
Pico 21 has joined the Legion.
Thank you for the follow, Pico. I appreciate it.
Are you saying that live, or is that a freaking soundboard?
Oh, that's my soundboard. When I made like a little sound pack for my alerts. Venom got that dog in them. Arroo!
Oh shit! What the hell?
That was not a good bark. Don't gas that up.
No, that was pretty good. What do you mean? I thought it was good.
Thanks. But now that we've welcomed you guys in, we'll bring the energy back down a little bit and continue entertaining you with this visual novel. Have us in the background, treat us like a podcast. Every once in a while we make funny little comments. But I'm turning to Scooby-Doo for a second there. Raggy? Sorry. Magdalena had stopped sitting with Micah when she ate her dinner, and then in turn, garden seemed a thing of a distant past. Micah feared the relationship would continue thus, stoic and uninvolved, save for the regular bloodletting, until one overcast Wednesday morning when Magdalena again brought Micah her breakfast in person. Actually, can a mod drop Lush's YouTube link in chat, please? If any mods are in chat right now, or if anybody really can just grab Lush's YouTube link real quick so people know where to follow her. Magdalena had been depositing Micah's breakfast upon her bedside while she slept during the last few days, as she had when Micah first took up her unwilling residence in Magdalena's home. She had thought Magdalena's early morning greetings had been a one-off, not to be repeated. Evidently, she had been wrong. A half-asleep Micah was roused by the rapping of knuckles upon her door, which then swung open to reveal Magdalena, pale of face and of hair,
Yes, her under eyes dark and smudged, as though with pencil lead. Magdalena bore in her hands a tray, which, yes, she's bringing food and tea, we know. Here you are, my lady. Magdalena rested the tray upon Micah's lap, who sat still in bed, with an exaggerated flourish, then a neat curtsy. I hope today's breakfast finds you well.
Oh, wait, I forgot how to do Micah's voice. It was just my normal voice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To what? Oh, that's you.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
Do I need a reason to check in on my favorite prisoner? I thought only that it had been a while since I had paid you an unexpected visit, and it would do well to keep you on your toes. I would so hate for us to fall into a routine. They're awfully dull. You may accuse me of being as cruel as you want, but I can't bear the thought of being called boring.
Oh, you are anything but that.
Micah reassured Magdalena with a small smile. By now, the surprise of Magdalena's visit had begun to wear thin, and Micah had begun to feel a strange stirring in her breast. It was not fear nor anxiety, as it had been in the beginning, but something softer and sweeter. It was hard to put her finger upon exactly what it was, but... You should pour yourself some tea, and quickly, before it gets cold. That'd be an awful waste. I think you'll like today's blend. It's apple tea with a touch of honey. Only hope it isn't too sweet.
Oh no, it's fine. I like sweet food.
I know you do. You have the palate of a small child. Magdalena smiled, her cheeks dimpling. Oh, Cece, you want to say hi? Yeah, baby? Yeah. Is it your turn? Do you want to read this line, Cece? Magdalena smiled, her cheeks dimpling despite her obvious exhaustion, and gestured to the teapot. Go on. Drink, do. You need to preserve your strength.
Thank you. That is so very thoughtful of you.
Micah reached for the teapot and began to pour. A stream of amber-colored liquid split from the spout of her pot into her cup, all while exuding forth a fragrant stream. The tea looked and smelt delicious, as sweet and as fresh as an orchard. Micah let her fingers curl about the handle of her cup, and slowly she brought it to her lips. She blew upon the surface of the apple tea to further cool it, then sipped. As she drank, she became aware of Magdalena's eyes affixed upon her own. Magdalena's gaze was steady and disconcertingly serious, despite her previous stream of prattle, as though meaning to commit Micah's every contour to memory. Was she anxious that, at any given moment, Micah might disappear like the steam from which unfurled from her teacup? The experience was not wholly pleasant, as it made Micah's skin prickle. Sweet though the tea was, Micah found she could not focus upon it, not when Magdalena's gaze was so doleful. Did Magdalena know something she did not? Perhaps there was a reason beyond her visit that cool, overcast Wednesday morning, beyond mere whimsy. Was today to be the final time Magdalena would serve Micah breakfast? The final time they would sit together and talk, as though they were equals? Perhaps that night, Magdalena meant to end it all. The regular bloodletting sessions had left Micah feeling drained, and the inside of her arm stung horribly when she tried to sleep. Anxious thoughts festered inside Micah's head like mushrooms did in the dark, until they threatened to overwhelm her. What a strange metaphor. The tea, all of a sudden, tasted too sweet upon her tongue, and she choked upon it. Oh, Micah! Magdalena started forth to rub Micah's back with her right hand, her fingers uncomfortably cold through the fabric of Micah's nightgown. Are you all right? Here, let me help you. Magdalena patted Micah's back until her coughs had subsided, her expression one of concern, like that of a friend, or perhaps even a lover. Micah could feel Magdalena's breath upon her cheek like a puff of Arctic air, devoid not just of warmth, but of life. As a being which had already died, it seemed unlikely that Magdalena needed to breathe at all. She only continued to do so because she was accustomed to it, and maybe she wished to cling on to some fragment of her long-lost humanity.
Yeah, Cece? She's just sitting in my arms purring.
It was all an act, though.
Yeah?
What?
Yeah? Oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah? Are you the narrator now, Cece? Yeah?
She was a monster, or was she? Gonna lurk, I have to de-drag and get comfortable. Of course. Oh, actually, I just remembered there's that Twitch feature where you can shout people out, right? Fuck, how do I do that?
Yeah, baby, can I put you down?
Okay. Let me... How the fuck do I shout somebody out? Chat! How do I do that? Hold up, I'm gonna try this and see if it works. Yay! It worked! Okay. There's a little shout out for Ku. Thank you so much for the raid again, and I hope you have an easy time de-dragging. She was a monster, or was she? Micah had never known a monster so kind before, or so considerate.
Thank you.
Micah murmured, abashed, as she set down her cup of half-drunk tea. She felt overwhelmed by her feelings for Magdalena, and found she could not look her hostess in the eye. There's no need to thank me, dear. I brought you that tea as a token of kindness. I would hate for you to choke upon it. Magdalena giggled, irreverent as always. Her breezy chatter could not, however, hide how very tired she was. Magdalena reached one hand to her temple to brush back a few misplaced strands of her ashen hair. As she did, one of her sleeves rolled back. Once again, the corset ties which bound her wrists had come undone. Had she been too busy preparing breakfast to tighten them? And Micah could see a large expanse of Magdalena's skin.
Ooh la la.
Even more marks marred Magdalena's skin. Marks which were deeper and angrier than the ones than Micah had seen before, out in the garden. These marks were accompanied with bruises, black and blue and green, which stippled Magdalena's skin from her wrist all the way down to her elbow. Her skin seemed like canvas upon which a demented artist had worked, spattering paint here and there with no rhyme or reason. Vampires couldn't bleed, but they could bruise. They could be hurt, and perhaps they could even be broken. It was an uncomfortable sight which made Micah forget her own impending fate at once. How could she worry about herself when it was clear Magdalena was in so much pain?
Why, there are even more marks on your arm than before. Also, she just said vampires can't bleed. So at first I thought since they were bite marks, it was that monster mistress thing that was like feeding off of her.
Well, it seems like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, so, but now since you're telling me she can't bleed, so is she just being bitten for the joy of it? Like,
I mean...
is she just getting abused? Like, what does this mean?
Not the abuse part, I don't mean, but just biting for the hell of it, yeah, maybe so. Everybody, yeah, sometimes it's fun to just chew on somebody's arm. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with her and her mistress. That's like, but there's been a few little like moments like that where it's like, huh? Didn't you just contradict that previously? God forbid a girl have a bite fetish, right? Oh, did you say this on already?
No. What in the world is happening to you? That looks horribly painful.
Oh, this, Frowning grimly, Magdalena drew her sleeve back down and said, "It is an occupational hazard."
What the fuck does that even mean? Then, is this a part of your job?
Magdalena nodded, a thin smile capturing her lips anew. "I'm glad you're so quick to catch on. It saves me the effort of explaining myself, which isn't something I care to do at the present. It is too early in the morning for it, and the story behind these bruises is not so very interesting. I'm accustomed to them."
Then, this happens often?
"More so than I would like, yes."
What? But that... You...
Micah's mouth opened and fell, as a fish's might, yet no words came out. She did not know how to articulate her horror, nor what would be appropriate to say. How could Magdalena endure such injuries all this while smiling? She made it sound as though it was no issue, and perhaps, being a vampire, these wounds hurt less than they appeared, but surely it must have been for her wait, what? But surely it must have been for her to receive quite that many marks.
I don't think anybody should endure such treatment, even if they are used to it. Familiarity doesn't make abuse any better, nor any less easier to bear.
Somebody in chat said vampire mistress is teething. Oh.
In fact, I think it makes it even worse.
It's not always easy to bear, indeed. But why are you worrying about me, silly thing? Smiling, Magdalena poked Micah's nose with the tip of her index finger. Aw, cute. Worry about yourself first. I will be fine, no matter what misfortunes might befall me. I cannot say the same for you, though. Humans are awfully fragile.
Perhaps I am, compared to you. But it seems you vampires are surprisingly fragile too.
Magdalena, for all her pomp, was not indestructible. Micah knew that now, to look upon Magdalena's bruises. Had the rest of her body been subject to similar abuse? But for what cause? The thought made Micah feel sick. The scent of apple tea, once so homey, now made her stomach churn. Micah had lost most of her appetite, but at Magdalena's bidding, she forced herself to eat. While aware she was being silly, for all she knew, she might be dead come the setting of the sun, she did not want to let Magdalena down. The way they write these sentences, the breaks in them, it feels quite unnatural to speak out loud sometimes. It was clear that she had endured enough already. Several minutes passed, neither Micah nor Magdalena speaking, as Micah partook of her breakfast. She chewed her scones, which now tasted of wallpaper, and washed them down with sips of apple tea, which reminded her of watching up water. Once finished, her plate cleared of all
Thanks for the follow.
Fetter_Ace24 has joined the Legion.
Thank you for the follow, Fitter Ace. Also, I don't remember if I thanked you, Pico. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Her plate cleared of all save crumbs, her teacup empty of all save dregs. Magdalena took the tray and set it upon her bedside table. There, now, how do you feel? Refreshed, I hope.
Oh yes, very.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, do you wish to help me with your toilet?
What?
You can hardly sit abed all day in your night clothes. It's a pretty dress, certainly. It must be, being one of my own, but you can hardly wear it all the time. The fabric is much too flimsy. Micah looked down at herself, bemused.
Do you mean to help me dress myself?
Yes, take off your clothes. If you would.
Let me see them yitties now, bitch.
Let me see them. If you wish, I might as well. I feel like pampering you today is all. And aren't you accustomed to this kind of thing? You must have had servants help you dress growing up. Was that not Henny's job?
She did help me, yes, but you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf. I'm old enough to know how to dress myself.
Age does not factor into it when one is a lady. I feel awful that I've been treating you in so abysmal a manner. If I had a spare lady's maid to offer you, I would, but alas, my castle is quite deserted. Quite deserted, thought Micah, save for Magdalena's mysterious mistress, but she did not comment upon this. Micah had no desire to make things awkward between herself and Magdalena, not when it had been several days since they last had spoken. She didn't want Magdalena to leave. But neither did she want Magdalena to act like a servant. It seemed beneath her.
I thought you were a lady once yourself. You shouldn't need to dress me up.
Oh yes, that is true, but one gets tired, you know, of being a lady all the time. Won't you let me indulge? I thought it might be fun to experiment, and I fear I'll not get such an opportunity in the future.
Well, if you insist.
Micah capitulated with a small sigh, but she was not truly upset. She was intrigued, rather, at the prospect of having Magdalena act as her servant. Intrigued and somewhat abashed. Oh, I like that.
If I were her, I would be like scared shitless because like it kind of seems like you're fattening up the pig, like giving them your last wishes. I'm gonna die, bro.
Yeah, that's true. I would be scared too, but I think I'd also be like, okay, if this is the last time, let's just fuck. Like, yeah, I'd be like, all right, just put me on this fucking bed, bro.
I'm waiting. No, because like when they told like, oh, they saw a lot of skin, I was like, even that, like, we've been like fucking deprived of like something, bro, something fucking. Even that, I was like, oh, are we getting somewhere? I got so fucking excited, and it was just some fucking more bruise marks. Jesus.
Yeah, unfortunately. But I feel like we're halfway through. This has to be a little bit of it has to be a little something.
The thought of Magdalena's fingers lifting her nightgown, knuckles brushing against her bared arms, her back, her shoulders, was startlingly intimate, but not unpleasantly so.
Do with me what you will. I shall entrust myself to your capable hands.
That is the answer I was hoping for, yes. Thank you for trusting me so, dear Micah. I promise I will take very good care of you. I've been hoping to get my hands on you for quite a while now.
Now, why did you make that sound so salacious? Salacious? What is
salacious? Yeah, you had it right.
Salacious.
My, do you really think it sounds salacious?
No, it does. You're doing this on purpose to make me blush.
And do you blush when your Henny slips you out of your night clothes and into your day dress?
No, but that isn't the same. Henny is Henny, whereas you are...
Yes. Magdalena took Micah's hand, then helped her stand, her red eyes glinting wickedly. I forget that Magdalena's short. Micah hadn't expected this, and she stumbled, but she never did hit the floor. Magdalena was there to catch her. Magdalena snaked one arm about Micah's waist, pressing their bodies together. She softly said, "What am I, exactly?"
You are... You.
I am...
Impossible. If you mean to be my mate for the day, you're acting in a most impertinent manner.
Oh, she's scolding now. Perhaps I am, but alas, it's not in my nature to be pertinent. One has to wonder what you were expecting.
I wonder myself. I must be going mad.
I can't blame you for that, my dear Micah. Not when you've been imprisoned for as long as you have. I myself have often wondered whether or not whether I have not become similarly addled. And I haven't been entrapped far, far longer than you have. Oh, that was randomly sad as fuck. Holy shit. Now, bitch.
Anyways,
Magdalena smiled, all brightness anew. Her smile one which easily reveled the weak, watery sunshine which crept in through the gaps through the curtains. We've tarried on too long. Let me first relieve you of your nightgown, my lady. Micah stood there feeling very exposed as Magdalena moved to undress her. Her face reddened still at Magdalena's touch and the brushing of her fingertips, but still she stood there, pliant as an antique doll, as Magdalena slid her nightgown upwards. Micah's nightgown, which was long, was lifted above her knees, her thighs, then her chest, and finally her head. Magdalena cast the flimsy garment aside with a deft movement, though she was careful not to crease it. Folding the gown with experienced hands in a manner comparable to Henny's, she set it aside, then stood back to examine Micah. Goodness me, you really are lovely. Micah was not yet wholly naked. She wore a chemise beneath her nightgown, which was eggshell white and shapeless. But she felt naked nonetheless, exposed before Magdalena's wandering eyes. Henny had often helped Micah dress and undress, and while Henny had been prone to complimenting her mistress, her eyes had never wandered thus. Magdalena's irises were burning, and Micah too began to shiver. These shivers only increased further still as Magdalena drew in, her fingers seeking out the buttons which ran along the front of her chemise? Camise? I think it's camise, right, chat? I don't know why I'm doubting this all of a sudden. Now, why don't you let me take care of this? It is fiddly work, but I don't much mind. It is well worth it to spend more time with you like this. I know I tease a lot, but I'm being serious when I tell you this, my dear Micah. I really did miss spending time with you. Wow, spicy. Once
I like that word.
Yeah, we finally get a little bit of ooh.
Once Micah was fully dressed and her hair neatly brushed, Magdalena suggested that they go for another walk in the garden, as they had earlier in the week. Micah, who had been shut up in her room since their brief excursion, agreed swiftly. She had begun to fear, cloistered away as she was, that she might never feel the sunlight upon her cheeks again. Not that there was all that sunlight to be had, the day being so gray and gloomy. The sun was largely concealed by clouds, its rays tempered by a cool breeze which snaked down the nape of Micah's neck and the back of her dress. Micah shuddered upon standing doors, goose flesh rippling across her arms. While it was not a pleasant day by any stretch of the imagination, at least it wasn't raining. Not like last time, and that was something to be thankful for. Micah supposed it was on account of the general unpleasantness and the malaise which hung in the air that Magdalena had suggested they go outside at all. Had it been a bright, sunny sort of day, it seemed unlikely she would have been able to endure it even with the aid of her wide-brimmed hat. Magdalena and Micah strolled about the garden together for a few minutes, the only sound of that of their footsteps as they depressed the tall grass beneath them. These overlong fronds of grass brushed against Micah's ankles, all studded with morning dew, dampening Micah's socks so she sorry, I'm cracking my back a little bit. Dampening Micah's socks so she shivered further still. Cupid's lichen, spotted remains looked every bit as grim as Micah recalled, and the fountain itself looked very dull when framed by the cloudy, monotone sky. The whole garden was gray, really. Okay, we get it, you're describing everything. Yes, we know this garden. It was by these roses that Magdalena paused, as she had during their last walk, and with a small smile she reached to caress one of the monstrously large roses with the tip of her fingers. I always forget how pretty these roses are. I barely have cause to see them during the daylight. My kind is not known for affinity to the sun. It does make one forget, however, how lovely the world can look when it isn't smothered in perpetual darkness. I'm starting to feel like I've been missing out. Though humans like you, I suppose, take the daylight for granted. Magdalena glanced over her shoulder, her red eyes finding Micah's, and smiled wanly. This is how the world always has been for you. You live in a world of warmth and brightness, where everything is bathed in color. You have no idea how fortunate you are.
My days weren't as bright as you might imagine. I didn't spend my days frolicking outdoors in the sunlight, if that's what you were thinking. My mother would never my mother never would have approved. There was little she did approve of, in fact.
Was she a stern disciplinarian, then?
I can imagine nobody stricter. She was my mother, and I suppose she was looking after my best interests. I know she loved me, and I loved her. But sometimes, I think I resented her.
Micah exhaled, feeling lightheaded, suddenly at her own confession. She'd never spoken her feelings about her mother to anybody before, not quite this earnestly. Henny knew Micah's feelings toward her mother were cool, beyond the veneer of cordiality she extended to the Von Ensign matriarch, but Micah had never once spoken her bitterness, her anger, her hurt. She had kept these ugly feelings buried deep inside her, keenly aware of how ungrateful her complaints must have sounded to a woman like Henny. What did Micah have to complain of when her family was genteel, and she lived in a sprawling manor house? Micah had thought it churlish to bemoan her lot in life. Others were suffering more than she. Children were abandoned on the streets every day by penniless mothers unable to care for them, or else sold into service, and yet Micah had possessed all a young woman could ask for, but she had not truly been happy. Her mother had seen to that. Part of Micah hated herself for her unfilial feelings, but she had been unable to help them. She had been harboring these feelings for such a long time, she could no longer remain quiet.
My mother thought of herself as a very grand and noble lady, but this came at the expense of how she regarded everybody else. She was cruel to the servants. She would snap at them for the smallest of misdemeanors, and she often threatened to fire them, though she knew many of them needed the employment. They needed our money.
Did Micah have gender issues earlier that got dropped, or am I thinking of someone else? You're thinking of the other visual novel.
Not that we had much of that. It was all for show. That was another thing that rankled my mother. She liked to act as though she was untouchable, but she was more aware than most of our precarious finances. I think that was why she was so obsessed with appearances. We had little else to cling to. It was she who devised my wedding to Walter Garhart. I think she saw it as an opportunity to claw back some of our past wealth and our past prestige. She did not care. She did not care that I disliked him. When I told her of my feelings, she told me that I was being selfish. She said that if I truly cared for her and for my family, I would obey. I tried to protest. How was I being selfish? I had always done what she asked, but she didn't like that very much. My mother really liked what I did, but she liked it even less when I tried to stand on my ground. I say tried because it didn't work. She slapped me as though I was a naughty girl, though I was over 20 at that time. She cut my cheek with one of her many expensive rings, which she refused to pawn no matter how dire our straits were.
At least I think that's straight. Wow. Damn, Micah.
Okay. She would rather sell me off than her rings, or her brooches, or her fur coats. Then she sent me to my room in disgrace. I spent most of my days in my room, staring out my bedroom window, dreaming of escape. Maybe that's why I'm so good at sitting inside, my head bowed, like a good little prisoner. I have a good deal of practice. You could say I perfected the art. Though I was never able to improvise my skills at the embroidery, no matter how much time I whiled away indoors, my bad.
You're good.
I've never been able to become the accomplished lady my mother desired, despite her needling. I've always been lacking. I was too frightly, too stubborn, too thoughtless. My mother often said I was a poor daughter, but in those respects, I think I was quite a lot like her. I made a perfect von Essen, at the very least. Bro, she's just like me, bro.
You poor thing. Magdalena sighed once Micah had finished her missive. Her red eyes shot away from beneath the rim of her hat. It sounds as though you suffered too. I had not known. Forgive me for speaking so carelessly about your lot in life. It is a bad habit of mine to act like a know-it-all when I understand very little. I used to be scolded for that myself when I was a human.
Did you often get into arguments with your mother?
Not my mother, no. I rarely had cause to speak to her. But I had a figure in my life quite a lot like your Lady von Essen. She thought she was very righteous, but she used her righteousness as a weapon. It was an excuse to be cruel, as she wished to those she considered beneath her. It was an excuse to be as cruel as she wished to those she considered beneath her. It was frightening when my home was sacked, but I was not at all upset when she passed away. She deserved it. Magdalena pulled a face, then sighed. Now, why am I speaking of so dreary a subject? I wanted to come out here and cheer myself up. All this melancholia rather defeats the purpose.
I'm sorry.
Now it's Micah's turn to apologize. Abashed, she bowed her head while brushing a strand of hair behind the shell of her ear.
I just thought... I don't know. I've not been able to speak about my mother to anybody before. So when I started, I couldn't stop. All the words came tumbling out. It was improper of me, and unfair too. My poor mother has not yet been dead.
There we go.
My poor mother has not yet been dead a full month.
I feel like I should at least wait. I feel like I should wait at least a year before beginning to slander her. That sounds like a standard protocol.
Autistic ass remark. As an autistic person, I have to say this.
Let me wait 3 more days to talk
You know
shit.
what? Actually, I think I didn't follow the protocol. Let me wait a year before I have this conversation. She's so me. Oh, don't worry your pretty little head about that. I'm glad you trust me enough to open up to me, particularly on a matter so personal. I only worry that I won't be able to offer an appropriate response in return. I'm still dreadfully tired, you see.
Yes, I can see that.
Magdalena looked wearier than she had during their first stroll about the garden, when she had fallen asleep on Micah's shoulder. Magdalena seemed so tired, in fact, it was a wonder she was even able to remain upright. Her left hand had quivered when she reached down to brush her fingertips to her favorite roses.
Have you not been sleeping very much this week?
If I was, I would be in bed right now, inside my chamber. But there could be no rest for the wicked. Is that how the saying goes?
It's a popular adage. Yes, I don't know if you're wholly wicked, though.
Only partially, then.
I don't think anybody in this world is fully good or bad. We're complicated creatures. Even vampires. Maybe I thought you were a cruel monster at first. But I think my initial opinion was unfair.
Really? Magdalena smiled, her red eyes mischievous, even despite her evident exhaustion. I'm glad you since changed your tune, though I do have to wonder why that is. I hope you don't pity me.
I feel worried for you. Maybe. I don't know if that's the same thing as pity.
Magdalena is cute sometimes. Magdalena is cute sometimes. This pouty face she always does is quite funny. Such feelings are cut from the same cloth. As a vampire, I've no need to court the concerns of humans. You are lowly creatures, far beneath me in the pecking order. Not to find your worry insulting, really. But Magdalena looked, not to her feet, uncommonly abashed. She cleared her throat. Had she been a human, Micah wondered whether she would have blushed, and said, "It's been a long, long while since anybody worried about me. I'd almost forgotten what it feels like. It's not entirely unpleasant, I suppose. But I do wish you wouldn't."
And why is that?
Your sympathy is wasted upon me. I don't deserve it. Well, it's true, we all have good and bad within us, even monsters. I did kidnap you, and I am holding you prisoner. I inflicted a dozen wounds upon your poor arm, and I've taken a lot of your blood. I'm making you suffer. You've no reason at all to worry about me. You ought to hate me instead. It's what I deserve.
You say that, and you would be correct to do so, but...
Micah took a step forth, depressing the scrubby grass beneath her soles, then examined Magdalena, a few inches away from the protective lip of her parasol. Magdalena was still looking to the ground, her eyes obscured in shadows. She was shivering, but Micah did not think this was from the cold. She did not think a vampire like Magdalena could feel the cold.
I kinda need to sneeze. Okay, it went away, bro. Oh my god. I don't think you really wish to hurt me. Not for the sake of it, at least.
And what makes you think that?
You do. You always look apologetic when you take my blood. And a few days prior, you said as much yourself. Aren't you doing this for your mistress's sake?
Yes, my mistress. You would be right on that score. I would not be doing any of this had I a choice in the matter. But my wants are irrelevant. My mistress is hungry, ravenous even, and she has a tendency to violence when I cannot satisfy her. I've been doing her bidding for many years, but I don't believe I've ever been once able to make her happy. I don't know if she's capable of feeling such an emotion. She's a selfish creature, and she always demands more from me. I know she can't help herself, but she has her own extenuating circumstances, but it does get worrisome. Being forever at the beck and call of a tempestuous being like that, even during my afterlife. I'd hoped, as a vampire, I might be able to do what I wished for a change, but fate has not been so kind to me. If God does exist, which I doubt, he must surely be laughing at my plight.
I'm sure he wouldn't. I know I don't think of any of this as funny. Let me repeat that. I know I don't think any of this is funny. Not in the slightest.
Well, you wouldn't. You're rather too kind to laugh at the misfortune of others. I sometimes fear my own suffering has been so egregious, however, I feel like laughing at it myself. When I do not wish to cry, of course. Magdalena paused, then frowned. She shook her head once more, her eyes darkening, and said, "Oh, listen to me, talking so much. I must sound awfully tedious." I don't think so. Oh, sorry.
I don't think so. I'm happy to learn more about you.
Even though I'll kill you one day.
Even so.
Wow. You don't hate me.
Not at all.
Yes, I suppose you're too busy worrying about me for that. Sweet girl that you are. Stupid thing. Magdalena scuffed the ground once more, agitated, then looked to Micah with intense eyes. Oh, this is so unfair. I didn't mean to grow attached to you as I have, but it's too late to worry about that. I like talking with you and walking with you. You've brightened my dreary home considerably. Why, I even like cooking for you, to watch you eat and brewing your tea every morning. I've no desire to kill you, but I fear I must, if my mistress is to be satiated. I've been searching the forest these last few nights, hoping I might find some stray thieves or bandits I might offer my mistress in your stead, but I've yet to find so much as a single vagrant.
Magdalena.
Micah blinked, improbably touched by this proclamation. Micah supposed it should have been unnerving that Magdalena had been searching for fresh victims in her stead, but she had spent enough time with Magdalena that such senses had been blunted. It was foolhardy to regard Magdalena as she would a human. Magdalena might have looked as she did, though paler, but her morals were skewed towards those of the undead. To her, humans must have looked like cattle. She ought not to have cared for Micah at all, but she still did. She didn't want her to die. It was a sweet sentiment, if nothing else.
Have you really been toiling? Is that toiling?
Yeah.
Have you really been toiling that hard for my sake?
I have indeed, like a blasted ox, or perhaps a madwoman. Who's to say?
Maybe I have gone mad. I must have, to care for a human this much. To such a degree I'm losing sleep, all for your sake. Ha! Magdalena, I don't know what kind of ha that was gonna be. Ha! Magdalena laughed without humor. Her lips curled into a grim, facet smile of a smile. Facsimile? Wait, what was that word? Facsimile of a smile. I don't know how to say that. Now do you understand what I meant when I said God would laugh at me? I've been toiling for your sake, but it's all been in vain. I have nothing to offer my mistress save myself, and my blood ceased to flow a long time ago. So she is just biting her for fun. Interesting. Facsimile. Thank you. I can only bleed if I've recently fed, and if I do not, then what runs through my veins might very well be made of ash. Look. Magdalena removed one of her gloves with an artful flourish, then reached out once more for the rose bushes. This time, however, she did not caress any of the flowers. Instead, she seized one of the slender stems between her fingers, all thorns, and gripped tightly. These thorns would have lacerated a normal person's flesh, bringing forth bright red blood. When Magdalena drew away, however, there were only a few droplets of crimson streaking her palms, far less than Micah would have expected. Though her skin had been punctured from the rose's thorns, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Though she could bleed, she did not bleed as freely as a normal human. That must have been something she had given up many, many years ago. I really am a monster. I have no need for your sympathy, Micah. If you show me too much kindness, it will poison me. I don't deserve it. I don't.
Magdalena.
Micah murmured the other woman's name, but it did not sound right upon her tongue. There were too many syllables, which seemed to put on them an uncomfortable amount of distance. Micah paused and tried anew, fingers reaching to cup Magdalena's own scarred ones.
No. Lena.
Micah. Micah looked into Magdalena's red eyes, which seemed so uncommonly beautiful, then said,
I don't hate you, Lena. No matter how much you might wish I did. How could I? When you've confided so much in me. I know you do not mean to hurt me. Even if you do. And that I think it's enough for me to forgive you.
But if you stay with me, I'll kill you.
And if I marry Hardgar, he would have killed me too, albeit in a slower, more indirect manner. My mother was likewise killing me slowly, by keeping me shut up inside. With little to no distract me. What?
With little
to no distract. With little to distract me, save that awful embroidery hoop. She hurt me every day, in all manners of insidious ways. And she was supposed to be my mother.
Sorry.
She should have put my own needs first, above all else. But she never did. I don't know if she was fully aware of how much she hurt me, but if she was, she never apologized. She was my own flesh and blood, but I don't think she understood me half as well as you do. At least you seem to care.
No, I can't deny that. I do care. Much more than I should. I care so much I fear I might go insane.
You aren't the only one. I must be insane too, to care so much about a woman who means to kill me.
but I can't help how I feel. I've never had much of a life, and I've had a few in the way of friends. I understand how you feel. Having been shut away inside of this house for so many years. I've also been horribly lonely, but I'm less lonely now that I've met you. Well, part of me wishes it occurred under better circumstances. I really am glad I met you. So please, do not feel guilty.
You know what I just realized? Why didn't she just... There were some of those bandits at the beginning she had as prisoners for a bit. So I'm confused on why she didn't draw out their deaths similarly if she had like, why did she just kill them all in the same night if she has to like regularly find people to feed to her mistress?
She had those prisons.
But she was just like, no, the women. Yeah, she's like, no, the women must stay. I don't get it.
I won't hate you, even if you kill me. I might thank you for it even. If you weren't the one holding the knife to my arm, then it probably would have been me. And I don't much want to bring my own life to an end. I'm too cowardly for that. And I don't much like the pain. I'd rather you do it. That way, at least, my own conscience will be clear. And when I do die, I might be able to go to heaven.
Wow, that was morbid.
It wasn't until later that night that Magdalena paid a second visit to Micah's bedchamber, carrying with her a ceramic bowl and a sharp-bladed knife. Micah had been lying abed when Magdalena arrived, attired in her nightgown, and these hard-ass nipples that they drew. My fault. It was late enough that she wondered whether Magdalena had forgotten about their nightly ritual, but evidently not. Micah had endured these sessions with Magdalena numerous times, and now knew what to expect from them. Magdalena did not need to ask Micah to present the inside of her arm this time. Micah did so without complaint, though she still winced when Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife against her flesh. I'm sorry, Magdalena said softly, so softly Micah could have feigned deafness if she had wished while steadying her hand. I don't wish to hurt you, though I know my apologies mean very little. They cannot undo the pain that I'm making you feel. They are utterly pointless. Magdalena's expression twisted as she collected Micah's blood, her fingers trembling all the while. Micah's blood soon stained the ceramic bright enough to garish during the otherwise understated night. Magdalena must have cut more deeply this time, because her wound burned more intensely, and her blood spilled more freely. During their other sessions, Micah's blood would emerge almost shyly, a few anxious drops forming about the thin, hairline cuts Magdalena inflicted upon her. It was not so tonight, however. There was so much blood, Micah's bedroom began to stink of it. The stench of blood combated the other unpleasant odors Micah often had to contend with, those of dust and mold and neglect, until it was all Micah could smell. She could taste it, too, in the back of her throat when she swallowed. The air seemed to have taken on the tang of copper. Micah's wound stung as Magdalena squeezed it, freeing yet more blood from within her. Micah winced and bit the inside of her... Oh? Micah winced and bit the inside of her cheek.
That was me gasping myself. Now I'm not trying to act as Micah, dude.
I was like, oh, wow.
No, I have a weak stomach, and
Oh, yeah, I forget that you have a weak stomach.
My bad, continue.
I can text you when I'm done talking about blood.
No.
Okay. Micah winced and bit the inside of her cheek in an attempt to stop herself from gasping.
Jesus, you like literally did that though. She did not want to cry out, not when Magdalena looked so tense already. She did not want Magdalena to feel guilty about hurting her. But surely that was foolish. Magdalena, as her tormentor, ought to have felt guilty about the pain which she was inflicting upon Micah. Micah had no obligation to worry about Magdalena's feelings, whatever they may have been, and yet... All right. I think that ought to be enough. Magdalena took the handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at Micah's wound. The lukewarm water against her skin stung, and Micah had to bite the inside of her cheek again, harder this time, to stop another encroaching sound of distress. Micah counted to 3 inside her head, trying to soothe herself before she spoke.
Lena.
What is it?
I just wanted to tell you. Oh.
Micah yawned, then leaned back against her pillow. Magdalena was still dabbing at her arm and at her wound, but all of a sudden, Micah felt too drained to remain upright. All of her strength had voided her body, leaving an empty shell. She always felt exhausted after having her blood drained, but this exhaustion settled upon her more heavily tonight. Micah's arms and legs felt leaden, her fingers and toes quite numb. She could barely curl them, though she tried. Her breathing was regular, at least, but shallow, and still, the air tasted of blood. Micah might have felt terrible, but she did not blame Magdalena for her plight. If anything, she pitied her.
Thank you.
Micah spoke softly, her eyes fixed upon Magdalena's, unblinking despite her fatigue. What? Magdalena drew back, clutching her blood-splattered handkerchief in one hand, and frowned. What could you possibly have to thank me for? Don't tell me I've taken so much blood your thoughts are growing addled.
Perhaps they are. Somewhat. But I'm not so confused I don't understand my own feelings. I know that you're being as considerate as you can be, given the circumstances.
Considerate. Magdalena laughed, though it was without humor.
And I know that you don't mean to hurt me. You're trying to console me as best as you can, aren't you?
I'm trying, yes, but... Oh my god. Magdalena gripped the handkerchief hard, crumbling it in her right fist. It was still damp with Micah's blood, not that there was much of it. Magdalena had been thorough in emptying Micah's veins into her... Oh god, that one was a little bit much for me. The little blood which did stain Magdalena's handkerchief, however, soon stained Magdalena's palm in turn, stippling her dark glove burgundy. How can you say that to me? Do you mean to hurt me?
What? No, I would never.
Yes, I know you would never. You're a good, kind woman unlike myself. You're so very kind. In fact, you would seek to sympathize with a monster like me. I'm hurting you. Surely you must be able to feel it. But still you place my feelings over your own. I don't understand how you can do it. How can you bear to thank me after all I've done to you? If I didn't know better, I would think you were trying to make me feel guilty.
Oh, Lena. I've no desire to make you feel guilty. It would be a pointless enterprise. Why would I bother? When I can see that you feel guilty already.
Magdalena stiffened at this. She pocketed her bloodied handkerchief, perhaps to stop her anxious hands from rendering it in two, then frowned. Yes, you're quite right. I do feel guilty about this, yet I fail to see what that will feasibly accomplish. My guilt hasn't stopped me from hurting you. It's a worthless emotion that only exists to satisfy my own ego. I'd like to believe I'm not wicked, so I cling to my guilt. It proves, at least in some sense, that I still have a sense of ethics, that I am still a human, at least in part. But no ordinary human being would inflict suffering like this upon another. It's all posturing.
I don't think it is. How can you be posturing when you're being so sincere?
Maybe I am, but what does it matter?
It matters to me. I would hate you if you gleaned any enjoyment from treating me like this. But I can see that you don't. This hurting you too. In fact, I think it hurts you more than it does me. I don't know all the particulars, but you wouldn't be doing this if you had a choice.
Micah took Magdalena's hand in her own and, squeezing it, she said in an imploring voice.
Is that right?
Is that what you think? Magdalena sighed wretchedly, but did not try to pull away from Micah. Instead, she leaned in, squeezing Micah's hand in turn before elaborating. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Micah, but I'm not the hopeless victim you seem to believe. I do have a choice in this. I always have. It is my own foolish fault that I chose and continue to choose a poor one. I don't have to hurt you. I don't have to do anything. If I wanted, I could wash my hands of this farce and move far away, put all this bloodshed behind me, but...
You can't. Though you say you could, you have your mistress to worry about.
Indeed I do. While I could leave her, I would not wish to. She would be hopeless without me. She can't look after herself. She needs somebody to sustain her. I just so happen to be that somebody. I procure victims for her, and I keep her fed, but I'm afraid it's not enough for her. I think I might even be afraid of her. Oh, God. Magdalena's expression twisted. This sounds so pathetic. Micah thought of lurid marks she had seen on Magdalena's arms, a riot of red circles like full-headed flowers, and winced in sympathy with her.
I don't think you're pathetic, Lena. I think you've been trying very, very hard for a very, very long time. And I think you need someone to console you. Perhaps I'm wrong to feel this way, and perhaps I'm being presumptuous. You can scold me if you want, and I'll relent, but... Lena...
Oh. Overwhelmed with sympathy, Micah leant in and wound her arms around Magdalena.
You aren't alone. You have me. You can talk to me. If something's the matter, I would like to help you. I care about you. And I don't want to see you so upset.
Micah. Micah. Magdalena sniffled, her eyelashes trembling. Her shoulders began to relax, her body draining of tension. But even as it did, she murmured, "You don't have to pity me. I have no need for the sympathies of a mere human, particularly not when said human is one of my victims. You should be cowering away from me, not holding me even closer."
Maybe I should. But, as my mother always said, I've never known what's best for me. That's why she arranged my life for me, down to the smallest detail. Now that she is no more, I think I ought to do what I want for a change. I'm tired of listening to other people.
Don't even listen to me.
I will, if you wish me to. You can push me away if you like, but I thought it might help.
I don't know if there's anything you can do to help me, Micah. You or anybody else. The only person who can help me is me. I have to tell you to keep your distance, and yet...
And yet?
It's been a long time since I was last embraced. It feels... very nostalgic. Relenting, Magdalena leant forth, then rested her own chin upon Micah's chest, wherein her heart continued to beat. I can't believe this. I'm seeking solace in the arms of a human of all things. I thought I was stronger than this.
You are strong. You must be. You have endured so very much for so long time. All alone. But everybody has their limits.
Yes, you might be right about that. I think I hit my limit a good while ago. I've been trying to soldier on. My mistress needs me, after all, but... God. I can't even cry, but I'm still shaking. What's the matter with me? I must look utterly foolish.
I already told you. You aren't.
Are you sure?
Well, maybe a little.
Hey!
But I don't like you any less for it. In fact, I think I might like you even more. It's nice to know that there are more sides to you. It's nice to know that there are more sides to you than fuck my life. There's nice to know that there's nice to know there's more sides of you that meets the eye. Okay. I knew there were more to you than the aloof, dignified vampire you first showed me. You might not even be human, but I don't think that changes your feelings. I mean, I don't think your feelings are so different from mine.
Oh, if only. Magdalena drew back from Micah, though still her arms were looped around the other woman. Holding her close, she looked into Micah's face and said, "You're too kind, Micah. If you keep acting as you are, I'll have second or third thoughts about harming you further. You don't deserve any of this. I wish I could save you, but
It's fine. You saved me before. You saved me once before, remember? If it weren't for your timely intervention, both Henny and I would have been slaughtered by those bandits. You saved me. How could I not love you after that?
Micah. Magdalena's ruby red eyes widened and, abashed, she looked away. If I had the blood to blush, my face would be pink right now.
I'm not embarrassing you, am I?
You are, horribly so, and you're perplexing me too. You're a foolish girl, do you know that? Your sympathy towards me is unwarranted, not to mention all this cloying, sickly kindness. I'm drowning in it. Your trust in me is going to get you killed one day. One day soon, in fact. It's killing you already.
I know. And I don't care.
You said that earlier, when we were in the garden. But do you really mean that?
Every word. Right now, I only care about being with you.
Well, that is quite the proclamation. If I didn't know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession.
Perhaps I would want you to take it like that.
My jaw actually dropped when I read that. Oh!
Honestly?
Maybe. I know, at the very least, that I don't hate you. I've grown. I've grown quite fond of you, in fact. When we're together, my heart starts to beat faster and... well... you might not be able to blush, but I can.
Yes, I can see that for myself. Magdalena's eyes trailed across the contours of Micah's face, marveling at how delicate her mouth was, how long her lashes, how flushed, like freshly picked primroses her skin. That was a bit of a tongue twister. What blood Magdalena had not drained from Micah seemed to be resting beneath the surface of her cheeks, warming them, heat exuding from her like that of a flickering flame. She looked so very enticing. Magdalena hardly knew what she was doing, even as she pressed 2 fingers beneath Micah's chin. Raising her head thus, their eyes meeting once more, Magdalena said,
Oh, fuck off, this bitch.
You really are an idiot. But if you wish, you can be my idiot. For tonight, at least. I think that might at least make me happy. My Micah.
They can't.
Oh, fuck. That's hot as fuck, gang.
This was so beautiful. Wait, this was kind of worth it. I did really like this scene. I did really like this scene. This was very heartwarming.
Wow.
Oh,
Was Loki so immersed in it, bro?
I started to get really immersed in it too. I can't lie. I was like, finally, finally.
Magdalena dipped her head as though compelled by a powerful magnetism and sought out Micah's mouth with her own. Her cloak fell from her shoulders as she leant in, revealing just how slender Magdalena truly was, how delicate, as her palm found Micah's. Their fingers pressed together.
Their eyelids. Somebody hit an applause sound effect in chat. Yes!
Let's go.
Their fingers pressed together, their eyelids falling shut as they indulged in one another. It was Micah's very first kiss, and it was not, as her mother had designed, with Walter Gerhardt. Magdalena's lips were cold, as was her skin, and Micah shivered against her. The kiss was not what Micah had imagined over the years, when she had been sequestered away in her old parents' home. Many times, Micah had wondered what her first kiss might be like, had imagined ghostly scores of them as she would lay in her bed at night, looking outside the window. Never before had a woman like Magdalena factored into Micah's fantasies, with white skin and red eyes and a heart which did not beat. This was not at all what Micah had anticipated, and felt even better. Micah lay in her bed later that night, not long after Magdalena had left her, a ghostly vision in white upon her red sheets. She lay back upon her thin, aged pillows, her hair fanning out like a halo. Though she felt tired, sleep refused to come. It remained nothing but a distant dream. The images of the day passed, and all she had done with Magdalena flickered before her open eyes like the ghostly images of a... Okay. Of a what the fuck?
Panty
Of a pantyscope. Micah saw Magdalena holding her breakfast tray, a small smile upon her lips. Magdalena reaching to brush her hair behind one ear, her sleeve slipping down to reveal her bruised arm. Magdalena standing in the rose garden, her head bowed. She saw Magdalena too, as she had been pressing a knife against the inside of her wrist, her red eyes full of guilt. And later, Magdalena with her pale eyelashes sewn shut, her lips pressed against Micah's own. That had been Micah's first ever kiss. She had not been so intimate with Walter, though. He had been her fiancé. Not that Micah saw this as any great loss. The thought of kissing Walter, or any man for that matter, had always turned Micah's stomach. Okay, lesbian. Rise, lesbians. Rise, lesbianas. She had liked reading stories, but romance scenes had left her cold. Micah had thought she would be happy if she never had to kiss a man, and that belief still stood. Magdalena might have been a woman and a vampire besides, but kissing her had felt right. Even now, long after their lips had parted, Micah could remember how it had felt. Her lips throbbed with phantom kisses, and blood pooled in her cheeks. Micah pressed one hand to her chest, fingers splayed, and sighed. She knew not how she would go to sleep now, with such thoughts racing through her mind. She feared, as she lay there, the darkness pressing in upon her, that she would never sleep again. Getting all worked up after just getting your blood drained. Girl, lay down. Drink some water. She better pass out. Magdalena had stolen her ability to rest, just as surely as she had stolen away her heart. While Micah lay abed that night, trying to sleep, Magdalena sat at the bedside of another, holding in her hands a dish filled with bright red. Here you are, my mistress. Magdalena proffered the dish to a figure who lay upon the bed before her, her expression one of fearful reverence. I procured it a brief while ago. I fear I tarried a while to see you, and it might have gone cold, but it is still fresh, and its flavor should not be compromised. I hope it is to your tastes. The shadowy figure rose, the metallic chains which bound her clinking, then shifted forth. Her nostrils twitched, savoring the scent of the blood in the dish, before she brought her tongue to it, her red lips parting like an awful oozing sore. Magdalena tried not to wince as her mistress pressed her tongue to the quivering meniscus of Micah's gathered blood, nor when the damp, wet sounds of her supping filled the room. Oh my god. The sound of her mistress's feeding was interspaced only... Okay, this sound is actually turning my stomach a little bit. The sound of...
There's a sound?
there's like a lapping. Like, I don't know if stream can hear it, but they have sound effects of someone lapping up liquid in the background here.
Oh, I hear it.
The sound of Mistress's feeding was interspaced only with the lowing breeze outside as it rattled against the window panes. It sounded sad and mournful, which seemed rather appropriate. Please stop. Oh my god. Magdalena had never much enjoyed these feeding sessions with her mistress, but she enjoyed it rather less now. It was hard for her to remain emotionless, a Grecian figure carved from marble, when she knew so intimately the woman whose blood filled this dish. She did not wish to exploit Meike further, nor to hurt her. She could hardly bear the burden of her wicked deeds. They weighed heavier and heavier upon her shoulders with each day that passed, but what was she to do? If she did not bleed Meike, her mistress would suffer in turn. Her mistress, weak and feeble that she was, needed somebody to look after her. She had no way of procuring blood on her own. Had Magdalena not provided for her throughout the years, she would have been long dead. Sometimes Magdalena thought this might be for the best, but these thoughts seemed wicked, and they made Magdalena shudder. She could not abandon her mistress, no matter how onerous caring for her had become. They were alike, she and her mistress, two birds of a feather. Society would shun them both for being a pair of misfits. They were both monsters. Magdalena's mistress was the only creature like her which she knew of. She was all which stopped Magdalena from being utterly alone, and all which had granted her a purpose. Magdalena had vowed when first they returned that she would protect her. I was willing to become the wickedest of all villainesses for your sake. I have debased myself, committed vile act after act, and for a while I thought my humanity forfeit. Magdalena sighed, her lips pursed, as her mistress, heedless as always of her words, continued to drink. But I fear it must be softer than I thought. I've killed many, many men without flinching, but the thought of killing Meike... Magdalena sighed again. A sigh which seemed to issue forth, not just from her chest, but from a deep, shadowy recess inside her. When she exhaled, it left her almost breathless. I don't know if I can do it. Not even for you. I want to make you happy, dear one, but if the price of your happiness is my Meike's life, that seems too steep a price to pay. If I keep going as I am, I fear something inside me might break. If it's not been broken already, that is. Unable to face her mistress or herself, Magdalena let her eyes fall closed. Her lashes melted together, long and spiky, like albino spider's legs. She did not cry, but she felt phantom tears prickling in her eyes regardless. Sobs she could not make, racking her slender shoulders. All the while, her mistress continued to sup as a cat might. Her pointed tongue lapped Meike's blood, her head bobbing back and forth. Her mistress was, in many respects, like a pet. Eating always contented her, but eventually she would show her claws. Magdalena had been on the receiving end of said claws more times than she could count. Her arms were littered with bruises, which were all the thanks she received for her labor. Aiding her young mistress had never been the most thankful of tasks, but Magdalena had persevered. Looking after her mistress had been Magdalena's only purpose in life for nigh on a century. It had been her only reason to keep going. Now, however, I wish you knew what I was speaking about. I wish you could understand how I felt. I wish that none of this had ever happened. To me, and especially not to you. You never deserved any of this. My poor, dear Christelle. It was late at night, the moon round and full,
when Henny ventured into the woods, Johann and Hyde Marie in tow. Do you guys like how I locked in instantly?
Yeah, peak.
Wow, so good.
Thank you. Lush, can you turn up a little bit? You sound kind of quiet on my end.
Really?
Yeah. Did you turn your mic down when everything was going on?
No, it's the normal rate.
Oh, maybe I need to turn you up again.
Is this better?
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. I think I turned you up to 200.
Okay, I turned you up a little bit.
Is my mic not really quiet?
Okay, it's better now. I turned you up to 125 on my end.
Okay.
The woods were every bit as eerie and inhospitable as Henny had remembered from her wanderings weeks prior.
Mercurius_VA has joined the Legion.
Thank you for the follow Mercurius VA. It is a very chaotic stream today, just so you know. Well, it was. Hopefully now it's going to become relaxing. The boughs of trees were curled like claws, as though meaning to grab her, and the uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping fog. It was a cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through the boughs of the skeletal trees seemed almost to sob. The breeze nipped at Henny's fingers and at the hem of her sensible black maid's dress, so she shivered. Henny knew where Magdalena's home was, more or less, yet she had been in such a state as she ran away from it. She felt disoriented. The forest was so full of tall, skinny trees, it was hard for her to get her bearings. She hoped only that she was right in her recollections, and her footsteps were leading her closer to Micah's side, rather than further. Please, Micah, Henny prayed silently, her soles depressing the twigs and the leaves beneath her. Be safe, that's all I ask. Oh.
Am I supposed to do it?
You don't have to.
I could do it.
All right, Hyde Marie is this very short, tiny, girly vampire.
Yeah, I got this. Okay.
Well, isn't this a beautiful night?
You little subby bitch.
Sorry, somebody gives it a sub turn.
For 2 months.
Thank you, Not Kenny, for renewing your subscription. Lush is still really quiet. Okay, let me turn Lush up a little bit more on my end. All right, Lush, can you speak again?
Hi.
Say hi, chat. I love chat.
Hi, chat. I love chat.
Let's try that. All right. Oh, unless you're still gonna be the priest, right?
Yeah.
Hyde Marie spoke in casual tones that bellied the seriousness of their situation. As they walked, she, for her part, seemed quite at ease, though perhaps this was because, as a vampire, she was accustomed to the stillness of the night. They're all saying, I love you too, Lush. Aw. Certainly, she would have preferred it over the heat in the light of the day.
The moon is so lovely, yet lethal. Lethal?
Alright, I guess you have to talk to yourself.
No, I got it. I'm gonna differentiate their
You want the
voices.
challenge?
Yeah, I got it.
Alright.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make Hyde Marie American. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, okay.
But of course, werewolves aren't the only beings who undergo significant changes during the full moon. It also imbues us vampires with strength.
Hyde Marie flexed her fingers, extending them as a pianist might before setting them down to play a symphony.
For a being who has been dead for so many centuries, I feel quite alive. I'm positively tingling with excitement.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that.
You know, yeah.
My bad. It was just too good.
No, you're real.
It's been a long, long while since I've had a job to do.
Hyde Marie's lips split into a grin, wide enough to reveal her incisors. They glistened at the front of her mouth, sharper and more deadly than needles.
I hope it doesn't disappoint. I'll be upset if this Magdalena doesn't put up a fight.
Now, Hyde Mary. We didn't come out here to have fun. Bro Enrique, fuck me. Bro Enrique wishes for us. Oh my fucking Bro Enrique wishes for our help. We must do all we can to aid her. This is serious. A woman's life may be on the line.
Chat, is Lush at a good volume? Just triple, double, quadruple checking.
Well, of course I know that. I'm aware that this will be a delicate operation. But I think that makes this even more entertaining. Lush could be... Chat says they could be turned up louder.
Could stand to be loud. Okay, so now you're gonna have to turn up on your end because I have you on 200.
What the fuck is going on? It's the usual volume.
I think you just kind of, because right now you sound like a normal volume to me, but I think maybe when you read your lines, you're reading them a little bit quiet or farther from the mic.
Or did you? Oh.
Is it better?
Chat, is that better? Let's get some feedback. Hey. Let's get some feedback. Hey. Oh, thank you, Han Pino, for the sub. Continue their sub from Prime Gift to Tier 1.
Is this better?
Wow. Welcome on in, Han Pino. Had to put some bass in that damn. You good. Okay. You good. Okay, great. Lovely. All right.
I do so love being a brave, noble hero. Though I must give you a few words of advice, Fräulein. There's a chance that your beloved mistress may have already departed from the world of mortals. Oh.
Henny stiffened at this, and Johan's disapproving frown deepened.
Hyde Mary, please. Be more considerate.
By that you mean ply her with false reassurances?
No, I just...
Such sweet lies might come easily to you, Johan, but they don't sit right with me. I might be a depraved monster, but I don't like to deceive people.
Hi, Fern. Welcome on in.
Also, I kind of figured out the mic thing. But yeah, I'll talk to you as well later. Welcome on in, Fern.
I don't deceive people. I spread the word of God.
And you truly believe in the eventual reckoning and salvation in heaven?
Yes, of course I do. You know I do. I wouldn't preach of such matters if I didn't.
Hyde Marie pressed her lips together before eventually capitulating.
Sorry, you guys are going to hear every movement of my chair because of different audio interface.
Yes, I suppose you're right. You've always been an awful goody two-shoes. You're not a liar either, Johan. Though you are misguided in your optimism. I know you wish to think on the most positive potential outcome, but life often does not work out as we might want.
Hyde Marie looked again to Henny, one arm resting on her hip.
Powerful though I am, I'm not privy to everything that happens in Augsburg's vicinity. I cannot say for certain that your mistress will be unscathed. Though I'm certain I'll be able to dispatch with this Magdalena in due course. It may be too late for your mistress. Please come to terms with that during our travels. It'll save you a lot of unnecessary grief later.
Well, I suppose you have no ill intentions by saying that.
Johan clicked his tongue while Hyde Marie tittered.
But you don't need to sound so half gleeful while phrasing your concern. It makes one doubt how genuine you're being.
You think I'm not being genuine?
You really are. You're a menace.
Oh, woe is me!
Hyde-Marie staggered back dramatically, one hand pressed to her breast, as though she had been mortally wounded. Had Henny not been so tense, perhaps she would have smiled at Hyde-Marie's antics. As it was, however, she found herself incapable of seeing the funny side in the young girl's capering. The young girl... Is this a woman or a girl? Can we make up our mind? Her thoughts were too full of Micah to pay the mischievous Hyde-Marie much heed. She knew Hyde-Marie had a point. Her Micah could very well be dead. But Henny did not wish to come to terms with such a possibility. If Micah was dead... Oh... If Micah was dead...
Fro Henrique.
It was Johann who spoke next. After the pause rent by Hyde-Marie's warning, his voice softer and gentler than the moonlight.
I know Hyde-Marie speaks, how do you pronounce that? Callously?
Mm-hmm.
I know Hyde-Marie speaks callously, but she does have a point. There is no guarantee we'll be able to save your mistress. But if her heart still beats still... Fuck. But if her heart beats still, then Hyde-Marie and I will do all in our power to save her. You can rest assured on that score. Please. Place your faith in us. I would never seek to betray your trust. Not when you went to the effort of seeking us out as you did.
Yes, Johann is right. If there's a damsel to recover, she shall, of course, be rescued. And if she's a corpse, well, we'll simply have to pay her our respects. Either way, you'll get the closure you want. By the time this night is up, we will know exactly what has happened to your beloved Micah. Thank you. I don't know how Micah has been faring, or what state she may be in when we find her. But I suppose I'll find out soon enough, before the night comes to a close. Everything will be sorted then, one way or another, for better or for worse. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. It's best not to get your hopes up too much.
Hyde-Marie giggled to herself anew, as a young girl might, while Henny continued to traipse through the woods. She had been walking for almost an hour now, and could feel the chill air growing colder as it settled about her shoulders like a shroud. Henny shivered, winding her arms about herself, and thought about Micah. If Micah was alive, she supposed she would be asleep right now. Perhaps in the very same cell she and Henny once played poker in. Henny hoped Magdalena had been giving Micah enough to eat, but she doubted it. Magdalena had not, for all her pretensions, been the most hospitable of hosts. Henny could only pray, with each footstep she took, that Micah had been able to endure all her suffering. She was a strong person, far stronger than her fair skin and delicate features suggested. Henny could still remember how, when they had been children, Micah had confessed to her mother that it had been she who had first hit upon the bright idea to enter the family's mausoleum, she who should be punished, rather than Henny. Micah had always come to Henny's defense, heedless of what might happen to her. Henny had always admired Micah for her sense of justice. She thought her good, honest, and unwavering. Now Henny meant to display similar qualities for Micah's sake. Henny continued to walk on, the top of her head illuminated by milky moonlight. Foliage rustled about her, and overhead an owl hooted. The fog swirled about her ankles. It was so thick Henny could hardly see where she was going. Henny's eyes were not golden like Hyde-Marie's, but those of an ordinary human, and they were unaccustomed to the gloom. Henny stumbled several times while walking, and Johann had to support her. Normally, Henny would have thanked Johann for his consideration, but she was so focused upon her task that she hadn't had the words to spare for him. Every beat of her heart seemed to call out Micah's name. Her every thought was laced with her dear friend and of her fate. Henny knew it was a possibility that she might be too late, but she soon discarded it. Micah would be fine. She had to be fine. Henny still had hope. It swelled within her, growing stronger and stronger the closer she drew to Magdalena's home. Henny kept going, placing one foot after the other in a grim march, until...
Ah, yes. We must be on the right track. I can smell it now. Smell what? Death.
Hyde Marie's answer was a simple one, yet it made Henny shudder all the same.
Vampires often cloak their abodes in magic, but these parlor tricks only work on mundane creatures such as humans. To fellow vampires like myself, such enchantments are merely child's play. Try though we might, we vampires cannot hide from one another. The stench of death is much too strong. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with blood. When I strain my ears, I can hear the screams of her victims in the air. We must be very, very close indeed.
Hyde Marie smiled, her incisors razor sharp in the gloom which settled about her.
Now, I must prepare myself for coming face to face with this young vampire. I would hate to look a mess.
Okay, we're finally on the fourth act, chat. Wow. So this is the final act, I think. It took Micah almost a full hour before she was finally able to drift off that night, lulled into the world of slumber by stirring the breeze beyond her bedroom window. Hydrate redeem. Thank you, Minnie Mooney. In her dreams, Micah saw herself and Magdalena as she wished they were, smiling, arms linked, like a pair of ordinary women. In this dream, Micah was not the sole daughter of a once noble von Essen, and Magdalena was not a vampire. They were both young ladies from moderately well-to-do families, both young and fresh-faced, with no pressures forcing them to wed. In this dream, Micah and Magdalena were of like age, equal to it formed a fast friendship. Friendship? Bitch, y'all kissed. Sorry. Together, they would promenade about their family's estates, play cards, and help one another with their hair. They flipped through fashion magazines, offered helpful critique upon one another's clothes, and often during quiet moments they would sit together and devour books like sweetmeats. They would read plays and poems and prose, and once they had finished with their tomes, they would talk about them to one another excitedly. Nobody condemned their friendship, and nobody sought to come between the pair of them. Henny gladly gave Micah and Magdalena her blessing, as did their parents. Micah's mother, in her dream, was not the exacting Lady von Essen, but another woman altogether, a woman kinder and more accepting, who did not smack books from Micah's hands, nor revile her for being too willful. Micah even dared, in the dream, to pursue her fictional Magdalena a relationship deeper than that of close friends. Right. There were covetous glances and brushing fingers out in public, arms linked, with heads dipped just a little too close while they shared secrets. In private, meanwhile, between their readings of books and their girlish chatter, they came even closer together until... But Micah knew these dreams would never come to pass. She was tormenting herself by indulging in a fantasy which could not be realized. But still, she continued to dream. She did not want to give her fantasies up. How could she? Micah had been lonely for most of her life, and she was tired of denying her heart what it wanted. She was smoldering. Micah turned beneath her covers, lost amongst her wonderful, impossible, painful dreams when the sound of a scream awoke her. It was distant, but loud enough to penetrate her bedroom door. Micah sat up with a start, her mind jumbled. One hand flew to her chest, fingers splayed, beneath which her heart beat wildly, caught between sleep and waking. The screaming continued, high and hopeless. It was hard to gauge who owned the voice, but Micah thought it belonged to a woman. Was it Magdalena? Had she been caught off guard, her home-laid waste? Micah knew not what kind of creature could make a vampire scream, but it must have been a frightening one. A trembling Micah rose from her bed, then dashed barefoot to her bedroom door. She took the handle between her fingers and tried it, but she was soon scuppered. The door, as always, was locked. Micah took a step back, fingers clenched at her front, deliberating. How was she to escape? Brute force was an option, she supposed. Micah was not very strong herself, but Magdalena's home was ancient. Everything was crumbling. The lock must have some give in it, enough to be sprung, perhaps, by her shoulder if she applied enough force. Maybe she could try to jimmy the lock with a more elegant method, perhaps a hairpin. Micah had several, which she kept in a ceramic tray by her bedside, which she used to style her hair. Micah had never tried to pry open a door with such an inelegant method before. When she had broken into the family's mausoleum all those years ago, she had simply stolen a set of keys. It seemed imperative to try, however. If Magdalena was being hurt, then Micah wanted to protect her. Micah knew she could not simply stand idle and do nothing. Micah pattered to her bedside and lit the candle which sat there with trembling hands. Then she selected a hairpin from the dish by her bedside for the job. Clutching it tight in her hand, she started back for the door. Micah paused by the door, making to slide the slender pin into the lock. But her attempts at escape proved to be unnecessary. The door opened outwards, creaking as it did, before she had a chance to make use of the hairpin. There was somebody standing in the entrance of Micah's bedchamber, somebody that knew Micah well, despite the darkness which swirled in the hallway. It was Henny. So cute!
Oh my god! No way.
Her big eyes! Oh my god, she's so cute!
I love. Oh.
Micah, thank goodness. I'm so glad to see you're all right.
Henny threw herself forward before Micah had a chance to speak, and tightly wound her arms around her mistress's waist. The hairpin Micah had grasped now fell from her hand, her fingers falling slack. It hit the threadbare carpet, and there it lay, illuminated by spots of moonlight which crept in through the worn curtains drawn about the windows. The moonlight hit Henny's face too, or at least half of it, and Micah could see tears beating upon her lashes. Micah didn't think of them as tears of sadness, however. They looked, instead, to be born of relief. It had been almost a month since Micah had seen Henny last. Now they had been finally reunited. It was all so sudden and so very unexpected. It still did not feel real. Micah wondered whether this was not a continuation of her dream, now taking on a different bent, but that seemed unlikely. Henny's body was soft, as Micah remembered, but it was unyielding as it pressed against her, her grip too tight to be made of fancy. Micah had read a good number of books in her time, but her imagination was hardly good enough to conjure up a scene this vivid. It was really Henny in the flesh, come to rescue her, just as she promised. Henny, oh Henny. Micah began to sob herself, from both surprise and relief. She returned Henny's embrace, resting her head upon her shoulder, and for a while neither woman spoke. They only stood there, in the entrance of Micah's bedroom, and sobbed, clinging tight as though their lives depended on it. Yes, Cece? The screams, however, did not abate, and a fresh volley of piercing cries made Micah's body stiffen. Concerned, she drew back, and looking at Henny, said, What are you doing here? How did you get here? Did you do something to Lena?
There's no time to explain right now. First, we need to escape.
Escape? But where?
Outside! Hurry, Mika, before she catches us.
She? Micah's brow furrowed. Are you talking about Lena?
I mean that monster, yes! Hyde Marie is holding her back, but I don't want to hang around while they settle matters. I've spent more than enough time around monsters to last me a lifetime, and I bet you have too. Oh, it was horrible, Micah, the things I've seen tonight trying to save you. But I don't want to dwell on it. It does not matter. Come on, let's go.
But I'm not dressed. I can't wander around the woods in my nightgown, not barefoot. I need some shoes at least.
It can wait, please. Micah, let's hurry. You need to run.
But... Micah tried to protest, but Henny refused to listen. She squeezed Micah's hand in her own and turned, pulling her through the hallway and away from her bedchamber. Away from her prison cell. Away from her life with Magdalena. Micah called after Henny, bidding her to stop, but Henny did not listen. She continued, instead, to run, her soul slapping against the stones. Micah tried to twist her arm free from her friends, but she hadn't the power for it. Magdalena had taken too much of her blood that night, and it had left her weak, anemic, as had the kiss, then the caresses, which had followed afterwards. Micah had always been thinner than Henny, her coloring more delicate, but in that moment, Henny's strength seemed indomitable. This must have been the measure, Micah supposed, of how greatly Henny cared for her, but, oh... Well, Micah was glad to see Henny. She did not wish to leave Magdalena's side. Not like this. If she was to leave, she wanted to at least speak to her once more. To tell her what had happened. Micah tried to dig her feet against the cold floor, but it was to little avail. Henny responded only by asserting more pressure upon her hand. She was gripping Micah's fingers hard enough to hurt, hard enough Micah feared that she might leave bruises.
We need to keep going. We're almost there, just a little further.
Henny tried to console Micah, but her comforting voice fell upon deaf ears. Micah's attention had been taken, and not by Henny's rescue attempt, nor her own concern for Magdalena, but by a door thrown ajar a few paces away. Micah had not been inside any rooms in Magdalena's home save her own, so she could not help but cast a curious glance at its interior. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, yet Micah could make out several shadowy shapes within it. Oh my goodness. There was an armorer, an escritor, and an impressive, geez, that's freaky, and an impressive oaken hewn bed, not so very different from the one in Micah's room. There was one factor, however, which differentiated the room in which Micah had stayed from this one, and that was the chains looped about the headboard. These chains, which glinted in the dappled moonlight, ended in manacles, which were still sealed tight about the limbs of a creature which no longer stirred. The creature was laid upon the bed, had 2 slender arms and 2 slender legs, and it wore upon its body a gown which might have once been fine, but now was hopelessly tattered. Its legs were bare, and it wore no shoes. Its hair, long and dark, was matted about its face, its eyes closed in a slumber. Micah could tell it was a small creature, even lying down, a good head shorter than herself and far skinnier. Why, Micah realized with a gasp. The creature was not a creature at all. It was a girl, and a very young girl at that. She could not have been more than 4 or 5 years of age. Oh, that's really sad. She was still a veritable infant, an innocent child. And she was dead. Somebody had driven a decorative blade into her chest, so deep its pointed tip threatened to pin her to the mattress upon which she lay. A single rivulet of red ran from the girl's mouth, staining her alabaster skin, and her arms and legs were bent at awkward angles, as if they had been hopelessly broken.
Micah.
Henny turned to look at her friend, fearful of what she spied, and upon seeing her harried expression, winced.
Please, don't look at it. It will only upset you. God knows it upsets me enough, seeing Hyde Marie do that. But it had to be done. She wasn't human, Micah.
Micah could see that well enough, with how horribly pale the girl was, but still, she grieved for her. She couldn't overlook how very young the girl was, nor how fragile she looked. It seemed a gross cruelty to treat a child so. Who could have killed her so callously? Micah's stomach churned. She heaved. Then, with bitter, acrid tears beating in her eyes,
Micah!
Micah turned her head and vomited all over the stone floor. Micah felt woozy after injecting the contents of her stomach upon the floor, yet hadn't time to properly regain her bearings. Yeah, I didn't expect that either, Zenta. That was crazy. While sympathetic, Henny was anxious to keep moving, and after consoling Micah soon took hold of her hand again.
I'm sorry, Micah, but we really have to run. We can't stay here, not any longer. I need to get you to safety.
Micah would have argued, if she could, that she felt perfectly safe with Magdalena, yet could not. There was a sharp, sour taste at the back of her throat which prohibited all words, and in any event, she knew the words she wanted to speak were untruths. Were untruths? She was not safe with Magdalena. How could she be when the other woman had caused her so many wounds? She continued to stay with Magdalena, it seemed inevitable that she would die. Henny knew this too, and had traveled all the way to rescue her. Yet, though Micah appreciated it, an ungrateful part of her wished she had not bothered. Micah had already made peace with the thought of dying. She had made peace with it long ago, before Magdalena had taken her prisoner even. She had always been a captive in some form or another, unable to say what was on her mind or to do what she truly wanted. Living with her parents had been no true life. It had been a hollow, empty existence which had parodied living, yet had been too full of wanting, all without consequence, for it to mean anything. Micah had never truly lived at all, not in all her 25 years. This had only changed after meeting Magdalena. Magdalena meant to kill her, but at least her company had led Micah's pitiful existence some sense of purpose. Micah didn't want to leave her. She couldn't leave her. But Micah knew not how to communicate this to Henny. She did not think Henny would understand, regardless of how close they were. How could she? Henny had witnessed Micah's loneliness for herself with her own eyes over the course of many years, but she knew not just how it had hurt Micah, wearing her down until death began to seem preferable to the purgatory she found herself in. She had no idea. She thought she was saving Micah, but in actual fact, she was only wrenching her away from all that she cared for. What would she do, Micah wondered, if Henny really was able to liberate her from Magdalena's abode? Where would she go? To Augsburg, she supposed, to marry Walter Gerhardt, as her parents had planned. But that was too horrible a fate to contemplate. Micah would rather have died. She would rather have died with Magdalena.
Come on, Micah. Just a bit further.
Henny led Micah into the entrance hall of Magdalena's home. It was a vast, empty shell of a room, which might once have been grand, but now was choked with dust. Micah took in, though vaguely, the chandelier suspended from the ceiling, festooned with spider webs, and the old piano in the corner, the lid closed, the keys untouched. The air was stagnant, and it stunk of decay. The entrance hall was dark, too, illuminated by only a few weak, wavering bands of moonlight which had spilled in through the windows. The moonlight was bright enough, however, that Micah could see the hall was not deserted. She could see figures, one hanging back, obscured by shadow, while the other two faced off against the other. One of these figures was Magdalena. She was glowering, her lips pulled back in a snarl which revealed her teeth, sharp like knives. The other figure, meanwhile, was unfamiliar to Micah. Her statue was diminutive, her heart-shaped face dwarfed by her swaths of fair hair. This figure, this girl, seemed so slight. Micah wouldn't have put her age as anything past 8 or 9. That makes that one chapter just so much more uncomfortable. She was so slender, there was something fairy-like about her. The girl looked innocent, but a glance made it apparent that she was no ordinary child. Her skin was as white as milk, and her eyes were liquid gold. She must have been like Magdalena, and, like the girl, Micah thought with a shudder, shackled to the bed, impaled through the heart. She was a vampire.
Come on, Micah. Let's try and get around while they're so busy. We've got a bit of a way to go, but we can still make it. I don't think they've noticed us.
Henny led Micah down the stairs. She followed, barefooted, dazed by all which had occurred. True to Henny's words, Magdalena seemed not to notice her. She was too busy glowering at the young vampire girl, a truly awful expression upon her face. This
Goodness me. Is this how you treat all of your guests? You aren't the most hospitable, are you? I thought you would have been glad of company, living in a lonely pile like this for so very long. But I guess not. Please don't tell me you're one of those curious people who enjoys being alone. If that were the case, I doubt you'd be such an ardent practitioner of kidnapping.
Actually, then, can you do Magdalena? I'll do Micah.
Okay. Shut up. Don't you take that tone with me, you monster. Don't you dare.
Oh?
The girl raised her eyebrow.
A monster, am I?
Yes, you are. You're an unpardonable monster. Don't act so high and mighty when you know what you did. You killed my mistress, you coward. You killed her in cold blood while she was chained up, unable to act, and she was only a child.
Ah, yes, I suppose I did do that, didn't I?
You suppose?
Indeed, I did. And I must apologize for that. I fear I must have made quite the poor first impression. Perhaps I ought to have sought your company out first, rather than heading straight to that little mistress in her chamber. But I thought it a common courtesy, you see, to talk to the lady of her house before her servants. You might have had a couple years to perfect your deception, but I could tell at a glance you're not a proper lady. You're a common scullery maid. It's very amusing that you thought you could act above your station like that. It's so funny I might laugh. But I suppose that would be rude too. Goodness me, I really can't do anything right.
I'd Mary.
A third figure, this one a tall, slender man who had been half hidden in the shadows, stepped forwards to caution the young girl.
Don't make such a scene. Murdering a child is nothing to gloat about. Not when she was incapable of fighting back. Now, let us stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we can consider our job done.
Oh?
The vampire girl, Hyde Marie, Micah supposed her name was, inclined her head in the tall man's direction, then pouted.
That isn't any fun, Johan. You should know how much I love talking. It's rare that I have a chance to interact with one of my own.
I'm aware, but you shouldn't let yourself get distracted. Not while we still have a job to do. You need to focus.
Ugh, what a pain. You never let me have any fun.
Fun? Magdalena stared Hyde Marie down, her red eyes little more than pinpricks in the white of her eyes. You would kill my young mistress and you would call it fun? Have you truly no heart? You're reprehensible.
Perhaps I am, but you've no right to chastise me yourself, vampire. How many innocents have you murdered yourself over the years to satiate your own bloodlust? This house has quite a macabre history. You can pretend otherwise. You've been doing that for decades, but you can't hide the truth from me. I can smell the blood in the air and all of the death. Now I think it high time to put an end to your wicked ways. Shouldn't be hard.
Hyde Marie's golden eyes flickered languidly over Magdalena.
You aren't at all in your peak physical condition. I can see it in that pinched, pained look in your face and the way you slouch your shoulders. That little mistress of yours, who you kept chained out like a rabid dog, hasn't been treating you very well, has she?
That's none of your business.
You've been sustaining her over the years with fresh victims. Don't think I don't know what's been going on, but she hasn't been at all appreciative of your efforts. I imagine she gets violent when she's hungry. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she bites.
Be quiet.
That's the problem, of course. When our kind are turned too young, these poor, pathetic fledgling vampires tend to lose their rationality.
Venom just store poor Lush's line. No, Lush wants to switch. Lush wants to be Micah. No.
They can't handle the strain of immortality, and their mental faculties abandon them. They lose their sense of self, and they become nothing more than monsters. They can't be reasoned with. They can scarcely even think. They exist solely to satisfy their own hunger. But we vampires are greedy, selfish creatures, and we can never be satisfied for long. It's impossible to keep young vampires like that from lashing out, no matter how hard you try. That girl was obviously a lost cause. I have no idea why you thought it was a good idea to keep her alive for so long. I was doing her a favor when I killed her. She was an apparition.
I said be quiet. I might not be in my best condition right now, but I'm more than a match for a coward like you who murders small children for sport. I won't let you escape unpunished. Not after what you did to my mistress.
Now that is funny. It's awfully hypocritical of you to want to fight me when I was turned before my 11th year.
Oh my god.
In human terms, I'm still a young girl myself. But please don't get any funny ideas into that empty head of yours. I'm not so weak as that creature you called your mistress. I never did lose my sense of self, though I've been alive for centuries. I am one of the oldest vampires in Europe, and certainly the most powerful. Do you really think you can best me? If so, I admire your optimism, but it's very much misplaced. It would be easier if you simply submitted to me. But never mind. I'm more than willing to teach you a lesson,
Micah had been watching this exchange halfway up the grand staircase, frozen in horror, but now Henny seemed, at long last, to have had enough.
Micah, come on!
Henny tugged at Micah's hand again, trying to chivvy her along.
We need to move!
Micah knew Henny was right, yet she could not tear away her eyes from Magdalena. Heidmarie was fast approaching Magdalena, supremely self-confident despite her short stature. The vampire girl might have looked like a child, but Micah knew she was anything but. Her smile was genial enough, but her gold eyes were cold and contained within them no mercy. It was she who had killed the child chained upstairs. She had driven a stake through her heart and had listened, perhaps, to her dying cries. She was every inch a killer, just as Magdalena was. Now she meant to put an end to Magdalena, too, and Micah feared she might be successful in this endeavor. How could Micah run away with Henny and let that happen? She could not. She had to protect Magdalena.
I'm sorry, Hen, but...
Micah, with a burst of newfound strength, wrenched her arm free from Henny's grasp, then dashed forth.
I need to help Lena.
What? But, Micah...
Henny called after her friend, her right arm extended.
Why would you do that? She kidnapped you! You don't owe her anything!
She might have kidnapped me, but that doesn't mean I don't care about her. She's a good person, really, and I don't want her to be hurt, much less killed. Now wait. Oh, please wait.
Micah's feet slapped against the ground as she ran, her white nightgown billowing about her legs. Coming between Magdalena and Heidmarie, she spread out her arms in the hopeful yet ultimately futile gesture of one who meant to stop the whistling of the wind or the lashing of the rain.
Don't do this. Please, don't hurt.
Oh!
Ooh! Oh!
Oh! Like
holy
that's
shit.
Heidmarie. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait.
I was about to say, do you think Micah's gonna die?
Oh, wow. But despite Micah's good intentions, she was unable to finish her entreaty. Heidmarie had been moving too quickly, far more quickly than any human eye could hope to follow, and though spying Micah, she had not been able to slow in time. Wow. The young vampire was soon upon Micah, her right hand extended. Her nails, which were filed into dangerously sharp points, pressed against Micah's back, then pierced straight through her chest. Heidmarie's right hand penetrated Micah's ribcage as if her flesh were ephemeral, made of nothing sturdier than spider webs. Though Micah cried out, it took a few moments for the pain to fully hit her. Her eyes were whiter than goose eggs as she looked down, staring at the arm which penetrated her shuddering body. Viscous red liquid was beginning to ooze down Heidmarie's white wrist. It was so vivid in the gloom of Magdalena's cavernous entrance hall that it looked unreal, like something from a dream. Micah's blood was brighter than rubies and thicker than strawberry jam. Micah's body twitched about Heidmarie's hand. She felt herself turning numb by increments. First her legs, then her chest, then her shoulders, then her arms, until she could no longer feel the tips of her fingers. Micah looked at her own blood as it dripped onto the threadbare carpet and moaned. Her blood looked oddly beautiful, in an obscene, profane sort of way. But Micah did not have the time to contemplate how brightly her blood shone, nor how otherworldly it seemed. The agony of being rent in two soon overcame her.
Micah! Oh God, Micah!
Micah! And with a twin series of cries from the two women who cared about Micah the most, her body tottered. She teetered. All strength she had once possessed fled her, and if that too had been a dream. Oh my God. Micah drew away from Heidmarie with one jerking footstep, thus freeing herself from the young vampire's grasping right hand. Her chest wound, no longer stoppered by Hideberry, seemed to expand when she shuffled away. It gaped open like the maw of a hungry beast, and more of Micah's lifeblood split onto the stone staircase. Micah pressed one white, trembling hand to her wound, and was surprised when her fingers came away stained. She could smell the blood in the air, her blood. It was dizzying, overpowering stench which plugged up her nostrils. Micah swayed. Then, with a hiss of pain, she fell. Micah's body hit the ground, like that of a lifeless, senseless doll. And her vision went black.
Micah! Oh God! Oh God!
Henny watched with wide, anxious eyes as Micah collapsed to the ground. Pressing one hand to her aching chest, the maid cried out as if to rouse her mistress, though to little avail.
Micah! Micah, please wake up! Oh God, this can't be happening!
Henny dashed to Micah's side and knelt before her, Micah's head cradled upon her lap. Henny took care not to jostle Micah as she embraced her, for fear of hurting her, but a resultant gasp of pain from Micah's lips would have been preferable to the silence that Henny was greeted with. Micah didn't open her eyes, though Henny threaded her fingers through her disheveled hair. She was breathing, though barely, but this offered Henny little in the way of solace. Micah's face was so pale she might have been a corpse. The wound Marie had inflicted upon her, meanwhile, was gaping, and continued to ooze blood like a particularly macabre fountain as Henny watched. Henny did not touch Micah's wound. She worried she would only make it worse, but it was bleeding so profusely she found herself sullied. The rich, overwhelming stench of blood clung to Henny, but she didn't pull away from her mistress. To leave Micah lying upon the floor with nothing to cushion her head seemed callous beyond all measure. Henny was now certain there was nothing she could do to save her dear friend. Micah had lost too much blood, and her poor face was so very pale.
Micah. Oh, Micah. I didn't come here to hurt you. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted to rescue you. I thought I could help. So
More tears fell from Henny's lashes. They rolled down her cheeks and dripped upon Micah's body, mingling with the bright red blood which stained the front of her gown.
Why did things work out this way? How did I make such a mess of everything? Why am I so useless?
These queries forced their way from Henny's throat in a low, pained moan, almost like that of an animal. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. Henny knew crying would not help, but she could not stop herself. There seemed nothing to do but cry, with Micah in so sorry a state. Why, her body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. Micah's blood, however, was very warm, and still, she continued to spill it. Oh, God. Magdalena, for her part, was immobile in a manner which echoed Micah's. Her eyes were so wide they seemed all whites. Her body quivered, fingers curling into fists at her side as she murmured, This can't be happening. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Oh, Mike.
Now this is an interesting development.
Hideberry surveyed Magdalena archly, one hand resting upon her hip. Her right hand was still daubed to the wrist in Micah's blood, which now had begun to congeal. Though Hideberry had been one to deal with Micah that final blow, she didn't seem particularly moved by Micah's grisly fate. Lips pursed, she said in a voice cold enough it made Magdalena shudder.
I didn't think anyone would be so... I didn't think that you'd be so upset by Micah's injury, vampire. Did you not intend to drain her like this yourself? I only spread the process along, though what occurred was rather unfortunate. I meant to help her, not harm her.
I don't care what you meant. Sorry, that felt a little bit too much. Let me try that again.
No, it was good. It was good.
It was?
Nah, that was valid. That was valid, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whether you meant to help her or not is irrelevant now. Look what you've done. How could you?
How could I?
Hadbury raised an eyebrow.
You forget, vampire, that you're the one who kidnapped her. I never would have been summoned here if it weren't for your actions. You are the one who is to be blamed for this mess. Why, I didn't even mean to hurt her. I was trying to go after you, but she got in the way. I have no idea why she wanted to protect you. She must have some very strange ideas about our kind. Doesn't she know that we vampires are stronger than any humans could ever hope to be? Especially weak, willowy-limbed women such as herself? If I hadn't adjusted the angle of my attack in time, I would have pierced her heart. Then she wouldn't be breathing at all. But of course, Mika knows about—
That's me.
Sorry. Oops.
You're good.
My bad.
But of course Micah knows about vampires. We spent enough time together that she would know full well my strength eclipsed hers, and yet... Magdalena grit her teeth together, overcome by the intensity of her own emotions. She knew that, but she still came between us. She must have meant to protect me. Micah's always been like that. She's thoughtful to a fault, to the point of self-sacrifice. Why does she have to play being a heroine? She should have known that things would end up like this. Micah, you fool. Magdalena couldn't cry, but her shoulders shook regardless. Her face twisted anew, not with anger, but with grief, as she pressed her hands to her face. You're right. I might have lashed out at you, but the fact remains that Micah wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for me. I'm the one who put her in danger. This is all my fault. I never wanted to harm her, but... Another dry sob wrenched its way from Magdalena's throat, one so intense she had squeezed her eyes shut. The smell of blood hung in the air, dense and heavy. Magdalena could smell it when she inhaled, the taste upon her tongue. The blood was that of a siren song. It was sweetly intoxicating.
What was that of a siren song? It was sweetly intoxicating, but acknowledge it. Oh, sorry. Oh my fucking god. Bro. Oh my god.
Are you the narrator now?
No, I was practicing it.
Were you trying to be muted?
Yes. Oh my god, that was so embarrassing, bro. Stop. Can we ignore that? Move on.
The blood was like that of a siren song. It was sweetly intoxicating, but the nausea belonged to Micah made Magdalena's stomach churn. I'm sorry.
Stop laughing, bro. I swear to God.
How will I ever make amends for what I've done? Oh, Micah. You sweet, idiotic, adorable fool. There was no need for you to leap to my defense. I'm no hopeless damsel.
Micah, please.
Henny, who was kneeling on the ground, continued to shake Micah to little no avail. Micah's breath was beginning to wear thin, even as Henny implored her to open her eyes, to take her hand, to live on despite the odds.
Please, don't leave me. Don't go. I couldn't bear it.
Magdalena stiffened anew as Henny spoke. She sounded so desperate it mirrored her own feelings as well. She didn't want Micah to die either, but what was she to do? What is the point in living as long as I have if I know not how to help the people I care about the most? What in the world am I to do? Marie, who remained arch despite Henny and Magdalena's evident distress, only sniffed.
There's something you can do, you know, if you wish to save her as you claim.
What? Magdalena drew her hands from her face, then raised her head to meet Marie's gaze. What are you referring to exactly?
Must I elaborate further? You must know already, vampire, given your nature. Do not tell me you have not considered the possibility of turning her.
You mean I ought to make her into one of us?
I did not say that you ought to, only that you could. If you care about this human as much as you seem to, you could still save her. You need only to bite her neck and drain some of her blood. That should be enough to change her. Her heart might stop beating, but she'll still be alive. In a sense, at least. You should be fast about it, though, if that's what you desire. I don't think she has much time left. We cannot transform corpses. Only the living. But I suppose you must know that already.
Of course I do. You don't need to explain it as though I am a child. I have thought about turning her, of course. Believe me, I have. Do you really think I could go forward with such a great act of selfishness?
You think it would be selfish to spare her life?
Yes, I do. I would be sparing her from nothing if I turned her into a vampire. I would accomplish nothing save making her suffer. I don't want Micah to die, but I want even less to condemn her to eternal death, without the reprieve of resting, not unless she were to will it. If these are my only two choices, then I would rather let Micah pass peacefully. But I would far rather see her live on as a human woman. I just want her to be happy.
I see. So that's how it is, hmm?
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, hey, Cammy.
Emily has
Welcome
joined
on
the
in.
Legion.
Marie replied after a brief pause, one hand now resting on her chin.
I had wondered about your precise relationship with the poor dying Fräulein, but it seems it was more than that of a captor and a captive. You might have kidnapped her for nefarious purposes, but it seems you really did grow to care about her.
Yeah, very distressing gameplay.
That you have no desire to turn her speaks volumes for your character. You aren't the sort of monster who would condemn others to a hollow, empty life of eternal undeath, such as those who sunk their fangs into all of us those decades prior. Vampire though you are still capable of rational thought.
Also, decades prior? Wasn't it centuries? Girl, get your time straight.
I think she was talking about the other vampire who hasn't. Yeah.
Perhaps that's why the clumsy young Fräulein jumped to your defense as she did. She must have seen there was something within you worth saving. I can't hate you after hearing your response. Neither do I wish to harm you. I would rather the story end on a cheerful note, too. This rarely happens in my line of work, so...
Marie clicked her fingers, then glanced sharply at Johann.
You know what to do, my charming assistant. Please, make yourself useful.
Of course. I'm always ready and willing to serve.
Serve. Sorry.
Serve. If I might be able to help Lady Micah, then I shall do all I can to ease her suffering. That is my duty, as a humble servant of the Lord.
It was with these words on his lips that Johann bent down by Micah's side. Reaching down, he captured between his fingers one of Micah's limp, pale wrists and offered Henny a small smile,
So this motherfucker could do this. Like, wait.
Brown boy underscore has
really
joined the Legion.
gross.
Thank you for the follow, little brown boy. So this motherfucker could have done something this whole time and was just watching like, well, until the 9-year-old vampire commands me, I'm just gonna sit here and watch. I'm not really gonna do anything.
I think he thinks the young vampire is God, judging by what he said.
No, he's like an actual Christian. No, like he serves in a church and he's only working with the vampire because they need her for vampire jobs specifically, but he low-key hates her, but also low-key has some strange dynamic with her. But I'm just upset because like he literally just stood there and saw this bitch dying and was just like, oh, that's so sad. Wow.
It'd be like that, I guess.
Can we get this panel over with, guys? Wait. I'm sorry, I don't want to.
Oh, really?
I can't really. Let me just get this over with. Please forgive me, Bro Enrique. I don't mean to disturb you, but if I must, I'm to aid her. But if I am to aid her, I'll try to be quick about it, though. Oh my god, it's not fucking moving. She has lost an awful amount of blood.
Wait, hold up. Let's see. Okay, he's gonna save her.
Okay,
Hyde Marie scoffed.
Johan's capabilities aren't so prosaic. He has no need for needle and thread to sew together his patients. Even unfortunates such as yourself, Lady Micah. Johan has several unique capabilities which normal humans do not possess. He is so pure, he is so very pure and godly, you see. For his hands exude a certain kind of energy, I suppose you might term it. Or else, magic?
You know I don't hold it magic. It's marks of the devil. I would prefer to think of it. I would prefer to think of my abilities as a gift, or else a blessing, bestowed upon me by
God up on high, yes, I know. Oh, goodness, you're so picky about these things, Johan. I don't think the semantics matter awfully myself. I've been alive too long to care about such petty things. You humans are all so sensitive. I wasn't trying to insinuate that you've been touched by the devil. You're far too much of a do-gooder for that.
Bro, can y'all shut up and just heal Micah? I hate this guy so fucking.
Why are they fighting in the middle of Micah's dying?
Just shut up and heal this bitch, because you already wasted a bunch of time just staring, fucking twiddling your thumbs, twiddling with your fucking ears and your fucking cry. Like, what the fuck? Sorry.
Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment, I suppose.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It wasn't meant as one. You're so very kind you make my stomach turn.
You would say that, loving chaos as you do. You can never pass upon a chance to make others uncomfortable.
And what of it? I believe I've earned that right after living for so many centuries.
Bro, save the bitch.
Like, shut up! Shut up! Oh my god, and they just keep going! Okay, she could see, even as she sat there, look away for a second, I'll let you know when it's done. She could see, even as she sat there, a strange celestial light beginning to gather about Johan's fingers. This light spread all over Micah's body, imbuing it in an otherworldly glow, which made Henny gasp.
Goodness.
I don't fully understand what it... Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't fully understand what it is you're doing. But are you healing my mistress? What the fuck is the baby behind him?
You can look now, Lush. The body's not there anymore. The body... It's like a completely different artist, because this is like a completely different style. Because like, now she looks all anime, and then this is like a completely different art style. Healing?
Yeah.
Is such a thing truly possible? All right, Les, you have a line and there's
It
no
is
blood.
my God-given gift, yes. I have the ability to diminish aches and pain with nothing more than a touch of my hand, which is why I work with Hyde Marie. It is my duty to keep an eye on her and to aid my to aid any unwitty victims who may get caught up in the cross. Oh my god, let me redo that. It is my duty to keep an eye on her and to aid any unwitting victims who may get caught up in the crossfire of battle. She is not to give in to restraint. She is not to give in to restraint, as you may have noticed.
Here, Johan sighed, and then yapped some fucking more.
What is going on in the back, though?
I have no idea, actually. I have no idea. I think this is supposed to be like, I think this is supposed to be like metaphorical, maybe?
It is harder for me to deal with wounds such as this. Though, particularly when so much blood has been lost.
So maybe if you healed her and stopped yapping, she would lose less blood. Jesus fucking.
I need to concentrate if I'm able to, I need to concentrate if I'm to have any able, oh my god. I need to concentrate if I am to have any hope of succeeding.
Oh god. Oh, yes, of course, please. Please forgive me. I've never seen anything like this before, so I was curious. But if this will help, Micah, you can do whatever it is you want.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. Whatever.
What does she mean by that? Why did she make that comment? Heidemarie smiled thinly.
I would be careful when issuing such words forth in the future, Fräulein. You give Johann rather too much leeway.
Check that fucking priest hard drive. I hate them so much.
Fortunately for you, he's kind enough to not take advantage. But you might not be so lucky when it comes to the machinations of others.
What the fuck are you talking about, Heidemarie? Oh my god, these writers piss me off so fucking bad sometimes. You know, this entire rest of this, I was really just like, how do I say this? I was not giving them hell as much as usual. I was like, oh, okay, you know, there's a little bit of wordiness, but we're starting to move through. But now they're getting too fixated on these two again, and they're fucking dynamic and showing us they have a little dynamic. Like, shut the fuck up! Sorry.
We came for the Yuri, bro.
Heidemarie snickered unpleasantly while Johann continued to work. He gripped Micah's wrist tight and bowed his head. His lips pursed together in almost a silent prayer while he worked. I'm so fucking mad, actually. Henny, meanwhile, could only watch, wide-eyed, still holding onto Micah's crumpled form. It seemed impossible that Micah might be restored to her senses after having been so grievously injured. Why, it would take a real miracle to save her. That was what Henny thought, but weren't Johann's hands miraculous in and of themselves? Henny had never before heard of any humans who possessed such powers, and she felt rather overwhelmed by it all. She did not begrudge Johann for aiding her mistress, but it unnerved her all the same. Despite Johann's assertion that his abilities had been bestowed upon him by God, there was something unnatural about the light which emanated from him. Henny had half a mind to pull Micah away from him, so as to sever the connection established between her mistress and the grim-faced father, but this would result in disaster. Johann seemed the only person capable of aiding her. As such, Henny had little choice but to allow him to work, despite her own misgivings. Henny closed her eyes, cradling Micah's head upon her lap, and internally she prayed. Please, Henny prayed, with a fervor she had not felt for quite some time, not since escaping Lord and Lady von Essen's carriage with Micah in tow. Let my Micah be safe. Please let her open her eyes.
Should I be reading the thoughts?
Yeah, she's having a lot of thoughts. Yeah.
Let her breath draw anew without having to struggle for it, and lessen the burden which weighs upon her body.
Why am I so high?
Please let her get better.
Henny prayed and she prayed and she prayed as the seconds elapsed. So entrenched in her own thoughts, her surroundings slipped away. The stench of blood in the air no longer weighed upon her, and neither did the anxious beating of her own heart within her breast. She forgot about Magdalena, who stood still as a statue, and of Heidemarie, who watched with idle curiosity of a bystander, and even about Johann, whose fingers still clasped about Micah's wrist. She thought only of Micah, her mistress, and her friend both. She recalled the times they had spent together when they had been younger, their ill-fated excursion into von Essen family crypt, which had incurred of Lady von Essen's ire. She recalled walks through the von Essen's family estate, their arms looped together as they were promenading ladies, and of sitting by the riverbank in the summer months when the dragonflies were out and about. Somebody in chat said his face low-key looks like, fuck, I forgot to turn the stove off. She recalled games of poker played in Micah's bedroom and the shy, whispered secrets Micah had shared with her late in the night when nobody else had been around. Guys, you're distracting.
Are we still going? I'm sorry, but like, what
Somebody
the fuck?
in chat said Johan looks like he's locking in for Face ID. Like trying to get into his phone with Face ID. She recalled Micah's fears about marrying Walter Gerhardt and how she had trembled when she had confided these feelings in Henny. Henny had been dismissive of Micah's worries back then. She had tried to cheer Micah up, to tell her things that would not be so bad when she had settled in, but now Henny feared she had been callous. Had she upset Micah by failing to pay proper heed to her concerns? Henny wished that she could apologize for any hurt she might have caused. Henny wished that she could apologize. She wished she could have told Micah how much she meant to her. She wished. Oh, there was so much she wished for, and so much she wished to say, but what she wished for, most of all, was that Micah would recover. Henny clung to this hope as though it were a talisman, her eyes tightly shut, her desperate desire buried within her, brighter than ever, brighter than any star, intense enough to be all-encompassing. She prayed, and she prayed, and she prayed. And eventually...
Am I supposed to say that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're Micah now, right?
Henny?
Henny heard her name called in a sweet, soft cadence she recognized only too well. The voice was weak, void of any real energy. But still, it was enough to soothe Henny of all her anxious thoughts.
Again?
I'll let you know when it's done. Henny's eyes snapped open, fitfully. She stared down at the woman who lay upon her lap.
Micah! Oh, my Micah!
Micah's own eyes were still closed, but upon her lips she wore a small smile, one which was marred only slightly with pain. Her nightgown was still splattered with blood, but Henny could see her wound had healed, her skin, visible through her torn nightgown, unblemished. Johan had succeeded after all, despite his earlier cautions. He had healed her. Micah was safe.
Oh, thank goodness! I'm so relieved! Micah! I'm Micah!
Henny. Micah squeezed Henny's hand with her own, as though to reassure her, and it was this gesture, so selflessly sweet and so very Micah, which tipped Henny over the edge. She slumped forward, her shoulders shaking. Then she began to cry. Magdalena, too, was surveying the scene which unfolded before her with wide eyes. Pressing one hand to her mouth, she exclaimed softly, "Micah. Oh my God, I could hardly believe it. I was so worried about you. If you had died, oh." A shudder ran through Magdalena's body. Overcome, she sank to the floor. I don't know if I could have endured it. I have no idea what I'd do without you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you suffered so much. I'm sorry. Magdalena pressed both her hands to her face anew, though she had no tears to hide, and began to sob soundlessly, her shoulders trembling as if she were a polar explorer caught in a frigid blizzard. Kind of an ass metaphor for this context, I can't lie.
Love it.
Hyde Marie, for her part, watched on, her arms folded. Her right hand was still dark with Micah's blood, yet she paid it little heed. Observing Magdalena's sobs, she said softly,
It would appear that this vampire... Sorry. It would appear that this vampire isn't It would appear that this vampire isn't half as dangerous as I first thought. The little vampire I incapacitated upstairs was much more threatening than she is. Now that she's been taken care of, the older one should have no need to continue procuring victims to satiate her bloodlust.
So basically we're like, yay, the kid's dead. Is that the conclusion?
I guess. Yeah.
Johann rose up on unsteady legs, wearied after his efforts to revitalize Micah, then approached his charge.
Are you having second thoughts?
Heidmarie nodded.
Tell me, Johann, would you think me awfully weak-willed if I chose, just this once, to spare our quarry's life?
Surprisingly sentimental coming from you. But it's rare. In our line of work, that we were able to usher in endings as happy as this.
A happy ending after you fucked everything up, right?
Lady Magdalena seems to have no further desire to harm you. As such, you have no reason to engage in her further combat.
Wait, what happened? Basically, Johann spent a long amount of time just yapping while he apparently had the healing touch, the healing Jesus touch, and is able to heal her. Like, he didn't need to, like, he could have just healed her right away, and he just waited for Tiny Vampire to give him the word.
In circumstances as unique as these, I do not think there is any reason for you to execute her.
That is precisely what I am thinking. She's not doing anything wrong as far as I can gather, other than existing. Yet I know better than anybody that we vampires do not ask to be made as we are. We have little choice in the matter. I believe this poor, conflicted creature is a victim, not a monster, and ought to be treated accordingly. I am not completely devoid of feelings, and I do know how to sympathize with the plights of others. I cannot help but feel sorry for this poor Fräulein.
Heidmarie clicked her tongue, considering, then smiled.
Very well, then. I shall spare you. Let us report to our superiors in the church that we slew the monsters in this abode, and she will no longer be an issue. We need to tell them about Fräulein Magdalena here. She's no monster. I doubt the church will come all the way out here to corroborate our tale. Not unless the Fräulein here gets peckish and starts picking off more travelers. I know you can keep your consumption of human flesh to a minimum. Wait, if you can keep your consumption of human flesh to a minimum, then nobody need know you were here here at all. I'm tweaking. You can continue to live, if indeed your continued existence can be termed as such, and everybody can be happy.
By the way, it's not just you, Doopy. For this entire visual novel, something about the way it's written, I'm not sure what it is, but something about the way it's written is really hard to read out loud for some reason. Like, we constantly do that.
It's written very archaically, which usually I like in writing, but it is very difficult to read, especially if you're like sight reading.
Yeah.
So it's like,
well, even so, like some archaic reading, like that's difficult, but there's something about the way the writer chooses to place the sentences and place the breaks in sentences and like phrase things that just like does not roll off the tongue. But then again, this wasn't written to be read out loud.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice of me?
What? Magdalena stared at Heidmarie, shaking like a newborn deer. Will you truly let me go?
Indeed, I shall. I've tired of spilling blood, and it looks like you haven't had much to drink for a while regardless. In your current state, you wouldn't be much fun to play with. I doubt you'd have more than a few droplets of your own blood to spill anyway.
But you were sent here to kill me. I think I almost deserve it when I think about everything I've done. Shut up, let them leave. I've killed dozens, no, hundreds of people.
Only hundreds?
Oh my god.
Heidmarie scoffed.
What the hell?
Don't make me laugh. I've killed far, far more. Then what was that earlier, bruh? Right. Don't forget, I've been alive longer than you, and have feasted far more solely to satisfy my own greed. I am the more immoral of the two of us, yet I continue to live. Who's to say you shouldn't? I'm in no position to judge you.
No, that's funny. Magdalena laughed dryly, without humor. Isn't it your job to judge godless beings such as myself, executor of the church?
On paper, I suppose, but I don't think of myself as being all that important. I've never been one to care about right or wrong. I only do what amuses me. Fighting you wouldn't be fun at all. Not when I know how pathetic you are.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
It would feel too much like kicking a poor, defenseless puppy.
Bitch, I'll kill you. Pathetic, am I?
You are, yes, but don't look so put out by that. Most vampires are pathetic in comparison to me.
Oh my god. Had Marie tittered and spoke anew, in a voice which was much more serious.
It was rather naughty of you to harm so many innocents, but I presume you did so only to feed that child you were saddled with. You didn't partake in any of the spilled blood yourself, did you?
No, I couldn't. Seeing Christelle feed turned my stomach. I knew I had no desire to end up like her, a slave to my desires. I thirsted for blood too, like all vampires do, but I've never once drank the blood of a human. So she's vegan. I feed only on the... never mind. I feed only on the blood of wild animals. All those people I killed, the bandits and the brigands and the vagrants, were offered up to Crystal. I had to hunt for her. I had no choice. Without me, she would have died.
I understand that, but I think killing her might have been for the best. Surely you knew she was a lost cause. Yes, I believe you did realize it. You must have, serving her for as long as you did. Keeping her alive at all was an act of cruelty when she had no sensible thoughts left in her head and no purpose for living, save for satisfying her own perverse hunger. But it is no matter. I believe you've suffered enough, and I know your heart was in the right place. I won't condemn you for your actions. I've no place to. Your enduring loyalty to your mistress, though misguided, was somewhat touching. It is almost enough to bring a tear to my eye. Or at least, it would be could I cry. Now.
Hadbury looked to Johann, a small smile playing about her lips.
I believe our work here is done. We have defeated the vicious vampire, and peace has similarly been restored. I've no desire to wait out while the heroines of this story make amends. So should we depart? I would hate to get in the way of their joyous reunion. And you are in dire need of rest yourself, Johann. You look half dead upon your feet.
I cannot argue with that. I feel awfully weak. I'm unsure whether I can make the journey back to Augsburg unassisted.
It's fortunate for you, then, that you have me to help you. You may lean on my shoulder if you wish, and I can guide you. Is that not kind of me?
Oh yes, very much so. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds.
That's what I thought.
Hadbury snickered.
The pair of us shall soon be departing. Do you wish to come with us, Fräulein?
This question she addressed to Henny, who knelt on the floor by Micah's side still.
Or would you rather stay here to tend to your mistress? I believe she would be in safe hands with Magdalena, but I've no doubt you've also worried about her welfare. Oh, yes. I must thank you both for leading me to Micah, and you, Johan, for helping her. But I can't come back with you. Micah needs me to stay with her, as she's in no fit state to travel. I'll stay here with her for as long as she needs me, unless...
Henny looked at Magdalena, abashed.
You would have a problem with that? I forget this is your home.
You overstep your mark, young maid. You have forgotten your courtesy and your concern. But I suppose I can't begrudge you for that. I know how it feels to worry for my own mistress, and Micah is far sweeter than Crystal ever was. I will let you stay here if you wish to tend to Micah as she rests. As a fellow human, you would be better served to care for her than I am. My attempts, I fear, would be rather clumsy. I have no stay in whether you stay or leave. This is not truly my home, nor has it ever been. I am no lady. I was only ever pretending.
Oh, thank you, Magdalena. Thank you so much. I promise I'll do everything I can to help Nika. I won't let her condition worsen. Not under my watchful eye.
I'm quite certain that you will. You needn't reassure me. The relationship shared between you is very special indeed. While I was nothing more than Crystal's maid, I can see that you are, truly, Micah's friend. Why, it is enough to make me feel almost jealous. I fear I could never compete with that.
Oh, sorry. That's all right. I don't think we need to compete. We both care about her after all. And like they say, two heads are better than one.
They do say that.
What?
Whoa.
What?
I'm just saying they do say that. I just said they do say that. Guys, read your lines.
Okay.
Okay.
I think... Sorry, I'm sorry. I think Micah will recover much better if we're both there for her. What do you say?
I think after everything that has happened, I'm very tired. Would you mind escorting me to my room? I need to lie down.
Oh, of course. Let me help you to your feet, Micah. You should come too, Magdalena, and help me lift her. You're a lot stronger than me, so this should be easy for you.
Now that is funny.
What is?
I thought you would balk at the prospect of me touching your precious Micah.
In the past, perhaps I would have, but you've proven how much you care for her. You wouldn't have cried for her sake otherwise. Now come on, let's not beat around the bush. Micah needs us.
Yes, dear Lena, please. Please come and help me. Hen can support me on her own. I fear I'm hopelessly heavy. Don't keep your distance. Please. That would break my heart.
Magdalena looked between Micah and Henny, one hand clasped to her chest. She inhaled, her lips pursed, then said with a sigh, "Oh, Micah. I'm so glad to hear you say that." Yay! Everybody happy, everybody
Yippee!
together.
Yay!
Is this the end?
Magdalena stepped forth with Henny. I mean, knowing this thing, there's probably a whole extra chapter about them walking through the garden and talking about everything and unpacking everything and talking about everything Henny's gone through. And then we're talking about everything that happened as if we didn't read that already. Magdalena stepped forth, and with Henny's aid, not that it was necessary, she was able to raise Micah to her feet. Both women shifted her gently, so as not to harm her, each one taking one of Micah's pale arms about their shoulders. They're still fucking here? Nah.
Oh my god,
you know
bro.
what?
Oh my
No, bros. There we go. So, wait, I'm actually so curious. Why was he
Yeah. She said no desired gopping. Bitch, you're all yappers. You do have desire to gop. Hyde-Marie crossed the area entrance hall, then pushed open the imposing double doors with a brush of her tiny, seemingly insubstantial palms. The doors opened with a low creak, like that of an injured animal, and the chill night air rushed forth to greet her. She paused for a few moments upon the threshold of the door to look back at Micah, who was being held aloft by Henny and Magdalena. Despite their differences, Hyde-Marie thought the three women looked awfully close, just like sisters? Shut the fuck. What? This thought brought a smile upon the young vampire's lips, not even the lowing wind could disturb. She did not wait, however, to watch as the unlikely trio proceeded up the extravagant staircase. She turned anew, satisfied that she had performed her job, then stepped out into the night. Johann followed along behind her, limping, and the door shut behind him. The door creaked out once more, then slammed shut with a tremendous thud. This thud echoed through the cavernous hall of Magdalena's home, once deserted, but now full of life. Crystal's corpse still lay in her bedchamber, turning cold, but Magdalena's thoughts were with Micah as she held her, and Henny as she helped her. The night had been one of horrors, but Micah was still alive, as too was Magdalena's hope in the future. Maybe God had not forsaken her after all. Finally, the clouds in her heart had parted, and now she was free. Okay, working together, both Henny and Magdalena were able to escort Micah up the stairs, then across the hallway to her bedroom. Magdalena did not need Henny's help, but she appreciated the other woman's presence, if only because it let her know that Henny had accepted her. She seemed to have recognized, in the wake of Magdalena's breakdown, that Magdalena had grown to care for Micah. Magdalena might have been the instrument which had brought about Micah's suffering, but she had not done so willingly. Henny seemed to understand that, and by extending the olive branch, seemed prepared to offer her forgiveness. It no longer seemed to matter much what Magdalena had done to Micah, not when Micah was still alive. Henny and Magdalena both lay Micah up on her bed, and there she lay, her front dark with dried blood. Henny wet a cloth in the basin by Micah's bedside, then wiped said blood away. As she did, Magdalena soothed Micah.
Soothed Micah.
Wouldn't that be nice, though? Magdalena soothed Micah, reassuring her in gentle tones that all would be well. I won't let anything hurt you. Not again. I've no further need for your blood. My mistress, she... What did I tell you guys? They're gonna unpack it. They're gonna spend another hour unpacking. Here, Magdalena's voice caught in her throat, and she had to look away. She is... no more. No amount of blood could save her now. She's gone, but I'm still here. As are you, and... Oh my God. I'm sorry I put you through so many hardships. I'm so sorry. Micah was half conscious at this point, soothed by the cool flannel upon her bare skin, and Magdalena's hand so was barely able to offer Magdalena more than a small smile.
Oh, fuck. Wait a second. It's alright. I forgive you for all of it, Lena.
You do?
Of course I do. I know that you never meant for me to suffer. I might have hated you in the beginning, but really...
Micah yawned, exhausted, and let her eyelashes fall shut. Softly, she muttered in a voice which sounded like a sleepwalker's.
You're a lot nicer than the credit you... A lot nicer than you give yourself credit for.
So saying, Micah's consciousness slipped away once more, not owing to the pain this time, nor the loss of blood, but from simple exhaustion.
She dozed, her body lighter than the fog which unfurled its wispy tendrils about the florist's floor. And she did. And as she did, she dreamed. In Micah's dreams, she saw herself with both Henny and Magdalena. The three of them were laughing. I would love that for all of them, really. But what the hell did Heidemarie say? They look like sisters. What the hell? Why did they write that?
Bro, nothing good comes out of her mouth. Like,
the three of them were laughing and smiling in her mind's eye, as though they had been always close friends. Nothing more than three ordinary women. In Micah's imagining, there was nothing to keep her and Magdalena apart. Henny gave the pair of them their blessing, smiling gently, as Magdalena took her hand once more. Then, upon her pursed lips, she pressed a soft, gentle kiss. And it keeps going. While Micah lay in bed, this is how the entire novel has been to me. We've been playing this visual novel for like 2-3 months.
Oh. Wow.
Right.
While Micah lay in bed, tended to by both Magdalena and Henny, Johann had found himself in rather a precarious state. This ashen-faced father was always pale, yet now he looked paler than... Are we about to be sitting with them? Because I don't give a fuck about that. Sorry, I just like...
You guys think he's gonna die?
It seems like
I don't know. Wait, you think? He was fading, his body was failing.
Why is he saying that?
Yeah, because he used his life force to save
Shadow 101 has
Micah,
joined
and now
the
he's
Legion.
dying.
Unfortunately for Johann, his strength had been in short supply for quite some time. Thank you for the follow, Shadow. He had spent the last 4 years working alongside Heidemarie, and during these years he acted as her primary source of sustenance. Whenever Heidemarie hungered for blood, which was not quite so often as many of her kind, given her advanced age and had whetted the worst of her appetite, she would turn to Johann. Johann's blood was quite unlike any Heidemarie had tasted before. It was pure and it was rich, deeply nourishing, like a mug of hot cocoa served upon a sickbed. It was difficult for her.
It can't be that fucking good, come on.
Hey, you never know. It was difficult for her, when she sank her teeth into Johann's pale neck, to stop, to regain her senses, to remember who she was. Perhaps it was because of... Okay, is he dying or not? That's the only reason why I'm reading this. Jesus.
She's making him into a vampire. And then she's like...
Back then, Heidemarie had not worried overly about Johann's own welfare. Johann. She had been more concerned about slaking her own thirst. Now, however... So, is she about to turn him?
That sound?
Now, Heidemarie could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for the man who leaned against her. It seemed almost unthinkable that Johann would have been so low when he had sustained no physical wounds, none save for the twin punctures on his neck, the sided pinheads concealed beneath the high collar of his robes. Heidemarie had seen Johann initially as nothing more than another handler, a convenient way of sourcing blood, yes, but mostly as a nuisance who existed to bind her. So, okay, the fact that they're investing so much time into these two, I have a theory that the writer also wanted to write a story for them and just decided to put them both in the same visual novel when, like, we didn't sign up for this at all. Like, at all. Like, we did not, like, this was not advertised in the slightest. In the early days of their meeting, their relationship had not been particularly cordial, but now... It's all right, Johann, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Now Heidemarie felt far too attached. She had not wanted to care for him, but what could she do? For all the centuries she had lived, he spoke to her like an equal. For a human, he could be awfully saucy. She enjoyed how much fight Johann possessed, how often he betrayed her expectations. He did so now, on the brink of collapse, a smile playing about his lips despite his rapidly weakening state. Ah-ha-ha. Unfortunately, I can still hear you. My faculties have not deserted me. Not completely, at least. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you think me incapable of caring about people, but I care about you? Well, really? Oh, I might be old, but blah, 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 blah. Wait, what did he say? I'm not immutable. I could still be moved, provided the right person come along to move me, that is. Oh, okay. I'm fond of you, which is why I don't want you to die here. I won't allow her. Do you hear that? If you do perish, I shall be very cross with you. Is that so? Once again, Johann laughed, but it was a weak laugh, one which made his sloping shoulders shake.
My apologies. I'll cling to life to my best abilities. I fear it might be too late, though. I'm but a mere mortal. There's only so much I can endure. Yes, I know. Blah, blah, blah. Johan winced. His body seized a new paroxysm of pain. He shifted sideways. Wow. Okay. All right. And delaying the inevitable, but if you insist, sit for a while. He smiled. He sits. He doesn't want to make her worry, blah, 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 blah. Always worry about you. How do you stand it? Let me see. I suppose I can live like this, blah, blah, blah. How do you stand being human? Envy is a sin. Oh my god, these fucking yappers, bro. Why the fuck has this not ended already? We had an ending. Why do just make a separate visual novel for these two? Why the fuck are we here? Sorry. Yeah, Cece, I know, right?
Yeah, but you.
Are we friends? I would not consider you an enemy. And I'm fond of you, blah, blah, blah. Would suck to think of what would happen to you if I die. Blah, blah, blah. I don't trust another to keep an eye on you. Now? I don't know. No, I don't think she did that. Doesn't want her to go mad. Feels like he's her only friend, I guess. She took a step forth. Wait, so is she about to turn him? Well, I've no particular desire to die. That seems like a poor way of repaying the church for taking me in. That completely contradicts the fact that he's a priest, though. Why would he want to be turned? What the fuck is going on?
Shouldn't he just accepted his fate?
No, he's basically saying, yeah, go ahead, turn me into a vampire. I don't want you to be alone.
Yeah. What?
What the frick? What his belief is that condemns, that like gives us eternal condemnation. What? That doesn't make any sense at all.
So if they're both vampires, like, are they just also gonna just feed on animals like Magdalena?
I have no fucking clue. What? That doesn't make any. What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing?
Can we just skip all this?
Wickedly, she smiled. I guess she's gonna bite him, and then he fucking. Why did we have to? Oh my fucking god! What is going? I'm sorry. I'm getting like actually so frustrated because it's
we
like
get a shot.
Magdalena.
We get a shot of 3 of them.
Yeah. At least we're back here. Magdalena unconscious for 2 days, tucked up in her bed, while Henny and Magdalena tended to her. Drained from her brush with death, she drifted, unaware of how tightly Magdalena held her hand through her convalescing. Micah knew not, as she slumbered, that Magdalena sat beside her, praying to a god she did not believe in for her safety. But when she finally awoke, shaking off her exhaustion as a duck ruffles its feathers free from water, she soon learned of the anxiety her slumber had caused. It was early in the morning when Micah opened her eyes. It was cloudy and overcast, and the only weak rays of sunlight could spill through the moth-eaten holes in the fabric, all pale and washed out thanks to the bower of clouds which hung in the sky. Henny sat at a chair by Micah's side, and when she saw Micah's eyelashes flutter, she cried. Henny?
Oh, so.
It's okay.
You're good.
Oh, Micah. My Micah. I'm so relieved.
Henny.
Micah looked at Henny askance. Her head was pounding fit to burst, and her thoughts, which were far too numerous, seemed to weigh heavily upon her, like rocks. Weak though the sunlight was, it stung her eyes, and she winced. The pain which had pierced her following Heidemary's attack had vanished, but now she ached all over. Her arms and legs felt horribly leaden. These aches, at least, reassured Micah that Henny's anxious face was not a fabrication of her addled imagination. This could not be a dream, for she felt too uncomfortable. It took a considerable amount of effort for Micah to sit up in bed. She winced as she did so, and Henny had to lean in to aid her.
Careful, Micah. Don't push yourself now. You really have been through the wars. Oh yes, how could I forget?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Sorry, I'm also zoned out a little bit here.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. I'll try to be more careful.
Yes, you do that. I'd hate for your wounds to reopen. Though come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. Johan did quite the thorough job. There aren't scars. I can't even see bruises. You don't look like you were injured at all. It must have really been a miracle.
A miracle, hmm? It must have been. He is a priest, after all.
Meike looked down at herself. She's wearing the same nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed to her, but the tear, which had rent in the middle of it, had been sewn up. The stitches were neat, the thread white, so it was hard to tell from a distance any damage had been done to it at all. Meike recognized this neat needlework. Henny must have fixed this gown for her as she slept. Her maid was really dutiful down to the smallest of details. Meike placed one hand to her chest, trembling as she did so. She still remembered what had happened, exhausted though she was.
Johan's powers also take away the bloodstains.
I guess so.
Is he just that powerful?
Yeah. She'd come between Marie and Magdalena, and as she was skewered for her best efforts, her blood splattering all across the coppered hall like spilled wine. The pain was not something she could forget in a hurry. Wincing, Meike looked away, and in doing so saw Magdalena. Magdalena was sitting beside Henny, her pale eyelashes closed, her lips pursed in silent slumber. Her hands rested upon her lap, and her head hung forwards, like that of a doll's. She was quite motionless, despite the weak sunlight which played about her pale skin, and her even paler hair.
Oh, Lena.
Meike sighed, then turned to Henny, desperately seeking reassurance.
She isn't ill, is she?
Huh?
Henny glanced at Magdalena, as though seeing her for the first time, then frowned.
If she is ill, it's with nothing more than worry. You needn't fuss so. She's fine. At least, as far as an undead being can be fine. She's just sleeping, and I don't blame her for it. She's been sitting at your side ever since we brought you up here. She's not had a single wink of sleep all this time. Not to mention she dropped off a few hours earlier.
Really?
Meike's face flushed, touched at Magdalena's thoughtfulness.
She cares for me that much?
Ever so much. Her actions made it blindingly obvious. I'll admit, I didn't think much of her at first. Can you blame me, after all she put you through? But my opinion of her's really turned around. I didn't think vampires could be so caring, but it's as plain as day that she adores you. She was beside herself when you collapsed. She looked like a woman who'd lost her will to live. She fell onto the ground and then, well...
Henny shook her head, then smiled.
Why are you asking about Magdalena, Meike? After all you've been through, shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself?
Maybe I should. But I worry regardless. I know I have to care for me, Hen. Well, I have you to care for me, Hen. And you do a wonderful job at it. Believe me. But Lena, she hasn't had anybody to care for her for a long time. For a long, long time. She's been all on her own. That's why I have to worry about her. Nobody else will.
My, You must like her an awful lot. Though, I suppose you would have leapt to her defense if you didn't. You wouldn't have leapt to her defense if you didn't. You were just like a knight back then, Micah. You were just missing the sword and the shining armor. And the dignity. Oh, wait. Sorry.
And the dignity.
Micah smiled thinly.
Is it my line?
Mm-hmm.
I caused quite a scene back then, as my mother might say. And I was so afraid I wasn't sure what else I was supposed to do. I could only think of helping Lena. But now I fear my rashness has hurt her.
Sorry. She's been in a bad way, I won't deny it. But the blame for that can't be laid wholly at your feet. I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too, and it was death. It was all... what? I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too, and her death. It was all very sudden. She hasn't had nearly enough time to get to grips with it. Why, it's almost enough to make me feel sorry for her. After all. And all this after she kidnapped you. I think she's quite the sorry creature herself.
Her mistress?
Micah's brow furrowed. She could remember her own agony clearly, but the events which led up to her chest being cleaved were less lucid. Her thoughts were all disordered, like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle, and trying to slot every piece into its rightful place seemed almost like an impossibility. She thought she could recall, however, a faint memory which had imprinted itself upon her mind. She could remember the stench of blood. Henny had come to her bedroom while she had been in her nightgown and bade her to escape. Taking her hand, Henny had led through the hallway, Micah's bare feet pounding against the floor. Together, the two women had passed a large bedroom, a store ajar, and upon the bed Micah had seen. Okay, and then we see that again. Micah winced, then pressed a hand to her mouth. Yes, she could still remember that. Is it just me, or does this not look like the proportions of a child? Like a 5-year-old child? That's why I was confused.
Younger than her.
Yeah, I'm really confused about this drawing, to be honest. Yeah, she could still remember that. Micah let her eyes fall upon Magdalena once more, who continued to sleep. As Magdalena had no need for air, she slept quite soundlessly. Her chest did not rise, and neither did her eyelids tremble. In sleep, she really did look like a doll, one which was devoid of life.
Her
mistress.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me right now.
No, it's fine. Her mistress wasn't that young girl we saw. Was she?
That's right. Magdalena talked to me a bit about her circumstances while we were both tending to you. But if you want to know more about her, you'd be best served asking her. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain everything properly. It's awful complicated. Oh, but look here now.
Henny glanced at Magdalena, then drew back.
She's beginning to stir. All our talk must have disturbed her.
What? True to Henny's words, Magdalena was starting to shift. Her pale eyelashes fluttered, still drowsy from sleep. Her once still chest, meanwhile, rose and fell in a parody of breathing. It was unnecessary, of course, being undead. Magdalena had no need to breathe, but it must have been an instinctive action, something which only ceased when Magdalena's consciousness did.
I think I'll make myself scarce for now, Micah. I'm sure you've a lot you'd like to talk about with Magdalena, and I'm sure she has a lot she'd like to talk about with you. She wouldn't stop talking about you, you know, while you were unconscious. I was starting to worry she's even more devoted than I am.
Henny withdrew, laughing softly as she did, but before she left the room, she paused to say,
I'll be back to check on you later. I'm just glad for the present to know that you're all right. I was really worried about you, Micah.
The door closed behind Henny with a thud, leaving both Micah and Magdalena alone together. Magdalena was sitting up now, her red eyes wide, and with a sigh of relief exclaimed, "Micah. Oh, Micah, you're awake. Are you all right?" Aww. Micah began, a response half formed upon her lips, but she hadn't the time to fully formulate it before Magdalena flew to her. Micah felt flattered at Magdalena's affections, and she wanted to relax into her hug, but... Project into the mic a little bit more.
Ow. Sorry.
It just didn't come through. Micah tensed. Pain began to ripple through her, her every nerve ending on fire. Feeling Micah shudder and hearing her gasp of pain, Magdalena drew stiffly back, abashed. If Magdalena had possessed the ability to blush, her face would surely have turned pink. "Oh, I'm sorry, Micah. I apologize. I was just so relieved. I've been watching you ever since you collapsed. For the last 2 days or so, I've barely slept at all."
I know you have. And he told me.
Oh, she did she? Magdalena pouted. I wouldn't have expected that she would take the wind from my sails. That maid of yours is such a busybody. She was lecturing me, to take better care of myself, as though I'm not a near immortal creature who's been alive for more than a century. She talked to me like I was a hopeless young girl, or maybe...
A weak human like me?
Yes, that's right. Though, I don't think you're weak at all, Micah. It was very brave of you to come between me and Hydebury like that. Though it was also very, very foolish.
Well, I can see that now. It didn't occur to me at that time, though.
What did occur to you then? Pray tell.
Only that I wanted to protect you.
Protect me? Magdalena smiled, bemused, and shook her head. The sentiment is sweet, but you need protecting far more than I do. Now more so than ever before. I'm starting to think it's no wonder that maid of yours is such a fusspot, having a mistress like you to deal with. Looking after you would turn anybody into an anxious wreck. I do wish she hadn't lectured me so, though. But I suppose she meant well by it.
Henny always does. She's a sweetheart. She always watched me. She's always watched out for me ever since we were children.
I could tell when I watched her tend to you. Her concern was palpable. It made me a little jealous, I must admit, to see another fuss over you so, and to know that she was the one alert when you finally did awake. I wish to be the first person you see when you regained consciousness, but my foolish body betrayed me. I might be undead, but even I need my beauty rest.
Yes. Yes, you do. You haven't been getting nearly enough of it. The bags under your eyes are frightfully dark.
Oh, Micah. Magdalena smiled bashfully. Do you mean to admonish me too? I've been getting earfuls of it from that maid of yours already. You can rest assured, I've seen the error of my ways. My caring for you might, I admit, have been too effusive, but how can I not worry when you mean so much to me? I was terrified for your sake. Humans are much too delicate for your own good. Magdalena brushed her fingertips against Micah's cheek, tracing the contours of her face. You really must be more careful in the future. If you were to sicken or to get hurt, it would destroy me, especially with the Henrique fussing over you so much. I started to feel distinctly like a third wheel.
Lena.
Micah smiled, touched by Magdalena's concern, and let her fingers rest upon Magdalena's.
Don't tell me you're too horribly jealous of Henny. She's only a friend.
I know that, yet it hurts nonetheless to know she loves you so. Not that I can blame her. I mean, who wouldn't love you, really, when you're so eminently lovable?
I think you're exaggerating.
Hardly. There's a lot to commend you for, though your intelligence might not be on the top of that list. Here, Magdalena smiled, as did Micah. The two women shared laughter, soft and pattering like falling rain. Micah's subdued by the ache in her chest, which had yet to fully shift. Once their laughter had passed, and Micah had reassured Magdalena that yes, she was all right, and no, her unexpected embrace didn't hurt, not that much at least, Micah then dared to ask the question which had been playing upon her mind since she had awoken.
I was just wondering. When Henny tried to run away with me last night, or maybe it was the night before, I don't remember. My head is all a jumble. We passed an open bedroom. And inside, well, I saw a girl shackled to a bed, lying in the shadows. I didn't get a good look at her, but she seemed very young.
And she had been very dead.
I don't want to pry, and this might be a peculiar question, but was that small girl your mistress?
What happened to showing, not telling? Like, very obviously. Like, why are we doing this? Silence descended between the pair following this question. Micah glanced at Magdalena from beneath her eyelashes, and Magdalena glanced back, her face deadly pale. For a while, Magdalena was quiet, her lips pursed. Then, after heaving a small sigh, she spoke. Yes, so it comes back to this. That girl, I thought you might ask about her, and for a good reason. She was, indeed, my mistress, and she really was a poor thing. My mistress's name, that poor creature, she was called Crystal. Though perhaps she had no need of that title after she was turned. Names are a courtesy only humans are granted, while she might have looked like a person, but any humanity she might have once had was stolen from her a long time ago. She couldn't talk. I'm unsure whether she could even think beyond thirsting for blood. She was less a girl than a force of danger. She was always hungry, and she was angry alongside it. It wasn't always that way, though. Crystal used to be a sweet young girl, though I can scarcely believe it myself. She changed so much, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't ask for any of this to happen, and neither did I. It was all very unfortunate.
What happened?
Micah posited this question quietly, her pale eyes upturned.
Would you mind telling me how you and Crystal came to be vampires? And how come you served her? How you came to serve her for many years? It's fine if you wish to keep it to yourself, but there's just so much about you I don't know. I want to get to know you better, Lena. I know I won't be able to undo the past, but talking about it might help. Unless you think I'm being presumptuous and asking too much of you.
No, it's fine. I don't think you're overstepping your boundaries. How could you, after all we've done together? You know so much about me already. Spilling a few more of my secrets could hardly hurt at this point. But I'm not entirely sure where to begin.
What the fuck? At the start, maybe? She's so smart, bro.
With my birth to a poor yet happy family in Innigan, or of little note or consequence? Oh, as I go very far back indeed. More than a century ago. I would only get sentimental if I started to talk of my mother and father. Not that I could cry over them even if I wanted to, so I think I'll spare you all of that. I think I'll begin instead at... Let's see. Maybe it would be best to commence with my tale of the first time I met Christelle. Magdalena shifted in an attempt to make herself a touch more comfortable before beginning her tale in earnest. I was only 15 years old at that time, and naive for my age. Perhaps I was too young to work, but my parents needed the money, and girls younger than I often went into service. It's not so very different now, or so I've gathered after speaking to Henrique.
Does that mean you were a maid?
Indeed, I was. I was a maid, and I worked in this mansion years and years prior for Crystal's family, the von Schlieffens. That was before this house had fallen into rack and ruin, for the hallways were thick with dust, for the air reeked of death. I was young and fresh-faced, and Crystal... She was not yet 3 years old when I began to work here. And during my employment, I watched her grow. What the frick? She wasn't particularly pretty, bless her, and she was horribly shy. She used to shrink away from the other maids, but she had a soft spot for me. She would sit with me while I was cleaning sometimes, though her parents had warned her against it, and I would try to cheer her up. She was neglected by her parents. When they spoke to her, it was only to chastise her, and she didn't have any friends of her own age to play with, nor any siblings. I think she was lonely. That must have been why she sought out my company. I was one of the younger maids who had worked for the von Schlieffens, and I tried to pay her special attention. She rarely smiled around anybody else, but my silly stories and jokes were able to make her laugh. Gee, what the what is such an odd thing to say about a child? She wasn't pretty, like I said. Once again, she was ugly as fuck. Like, that kid was fucking ugly. Like, actually,
did I mention she has no friends?
That was the most disgusting child I've ever seen. And she had no fucking friends, and she stunk. Like, she stunk like shit. But when she smiled, Magdalena sighed, and then she shook her head. I wanted so badly to protect her smile. I had 2 younger sisters of my own, and Crystal reminded me of them. I suppose I've always been protective, and I took it upon myself to look out for her. Eventually, even her aloof parents took notice of their daughter's attachment to me, and they decided to make me Crystal's nursemaid. Crystal hadn't gotten along very well with her previous nursemaids. She'd been sullen and sulky with them, and sometimes she even bit them. Perhaps I was a portent for what was later to come. But I can't blame Crystal for lashing out. She was constantly being pushed around at the whim of others. As a lady yourself, I imagine you must know how it must have felt, rattling around in this empty house or on her lonesome.
Yes, I can imagine it. My childhood was the same, though I never bit anybody. I used to climb the trees in the garden, though. I used to climb the trees in the garden, though, and pick the blackberries in the summer. And once I sneaked into my family's mausoleum. My mother was furious with me. I knew she would be. But I did it all the same.
Why is this like the only event in her life that she remembers?
Right.
We've gone over this memory like 4 times. We get it. You snuck into the mausoleum and your mother was pissed at you, and then she beat Henny up. Like, we get it. Like, this is like your only fucking memory.
I think I was tired of listening to her all the time. It was stifling.
I suspect it was the same for Crystal. This house. Magdalena gestured about the Mike's bedroom, at its high ceiling and the wide window with the drawn curtains so the grey garden could be seen. Through which the grey garden could be seen. It might be large, but it's lacking in warmth. It was cold even then, when it was full of people. It was nothing more than a cage. Crystal couldn't stand it. In fact, I think she rather despised it. She was at her happiest when the two of us were walking through the garden, hand in hand, and she could be free of the servants and her parents and all her guests. Crystal and I became so close I would even accompany her to when her parents attended luncheons or soirees further afield in Augsburg and beyond. The von Schlieffens are well known, and they were very much in demand. If they didn't have half of Bavaria staying here, they would be paying visits to nobility all across the country. These near-constant festivities occurred for 3 years until an unfortunate event put paid to them quite quickly. Magdalena paused now, one hand resting at the base of her throat. Her expression was pensive, her brow furrowed, and it took her a few moments before she gathered the thread of her tale once more. It was a dark and stormy night. Don't these stories often start like that? When it happened, the von Schlieffens were returning home to visiting a noble family in Regensburg, I think. It has been so very long I don't remember. The von Schlieffens didn't take Crystal with them when they went on their excursions, but I believe that they had stayed with these people for over a week of festivities. Perhaps it was a special occasion, maybe a wedding. I was ordered to come with them to keep an eye on Crystal, who was too young for dancing and drinking. I remember the carriage was wending its way through the forest. It was cold. It was a forest. Crystal had fallen asleep and was laying her head upon my lap. I was trying to stay awake myself, but I was beginning to doze. It was well past midnight when I was tired, and we had been traveling for hours and hours. A handful of other servants had come with us to attend the von Schlieffens, but they were in a different carriage. We were almost at our house home, or at least I think we were when it happened. Magdalena's expression darkened, her fingers clenching into fists upon her lap. When we were attacked in the forest, not by bandits as you were, but by something much more sinister. It all happened so quickly, I wasn't entirely sure what happened. It was only later, with the gift of hindsight, that I can say what must have occurred. It was a vampire. He must have been desperate, attacking a carriage full of people with impunity. 2 carriages, in fact, but I suppose I knew humans would be no match for them, no matter how many there were. Perhaps they were desperate then, but lashed out solely because they could, because it amused them to do so. I have no idea, I cannot say. It happened so quickly I never saw the faces of the creature who attacked us, not for more than a few moments. I don't even know if they were a man or a woman. All I know is that at one point the carriage was wending its way through the woods, unmolested, and the next...
Molested.
Magdalena's voice trailed off, while her fingernails sank into her thighs. She inhaled, perhaps getting her nerve, and scattered thoughts before saying, I knew something was wrong when I woke up. I hadn't thought I would ever wake again. I was in so much pain. The darkness had seemed absolute when I fainted, and I soon realized this was not the case. I was laying upon the forest floor among the strewn scattered leaves like a discarded doll. My head hurt, and so did my limbs. There was an awful taste in my mouth, and I think I vomited. I don't remember. I do remember feeling something was wrong, though, that I wasn't myself. I pressed a finger to my neck, and I found 2 monks which perforated my skin. That shook me, but even then, what happened didn't fully register until I pressed my fingers to the inside of my wrist. I thought I was being silly, fantasizing maybe. I had always been one to get swept up in my own daydreams until I realized I didn't have a pulse. My skin was cold to the touch and hard. It felt like marble. That was when I realized, though I had opened my eyes and appeared to live on, I was not the same Magdalena as I once had been, and I wasn't really alive either. I was dead. I didn't need to breathe, and my heart didn't beat, but I could still think and sit up and walk. It was quite the shock, but I came to terms with it more quickly than you might think. I had come to terms with it lying in the middle of the forest as it was. I had no other choice. Okay. I looked around and found the carriage. Their bodies were mangled. They were dead, properly dead, unlike me. The other servants had traveled, been similarly dispatched. Some were in one piece, but others had been butchered, I suppose is the only word for it. Bits of them were strewn everywhere. But why I had been bitten so cleanly, I know not. If my assailant had torn me apart like they had the others, I doubt I would have been able to sit back up again. But never mind that. No good will come of trying to understand the motives of the attacker. I don't know why they attacked us or why they spared me, in a sense. It was probably a whim. I was the only one who survived this assault either, though I wish I wasn't the only one who survived this assault either, though I wish I was. I found her laying upon the forest floor, unconscious, her arms and legs bent at broken angles. I thought she was dead, but when I reached out to feel her pulse shifted, that was when I knew. Crystal had died, but she was still alive. She had turned, and she was only 6 years old. Magdalena winced at this, and she reached for her chest. There, her fingers twisted, as though seeking to wrench out her own heart, which no longer beat. I was able to retain much of my rationality after I was turned into a vampire, but My young mistress was less fortunate. The sweet, shy, stubborn girl I knew had vanished when she woke up. She lost all sense of right or wrong and knew nothing save her own insatiable lust for blood. Her desire was so intense and it overwhelmed all her other senses. She could no longer talk upon waking, could no longer smile. She was out of control. I did not realize, however, until I took her back home. We made it back before the first rays of sun rose, and with me carrying Crystal on my back. She had been half asleep as I carried her, and had been docile enough, but she changed when we returned to her old abode. There were still servants who resided there, to upkeep the place with the von Schlieffen's brief absence, and Crystal, Magdalena grit her teeth together. I couldn't stop her. I didn't expect it of her. I had no idea she was capable of such cruelty. I soon learned that I had erred in my judgment, however, when she tore her way through the servants who had resided there. She slipped into their quarters, quicker and swifter than a cat, and she made short work of them. She murdered all the scullery maids in their beds, and the housekeeper and the footmen. By the time I'd caught her, it was too late. She'd murdered dozens of servants, and she was dripping with gore. Chunks of flesh beneath her nails and her hair, and the smell. Magdalena pressed one hand to her mouth. But the worst part about it was the expression on Crystal's face as she carried out these atrocities. She didn't look aghast at her actions, but she didn't seem particularly euphoric either. Her face was just blank, like a slate, and completely empty. Killing didn't seem to rouse any particularly strong emotions within her, but she killed all the same because it was what her instincts told her to do. Like a rabid animal, she knew nothing save attacking. She bore her fangs and her claws as she killed them. All of them. The servants' quarters looked like a scene from hell itself, and the blood. I'm ashamed to admit that I found this smell quite enticing, but the horror of it all helped me resist. I was no longer human, but I still possessed my sense of morals. I didn't want to behave as Crystal was. She was a child and had an excuse, but I was an adult. I knew better. I told myself I would act better, too. I knew I couldn't reintroduce Crystal to polite society, or any society as she was. I was afraid she would harm anybody she came across, so I decided to bind her aside, to her bed, to stop her from causing any further chaos. Then I devoted myself to finding victims for her, so she would not starve. I had hoped animal blood would be enough to satiate her, but she turned her nose up at it. She would only drink the blood of humans, and it had to be fresh. I had no choice but to kill on her behalf, to sustain her, but I tried to do so without drawing too much attention to ourselves. I've been looking after Crystal for the last century. While Crystal slept, I had a lot of free time, and with it I taught myself to read and how to ride. How would you teach yourself how to read? I made use of all the books in the library the von Schlieffens had left behind, and with this knowledge I fashioned myself into a lady of sorts. After being a maid for so many years, I think I wanted to act a little more important than I really was. I suppose part of me believed I deserved to act thus, being a vampire. I was stronger now, after all, than any human could ever dream of being. It was quite a rush, I admit, when I slew my first victim for Crystal's sake. I need this fucking visual novel to end, bro. Thrilling almost to bring down a grown man with such ease. Part of me took a delight. I am a vampire now. I have a lot of guilt about it, and I kill for my mistress. I, meanwhile, gad about as though I am worth more than I am, as though I am a real lady. A lady? Magdalena scoffed, though it was without any humor. Though her lips were pulled into a grim, facile smile of a smile, her eyes were dark and joyless. I could never be a lady like you, Micah. I wasn't born into nobility. I'm just a hapless maid playing pretend, but no, I'm not even that. I'm a monster. A murderer. I have no right to act with all these airs and graces as though I'm so much better than anybody else. I have no right to be alive at all.
Oh, Lena.
All right, guys. This stream has to end in 20 minutes, and I really want this novel to be done in 20 minutes. Mike aside this, or actually no, it has to be done in like 10. Mike aside this, once Magdalena had finished speaking, she looked at her companion with gentle compassionate eyes and then reached forth, taking one of Magdalena's gloved hands in her own. She squeezed and said,
"Do you want me to read it, or do you just want to skip over it?"
Sure. All right, they're having a little moment. I kidnapped you. How can you forgive me? Well, you warned me, and I forgive you, and you all didn't mean to do it. She's lucky to have a mistress like you. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, I'm really so upset that I was right. Because then I joked to you guys. You said, oh, is it done? I said, watch, there's going to be another hour of them unpacking everything. Okay, all right. Yes. I know you care about me. Okay. I know you wish to go.
Let's kiss. One more kiss, come on.
Michael leaned in, then pressed her other hand to Magdalena's cheek. Cupping it gently, her fingers splayed, she then said,
Even
so
if you
the
can't forgive yourself, I can.
She's saying, I know you didn't wish to cause me undue harm.
Just good, bro.
I forgive you. Do you really mean that? Micah nodded. I don't hate you, Lena. If I'm being honest, I don't think I deserve your kindness. I like you too. Wait, hold up. Your feelings are your own. If you like me as much as you say you do, then I suppose I'll have to accept it. Don't really understand it, but blah, blah, blah. I like you too, Micah. Oh, Lena. Micah. Micah leant in closer still, the inches of space which parted her and Magdalena's diminishing with each millisecond. There came a brief pause about for a second, like the gap between seeing and hearing a bolt of lightning, as both women stared at one another. They swallowed, as though in unison. Then they shifted. Another kiss. What's up? What's going on with the scenery? Picture, it's the same picture, but then there's like this random storminess. It was Micah who moved first, but soon Magdalena followed her lead. Bridging the infinitesimally short space between them, they parted their lips and pressed their mouths together. It was a soft, gentle, tender kiss, different from the one they had shared before, after Magdalena had drained Denka of her blood. This was a kiss born not from fear that soon their acquaintance would end, but from hopes, tentative though they were, for the future. The kiss lasted only for a few moments, but might have endured for longer, had both women not been interrupted by the sound of a startled gasp. Oh, I think that might be Doobie.
Henny.
Oh my!
Micah and Magdalena pulled away, Micah blushing abashedly to glance over at the doorway. There Henny stood, her eyes frozen, and she's shocked. We get it. Micah had half a mind to try and make excuses to tell Henny that things were not as they looked, but she hadn't a chance to get out the words. Henny was already beginning to babble.
I do beg your pardon, Micah. I didn't mean to walk in on you. If you're otherwise engaged, I can leave. I hate to intrude, I can tell when I'm not wanted.
What? No, Henny. Come here, join us. Micah frowned, her perplexity overcoming her embarrassment. Of course you're wanted. I'm always happy to see you. You don't need to apologize.
Oh.
Come here, sweet Henny.
Are you sure? It seemed like the pair of you two were rather busy. Not that I can blame you for it. You've not had a chance to be alone in quite a while, and I'm sure Magdalena is pleased to see that you've recovered. It's only natural that you'd want to celebrate, though I must admit I'm somewhat surprised to discover how close you two are. That isn't to say I'm judging for it, though. I'm happy, in fact.
You know what I just realized? I forgot that Lush was Micah.
I thought you just wanted to, like, get it over with.
Okay, so here's my pitch. Let's improv that they all get together and this is polyamorous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every line where she says something like, Henny, no, you're my friend. We're gonna improv. No, Henny, join.
Okay. Okay, let's do that.
All right, here you go.
Where did Henny end up?
Henny said, that isn't to say I'm judging you for it, though. I'm happy, in fact.
You are?
Of course. I think it is a wonderful thing that you care for Magdalena so much. It doesn't matter to me that she's a woman, or even that she's a vampire. I find it really hard. You've always been such an individual, Micah. It makes sense that only an unusual person could win your heart. Not that I mean to insult you, of course.
That's all right. I know I must be awfully unusual in the eyes of you humans. I cannot blame you at being surprised on Micah's, how shall we term them,
Magdalena smiled, her eyes crinkling. Affections, let's say, towards me. In fact, I'm rather surprised at it myself. I did not think when I first imprisoned her we would ever become so close. She's rather unique, though, as far as young ladies go. She's not all like the prim and prissy young madam I once believed her to be.
Oh yes, my Mike has always been unique. She used to get into all sorts of scrapes when she was young. Her mother would almost hit the roof. She would at some of her stunts.
I can well imagine. Magdalena tittered, then glancing to Micah, began to toy with a few loose locks of her hair. Were you a naughty girl?
You can say that again, sorry, I ruined it.
Were you a naughty girl, Micah? Tell me, Henny, was she naughty?
Yes.
Yes.
I was a very, very naughty girl indeed.
Okay, I guess that's the new line. Yes, you had mentioned you've been very naughty. Your mother sounded rather overbearing, however. Yes, she was overbearing. We're talking about the mommy issues. Wouldn't mind to bury my child, Henny. What do you think of this? Do you think that if I try hard enough, I could get Micah pregnant? Henny? Henny?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Oh my god!
I think Johan might be able to help.
Mommy issues.
No, actually though, maybe if they like prayed really hard. Maybe if Johan prayed really hard.
Wait, hold up. So what's the context for this? That is something I can concur with at least. You've no need for a fiance now, not when you have me. And Henny.
A wife.
Oh, you are, oh my.
Henny's face, which had begun to cool during the indictment of Walter Gerhardt, now began to color anew.
The pair of you are certainly close, aren't you? That kiss ought to have given it away, I suppose, but, well,
Oh,
let's all kiss and make out now.
Aren't you and Micah close as well? Why don't you join us?
Yes, we are. We should join. Let's get in on this. Have some sexy threesome action.
Henny over-explaining that she's not homophobic. Oh, I know, Henny. I know. I've seen the way you look at Micah. I'm very familiar with that look. And you needn't exclude yourself from our festivities. Join us now. Okay, and then it's... You know what? Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, does she say I love you? I've been alone for a very long time, but Micah's still in my heart. It isn't much of a heart, of course, given it no longer beats, but for what it's worth, my feelings are sincere. I really do love you, Micah, and I love anyone who loves you. I want you to just be full of so much love in your life. I'm very glad to hear that.
I'm full with something else.
Your relationship might raise a few concerns. I mean, I don't know. Why can't two women be in love?
Why can't three women be in love?
Why can't three women be in love? Oh my god, what are they talking about?
Fuck,
What about right now? Are they talking about Walter? What the fuck?
Fuck Walter.
We actually have like, okay, so are you just telling me Act 4 is not going to end in 3 minutes?
Probably.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
fucking kissing in 3, 2,
You guys can like
1.
continue without me. I don't mind.
Yeah, that's true. But I kind of
No, you have to join, Henny. What are you saying?
What if you could be Henny? Surely.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's it? They were just yapping till the end. No like dramatic climax or anything?
No dramatic climax, no dramatic art.
Yeah.
Man.
All right, guys, we did it. They had a threesome.
Okay.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay.